Sheni wasn't very concerned about Hi Zhaodi's health or whether she could have children again. Li's mother also noticed that Sheni was a bit impatient with Hi Zhaodi. She wisely chose not to mention her in front of Sheni to avoid trouble. Sheni was ready to start planting vegetables. She worked very freely. She would sleep until she naturally woke up in the morning, then have breakfast. After that, she carried her to the field to work for an hour or two. When the sun got too hot, she would go home. At home, she prepared lunch, ate, and took a nap. When the afternoon sun was about to set, she would carry her again for another hour or two, then go back home to cook dinner. Because she worked with them for a long time, her hands developed 2 blisters. She popped the blisters out of boredom and rested at home for 2 days. Dahua and Earthworm also helped her, but Earthworm, while working in the field, ran off to play with Xiaobao. It took about half a month to finish planting everything. She divided the 100 square meters outside into various small plots, planting lettuce, cabbage, green beans, lettuce, eggplants, cucumbers, winter melons, pumpkins, tomatoes, and other vegetables. She also planted some chili peppers and green onions and garlic. As for the 30 square meters in the backyard, she planned to grow fruit there. Her space had many kinds of fruit seeds, but because the market had few fruit varieties, it was hard to find good ones. Apples were easier to get, but other fruits were very rare. Even apples were usually in limited supply, and money didn't always guarantee a purchase. Fortunately, her space had all kinds of seeds, so Sheni decided to grow her own fruits. Since the seeds were from her space, she didn't need to worry much about seasons or weather. She planted 5 orange seedlings, 10 watermelon seedlings, a row of sweet melons, some cherry tomatoes, and even a grapevine next to the toilet. Sheni worked carefully and neatly. Although it looked bare now, she could imagine that in a few months, this place would become her cozy, beautiful little orchard. Sheni still wanted to plant many things. The backyard was no longer enough, so she went to an abandoned station and collected many pots and broken buckets. In front of the yard, she planted a few pineapples, strawberries, and dragon fruits, placing them in a corner. "Mom, will these really grow fruit?" Dahua helped his mother plant the trees, getting mud all over his hands. They were washing their hands together. "Yes," Sheni said. "Some fruits can ripen in 2 or 3 months. You'll see then." Dahua had never eaten or seen these fruits, so he couldn't imagine what they would be like based on his mother's words. He wasn't very excited. "Are they tasty?" Xiaobao's soft voice came. Since he knew these plants were edible, he was still kneeling in front of a pot, reluctant to leave. "They are tasty," Sheni said, calling him over. "Xiaobao, come quickly. Don't kneel there. Your clothes are dragging on the ground. They might get dirty." When Xiaobao heard about getting dirty, he quickly stood up and looked behind him, almost losing his balance. "No, they're not dirty," he said, walking over. "Are they really, really tasty?" This little kid just kept thinking about eating. Sheni couldn't help but laugh. "Yes, very tasty." Just as she finished speaking, Xiaobao suddenly shouted, "Ah, go away. It's cold." Sheni turned her head, and Xiaobao threw himself into her arms. She just hugged him when she saw Earthworm holding a big earthworm, which was still wriggling. Her scalp tingled. "Earthworm, what are you doing with that? You scared your brother." "Throw it away quickly. I just caught it to play," Earthworm said innocently. He took a step closer, wanting to say something, but saw his mother step back with Xiaobao in her arms, while his older brother looked at him coldly. Earthworm was smart and quickly threw the earthworm outside. Then he looked at Xiaobao with a pleading face. "Xiaobao, don't cry. I didn't mean to scare you." Tears were on Xiaobao's eyelashes. He pointed at Earthworm's hand. "Dirty." Earthworm hurried to wash his hands. Only then did Xiaobao agree to play with his older brother again. Sheni watched the 2 brothers. Just as she was about to go back to cook, she heard a noise at the door. She thought it was Li Mu coming over. When she turned around, she saw a dusty man carrying a backpack. Her eyes lit up, and her heart beat faster. "Brother Chen." Li Chen pushed open the door and immediately saw his wife. His face lit up with a smile. "Wife," Sheni was excited. She wanted to run over and hug him, but the little ones were even more excited. They kept calling out, "Dad," one after another, interrupting the couple who were lost in each other's eyes. They remembered there were 3 little light bulbs with them. Sheni, Chen. "Dad, you're back? Dad, where did you go? Dad, I'll help carry for you. Dad, we missed you so much." The 3 little ones ran up and surrounded their dad, looking up with bright eyes at the dad they hadn't seen in a long time, chattering happily and very eager.
Chen casually respondà.
When the second child said he wanted to help carry the luggage, Chen handed him a bag weighing over 10 pounds. The second child was caught off guard and almost fell with the bag. He used all his strength to steady himself and shouted, "Dad, I can't carry it." His dad didn't seem to hear. He held his little son's thigh to prevent him from falling, then walked over to his wife. He showed his feelings openly, his gaze honest and passionate. His handsome face, which could be quite charming, made Sheni a little flustered. Her face warmed up, and she bit her lip to hold back a smile, teasingly saying, "You're back." Chen saw her smile and couldn't help but smile too. "Yes." Then he added, "I just drove the car back from the transport team." Why emphasize that? Sheni looked at him, her eyes asking. Chen met her gaze calmly, "Because I miss you." Sheni's heart fluttered with excitement. She wanted to kiss him, but the little light bulbs were still there. The second child had already put the bag on the ground. Seeing that his dad was ignoring them, he was annoyed and said, "Dad, why aren't you paying attention to us? That's rude. You're making me mad. Why are you looking at Mom? Say something." "Forget it, Mom. Don't pay attention to him either." Chen and Sheni. They really wanted to throw him out. Now wasn't the time for fussing. Sheni asked, "Are you hungry?" "I was about to make lunch." "Hungry," Chen replied. "Then what do you want to eat?" Sheni asked, looking at her thin, tired-looking husband. She felt a little heartache. She finally managed to put on some weight for him, but after going out, she lost it all again. She asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll cook for you." Before Chen could speak, Bao, who was hungry, interrupted, "Mom, I want to eat plain noodles with an egg." Chen endured and endured, but finally couldn't take it anymore. He looked at Bao with a gentle but stern gaze. Since a month had passed without seeing his father, Bao almost forgot his father's fierce and rough nature. Now, seeing Chen's look, he suddenly remembered the harsh experiences he had when his father was at home and instinctively covered his bottom. Chen and Sheni. This unobservant kid. Chen took a deep breath. "Mom just told me she has something to discuss with you. She wants you to go over." "Why does Mom want us?" Bao asked suspiciously. "I don't know," Chen said with a blank face. "Just go ask her." "Big brother, take your 2 brothers and go." "Okay." Big brother immediately agreed, then pulled little Bao. Bao, let's go." Bao always felt something was wrong but couldn't figure out what. He could only follow his older brother. After they left, Chen quickly closed the door and turned around to hold his wife tightly in his arms. Sheni reached out to hug him, pretending to be angry.
"This isn't right."
"When they go ask Mom, she'll understand everything." "Aren't you ashamed?" "Yes, you are. You're shameless. But I'm embarrassed." "Hurry up and call them back. You're not ashamed either," Chen said. "Then why are you holding me so tightly?" Chen teased her softly.
"Huh.
Taking advantage and acting innocent?" Sheni pretended to loosen her grip. Chen immediately grabbed her hand to stop her from letting go and, lowering his head, kissed her lips. He mumbled, "Mom is experienced, so it's nothing." "Wife, I miss you so much." His last whisper softened Sheni's heart completely. She hugged him. "I miss you too." The 3 brothers just left when they met Mu, who was returning from work. Seeing them, her tired face finally brightened. "My good grandsons, where are you going?" "Where is your mother?" "Grandma, aren't you looking for us?" Bao asked curiously.
Mu was confused.
"No? Who said I was looking for you?" "My dad said that." Bao suddenly became very angry, which startled Mu. But Mu caught a keyword and exclaimed happily, "Your dad is back?" "Yes," Bao said loudly. Then he said that Grandma was looking for us and asked us to come over. He wanted to ask if there was anything we needed. After we left, he even shut the door. Li Mu then thought of something and glanced subtly at the closed door, blushing. These two are really, especially during the daytime. But even though she thought that, knowing her son and daughter-in-law loved each other, she was very happy. However, Erbao, the simple-minded boy, was still upset about his father tricking him. He said angrily, "He used to tell me not to lie, and if I lied, he would hit me. But now he lied himself. No, I need to ask him about it." "Oh, dear." Li Mu quickly held him back. "Erbao, your dad didn't lie. Grandma really was looking for you." Erbao didn't believe her and looked at her suspiciously. "But Grandma just said you didn't look for us." Grandma was confused just now. She just remembered. "So, Grandma, what do you want to tell us?" "Grandma just missed you." "Come on, let's go inside," Li Mu said as she pulled them into the house. Behind the door, Sheni was silent. The two of them stayed close for a while before going to make some plain noodles. Li Chun made the noodles, and Sheni helped him light the fire. When the noodles were ready, Sheni reached to take the bowl from him and said, "Let me serve it. You go call Sanbao and the others." Li Chun didn't need to think to know that his wife was shy about facing her mother. He smiled and said, "Okay." Li Chun quickly brought Sanbao back. When Erbao saw the plain noodles he wanted to eat, all other thoughts disappeared, and he happily started eating. Li Chun sat next to his wife and took the seat that originally belonged to Erbao. Erbao was initially against it, but he gave in to his dad's pressure. Sheni ate while telling Li Chun about what had happened recently. She avoided mentioning her dealings with Yang Xiong to prevent him from worrying. The rest were just small, trivial matters. But Li Chun listened very carefully. When he learned about her planting the vegetable plot, he held her hand and couldn't hide his concern. "Wife, you've worked hard." His wife had never farmed before. "You know that, which is enough." Sheni slightly smiled. It wasn't really hard for her. As long as she could make their family better, she was willing to do it. But willingness was one thing, and her efforts being noticed by Li Chun was another. When the little fool Erbao heard this, he immediately raised his hand. In doing so, he accidentally bumped into the bowl, spilling a little on himself. He didn't mind and carefully set the bowl down, then looked at his father and proudly said, "Dad, I also helped Mom in the field. I worked hard too." Actually, when he said he was weeding, he was just playing around. Most of the time, he was just having fun. Li Chun glanced at the dirt on his clothes, his mind seemingly wandering. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly placed his own egg from his bowl in front of Erbao and said, "Good job." When Erbao heard his father praising him and saw the egg, he was very happy. He picked up the egg and took a bite. Delicious. Even better than my own egg. Afterward, he mischievously said to his older brother, "Big brother, Dad gave me an egg, but not you." "Maybe I'll share half with you." "No need," Dahua said, unable to bear to look at him. Did he not know that things that seem strange often hide trouble? Did Dad really give the egg just to eat? Oh, it seemed he really didn't know. Sure enough, Li Chun asked Erbao next, "Next time, will you help your mom with chores too?" "Of course," Erbao replied confidently.
Li Shen nudda.
"Then from now on, you can wash your own clothes." Before, when he was at home, he was the one washing them. After he went to the transport team, his wife mostly washed Sanbao's clothes.
Erbao starret in Schock.
"Dad, I'm still little." "No, you're not. You're already 7, Li Chun said. Dahua and Erbao were born in May, just a few days apart. "Mainly, I think your washing isn't very clean. Like when you first washed dishes, they weren't very clean." "I wash dishes very clean now." Erbao immediately jumped up. Now, he was the one washing all the dishes at home, and he did a very good job. Li Chun raised an eyebrow. "Do you think you're very impressive?" "Of course," Erbao said proudly. "But someone who is truly capable shouldn't just learn to wash dishes," Li Chun said. "I can do more than just wash dishes." Erbao rolled up his sleeve, showing off his little muscles with pride. "I can fight too. Although I'm not very good at it yet, I'm pretty strong now. Big brother probably can't beat me anymore. Last time we played with bean bags, he didn't win." He pouted angrily. "But he can't play with me." He sighed again. What should I do? I guess I have to let him win. After glancing at Airbao, I thought about helping this silly kid, but now. He deserves to be tricked by Dad. Being strong isn't everything. A really capable person can do many things, Chen continued to encourage. Like what? Do you mean washing clothes too? Airbao asked suspiciously. Yes, and cooking, cleaning, and other chores, Chen said seriously. Seeing Airbao look very doubtful, he asked, Do you think Dad is good at all that? Of course he is. Airbao's eyes lit up. In his small world, he hadn't seen anyone better than his dad, so even though he often argues with him, his dad is still the person he admires most. Chen asked, So, do you want to be as capable as me? Yes, Airbao nodded eagerly. Chen said, Then you should learn everything I know. Without hesitation, Airbao replied, Yes. All right, from now on, you will wash your own clothes, cook, and do other chores. I will teach you step by step until you become as capable as Dad. When Airbao heard he would be taught step by step, his eyes brightened. Dad, will you also teach me how to fight? Yes, Chen replied. It's just some fighting moves. If it helps Airbao willingly do chores and help his wife, what's the problem? He raised his fist in front of him. Do you have confidence? Yes. Airbao clenched his fist, punched his dad, and said firmly, I can do it. Chen looked at Dahua. Dahua, you too? Dad, I understand, Dahua said obediently. He wasn't as easily fooled as Airbao. He knew his dad wanted them to help his mom with chores, so he didn't refuse. It's not that he is clever, but because he has been following his father since childhood. Among the children, he is the most sensible, influenced somewhat by his father's idea of spoiling and loving his wife. His mother is different from the women in the village. She is so beautiful and delicate that she should be pampered and cared for. So, usually he does most things by rushing to help his mother. This decision was made like that, but the second son, a bit slow-witted, heard that his father was also going to teach his older brother. He ran out and said, Dad, my big brother is just a bookworm. He only knows how to read. If he learns, can you teach me instead?
Chen.
Big brother. Sheni. Oh no, did I give birth to a silly son? Chen felt a bit guilty. After all, he was his own son. He didn't want to trick his second son too much, so he said, Don't worry, I'll teach you household chores, but I only teach you how to fight. Although the second son was unwilling, he had to agree because this person was his big brother. All right, it's settled then. Then he happily jumped up and scooped a bowl of plain noodles, happily slurping them as if he had gained a great benefit, very excited. Sheni covered her face, unable to watch. She pinched Chen's arm and said angrily, You're tricking my son. Chen looked innocent. Afraid that the second son might hear, he leaned close to his wife's ear and whispered, I didn't expect that. He never thought that his usually clever second son would be so naive. Big brother sat next to his father, able to hear what he was saying. He looked at the second son sitting across from him with sympathy. He thought to himself, he must study hard in the future. Studying makes people wise. Dahua couldn't bear to watch his brother being tricked and made weak. In the afternoon, Sheni went to check the vegetable garden for any seeds that hadn't sprouted and to add more seeds if needed. Chen took a bucket to water the plants. Dahua and Airbao were also told to help. They each took a small bucket to carry water. The whole family went out. The vegetable garden was planted earlier and had already sprouted. The seeds were from the space system, so most were good, and the plants were growing well. There was no need to add more seeds, only water. The garden was close to the water ditch, only about 10 or 20 meters away. Since the spring irrigation reservoir was releasing water, there was plenty of water. Chen filled 2 buckets easily, lifted them carefully, and poured water into the garden. Airbao looked at his strong and tall father with envy. To prove himself, he filled his bucket to the top and tried to carry it with his older brother. Halfway there, his father came back with a shoulder pole and buckets. Airbao hurried to catch up. Dahua followed his steps, causing the water in his bucket to splash out. He couldn't help but say, Slow down, you've spilled all the water. Can you go faster? Airbao was very competitive. Dad has already carried twice, and we haven't carried even once. Do you really want to compete with Dad? Bao showed with his actions that he really wanted to. He said in a helpless tone, "All right, big brother, you're too weak. You'll slow me down. I'll do it myself. You can go back and read your book." Bao watched helplessly as Bao grabbed a small bucket and hurried to the garden, pouring the water into the plants. Then he shouted to his father, "Dad, I'm coming, Bao." Chen turned around and saw Bao happily carrying his small bucket toward him. Sheni was standing on the edge of the field with Bao. Bao didn't want to go down to the field. One reason was that he was afraid of getting his shoes dirty. Another reason was that when they were digging the ground earlier, they found many wriggling, big earthworms. Bao was scared of these creatures and would cry when he saw them. Sheni also felt helpless. She wondered how the child who once said he wanted to eat roundworms had become so delicate. Well, it was all her fault for spoiling him. Bao plucked a small wildflower and held it up in front of her. Yes, Hua. Sheni suddenly had an idea and placed a small wildflower near Bao's ear. The soft pink flower made Bao's chubby face look even cuter. Sheni couldn't help but pinch his little face. "Our little Bao is so adorable," Bao giggled, holding his chubby cheeks. "So cute, adorable," Sheni corrected him. "Cutie," Bao earnestly corrected his mom. Sheni was overwhelmed by how cute he was. It seemed like Bao knew how adorable he was. Ha ha ha. Bao came back carrying a bucket of water. When he saw the wildflower near Bao's ear, he burst out laughing. "Bao, you look like a little girl now." This time, Bao really angered everyone. Seeing their parents' serious looks, Dahua, who was closest to Bao, kicked him. "What little girl? Speak properly. I'm not talking funny anymore." Bao is a boy. His voice grew softer. How could a man wear flowers on his head? Realizing their stern looks, he quickly grabbed his bucket and ran away. Chen and Sheni. Well, they are family. At that moment, Sheni heard some noise and turned to see He Weidong rushing toward them with his two little followers. He Weidong excitedly said, "Aunt Li, are you finally here to catch fish?" Sheni raised an eyebrow. "Finally?" "Yeah, half a month ago, the reservoir released water, and some fish floated down. Many people came to catch them. All the fish were taken, and only tiny ones remain. The big fish are very smart and hide away. I can't catch any," He Weidong said excitedly. "Aunt Li, you should come. You're so good at this, you can definitely catch the big ones." Sheni. Why could she catch big fish? Because she took them from her space. By the way, Sheni hadn't eaten fish in a long time. Hearing He Weidong, she suddenly felt a little hungry. But her small fishing tricks could fool little kids like He Weidong, but not Chen. That wouldn't be easy to fool. Just as she was thinking this, Bao remembered his mom's fishing skills and ran over happily. "Yeah, Mom, let's go catch fish." Sheni glanced at Chen, about to say she was going to catch fish herself. Chen understood his wife's expression and asked, "Do you want to eat fish?" "Yes," Sheni replied honestly. "Then I'll go catch some." "The water is too cold for you to go," Chen said, setting down the bucket and rolling up his pants. Sheni didn't mind who went to catch the fish. If Chen went, she could help him by using her mind to move the fish from the space to a spot about 10 meters away, making it less likely to be noticed. He Weidong became excited again. He used to be a troublemaker with Li Taizhu, and like Li Taizhu, he wanted to become a bully like Chen used to be. Naturally, he admired Chen, thinking he was capable of anything, including catching fish easily. Bao was also very excited and wanted to go with his dad, along with Bao. Chen didn't stop them. He asked his wife, "I just checked the water ditch, and there are no fish. We need to go to the river. Do you want to go back with Bao first?" Sheni wanted to go too. How could she help him if she didn't go? She said, "It's okay. I'll stay on the shore with Bao and wait for you." Chen agreed. After watering the vegetable fields, everyone went to the river. Coincidentally, the reservoir was releasing water again, making the water muddy and very deep. Those who wanted to follow Chen into the water, like Bao and He Weidong, didn't dare to go in. Only Chen went alone. Because the reservoir was releasing water, there were indeed many fish in the river. Sheni thought for a moment and released a few fish from her space, since the fish in the space were fresher than those in the reservoir. Chen was quick and precise. Sometimes he poked the fish with a stick, sometimes he caught them with his hands, and he actually caught some. There were big ones and small ones. Some fish Sheni released from her space, others came from the reservoir. When Chen caught a fish, Bao, Dahua, and Hi Zhaodi all cheered excitedly and shouted. The fish in her space were very clever and lively. Sheni had only caught them before because she used her mind to move them into her hand. Chen catching fish with his bare hands was really impressive. Sheni felt like she was back on the sports field watching players score goals. Seeing Chen catch fish, she wanted to scream, but she didn't dare. She just suppressed her excitement and called out, "Brother Chen, you're amazing." This greatly boosted Chen's pride and sense of achievement, and he worked even harder. When a fish was thrown up one after another, Bao and the others were very excited. Their voices attracted many workers who were still working. Knowing that the reservoir was releasing water and there were fish, they risked losing points at work and rushed over. Some quick or clever people caught a few fish, while those who reacted slowly didn't catch any and looked enviously at Chen and the others, who had caught a big bucket. This was because Sheni was worried about catching too many fish and getting blamed, so she didn't let Chen continue. Hi Zhaodi and his two little followers were very eager and even helped carry the fish to their doorstep. Chen gave each of them a fish. These fish were caught with sticks and were somewhat injured, so they wouldn't survive long if kept at home. Hi Zhaodi and his friends were very happy, kept thanking him, and happily took the fish home. At home, Chen put the fish into the fish tank and said, "Wife, there are 3 injured fish and 6 good fish. Give 1 injured fish to your parents, and the remaining 2 kill them. We'll cook 1 tonight and marinate the other for tomorrow," Sheni said. "The rest of the good fish can be kept alive." Chen had no problem with that. He sent Bao to the old house with 1 fish. When Bao left, Mu and the others had just finished work. Seeing Bao carrying such a big fish, they smiled so broadly their mouths almost reached their ears. They had heard that Chen caught many fish. Zhang Ailing also heard about it. Seeing Bao with such a big fish, a hint of jealousy flashed to her eyes. She pulled Jiang Wanru, who was still at her house, and said, "You're getting married tomorrow, and you haven't invited my second brother's family yet, right? Come on, let's go invite them now. Big sister, we don't get along with Sheni." "Why should we invite them?" Jiang Wanru said reluctantly. "Are you stupid?" Zhang Ailing scolded, worried that Li Fu and Li Mu from the opposite house might hear her. She whispered, "They are so rich. If we invite them, they probably won't mind giving us a little gift money." And Zhang Ailing pulled her along. "They caught a lot of fish today. If we go now, maybe they'll even give us a fish. But if we go, they might not give us face. Last time, they didn't even let us in and shut the door," Jiang Wanru said. "Let's not make ourselves look bad. That was before. Now I no longer oppose them. My husband is still Chen's younger brother, and I am still her sister-in-law. She should show me some respect, right?" Zhang Ailing said confidently. Seeing that the second child was about to leave, she couldn't wait to argue with Jiang Wanru anymore. She grabbed her and followed the second child. Jiang Wanru thought for a moment and decided to follow. The second child was in a good mood and hopped happily home. When they reached the door, she sensed someone behind her. She turned around and saw her disliked third aunt, who looked at her coldly. "Why are you following me? Child, why are you talking to your third aunt like that?" Zhang Ailing smiled. "We came to find your mother. Who's looking for me?" Sheni heard the second child's voice inside and came out to look. When she saw Zhang Ailing and Jiang Wanru, she frowned impatiently. Sheni's rude attitude as soon as she appeared made Zhang Ailing and Jiang Wanru feel uncomfortable. Jiang Wanru wanted to say something, but Zhang Ailing stopped her. Zhang Ailing forced a smile. "Second sister-in-law, tomorrow my sister is getting married. I came to tell you so that you and second brother can come for a meal. You don't need to bring anything." When Sheni heard this, she understood everything. She shouted, "Wolf Tooth, Come here. From now on, every time you see these two, bite them. Woof. Wolf Tooth barked and immediately bared its teeth, rushing toward Jiang Ailing and Jiang Wanru. Jiang Ailing and Jiang Wanru didn't expect Sheni to let the dog attack without hesitation. Seeing how fierce the dog was, they were so scared their hearts trembled. They screamed and ran in panic. Jiang Ailing ran so fast that her shoes tore, but she didn't dare stop. Jiang Wanru, being weaker, couldn't run as fast as her sister. Wolf Tooth caught her clothes with a rip, tearing them apart. Lin Jiadong happened to pass by and grabbed a stick to help. But he was just a gentle scholar and couldn't fight a trained dog like Wolf Tooth. 2 women and 1 man were no match for Wolf Tooth. People from nearby houses heard the noise and came out. Li Chen also heard the commotion and came out. Seeing Wolf Tooth attacking Lin Jiadong, he looked at his wife. Sheni blinked at him, and Li Chen smiled slightly. Sheni retorted, "Our Wolf Tooth is a retired military dog. It has contributed to the country before. Although fierce, it is good at telling right from wrong. I haven't seen it attack anyone. Are you guys up to something bad? Surely you are. Otherwise, Lengia would not attack you." Oh, my poor Lengia. At first, everyone thought that Lengia was so fierce that Sheni's family kept a fierce dog, which might threaten their safety. Now that they heard it was a military dog, they felt more respectful. They also remembered that Lengia had been here for several months, but had never attacked anyone or barked loudly. They started to believe it might be true, whether they believed it or not, because Lin Jiadong and Jiang Wanru reported the police. The villagers now held a grudge against them. So, no one came out to help. He Herong came and scolded Lin Jiadong, Jiang Wanru, and Jiang Ailing. Jiang Wanru and Lin Jiadong were almost moved to tears by Sheni's shamelessness and the villagers' indifference. But because they reported to the police once, they faced hostility from the villagers and dared not do it again. They had to accept this unfair situation and left together. The next day was their wedding day. But no one from the village came. Whether Sheni was involved or not, because of their police report, they were completely isolated by the villagers. Because of the scene they caused tonight, the couple was very happy. Especially Li Chen, who had been single for over a month and finally had a small private space with his wife. That night, he pulled his wife, Jiang, to enjoy some quiet time. The next day, Erbao angrily asked his father if he had bullied his mother because he heard his father hitting her last night and saw her crying. As a result, he almost got scolded by his father and cried. Of course, Li Chen was also punished. He slept alone in the small room next door for 2 nights. On the 3rd night, he couldn't sleep and, under the cover of darkness, went to the big house next door, carried his wife back, and comforted her until he ended his lonely nights. Li Chen had been on a business trip for a month and took a few days off. He didn't go anywhere most of the time, staying at home with his wife and also teaching his son to do chores. On Youth Day, which is May 4th Youth Day, Dahua and Erbao celebrated their 7th birthday. Li Chen and Sheni took them to the county to watch a movie, a war film. This was Sanbao's first time watching a movie. At first, he was very excited and amazed, but later, when he saw some touching scenes, Erbao started crying. His innocent voice said he wanted to become stronger and beat those who bullied their country. P.S. Do you think my pace is too slow? After Dahua and Erbao's birthdays, besides doing chores at home, Li Chen also sent them to cut pig grass with the village children to earn work points. Half a basket of pig grass earns half a work point. Erbao plays and cuts grass at the same time, earning about 4 or 5 work points a day. As for Dahua, he needs to study, so he earns about 2 or 3 work points a day. Li Chen also goes to work, but his schedule is irregular. He doesn't need to clock in at the transport team. He just goes when he has tasks. His work times are unpredictable, sometimes in the morning, noon, or evening. He sometimes returns after 2 or 3 days, sometimes after a week, or even half a month. Each time, he brings back some money, mostly from reselling goods. Li Chen now finds it easier to handle things at the transport team. He brings back items, which Chun Chong and Zhou Fengshuo sell. They also collect some items from the county to sell outside, but not much. Sheni sometimes gives him goods, which he leaves in the old house without meeting her. Zhou Fengshou checks the goods, then places the money in a designated spot. Sheni picks it up next time she visits. They have developed a strong, trusting relationship. Construction of the Qingshui Village Elementary School started in mid-April. By mid-May, the village began hiring teachers. Many thought Sheni would sign up, as she was a young educated person and had helped establish the school. It would have been easy for her to become a teacher there if she wanted. But surprisingly, Sheni didn't go.
Why not?
She always believed that a teacher should have solid literary skills and a spirit of love and dedication, treating every student like her own child and caring for them equally. She felt she couldn't do that. Also, she couldn't leave her family. Li Chen was at the transport team, Xiao Bao was still young and needed care, and Bao and Bao were in school, so someone had to cook for them. Anyway, Sheni didn't lack money and didn't have lofty ideals. She decided not to interfere with the future of the village's children. Li's mother was disappointed, thinking that if Sheni became a teacher, she would earn 10 centimeters every day. In her view, standing on the podium and giving speeches without wind, sun, or rain to get 10 work points was simply too easy. Unfortunately, Li's mother still hoped Sheni would stay at home to take care of her grandson. Lin Jiadong and Jiang Wanru also signed up, but there's no need to think about it. How could two people who have offended the entire village be accepted? Jiang Ailing was furious, feeling that her sister was burdened by Lin Jiadong. If Lin Jiadong hadn't meddled to save Chen Jiai, Jiang Wanru wouldn't have gone to the police, and she wouldn't have offended the villagers. But she didn't dare criticize Lin Jiadong directly. Besides Jiang Wanru marrying Lin Jiadong, Li Taizhu and Li Guden also moved into the new house Lin Jiadong built. At first, they would come back to eat, but later Jiang Ailing simply let her son eat at their place, as if Lin Jiadong was helping her raise her two sons. This eased Jiang Ailing's burden a lot. Li Sanhong was lazy and didn't earn enough work points for their family of 6 to eat. As for Chen Jiai, she also wanted to become a primary school teacher, but the result was the same as the two mentioned above. At the end of May, Hi Zhaodi announced she was pregnant. In early June, Li's father took a break and built a house for Li Dahua. The small house wasn't big, about 15 square meters, but Dahua was moved to tears. No matter the storms ahead, she now had a safe place to call her own. Oh, and Sheni's vegetables were also ripe, becoming the most lush vegetable patch in the village, and everyone was very envious. Of course, they didn't suspect anything. Compared to them, Sheni didn't need to work. She had plenty of time each day to tend her private garden. It was thriving. A bit strange, but not surprising. What they didn't know was Sheni hadn't put in much effort. Besides the initial planting, which took a lot of energy, she didn't need to do much afterward. Water and fertilizer were provided by Li Chun when he was on holiday or finished his early shift. Bao helped out, and usually, Bao was the one pulling out weeds. Actually, the seeds from the space didn't require such trouble, but seeing the two so enthusiastic and knowing that gardening did need these steps, Sheni didn't stop them. As a result, their 100 square meter vegetable garden was so abundant that their family of 5 couldn't finish it all. They even shared some with Li's parents and Chen Chong's family. In July, the small school in Qingshui Village was finally completed after 2 months. On July 10th, the village elementary school began enrolling students. Sheni was going to take Dahua and Bao to register. Bao was squatting beside the water jar, quickly washing dishes with a loofah, then placing them in the cabinet. She called out to her mother inside, "Mom, hurry up. Everyone else is finishing registration. Coming, coming," her mother replied from inside. But after waiting for a while, she still didn't come out. Bao asked Dahua, who was sitting by the door reading, "Big brother, what is Mom doing?" Dahua looked into the house and said, "She's fixing her hair." Bao patiently waited, but after a while, her mother still hadn't come out. She couldn't help but ask her brother, "Big brother, isn't Mom finished fixing her hair yet?" Dahua glanced again and said, "She's putting on her shoes." "But didn't she already put on her shoes just now?" Bao asked. "Yes, but she changed again," Dahua said casually. lowering his head to read his book. Erbao was silent. He Weidong had told her that women tend to be slow before going out because they like to dress up a bit. Women are so troublesome. If Sheni knew what Erbao was thinking, she would probably be so annoyed she'd want to faint. She loved beauty and looking pretty, but now that they were in the countryside, she couldn't be too flashy. So she never wore makeup and chose clothes that weren't too eye-catching. But when going out, she definitely needed to change into clean clothes and tidy herself up, right? 10 minutes later, Sheni came out. Just as they were about to leave, little Bao suddenly disappeared. They called for him, only to find him in the backyard. The backyard was now covered with watermelon vines. One young watermelon plant had grown 7 or 8 melons. During the early stage, Sheni hadn't plucked any of them, leaving all to grow. Now they looked very healthy, big, and tempting. The little guy was squatting on the ground, tapping a watermelon and listening carefully. This was the method his mother told him. If the sound was dull, it meant the watermelon was ripe. Xiao Bao, Sheni called. Mom. Xiao Bao looked up happily when he heard her voice, pointing at the watermelon he had just tapped. It's ripe. Sheni was speechless. Did he know what a dull sound was? Treasure was patient waiting for his mother, but he had no patience for his younger brother. Seeing little Treasure still hesitating, he angrily walked over, pinched little Treasure's ear, and said, Eat, eat, eat. Always thinking about food. Hurry up and get up, or I'll leave you alone at home with the wolf Fong later. Little Treasure's chubby face scrunched up in pain, and he looked at his mother and older brother pitifully. If this spoiled kid was really hurt, he would have cried already. Treasure could see through little Treasure's act. He was confident in how much force he used. Pretending to be his older brother scolding him, he said coldly, Then I hope it hurts you more. Hurry up and get ready to go out. Seeing that he couldn't fool his second brother, little Treasure looked sadly at his mother and older brother, who usually spoiled him the most. His mother looked up at the sky, then down at the ground, and finally turned to his older brother. Cough, Dabao, is your shoelace undone? Dabao looked down, tying his shoe carefully. Yes, it is. Let's go, we'll fix it at the front, she said. Little Treasure, are you going or not? Treasure pinched his ear again. Let's go. Little Treasure put away his sad face and said angrily, Knowing when to act wisely is smart. As the family of 4 left the house, Wang Kai was already waiting at the door. He also wanted to go to school, but Lin Daniu couldn't leave her mother-in-law for long, and she was also taking an in Chin Chong still had to go to work. So, they asked Sheni to take Dabao and Bao to register and help bring Wang Kai along. The school was not far from Sheni's home, about 10 minutes away. When they arrived at the school gate, they met Hi Zhaodi, who was carrying Hua and Xiaohua. Seeing her, Hi Zhaodi forced herself to greet her. Second sister-in-law, are you taking Dabao and Bao to register? Sheni glanced at her, her eyes passing over her flat belly, then looked at Hua and Xiaohua. Her expression was calm and indifferent as she nodded politely and prepared to enter the school with the children. Dabao spoke up, Auntie, why haven't I seen Big Sister? Hi Zhaodi's eyes flickered with guilt. She isn't studying anymore. But she told me she wanted to study, Dabao said. She doesn't want to study now, Hi Zhaodi quickly replied. Dabao frowned but said nothing. Hi Zhaodi found an excuse and took Hua and Xiaohua into the school. Mom? Dabao looked at his mother. Shun-Yi patted his head. This is someone else's family matter. We can't get involved, okay? Dabao nodded and followed his mother into the school. Today, many people came to register because many children in the village had not gone to school before. The ages ranged from 5 to 15, with most boys over 10. Sheni had previously taught Dabao and Bao at home and wanted them to go directly into 2nd grade. However, she was told that many older children in the village had not attended school and, because of their age, did not want to start in 1st grade but in higher grades. The leaders decided that all children who had not attended school before would be placed in 1st grade. After school started, they would arrange for placement tests to determine their grades based on their performance. So, Shun-Yi registered Dabao, Bao, and Wang Kai for 1st grade. At registration, she also met Li Aria's husband, Su Ziming, who had been transferred to teach in Qingshui village. Su Ziming greeted her with a smile and said that his son, Su Jinxian, would also return to Qingshui village to study after school started. Since a friendly face is always good, Sheni exchanged a few words with him and then prepared to take the 3 children home. Li Chen's wife, Wang Yan, ran up to her. Her son, He Weidong, happily followed behind, calling out, "Aunt Li, are you going fishing?" Sheni and Wang Yan looked at each other. "He Weidong, didn't I tell you? Don't keep bothering my mom to go fishing," Erbao said angrily. "My dad said that my mom is not very strong and can't go to the river to fish. What if she gets swept away?" Everyone was confused. Sheni was also surprised. "Your dad told you that. She didn't know." "He also told my older brother," Erbao said. Sheni looked at Dahua, who nodded calmly. "It's because last time Dad went into the water to fish, he knew He Weidong wanted to persuade Mom to go fishing, and he was worried about her safety. But he can't always be at home, so he told us. He said if we want to eat fish, he will go catch some and bring them back." Sheni was speechless. Wang Yan and He Weidong's mother and son looked at each other. Wang Yan sourly said, "Really made of porcelain. Your man is afraid you'll get swept away just by fishing." She wondered why she hadn't met such a good man. Before Sheni could say anything, Erbao stepped forward. "Andy, my mom isn't you. Even a flood can't wash her away. Maybe you should go catch fish instead." Wang Yan's eyes widened. Was she saying she was strong? He Weidong reacted quickly. "What are you talking about? My mom is also very slim." "One-on-one," Erbao said, strangely challenging. "Whoever loses has to help the other cut pig grass." "Come on," He Weidong couldn't hold back. He clenched his fists and rushed forward. Erbao crouched and dodged, then suddenly swung his left foot to kick He Weidong's leg. He Weidong jumped to avoid it but couldn't. Erbao's elbow already pressed against He Weidong's neck, pushing him back quickly. He Weidong staggered and finally hit the wall behind him. Erbao looked mischievous. Yes, mischievous. He smiled proudly. "You lost again. Remember to help me cut pig grass." He Weidong was furious. All this happened in a moment. Sheni and Wang Yan blinked, and He Weidong was pushed against the wall by the 2.5-year younger Erbao. Both mothers thought it was a dream. Sheni thought her son was amazing. She knew Erbao had been practicing martial arts on his own from last winter after looking at picture books. In the past 2 months, Li Chen had also been guiding him, but she didn't expect Erbao to grow so fast. Actually, Erbao could beat He Weidong not only because he learned martial arts but also because his mother had been raising him well and he had grown taller in recent months. Now he was 133 centimeters tall, while He Weidong was only 137 centimeters. Considering both factors, it wasn't strange that He Weidong couldn't beat Erbao. Wang Yan thought it was a dream too. She couldn't believe her eyes and shouted, "How can my son be so weak? No way. It must be an accident. One more time, Erbao. This time, you definitely can't beat my son.
Go.
Beat him into a pig's head. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant." He Weidong looked handsome. "He has already lost to my brother more than once," Dahua said quietly. "This is the 3rd time. Every time, he has to help my brother cut pig grass." 3rd time? Wang Yan couldn't believe it. Her voice broke, and she felt dizzy. She tremblingly pointed at her son. You. Sheni looked at her exaggerated expression and smiled a little. If she didn't know Wang Yan's personality, she might have believed it. She took out 2 candies from her pocket. "Here, have 2 candies to calm down." Wang Yan snatched the candies from her hand suddenly, her attitude changing completely. She took a deep breath and waved her hand dismissively, saying, Forget it. Son, if you can't win, then just accept it. Go cut some pig grass. We should have some self-awareness. In the future, when you see their family, better stay away, okay? If you can't beat them, just hide. No need to fight over pride." As she spoke, she headed home. He Weidong looked at his mother, who had just sold him out with those 2 candies, in disbelief. He chased after her, angry and upset. "Mom, I am your son." Wang Yan replied, Oh, of course you my son. I never said you weren't, He Weidong asked. Then won't you avenge me? Wang Yan said. You can't beat them? Do you think I can? He Weidong said. Then call my dad. Can your dad beat Li Chen? He was silent. Enough, enough. You just want him to give me 2 candies, right? I'll give you 1. Deal? That's more like it. Listening to the distant voices of the mother and son, Sheni thought, wow, I've really seen it all now. P.S. I looked at the comments about the names of the 3 treasures. I think the names Li Xingrui, Li Yanqing, Li Zimo sound nice and fit their characters. What do you think? Big Flower spoke, her eyes red from crying. Dad, please don't blame Mom. I didn't want to go. My 2 sisters are already at school. If I go too, it will be too hard for you. I should stay at home to help you. This wasn't the first time. Big Flower had gone to the commune to study for a few months before, but she stopped to take care of her Hua and Xiaohua. Father Li felt guilty and comforted her. Big Flower, don't think too much. If you want to study, I will find a way. Big Flower blinked, tears spilling out. Hi Zhaodi watched nearby, her heart aching. Father Li looked at Hi Zhaodi and knew that, although she always wanted a son, she still loved her daughters. He asked, is it because we don't have enough money? Mother Li was worried and asked quickly, you got 200 yuan from dividing the family, and after building the kitchen, there should still be about 160 yuan. When I went to the city, I gave you 140 yuan. Have all those funds been used up? Hi Zhaodi shook her head, then nodded, quietly saying, there are only 10 yuan left. 2 yuan for tuition, 4 yuan for Hua and Xiaohua's schooling, and 6 yuan remaining. Mother Li calculated quickly and looked at Father Li. It was clear they really had no money left. Sending 3 children to school was a big burden for their family. It not only cost a lot in tuition but also meant no one was left to do the household chores. They also needed to spend money regularly. If Hi Zhaodi had another child, it would cost even more. It was already good enough to send her Hua and Xiaohua to school. Father Li seemed to have thought of this. He took a puff from his pipe, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, is the registration only ending tomorrow? I will go to the county town tomorrow. Are you planning to borrow money from Dahua? Mother Li immediately understood his plan. Father Li nodded. Dahua has no money, Mother Li said. Her temporary job pays little, and she still owes debts to the second family. Father Li took a puff of his pipe, thought for a moment, then waved at Big Flower. Big Flower, come with Grandpa. Big Flower heard and walked over. Father Li took her by the hand, and they left the house. Mother Li and Hi Zhaodi exchanged glances and followed behind them. When Sheni returned home, she noticed that a few of her strawberries were ripe. They were bright red, shiny like polished gemstones, beautiful and tempting, making people want to taste them. Xiao Bao was very excited. He couldn't stop smiling. When his mother picked the strawberries, he kept staring eagerly with his big, clear eyes, chewing his lips and swallowing saliva. Bao was not much different. Bao was more reserved, but his eyes showed he was thinking about something. Sheni picked the ripe strawberries, washed them with water, and shared them with her children. Xiao Bao held a strawberry about the size of his fist and started eating. As soon as he took a bite, his eyes lit up. So good. Sheni smiled and wiped his mouth. She looked at Bao and Bao. Is it tasty? Yes, very tasty. Bao and Bao nodded quickly. Mom, you should try some too. Sheni ate one. The fruit was juicy, sweet and sour, with a smooth texture that was even better than what she remembered from later years. They only picked a few to taste, leaving 2 for Li Chen. The 3 children looked at the remaining strawberries with longing. Unbeknownst to Sheni, her children, especially the youngest, started sitting by the strawberries with a small stool and a wolf fawn every day. Soon, even watermelon lost its appeal. After finishing the strawberries, Sheni was about to cook when she heard the door open. Bao happily ran to open it and saw his grandfather and eldest sister. His grandmother and Aunt He were nearby, looking curious. He asked, Grandpa, why are you here? Bao. Li's father gently patted his head and looked inside. Is your mother here? I want to see her. Father, you're looking for me? Sheni came out of the kitchen. Yes, I have something to discuss, Li's father said. rubbing his hands. Can we talk inside? Sheni asked, turning to go in. But Li's father stopped her. Just talk here, it's fine. Hearing this, Sheni stepped outside. She glanced at her mother and Hi Zhaodi nearby, probably understanding what her father wanted. She asked, Dad, just tell me what you want. Bao, can you lend me 10 yuan? Don't worry, I'll pay you back when the grain is divided at the end of the year, Li's father said. Sheni looked at Dahua. She was already 13 years old, but looked only about 10. Like many children today, she was very thin, short, with yellowish skin, pale lips, and big, dark eyes. Now, her eyes were full of hope as she looked at her. Sheni asked, Do you want to go to school, Dahua? Yes, Li's father replied. Tell her to call someone. Dahua looked at Sheni. Although she was already quite old and wouldn't have many years left to study, she still wanted to go to school. As for why, maybe it was because she overheard her Bao ask second sister-in-law why she needed to study. Second sister-in-law said something that changed her understanding, to grow up and do what you like. It was a simple, easy-to-understand phrase. She didn't fully grasp its meaning yet, but she understood the idea. Since then, a seed had been planted in her heart. She wanted to study, to do what she loved, instead of being like her mother, stuck in household chores, always longing for a son to prove herself. Now, whether she could go to school depended on second sister-in-law. Maybe because she had interacted with her a few times before, she was less timid when facing her. Or perhaps because she was eager to change her life, she finally gathered her courage. Second sister-in-law, I want to study. Can you lend me some money? Don't worry, I will pay you back as soon as I have money. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were on Sheni. Sheni. P.S. I still want to say, Hi Zhaodi is indeed a bit absurd, but she's not a bad person. She's just a character shaped by the background of her time. I won't portray her as a villain later. She remains a complex character, and I probably won't write much about her. She didn't misunderstand Sheni. First, because she inexplicably trusted Sheni's character, and second, because these days, borrowing 20 yuan at once wasn't common, and paying 1 yuan a year was manageable for her. Sheni handed the money to Li's father, saying, Keep the money for Grandpa. When you need it, just ask Grandpa. It's not that she was stingy or unwilling to part with 20 yuan, but if she gave this money to Dahua, she would definitely give it to Hi Zhaodi. Of course, she believed Hi Zhaodi also loved her daughter Dahua, but if she really had a son, could she truly treat both children equally? As the saying goes, some are more favored than others, especially since Hi Zhaodi had waited so long for her son. Additionally, she wanted to charge 1 yuan interest per year to show them that borrowing and repaying came with a cost. Otherwise, everyone might come to borrow from her, and she would become the one losing out. Li's father understood Sheni's intentions and didn't refuse. He accepted the money. Dahua quickly thanked Sheni. Hi Zhaodi also came over, tears in her eyes, overwhelmed with gratitude, saying, Second sister-in-law, thank you so much. Truly, thank you. Sheni felt a little resistance toward Hi Zhaodi, but it wasn't dislike. As long as she didn't cause trouble, they could keep things as they were. As for helping Dahua, besides her genuine pity for her, part of it was also because of Li's father. Since Li's father had come to ask, it wasn't an unreasonable request. Sheni naturally had to give him face. It was decided. Li's father took Dahua and the others home. Li's mother sighed but said nothing. She then saw Jiang Ailing sneaking a look over here and scolded. What are you looking at? Trying to get some advantage again. Li's mother still remembered the last time her Bao came to deliver fish, and Jiang Ailing, pretending to invite her sister's wedding, was bitten by the dog of the second family, causing rumors to spread. It made Li's mother very angry. Jiang Ailing wanted to shrink back, but hearing Li's mother, she refused to back down. What do you mean by trying to get advantage? Mom, did you and Dad ask second sister-in-law for money to send Dahua to school? No, Chenhua and Chenfeng are also your granddaughters. Why do you give money for Dahua's education but not for Chenhua and Chenfeng? Li's mother was furious upon hearing this. She wanted to say something, but was stopped by Li's father. Father Li looked grim and said, This money was borrowed from the second family for Dahua. Not for me and your mother. If you want Chunhua and Chunyua to go to school, even if the second family doesn't lend us money, I can find others to borrow from. But this money must be paid back. And when you pay it back, you should give a little extra, like a few more yuan. Do you still want to borrow? When Zhang Ailing heard about repaying the money, she immediately felt like backing out. Now that she heard she had to pay extra, her mind quickly lost interest. She sneered and glanced at Sheni's side. Seeing that Sheni had already gone back, she muttered softly, "So rich, yet she still has to pay her niece's school fees. Truly a wealthy but stingy iron lady." Before she finished speaking, suddenly she heard a voice. "Langia, go." A bad feeling flashed in Zhang Ailing's mind. Instinctively, she ran away, looking back as she ran. The scene she saw was Langia with pointed ears, sharp eyes, baring its fierce, sharp teeth, rushing toward her very quickly. Terrified, Zhang Ailing's heart trembled and she screamed loudly. She ran back into her house, just about to close the door when Langia bit her pants from behind. She had no time to worry about her pants. She knew very well that if she didn't save herself, Sheni, that wicked woman, would really let the dog bite her half to death and then walk away completely unscathed. With a loud bang, she heard a clear tearing sound. Zhang Ailing's pants were torn off. Fortunately, she had already closed the door. Otherwise, in front of everyone, she would have been truly humiliated. Langia had a fighting spirit deep inside. Recently, it had been so frustrated watching the yard gate every day. Now it finally could move its muscles and bones, and it was so excited. It happily carried its trophy home. Sheni was waiting at the door and saw it carrying a torn cloth. She said, "Why bring back this junk? Throw it away. Don't pollute our house." Hearing this, Langia wagged its tail and ran back to Zhang Ailing's door, dropping the torn cloth there, then turned around and went home. Fatherly, Motherly, Hi Zhaodi, and others watched in shock, unsure if it was their imagination. Did Langia's step seem a little light? And why did it look so happy? Because Langia has poor hearing, Sheni spoke loudly, and Zhang Ailing inside also heard her. She was so angry that her nose crooked, and she shouted in frustration. This noise attracted many onlookers. Of course, Wang Yan was among the spectators. She excitedly shared what she had just seen. At this moment, Langia had already returned to Sheni's side. Sheni patted Langia's head with admiration. "Good dog. If you ever see someone talking badly about us or bullying us, just go ahead and deal with them. When you come back, I'll reward you with some soy-braised bones." Langia loved soy-braised bones the most. It wagged its tail vigorously and, unintentionally, saw the crowd pointing and talking. It couldn't hear what they were saying about Zhang Ailing, but it immediately showed its sharp teeth and growled low. Its fierce look startled the onlookers, who instinctively took a step back. "Langia, they're not talking badly about us right now," Sheni said hypocritically. "When they do talk badly about us, then you can go." Everyone. What does she mean when they talk about her? Then she'll go. Seeing their different expressions, Sheni smiled and said, "Ladies and sisters, don't be nervous. Our Langia is very well behaved. It won't bite anyone randomly. Of course, that's only if it doesn't hear or see anything it shouldn't." The crowd remembered how Langia had scolded Lin Jiadong and Zhang Wenyi last time, and also thought about Zhang Ailing's pants being bitten off just now. They swallowed hard, about to say they would never speak badly about their family, when a deep male voice sounded, "Wife?" Everyone looked toward the sound and saw Li Chen, tall and strong, with a robust build and a fierce, masculine aura. He was glaring at them as if they had bullied his wife. Thinking of his past, everyone shivered and quickly dispersed, thinking they wouldn't even dare to approach the Li family's door again. This was just what Sheni wanted. She remembered this while eating strawberries today. Her family grew a lot of fruit. Some things might take 2 or 3 years to bear fruit, but for strawberries, some people have never even seen them. Although they could explain if seen, there would be many problems afterward, so it was better not to let anyone see. Seeing everyone leave, Sheni and Li Chen went home. Looking at Li father, Li mother, and Hi Zhaodi with a blank expression. They shivered and rubbed their arms. These two are really something else. P.S. Wearing a mask is uncomfortable for me. My mind feels foggy. I'll see how I feel tomorrow. Everyone please take care and stay safe. When Chen got home, Little Treasure hurried over with a strawberry in hand and held it up to him. Dad, strawberry. Is it ripe? Chen reached out to take it and looked at his wife. A few are ripe. Sheni pointed to the strawberries in the corner, some already turning red. They'll ripen gradually over the next few days. Chen looked in the direction of her finger. There weren't many strawberries, about 10 plants, but each one grew very lush. Not only were the leaves thick, but the fruits were also abundant, hanging from the pots. They were a light green with a hint of red. He couldn't help but imagine how tempting they would look when fully ripe. There are also watermelons and cherry tomatoes. Little Treasure proudly showed his father, gesturing with his hands. They've grown a lot, but they weren't ripe yet. Chen casually patted his head and glanced at the other 2 plants besides strawberries in the pots. Sheni noticed his gaze and looked at him. She wasn't sure if he knew what they were before. But from that quick look, Sheni knew he definitely recognized the seedlings as dragon fruit and pineapple. Thinking about it, Chen had traveled all over, so knowing about dragon fruit and pineapple wasn't surprising. Since he could recognize them, he probably also knew these weren't fruits that should be here. But that wasn't the most important thing. The real question was, she had never been anywhere to get these seeds. Sheni's eyes flickered slightly. When she planted them, she knew Chen might notice something unusual, but she still took them out and planted them. Because she knew, as her close partner and the person she trusted most, Chen would definitely notice something different about her space. Moreover, he was very smart. Of course, he couldn't guess she had a space, because that word hadn't yet taken on the meaning of science fiction. As for what he might think caused her strange behavior, Sheni thought he might imagine it was related to gods, spirits, or monsters. But he never asked her about it, and he continued to love her and treat her well as always. Chen didn't know what thoughts were running through his wife's mind. Seeing Little Bao staring at him eagerly, he casually handed him a strawberry. Little Bao wanted to eat it, but he knew it was for his dad. He pretended not to want it and politely said, "Dad, you eat." Chen heard this and took back his hand. Seeing his wife looking at him, he thought she wanted to eat, so he offered the strawberry to her. Sheni was lost in her thoughts. Instinctively, she bit the tip of the strawberry from his hand. Chen then ate the rest of the strawberry's bottom part. The sweet and sour taste spread in his mouth. He nodded and said, "It's delicious." He then offered the remaining strawberry to his wife. Sheni snapped out of her thoughts, shook her head, and signaled for him to eat it himself. "Sweetheart," Chen didn't withdraw his hand. He wanted her to have it. Sheni smiled slightly and took a bite. Chen finished eating the rest of the strawberry in one go. Little Bao. He looked at the unripe strawberries, then ran over, trying to find some that were ripe. But there were none. He looked up at his parents and saw that they weren't paying attention to him, so he drooped his shoulders and went to find Wolf Fong for comfort. Wolf Fong seemed to understand his mood. It whined twice and comforted him. "Mom, dinner's ready," Dabao's voice came. "The dishes are also washed." Bao followed closely. "Coming," Sheni said, asking Chen to help her light the fire. Although Chen was intentionally teaching Dabao and Bao how to cook and improve their skills, they still had to stand on tiptoe at the stove to cook. Sheni insisted they not cook. Of course, she only cooked the meal herself. The rest was up to them. She also wanted to cook, but Bao was probably really influenced by his dad and eager to do everything himself, so busy and energetic. As for Dabao, he was already very diligent before, and now under his dad's supervision, he was just as enthusiastic. Tonight, they made eggplant with pork and bitter melon with eggs. The portions weren't large, but enough for the family. After dinner and cleaning up, Chen and Sheni usually sit in the main room until about 9 o'clock before returning to their small room. Today was no different. Chen, as usual, was the last to wash up. When he entered the room, the 3 children were snuggled on the bed, listening to a radio story of Journey to the West. His wife lit 2 kerosene lamps and was reading a book. When she saw him come in, she waved at him. Chen took off his shoes and got onto the bed. His wife curled up next to him, resting her head on his thigh, holding his hand and placing it on her temple. "Press here for me." Chen gently massaged her temple as she asked, softly asking, "Do you have a headache?" He applied moderate pressure, and Sheni closed her eyes comfortably. "No, just reading makes my eyes a bit blurry." Hearing this, Chen placed his hand on her eyelids and gently rubbed, then massaged her forehead before returning his hand to her temple. Sheni happily accepted Chen's help and said vaguely, "When will you have a day off?" "Next month, maybe 2 days," Chen replied, asking, "What's wrong?" Sheni closed her eyes and said, "I think Dahua has been reading too close lately. I suspect he might need glasses. I want to take him to the city to check his eyesight. Also, they're about to start school, so I want to buy some school supplies for them. Should I ask for leave?" Chen looked at Dahua, who was deeply absorbed in listening to a story. "No need. Wait until you're off," Sheni said. "It's not urgent. We can go before school starts." Chen listened to his wife. At 9 o'clock, the small horn broadcast ended. Chen turned off the radio, let the 3 brothers sleep, and after they all lay down, he turned off the lights. Then he and his wife went to the next room. In the following days, strawberries ripened one after another, and the family of 5 enjoyed them fully. Before they finished the strawberries, watermelons also ripened. Sheni had planted 10 watermelon plants, not expecting so many to grow. She counted and found there were 73 melons, almost filling the 30-square-meter backyard. Their family definitely couldn't eat them all, but watermelons, unlike strawberries, were common in Qingshui village, so they weren't worried about others finding out. They gave 3 to Li's parents, 2 to the Chen family, and 1 each to Wang Yan, the village chief and the old village head. Additionally, they gave 20 to Chen's transportation team brothers. Liang Jun, Qian Xiaoling, and Qian Xiaolan each received 2. Zhou Fengshou, who was single, gave 1, and Li Daya also took 1. The rest, Shun Yi asked Chen to see if his brothers had any cargo to deliver to Beijing. Surprisingly, there was indeed someone. She chose 10 slightly more mature watermelons and asked someone to deliver them to her mother and family. She also gave 500 yuan. There were nearly 30 more watermelons left. Since watermelons are cold and eating too many can harm the stomach and spleen, Sheni didn't want the children to eat so many. Instead, she asked Chen to take them to sell on the black market, leaving only 4 or 5. In mid-August, Chen finally had a day off. The day before his day off, Sheni went to get an introduction letter from He Herong. Because of the school incident and because He Herong gave her a watermelon, he was very friendly to Sheni. After Sheni explained her reason, he immediately issued the introduction letter without hesitation. Since they went early the next day, Sheni also went to see Li Mu. She asked, "Mom, Brother Chen has a day off tomorrow. I want to take the children to the city. Can you help me watch over Lengia? Just feed him 3 meals a day." Of course, Li Mu agreed happily and asked, "Are you going for fun?" Sheni nodded, sort of. "Mainly, I want to check Dabo's eyesight, and since school is about to start, I want to buy some supplies for them and let them play a bit." "Check eyesight?" Li Mu was worried. "What's wrong with Dabo's eyes?" "Maybe he's a little nearsighted," Shani said, "but it's probably not serious."
Don't worry, Mom.
Seeing her calm expression, Li Mu relaxed a little and said, "All right, go ahead." As for Lengia, Li Mu remembered how fierce Lengia looked and shivered. Since the second family wasn't home, she didn't dare go to their house. Shen Yi immediately understood her concern and said, "Mom, Lengia won't attack you. You don't need to be nervous. If you're really scared, you can open the door at mealtime, put his food inside, and then close the door. Lengia will understand to eat it himself. Then I'll just put the food in," Li Mu said immediately. Although she trusted the second family, animals are animals. What if he suddenly turned aggressive? Thinking about how Lengia attacked Jiang Ailing, Jiang Wanru, and Lin Jiadong, Li Mu shivered again. Shen Yi. Fine then. After settling the wolf Fong, Shen Yi went home. The three brothers were very happy to learn they could go to the city with their parents tomorrow. At night, half an hour after lights out, they were still whispering and chatting quietly, making it sound like a lively party. Chen was holding his wife and wanted to scold them, but she stopped him. Sheni lifted her head from Chen's arms and loudly said, "No more talking. It's time to sleep. We need to get up early tomorrow. If anyone doesn't wake up, they will stay at home." There was a brief silence on the other side, then Airbao's voice came through. "Mom, we understand. We will go to sleep right away." "Good," Sheni said, then lay back down. Less than half an hour later, there was a rustling sound again, but quieter than before. Chen and Sheni could hear Airbao whispering, "Shh, don't make so much noise. Be careful that Dad and Mom hear us later." Chen and Sheni looked at each other silently. They had already heard them. Chen looked down at his wife and quietly asked, "Did they wake up?" Sheni nodded. She was almost asleep when she was woken up. Chen got angry and said coldly, "If anyone talks again, I will make them sleep outside with the wolf Fong. I mean it." Next door, Xiao Senji Dabao was hiding under the blanket with a flashlight, lying straight and still. Xiao Bao instinctively covered his mouth and looked at his older brothers with big, round eyes. Seeing his older brother lying down, he quickly moved closer and closed his eyes. Airbao turned off his flashlight and did the same, lying down next to Xiao Bao. Hearing the sudden silence from the other side, Sheni guessed they had been threatened. She leaned into Chen's arms, looked up, and kissed his lips softly, saying, "Don't be angry." Chen responded with a deep kiss. But he didn't move her tonight, since they had to get up early tomorrow. He changed her position to make her more comfortable, and the two of them fell asleep hugging each other. The next morning, at 7 o'clock, Chen and Sheni got up. The three children were still sleeping, but the couple didn't plan to leave at 8, so they leisurely prepared breakfast. It was still early, so they made a few pancakes and cooked a pot of porridge. Only then did they wake the three children. After breakfast, the family set out. They arrived at the bus station just in time for 9:30, bought tickets, and boarded the bus. Dabao and Airbao sat in the front row of the bus, while Chen and Sheni, along with Little Bao, sat behind them. The bus was still quite simple at this time, but it didn't stop the three children, who had never traveled by bus before, from feeling amazed. They arrived in the city around noon. Since Chen knew the city well, he took his wife and the three children to a guest house in the city center. They used a letter of introduction to rent a large room with a big bed, costing 2 yuan per night. Worried that the bed might be too small, Sheni asked the front desk, "Hello, how big is the bed?" The front desk looked at their family of 5 and said, "It might be a bit crowded for 5 people. Sheni asked, "Can we add an extra bed?" "Yes, you can," the front desk replied, "but it costs an extra 5 mao per night." Sheni quickly asked Chen to pay and added a single bed. When they entered the room, the children immediately started running around and playing. Sheni usually doesn't get carsick, but the smell of the bus was very strong, making her feel a little dizzy. When they reached the room, she lay down on the bed to rest. Chen took a towel from home, soaked it in warm water, and gently wiped her face. "I'm fine, just need to rest for a while," Sheni said. "We can go out to play in the afternoon." "Okay," Chen answered. He looked at the time and asked, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll go buy some food and bring it back. Let's have chicken stew with mushrooms," Sheni said, grabbing Little Bao, who was making noise. "What do you all want?" "Dad will go buy the food." "Braised pork," Airbao shouted. Little Bao didn't know what to choose, so he simply asked for the same as his second brother. Dabao wanted chicken stew with mushrooms, just like Sheni. Sheni told Chen, "Just 1 order of each is enough. You can order 2 more dishes based on what you see, okay?" Chen said, took the money, and went out. He didn't come back for half an hour. They ordered braised pork, chicken stew with mushrooms, stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat, and a plate of vegetables. The family of 5 sat at a small table and started eating. In the afternoon, they took a nap. By 3 p.m., the family finished resting and went out for a walk. The wide roads, neatly lined buildings, and the sight of people riding bicycles everywhere were all new and exciting for children who grew up in the countryside. Sometimes, a car would pass by. The clothes and colors they wore were much more varied than in the countryside. Everything in the big city was new and interesting to the children, like a scene from a storybook, as if they were visiting a grand garden for the first time. Sheni was pulling Little Treasure while telling Big Treasure and Second Treasure, "You must follow your parents' example. If not, human traffickers might take you away and you'll never see us again." "I'm not afraid." Second Treasure clenched his fists, acting confident, and shouted, "If traffickers try to catch us, I'll fight one, and if they come in pairs, I'll fight them all. I'll beat them until they look like pigs, then they won't dare to take us." Humph. Just then, his father gave him a light slap on the head. He let out a yelp and looked up angrily at his father. "Dad, you hit me again. If I didn't, how would you know you're just dreaming?" Chen sneered. "Stay close," Second Treasure. So annoyed. The first stop was the department store. As soon as they entered, they headed straight to the glasses shop. There were many people waiting in line, and they found out they needed a number. Chen went to get a number at the metal barrier. They had to wait more than 10 people, so the family decided to browse the store while waiting. The department store was very big, with many different items. The 5 of them first went to the stationery section and let Big Treasure and Second Treasure pick their own supplies. Big Treasure chose 2 pencils, a pencil sharpener, an eraser, a pencil case, 3 notebooks, and 5 exercise books. Second Treasure, however, picked more. He chose 10 pencils, 5 pencil sharpeners, 3 erasers, 2 pencil cases, 5 notebooks, 10 exercise books, and excitedly picked some wrapping paper for books. Big Treasure couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Will you really use all of that?" "Yes," Second Treasure said confidently. "Sheni, is this the difference between a top student with 2 pencils and a struggling student with lots of supplies?" In the end, she didn't let them buy so much. Instead, she bought 2 boxes of pencils, 3 fountain pens, 5 erasers, 2 pencil sharpeners, a stack of exercise books and notebooks, some wrapping paper, and 2 pencil cases. They also bought a school bag. At this time, school bags were small canvas shoulder bags, available in many colors, mostly army green and light yellow. Some had 5-star symbols printed on them, some had pictures of leaders, and some were plain. Second Treasure immediately chose a green army green bag with a 5-star symbol, slung it over his shoulder, looking very proud. "Mom, do I look good?" "Yes, you look great." Sheni tidied his clothes and praised him. "Our Second Treasure is so handsome," he chuckled happily. If the Second Treasure had a tail, it would be curled up to the sky, and he proudly looked at his older brother. His older brother didn't want to pay attention to him. The oldest also chose a military green one, but it had a leader's picture printed on it, probably to distinguish it from the Second Treasure's. Little Treasure saw that both his brothers had theirs and, eager to get one too, tugged at his parents and said, "Mom, I want a bag. You haven't even started school yet." "Why do you need a bag?" the Second Treasure asked. "To carry candies," Little Treasure answered seriously, then looked at his mom. Sheni handed him a small light yellow bag, but he wasn't happy because his 2 brothers had military green bags, and he wanted a green one too. However, the shop assistant said there were no small-sized military green bags left. Chen took the Second Treasure's bag, hung it on Little Treasure, and it nearly dragged on the ground. "Look at yourself. Can you carry it? If you think you can, I'll buy it for you. If you can't, I will scold you." Little Treasure immediately shoved the bag into his older brother's hand and looked at the small light yellow bag in his mom's hand, asking her to hang it for him. Sheni hung it for him, and he immediately smiled sweetly, looking at his dad with a pleading expression. "I want this one." Sheni thought to herself that her youngest was more sensible than his 2 older brothers. The Second Treasure looked at his younger brother with disdain. After buying the stationery, they went to look at clothes. Sheni took the 3 treasures to see the clothes. The oldest wasn't very interested and casually picked a set, a pair of black pants, a white t-shirt, and a light denim jacket. The Second Treasure chose black and white checkered pants with a floral shirt. Sheni felt that the colors were quite dull, not lively at all, and even looked a bit like old-fashioned clothes. But he was quite proud of his choice, holding the clothes in front of the mirror and showing them off for a long time. In the end, Sheni couldn't bear to watch anymore and chose a light gray, durable, and easy-to-clean work outfit for him. He was quite unhappy, thinking his own choice looked better. Of course, seeing his mom so eager to recommend, he didn't want to refuse and agreed to the work outfit. Just as Sheni was about to pick clothes for the little treasure, he took the opportunity to choose a white straight-leg pants and a white shirt himself. To Sheni's surprise, he had even put on a small navy blue vest over his shirt. Honestly, his taste was better than that of his two older brothers. After choosing clothes for the three treasures, Sheni was about to ask Chen to pick a set too, but he pulled her to the women's section and pointed in a direction, saying to the clerk, "We'll take that one." Sheni looked where he was pointing and saw a sky blue dress with a V-neck top. The collar was embroidered with white ruffles, and the ends of the sleeves were also white, decorated with a pearl button in the middle. There was a white chain belt around the waist with a pearl in the center of the belt, and the hem was slightly pleated. Below was a high-waisted skirt that fit closely, similar to a pencil skirt but a bit looser. With curled hair, a hat, and high heels, she would look like a star from Hong Kong. Even in later times, this outfit would never go out of style. Sheni was very surprised and asked in disbelief, "You want me to wear this? Isn't it what you like?" Chen raised an eyebrow and asked back. "Sheni, when did I say I liked it?" Chen thought for a moment and said, "You looked at this dress as soon as you came in." Sheni, "Okay, fine. This dress is very eye-catching. I saw it right when I entered and I kind of like it, but..." Sheni wanted to say more. This outfit was very beautiful and many customers had asked about it. But because the price was 30 yuan, which was almost a month's salary for an ordinary worker, people who liked it hesitated. Such a high price. The sales clerks didn't dare to give discounts, so the dress had been hanging here for nearly 2 months. Just now, the clerk had watched Sheni and the others pick out so many clothes without blinking, knowing they could afford it. Finally, when a customer who wanted this dress and could pay for it appeared, the clerk didn't give Sheni a chance to speak and hurriedly asked Chen, "Comrade, this dress costs 30 yuan. Are you sure you want it? If yes, I'll wrap it up for you." "Yes," Chen said. The clerk didn't ask Sheni's opinion either and happily went to wrap the dress. "Sheni, no," Sheni said, "just because I like it you buy it? In the village, you can't wear this. You'll be called immoral, do you know that? Then you should wear it at home for me to see," Chen whispered softly in her ear. Sheni glared at him angrily and hit him. "You have this hobby too." Chen held her hand and smiled. "Honey, it's a man's instinct." Sheni shot him a fierce look. Chen stopped teasing her. "I want to buy everything you like. If the village isn't suitable for wearing it, you can wear it when you come to the city. When you're not wearing it, put it in the closet. Looking at it also makes you happy. Is he really good at comforting people?" Sheni's lips curled slightly. "Spending 30 yuan is almost a month's salary for you. You really are generous. Wait, I don't even know my size yet, and you're just having it packed up. What if it doesn't fit me?" "It will fit," Chen said confidently. "I can tell." "Sheni, is he joking?" Sheni said the clothes were expensive, but she didn't really mind. 30 yuan is quite a lot in this time, but for her, who used to wear priceless clothes, it's not a big deal. Also, she and Chen weren't short of money. Between their earnings, they had saved several thousand yuan. After buying clothes, they wander around and bought many things. She also bought a pipe for her father and a pair of shoes for her mother. Then they returned to the glasses shop. Just then, a family of 5 was waiting, and it was their turn. Chen and Sheni took their eldest child to the shop. The experienced glasses maker was surprised when he saw the eldest child's vision test. "So young and already nearsighted. Because I read too much and the lighting isn't good," the child said seriously. "Oh, reading too much? How many characters do you recognize?" the shopkeeper teased with a smile. "About 2,500 characters," the child answered earnestly. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment, then smiled, half believing. This child has a full forehead and delicate features, looking very smart. But at such a young age, knowing so many characters, maybe he's a bit too clever. The shopkeeper didn't say anything more and started testing the child's eyesight. At this time, there were no computers, so they used a light tester. Using the reflection mirror's lighting system, the inside of the eye is illuminated. The light reflects back from the retina, and after passing through the eye's focusing parts, it changes. By analyzing these changes, it can be determined whether someone has nearsightedness. When the reflection mirror's light shined on Daba's eye, he clenched his fists in fear. Sheni crouched down and held his small hand. He immediately straightened his back, showing he was not afraid. Finally, the examination was complete. The result was that he was slightly nearsighted. Most people with mild nearsightedness usually choose not to wear glasses. Glasses are still considered a luxury. Even cheaper ones cost about a month's salary for an average family, not to mention better quality ones. Nearsightedness can easily worsen over time. So many people prefer to wait until it becomes severe or unbearable before getting glasses. Unfortunately, this often makes the condition worse faster. The experienced doctor liked Daba. Seeing Chen and Sheni, he wanted to say something. After learning the results, Chen and Sheni discussed briefly. Before the doctor could speak, Chen asked, "Doctor, can we see the material of the lenses and the style of the frames?" "Comrades, although the child's nearsightedness is mild." The doctor shook his head and was about to explain when he suddenly heard their question. His eyes widened slightly. "Are you planning to get glasses for the child?" Sheni and Chen didn't understand why he was so surprised. They had brought Daba here, obviously to get glasses for him. They nodded and said, "Yes." "Oh, I see." The doctor chuckled awkwardly and began to explain the materials of the lenses and the styles of the frames. In the end, Chen and Sheni chose a more expensive lens and a more ordinary frame. Fitting glasses takes time. The doctor told them to come back in half a month to pick them up. Before leaving, the doctor sincerely told Daba, "Little one, your parents love you very much. You should study hard in the future." "Yes," Daba answered seriously. After leaving the department store, it was mealtime. They decided to go to a state-run restaurant for dinner. The city's state-run restaurant was much larger than the one in their county and offered more dishes. The family ate happily and contentedly. After dinner, we went to watch a movie. It was an action film, and Erbao watched with great interest. When we left, he even mimicked some of the main characters' moves. By then, it was almost 9 p.m. outside the street. Dim yellow lights glowed. Our family of 5 happily headed back to the guest house in the evening. The next morning, Chen woke up early. After buying breakfast, he returned to find his wife and son already awake. After breakfast, we all went to the park. Entry to the park required tickets, costing 3 yuan each. Chen bought 5 tickets. The park was lush with green plants, and the air was fresh. Many retired elders leaning on canes sat on stone benches chatting. There were various playgrounds on the grass, with many children playing and having fun. "Look," Erbao suddenly spotted something exciting and pointed in a direction. Sheni and others looked where he was pointing and saw a huge stone sculpture of an elephant. It was an elephant slide. 4 or 5 children were standing in line behind the elephant, taking turns climbing a ladder at the back of the sculpture to reach the top of the elephant's head, then sliding down its trunk. Erbao and Xiaobao were eager to try. Chen and Sheni let them go play. Big Bao played once and lost interest, but Erbao and Xiaobao seemed addicted. They kept sliding down and climbing up, having a lot of fun. Their parents and older brother watched nearby, smiling quietly. In the middle of their play, Sheni went to the elephant's trunk and stopped Erbao and Xiaobao from sliding down, wiping their sweat. When she reached Xiaobao, she asked, "Are you tired?" He was sweating on the tip of his nose, with rosy cheeks and a happy smile. He shook his head and said, "It's fun." While wiping his sweat, Sheni noticed his eyes kept drifting toward the slide. She felt both amused and a little annoyed, saying, "Aren't you worried about getting dirty?" "No, it's clean," Xiaobao said seriously, pointing at the smooth surface of the slide. "It's clean, but that was only the surface. Who knew how many germs were on it?" Sheni didn't say anything. Since they were out, she wanted them to enjoy themselves, so she let them continue playing. Besides the slide, There were also iron bridges, swings, and soft ladders. The 3 children played all morning. In the afternoon, they went to the library. This was Dabao's favorite place. He held a children's science book and read it with great fascination. Chen and Sheni also took a book to read. But Bao and Xiaobao were about to burst from boredom. One of them knew few words, and the other didn't know any. Since they couldn't make noise in the library, eventually the 2 brothers leaned on their parents and fell asleep. Because Chen had a mission the next day at noon, they didn't rush home. They stayed at the guest house that night. The next day, they took a bus at 10 a.m. and arrived in the county town around noon. Chen helped them onto a cart and then went back to work. As they got closer to home, the excitement of playing in the city slowly faded, leaving only feelings of nostalgia. When they arrived home, Sheni hadn't opened the door yet. Bao and Xiaobao couldn't help but call out through the door, "Wolf Fong, we're back." Woof woof came the sound from inside. When Sheni opened the door, Wolf Fong immediately rushed out, wagging his tail happily and very excited. Hearing their return, Li's mother quickly came out with a smile and asked, "You're back, Mom." Sheni greeted her. "Grandma." The 3 children greeted her. Xiaobao immediately ran into her arms. Li's mother was happy and picked him up, giving him a kiss on the back of his hand. Since they were back, Li's mother was no longer afraid of Wolf Fong and followed them inside. Seeing Sheni and the 2 older children carrying many bags, Li's mother was surprised. She stepped forward to help and asked, "Why did you buy so many things?" "It was hard to go to the city, so I bought a few more things," Sheni said casually. Li's mother nodded and looked around. Not seeing Chen, she asked, "Where's the second son?" "He went straight to work after returning to the county," Sheni replied. "Such hard work," Li's mother said, glancing at the many things. She thought for a moment, hesitated, and looked at Sheni. Sheni didn't notice. It was very hot that day. She and the 3 children were sweating after bringing back so many things. She poured water into a pot and asked Bao to boil it. Then she started tidying up. Li's mother watched her, noticing her hesitation after seeing all the things she brought out. This time, Sheni noticed and asked, "Mom, what's wrong?" "Huh? Nothing. Motherly smiled. Sheni knew her mother probably had something to say, but since she didn't speak, Sheni didn't ask. She just saw the dry tobacco pipe and shoes she bought for her parents in her bag, and took them out. "Mom, I bought these cloth shoes for you. Try them on and see if they fit." "For me?" Motherly was surprised. "Yes," Sheni nodded. "The soles are soft, and they are slip-resistant and durable. They are very comfortable. Try them." "Well," Motherly smiled shyly. "It's not a festival or holiday. Why did you buy us things again?" "I bought them casually," Sheni said. Motherly also knew Sheni was probably joking. Buying things casually still costs money. She chuckled. "You always tease me." She accepted the shoes. Sheni then took out her father's dry tobacco pipe. "This is for Dad." "Mom, take it back to him later." "But smoking isn't good for health, so maybe Dad should smoke less." He's been smoking most of his life. "He can't quit now." "Let him smoke." Motherly smiled, her face full of wrinkles. After trying on the shoes, Sheni was about to ask if they looked good, but she saw her lowering her head to handle her own things again. Motherly glanced around and saw a dress among her things. The dress looked very expensive. At this time, the customs were conservative, especially in the countryside. Few people wore dresses, let alone such fancy ones. Motherly couldn't help asking, "Are you still wearing dresses?" Sheni knew what she was concerned about and pushed the question to Chen. "Brother Chen bought it for me." Motherly hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said, "It's from the second family." "Huh?" Sheni didn't look up. Motherly paused and asked cautiously, "Can you stop buying things for me and your dad in the future? It's okay if you use your parents' money, but your dad and I can't always use your parents' money." Sheni looked up at Motherly, feeling that she was implying something. Is she trying to test whether Sheni still uses her parents' money? "Mom, Brother Chen can earn money now." "Of course, I don't need my parents' money," Sheni said. "I now use the money Brother Chen earns. Everything I buy for you is also paid with his money." Motherly nodded unexpectedly but predictably, smiling. Now that the second child can earn money, you definitely can't ask your family for money anymore. From now on, you'll spend the second child's wages, okay? Sheni smiled and said, sure. Motherly felt a bit guilty under her smile and chuckled awkwardly. Why are you looking at me like that? Sheni shook her head and continued tidying up. Motherly took off her shoes, holding a pipe, and said, if your father knew you bought this, he'd be very happy. I'll take it back to show him. Go ahead, Sheni replied. Motherly left. Sheni watched her mother's back, raising an eyebrow. She thought Motherly was testing her, seeing if she was using her own money or someone else's, and knowing she was spending Li Chen's wages might make her more careful. But Sheni didn't realize that Motherly knew she was spending Li Chen's wages and genuinely wanted her to save money, though she was afraid to tell her to spend less. As she came out of the next room, she kept muttering, don't interfere with the second child's affairs. Don't interfere with the second child's affairs. When she entered the house, she accidentally bumped into someone coming out of the room. Motherly exclaimed, oh no, instinctively scolding, who's blind? Walking without watching where you're going. Zhang Ailing looked on silently. Motherly rolled her eyes at Zhang Ailing and tried to turn away. Zhang Ailing wondered if that old lady was just cursing. Who is she cursing? Could it be me? She shivered and silently repeated, it can't be, it can't be, it can't be. Old man, Motherly entered the house. What's wrong now? Fatherly got up from the Kong bed. Can I rest for a bit? I have to work later. Fine, if you don't want it, I'll take it out, Motherly said as she made a move to leave. What is it? Fatherly asked, noticing the new pipe in her hand. He squinted, a bit excited, and took it. For me? Who gave it to you? Who else would give it? Motherly said, almost unable to look at his cheap-looking face. The second child's family. Happy now, Fatherly looked at the pipe from side to side, nodded, and sighed. The second child's family is very filial. Then he put in some tobacco, lit it carefully, and took a cautious puff. Motherly couldn't help but show off, saying, she also bought me a pair of shoes. Look, aren't they nice? Fatherly glanced at them and nodded. Yes, very nice, Motherly. She was being dismissive. They each admired their gifts for a moment. Suddenly, Motherly said, hey, old man, I have something to tell you. She paused, waiting for his response. Fatherly looked at her and understood. About the second daughter's family? Go ahead, I'll help you sort it out, Motherly. After so many years of marriage, he always seems to know what I want to say. She couldn't help but defend herself. This time, I didn't argue with her. Good progress, Fatherly said casually. Motherly rolled her eyes and stopped arguing, turning to the main topic. What I want to say is, the second daughter's family no longer asks her mother for money. Now, they use her husband's salary. That's right. They shouldn't always rely on the in-laws' money. Fatherly nodded, looking surprised at his wife. Do you think it's not right? I didn't say it's not right, Motherly replied, but you don't know. I just saw that the second daughter's family bought a lot of things, including some dresses. They looked expensive. Now, they're using her husband's salary.
He still has to support the whole family.
With her spending like that, how can they get by? The second daughter's family is capable. If they dare to spend so much, they must have enough. Why worry so much? Fatherly said casually. Motherly thought about it and decided to let it go. Of course, she couldn't really control it. Dad, Mom, big brother, sister-in-law, third brother, third sister-in-law. I'm back. Hurry up and come out to help me carry things. I'm exhausted. One day at the end of August, Sheni could hear the noisy sounds outside her house. The familiar tone and voice made it obvious that second daughter Li had returned. But she didn't pay attention. She was busy with her own things. At the old house, Zhang Ailing quickly came out to greet her, smiling warmly. Second daughter. Xin Yen is back. Oh. Why did she bring so many things? Come, I'll help you carry. Take this. Second daughter Li handed her the heaviest box. Zhang Ailing's eyes nearly squinted with happiness. So heavy? Looks like it's filled with good stuff. Since I already gave it to her, it must belong to her. You're such a debt collector. Why are you back so soon? Li's mother scolded loudly. Mom, Li Eri was furious when she heard that. I'm your daughter. Li's mother rolled her eyes. If you weren't my daughter, I would have kicked you out long ago, Li Eri. Forget it. She's her mother, so she won't argue. She moved everything into the main hall. Li Eri began her usual routine of dividing things. Zhang Ailing glanced at the big and small packages in the hall, rubbing her hands excitedly. Big sister-in-law, third sister-in-law, these are for you. Li Eri handed each of them a pack of white rabbit candies. Zhang Ailing was a bit surprised but didn't say anything. She happily took one pack of candies and watched Li Eri, but she saw that Li Eri didn't give out any more. Could all these things be for Li's parents? Zhang Ailing felt a little disappointed. She smiled and asked cautiously, Eri, what are all these things? Are they for Dad and Mom? Of course not. Hearing this, Zhang Ailing was about to be happy, but then she heard Li Eri say, these are my luggage. I want to go home and stay for a while. Go home and stay? What does that mean? Zhang Ailing was confused. Jiming went back to the village to teach, and Xian also returned to the village to go to elementary school. But the dormitory assigned to the school is shared with other teachers, so I will go back with Xian to stay at home and come back to the city on weekends, Li Eri said happily. Third sister-in-law, from now on, I can always be with you. Are you happy? You occasionally come back, and I can help you with your dirty feet? You're just going to live at home? Just let me die. Zhang Ailing quickly said, how come Xian is going back to school at home? Isn't it better to study in the city? And where will you live? That's because Jiming went back to the village to teach, and Xian is in his dad's school, so no one dares to bully him, Li Eri explained. Dad arranged a room for my sister. Anyway, she's now in the city, with no one living there. I can just move in. Once you're married, you can't keep going back to your parents' house, Zhang Ailing muttered softly. What? Li Eri was unsure if she heard correctly. She frowned. Third sister-in-law, do you not want me to come back? Motherly said, you really think she likes you? If she didn't get something out of you, she wouldn't bother with you. Second sister Li looked at Zhang Ailing with suspicion. Nonsense. Zhang Ailing quickly explained, trying to please her. I just think Xian has been living in the city for a long time. I'm worried she won't be used to life in the countryside. Hearing this, second sister Li felt that Zhang Ailing was talking about her feelings. She sighed. Although I'm not very used to country life now, there's nothing I can do. It's Jiming's work transfer. I have to accept it. But don't worry, maybe in a year or two, he can be transferred back. If it weren't for maintaining her image, Zhang Ailing wanted to roll her eyes. She forced a smile and said, that's true. Motherly watched nearby and suddenly had an idea. Because Su Ziming was transferred for work and needed to live at home, she had already informed her and her husband about this. After all, they are her own children. They couldn't just send her away. Both of them agreed. But even with their approval, she was annoyed by her daughter's behavior. With her sharp eyes, she could see trouble coming when she returned to eat and stay with them. Since she was close to the third family, she decided to let her go eat with them. Second sister, since you get along so well with your third sister-in-law, you should eat with her in the future. Second sister, Li had no objection. She didn't really want to eat with her parents either. If she voiced her opinion, they would scold her. It was better to eat with her third brother and his wife. At least she had the best relationship with them, and they would care more about her feelings. She agreed. Then I'll eat with third sister-in-law. At the same time, Zhang Ailing blurted out, no. Second sister Li looked at Zhang Ailing with a deeper frown. Third sister-in-law, you don't want to eat with me? No, Zhang Ailing quickly thought of an excuse. I just think the food at my house isn't as good as at your brother's. I'm worried Xian will be upset. Hearing this, second sister Li felt very touched. Third sister-in-law, you're so kind to me. If you can eat there, I definitely can too. All right, I'll eat with you all. It's settled. Liling Jiang, who accidentally hurt herself by lifting a stone, looked speechless. She forced a smile that was even uglier than crying, saying, as long as you don't mind. Li's mother watched Jiang Liling look like she was speechless and unable to speak, almost laughing out loud. Just then, second sister Li took out a can of malted milk. Jiang Liling's eyes lit up. thinking that second sister Lee wanted to eat and stay with them, and that she was giving her the malted milk. She reached out to take it, saying, "Xinyan, you're so kind to buy such a precious thing." Just as Jiang Liling was about to take the malted milk, second sister Lee turned away, leaving Jiang Liling empty-handed. "Third sister-in-law, this isn't for you," said second sister Lee. Jiang Liling froze, wondering who it was for if not her. "It's a gift for Sheni." Second sister Lee seemed to understand her question. "A gift for Sheni? Why give it to Sheni? Weren't all the nice things given to her before?" Jiang Liling instinctively wanted to ask, but she saw her mother and was afraid of being scolded, so she reluctantly suppressed her patience. Second sister Lee didn't know what Jiang Liling was thinking. She looked at the door and asked, "Why isn't Sheni coming over yet?" "What do you mean, Sheni?" Lee's mother suddenly slapped her head. "That's your second sister-in-law." Second sister Lee's hair was messed up, and she was furious. "Mother." Lee's mother looked at her coldly. Second sister Lee. "Forget it. She's her own mother." Reluctantly, she said, "Fine, second sister-in-law." "Mother, go call her over." Lee's mother sneered. "You have such a big face." Second sister Lee almost couldn't keep her face straight. She picked up the malted milk and said, "This is for Shen." Second sister-in-law. "I want her to come and get it." Lee's mother looked at the large white rabbit candies in Hi Zhaodi and Jiang Liling's hands, feeling a bit surprised. Usually, she favored Jiang Liling, so why was she now leaning toward the second family? When something unusual happens, there must be a reason. Lee's mother remained calm and continued to complain. "She drinks it every day. Do you think she cares about this can of malted milk?" Second sister Lee. "Is this Sheni's real mother? Can I go visit her?" Second sister Lee stood up, holding the can of malted milk. "Mother, come with me." Mother Lee naturally wanted to go along, so she could find out what her daughter was up to. She stood up and teased. "Don't act so innocent. You're the sister-in-law, and she's your older sister-in-law. Your seniority is bigger, so it's right for you to greet her first." Lee Area. She held back her feelings. Then Mother Lee took Lee Area outside. Once outside, Mother Lee pulled her aside and asked, "Tell me what's going on." "What do you mean?" Lee Area pretended to be innocent. "Don't pretend with me," Mother Lee said sharply. "You never gave your second sister-in-law anything before. This time, you only gave your eldest sister-in-law and Jiang Ailing some white rabbit candies, but you gave your second sister-in-law a can of milk powder. If you don't have a purpose, do you think I believe that?" Lee Area saw she couldn't hide it anymore, so she gave up and said with a shrug, "It's not that I wanted to give her something, it's because Ziming asked me to." Hearing this, Mother Lee understood. Su Ziming was a city person who looked down on rural folks, but Sheni wasn't from the countryside. She was an educated youth with some influence in her family. She was capable too. Not only did she help build a primary school in the village, but she also arranged for Dia to work at a textile factory. Even Chen had now joined the transport team and was eating government-supplied food. Given Su Ziming's personality, he probably wanted to make friends with the second family. Mother Lee rolled her eyes and looked at her daughter, who was showing a very disdainful expression. She couldn't help but give her a light slap. "Your man is much smarter than you, and you still look down on him? If you have the guts, don't listen to your man. Don't give anything." Lee Area endured it but couldn't hold back anymore. "Mom, am I not your daughter? The second sister-in-law is, right? If I weren't your mother, would I care about you?" Mother Lee said impatiently. "Come on, follow me. When we see her, be polite." "Got it." Lee Area mumbled reluctantly. "I got it." The weather had been hot and dry these days, and Sanbao's appetite had decreased. Sheni kept trying to make something to improve their appetite. Today, she decided to make some cold noodles. The thin, cool noodles were very chewy. She added chili oil, soy sauce, chicken essence, sesame vinegar, crushed peanuts, and shredded cucumber and carrots. She mixed everything well, making it spicy and flavorful, chewy and refreshing. In this scorching heat, it was very satisfying. Dahua ate slowly, and it was clear he liked it. Little Treasure had his head buried in a bowl bigger than his face, eating with chubby cheeks and bright eyes. "Delicious." Shani smiled as she wiped his mouth. "Eat slowly." As for Second Treasure, he had already finished his first bowl. He looked up, took a deep breath, and pointed his thumb at her. Mom, you are my goddess. But that didn't stop Sheni from being pleased. She smiled and asked, then what is Dad to you? Dad. Second treasure thought for a moment, pouting his little mouth. Nothing. She couldn't help but defend her husband. Why is Dad nothing? He still teaches you chores and wants you to become a strong person. Big treasure looked at his mother. Sheni remained calm. Second treasure didn't notice anything wrong and said angrily, but he's on a business trip and hasn't come back for days. Did I see? Sheni nodded with a suppressed smile. Just then, she heard a knocking at the door. Second treasure immediately stood up. Is Dad back? And ran to open the door. Sheni already guessed who it was and didn't stop second treasure. Sure enough, it was Motherly and second sisterly. Second treasure couldn't see that they weren't his dad and felt a little disappointed, but he still politely called out, Grandma, little aunt. Second treasure, Motherly replied with a gentle smile. Second sister Lee was behind her. Second sister from the Lee family has come back. She's here to see you, Motherly said with a smile, signaling second sister Lee to greet. Second sister Lee had a bit of a tense past with Sheni and was somewhat awkward. Second sister-in-law. Sheni was a bit surprised but responded politely. Second sister Lee took out a jar of malted milk and handed it over. This is what I brought back for the kids. Sheni looked at the malted milk and pointed to the empty jar in the corner. Second sister Lee looked in the direction she pointed and saw many jars of malted milk in the corner. So many? She was a bit stunned. Her husband's family was quite well off, or she wouldn't be working. With just her husband's salary, she wouldn't dare spend so much. But even if they had money, for something as precious as malted milk, she only bought it occasionally for her son. When visiting her parents, she also bought a jar to show off a little. Like Sheni's attitude when drinking milk with malted milk powder, she couldn't even imagine doing that. No, what's that got to do with her giving them malted milk powder? Is she trying to tell her she doesn't care about the malted milk powder she gave? Is she looking down on her? Lee Area was furious and said angrily, Second sister-in-law, I know you have money and don't need malted milk powder, but, hey, Motherly quickly grabbed Lee Area, trying to stop her from speaking.
Lee Area didn't care about that.
She was there because her husband asked her to come, not because she wanted to ask Sheni for anything. So why should she care about her attitude? She straightforwardly said, but still, this is my way of showing kindness. You don't have to insult me like that, do you? Insult you? You really misunderstood. Sheni smiled. Didn't you tell me last time that I don't need things, so you didn't give me any? I'm just telling you I also don't need malted milk powder, so you don't have to give it to me. Lee Area choked and remembered that during the new year, she brought big and small packages back to her family to share with the main house and the third house. In the end, she gave Sheni a warning, saying she didn't need anything, so she didn't bring her any. Her anger instantly faded. She opened her mouth but realized she had already said it, and she couldn't deny it. So she started to get angry again, thinking Sheni was disrespecting her. Can't she just let this go? Why bring it up? If she doesn't want it, then forget it. If she doesn't want to give, she won't. She simply hugged her malted milk powder and said, Fine, since you don't need it, I'll take it back. Just as Motherly was about to say something for Lee Area, she was speechless. This troublesome thing. Just take it, Sheni said casually, as if she didn't care at all. Lee Area immediately felt uncomfortable all over. Since it had come to this, how could she not give her a way out? Sheni went to the cabinet, took a bowl, and said, Mom, I just made some cold noodles. Let me serve you a bowl to try. Cold noodles? Are they tasty? Motherly asked. Very tasty. Xiaobao peeked out from the bowl, looked up at his grandma, with chubby cheeks puffed out. Very adorable, melting Motherly's heart. Then if it's delicious, can Xiaobao eat a little more? Motherly's tone softened into a baby voice. Grandma, you eat too. Little Treasure wanted to pick a piece of cold noodles from his bowl to give to his grandma, but he was still not very good with chopsticks. He struggled to pick it up, and it kept falling back. All right, I've served some for Grandma. You eat your own, Sheni said, handing the prepared cold noodles to Lee's mother. Mom, Try some. Well, I'll give it a try, Lee's mother said happily, sitting down at the table. Sheni grabbed a cloth to wipe up the juice that little treasure spilled while trying to pick up the noodles. She said with a bit of annoyance, "You say you like to be clean, but I think you're pretending." Little treasure chuckled shyly, looking a bit embarrassed. Lee's mother took a bite, her face lighting up with surprise. She nodded repeatedly and said, "Delicious. Very appetizing. See," Sheni smiled. "It's perfect for this hot weather. Your hands are really skillful," Lee's mother sincerely praised. Lee's second sister looked on. Watching her mother enjoy the cold noodles so much, she also started to salivate. She kept glancing at her mother's bowl, but felt shy about saying she wanted to eat too. Instead, she changed the subject. "What is this? It looks greasy and not very tasty. So, to prove it's delicious, just serve me a bowl too." Before Sheni could speak, Lee's mother got angry. She didn't understand her daughter's complicated feelings and thought she was being difficult. She scolded, "Your mouth is more like a spitting machine." "Mom," Lee's second sister shouted in frustration. How could her mother say that in front of her most hated person? Didn't she care about her dignity?
Say what needs to be said.
"If you have nothing to do, go home with your precious milk drink and stop bothering us," Lee's mother said pointedly, hinting that she should be nicer and leave the milk drink behind. Lee's second sister was really upset, thinking her mother was criticizing her. She glared angrily at Sheni, grabbed her jar of milk drink, and stormed off in a huff. Lee's mother sighed. "Why did I have to have such a foolish daughter?" Sheni just pulled at the corner of her mouth, feeling speechless. Lee's mother quickly explained, "Second sister's daughter, Arya, doesn't mean anything bad. She just..." Although she didn't want to admit it, Lee's mother had to say, "She's a bit foolish and stubborn. She doesn't mean any harm. When I go back, I'll talk to her. Don't argue with her." Sheni was a bit vengeful. She wouldn't just tolerate Arya for the sake of Lee's parents' face. If Arya caused trouble, she would still teach her a lesson. She responded vaguely, "Mom, are you full? Do you want me to serve you another bowl?" "I can serve myself," Lee's mother said happily, then hurried to get some cold noodles. She turned her back to Sheni, and her face fell. She knew what Sheni meant. She was angry. That fool Arya couldn't even handle Su Jiming. But she was even angrier about what came next. Arya stormed back to the old Lee house. Jiang Ailing immediately came forward. Seeing Arya holding some malted milk, she was secretly pleased but looked worried on the outside. "Xingyan, what's going on? Why did you bring back this malted milk? Isn't it supposed to be for second sister-in-law?" "Ha!" Arya sneered and shouted at the wall. "I wanted to give it away, but no one wants my malted milk. Third sister-in-law, if you like it, I'll give it to you." Sheni didn't care for her malted milk. Plenty of people would want it. Really, Jiang Ailing was surprised by this unexpected joy and quickly hugged the malted milk. "Of course it's true," Arya said, but she was actually shouting at Sheni's house wall. "Third sister-in-law, you wouldn't also not want my malted milk, right?" "Of course I want it," Jiang Ailing said quickly. "Tonight, I want to eat meat," Arya continued loudly. "Meat isn't as expensive as that cold noodle dish next door." "Eating meat?" Jiang Ailing hesitated a little, but she could tell that a few cents per pound of meat was cheaper than a dozen yuan for a can of malted milk. She could tell the difference easily. She readily agreed. "All right, my brother-in-law brought back some meat yesterday. I'll go get it, and tonight I'll cook some for you, okay?" Arya was very touched. "Third sister-in-law, you're so good to me." Unlike Sheni, who wouldn't even share a bowl of cold noodles with her, she was so stingy. "Ah, that's what I should do. I'm your third sister-in-law. If I don't treat you well, who will?" Jiang Ailing said. Next door, Lee's mother. Where's the knife? I will cut her to death." "What kind of look is that, thinking Jiang Ailing is good?" Suddenly, it's September 1st, the first day of school. Sheni got up early. She made a few meat sandwiches and some plain porridge for breakfast, then went to the main room to wake up Dahua and Bao. Little Bao was sleeping soundly, so Sheni didn't wake him. "Be quiet, don't wake up your brother," Sheni reminded them. After they left, she carefully closed the door. While they went to wash up, Sheni brewed each of them a cup of malted milk. When you're done, come over for breakfast. Coming, Dahua and Erbao ran over. After washing their faces, they felt much more awake. They were excited about going to school and becoming primary students. Everything felt new, and they were a bit energized. Erbao took the meat sandwich his mother handed him and his older brother. When passing it to his brother, he deliberately pulled it back to tease him. Dahua's eyes shot sharp looks at him. Erbao immediately held out the sandwich with both hands. "Big brother, please eat." Dahua snorted and slowly took it. "You're smart to do that. Clearly, it was you who was teasing." Erbao muttered inside, taking a bite of the sandwich. Sheni ignored their sibling quarrel and sat across from them. "Have you packed everything?" "Don't forget anything. My things are packed," Dahua said. "I've also packed mine," Erbao quickly added. Sheni nodded. Last night, she told them to put all the books and paper they needed for studying into their backpacks. Suddenly, she called out, "Li Yankai." She called again, "Li Yanqing." Dahua raised his hand. "Here." Erbao realized his mother was calling him just now and hurriedly said, "Mom, Li Yankai is here too." "Then why didn't you answer just now?" Sheni asked him with a smile. "I forgot." Erbao looked a bit wronged. "I still like calling myself Erbao, Mom. Or should I still call myself Erbao?"
Li Erbao.
That sounds so good. Erbao is your nickname. If you call yourself Erbao now, it's okay. But when you go to college later, people might laugh at you, Sheni explained. "Who dares to laugh at me? I'll punch them until they cry." Erbao clenched his fists, looking like a little bully. "Sheni, no matter what," he asked again, "a few days ago, I taught you how to write your name. Can you write it now?" Erbao froze. Dahua glanced at him and helped answer, "I can write it now, but it looks like a dog crawling." Erbao was angry and glared at his older brother, then hesitantly asked his mother, "Mom, it's okay if your name isn't Erbao, but can I change my name?" "Li Yankai has too many strokes." Sheni had a bad feeling. "What name do you want to change to?" "Li," Erbao quickly said. "I can write this name." "I can write it even without you teaching me." Sheni. If her husband were here, he would definitely have scolded him, but she couldn't bear to do that. She could only pretend to be very sad and say, "All right, even though your names were carefully chosen by your parents, carrying their hopes that you will have a carefree, optimistic, and broad future, since Erbao doesn't like it, let's forget it." Boo-hoo. Seeing his mother crying, Erbao was anxious. "Mom, don't cry, Dahua also thought his mother was crying and stood up in worry, but then he saw her quietly wink at him. "Mom didn't cry, boo-hoo." Sheni continued to pretend, crying a little more. "Erbao, don't worry. Even if you don't like the name I gave you and it hurts my feelings, I still respect your choice. So, let's just call you Li. "Boo. Mom, don't cry, Erbao felt guilty because of his mother. It was all his fault. Although her name had a few more strokes, was a little harder to write, and sounded a bit worse. But what does that matter? It was her blessing for him. How could he not accept it? "I'll just call myself Li Yankai. I won't change it." "Mom, don't cry. It's my fault. I made you sad." "Really?" Sheni didn't expect it to work so well. She looked up with a surprised smile, then saw Erbao looking at her suspiciously. Her heart sank, and her face fell. She started crying again. "No, just call me Li. That's what you like. Erbao, you don't need to change because of me. Otherwise, I would feel guilty." Erbao's mind was completely focused on not making his mother sad. "Mom, you don't need to feel guilty. Actually, I also like the name Li Yankai." Sheni wanted to pretend to have tearful eyes, but she couldn't do it. Of course, she didn't need to pretend, because Erbao believed that his mother wouldn't lie to him. To comfort her, he sincerely nodded and said, "Okay, but you also like the name Li." "I don't like it." "The name Li sounds terrible," Erbao said without hesitation, dismissing the name he had admired just moments before. Sheni pressed her lips to hide her smile, pretending to say, "Then let's call him Li Yankai." "I want to be called Li Yankai," Erbao said firmly. "All right." Sheni finally smiled. "Then hurry up and eat breakfast. You need to go to school soon." Seeing his mother smile, Erbao relaxed and let out a breath. Dahua looked on sympathetically at his twin brother, feeling sorry for him after being tricked by their father, and then their mother. After breakfast, Dahua and Erbao put on their small backpacks and headed to school. Sheni saw them off and asked, "Do you want me to take you there?" "Mom, you underestimate us." Erbao patted his chest confidently. "We can do it ourselves, okay?" Sheni casually asked. Since the village wasn't far, she wasn't worried. She put some small cookies in their school bags. At the door, Wankai just came out of the house and happily called out. At the same time, Manhwa from Lao Li's family also came out. There were also Li Taizhu, Li Guden, and Su Jinxian. However, Li Taizhu saw Sheni and looked unhappy. He snorted and walked ahead. Li Guden called out to his brother and quickly followed behind. Su Jinxian looked at Li Taizhu and then at Sanbao and the others, and finally ran after them. Dahua saw Sheni and stopped. "Second aunt, Dahua." Sheni gave her some remaining small cookies and said, "Study hard." "Yes." Dahua's eyes seemed to shimmer with tears. After they left, Sheni turned and went back inside. Dahua and Erbao, along with Wankai and their cousins, happily walked to school, chatting and laughing. Since none of them had gone to school before, they were all in first grade. But because there were too many first graders, they were temporarily divided into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D, until they took the placement exams. Dahua, Erbao, and Wankai are all in Class A. Erhua and Xiaohua are in Class B, and Ahua is in Class D. So, the group split up. Dahua, Erbao, and Wankai went to Class A. Li Taizhu, Li Guden, and Su Jinxian are also in Class A. At this moment, Li Taizhu was standing at the door. When he saw Dahua and the others coming over, he suddenly turned and said something to Li Guden. Li Guden immediately went into the classroom and then closed the door. Erbao saw that Li Guden was trying to cause trouble. He ran over and, before the door was fully closed, shouted, "Take that, Sun Wukong," a playful challenge. He kicked the door open with a loud bang. Li Guden inside wobbled and fell, crying out loudly. Li Taizhu looked angry and stepped forward. "Li Erbao, how dare you bully my brother?" he said. "Who bullied him?" "He was the one trying to close the door and wouldn't let us in," Erbao said confidently. "Did anyone see him close the door?" Li Taizhu looked sternly at the classmates around him. There were about 10 students in Class A, mostly younger than Li Taizhu. Previously, Li Taizhu had been hanging around the village with He Weidong and some others, causing trouble. Although adults didn't mind much, the children saw them as bullies, no different from thugs. No one dared to provoke them. Li Taizhu felt even more proud. He looked at Erbao with a fierce expression and stuck out his foot. "If you hit my brother, you have 2 choices. Either you kneel in front of me and help me wipe my shoes, or I'll make you kneel and do it. Are you scared?" Then, before he finished, Erbao's eyes lit up. "Really? You're really going to fight me?" Note: the names of the 3 children, which some people liked and others didn't, have been changed to Li Yanqing, Li Yankai, and Li Yanxi. The character, Yan, means gentle, peaceful, carefree, and healthy, matching the heroine's hopes for the children. That's why I used the same character for all 3. Sanzi, that's right, I got the inspiration from you, haha. But in the end, I decided to put the name Yanqing on Dahua, so you don't need to worry about that meaning for now. Also, the Kai in Erbao's name refers to the music played after a military victory. Before practicing martial arts, Erbao was never afraid of Li Taizhu. Now, he's even less afraid. Since he defeated He Weidong, he's been wanting to challenge Li Taizhu, but he couldn't find the right chance. Now, he finally got the opportunity, his eyes shining. Li Taizhu thought Erbao was provoking him. He was so angry that he stepped forward to punch. Suddenly, a cheerful voice said, "Erbao, are you finally going to hit Li Taizhu? Hurry up, I want to see." Turning around, he saw He Weidong with his 2 little followers, He Fuguwei and Lu Guanjuan, walking over with excited faces. Li Taizhu hesitated. Since the fish-catching incident last time, he had fallen out with He Weidong and the others. Back then, He Weidong and his friends had accepted Sheni's fish. Now, seeing them come over, he thought they were on Erbao's side, supporting him. With so many people, Li Taizhu knew he couldn't win. He took a deep breath, deciding that a brave man doesn't suffer losses right now. Someday, he would settle all old and new grudges. It's him who wants to fight me, Erbao said, glancing at Li Taiju, who was about to turn into the classroom. He was anxious and blocked Li Taiju, saying, "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to make me kneel and wipe your shoes? Come on, hit me. Why don't you hit? Are you scared?" Li Taiju clenched his fists, feeling that Erbao was relying on He Weidong's support to humiliate him. He shouted, "Stop humiliating yourself. If it weren't for He Weidong helping you, I would have beaten you to death long ago." "He Weidong helping me? When did He Weidong help me?" No, Li Taiju, I didn't mean to ask for his help. Go ahead and hit me. I won't fight back. It was a huge misunderstanding, Erbao and He Weidong hurriedly explained. However, Li Taiju didn't believe them. He stubbornly thought He Weidong would definitely help Erbao. He dragged the crying Li Guden into the classroom. Erbao watched Li Taiju give up and looked at He Weidong with a sigh. "If you hadn't come, I would have already fought him, He Weidong." "You're blaming me now," He Weidong explained. "It's not my business, Erbao. Li Taiju is just scared of himself." Before he finished, Erbao interrupted excitedly, saying, "He Weidong, let's fight again. This time, we won't bet on pig feed. If you lose, you have to acknowledge me as your big brother, and I'll be your little brother. How about that?" "Why?" He Weidong asked instinctively. "Because you managed to scare Li Taiju away. If I become your big brother, won't Taiju run away whenever he sees me?" Erbao looked hopeful. He Weidong almost wanted to spit at him. "So, I should just be your tool to show off? I'm older than you. Making me acknowledge you as big brother? That's just a dream." He Weidong didn't want to bother with him. He entered the classroom and found a seat at the back. Erbao followed closely and sat next to He Weidong. "He Weidong? Why are you sitting next to me?" he asked. "Now, only I am sitting with you," Erbao said. He Weidong looked to see where He Fu Gui and Lu Guanjun were sitting. They were right next to them, sitting together. Erbao mischievously said, "They abandoned you, and you're alone now." "Only I didn't abandon you. I came over voluntarily to sit with you, so you should be my little brother." He Weidong almost exploded with anger. He saw Erbao and Wang Kai sitting in front and smirked, mimicking Erbao's tone. "And you, aren't you the same? Your brother went to sit with others. He doesn't want you anymore." "Nonsense. My big brother wouldn't abandon me. The three of us were supposed to sit together. I felt sorry for you, so I came to sit with you," Erbao said confidently. "He Weidong, your little mouth just keeps babbling." At this moment, the class bell rang. The teacher arrived. She was a young woman, just over 18, transferred from the county town. Her name was Wu Jiaoyan. She was very friendly and asked students to call her Little Wu. In the first class, Erbao found it a bit new and listened carefully for a while. Little Wu spoke eloquently, but few students paid attention. The whole class was noisy, like a market. Little Wu reminded them once, but everyone only quieted down for a short time. Erbao couldn't hold it anymore and started teasing He Weidong, asking him to fight. But He Weidong remained indifferent. Tu Bao started using a teasing tactic. "You don't dare to fight me. You're just a coward like Li Taiju." He Dong was furious. He didn't want to fight Tu Bao, so he blamed everything on Li Taiju. If Li Taiju hadn't mysteriously refused to fight Tu Bao wouldn't have kept insisting on being his older brother. Just then, the bell rang for class to end. He Dong walked over quickly, intending to drag Li Taiju in front of Tu Bao and order him to fight. But when Li Taiju saw He Dong coming angrily, thinking He Dong was coming to help Tu Bao, he acted first. He grabbed a bench and threw it at He Dong. He Dong was caught off guard and immediately got a bump on his forehead. "How dare you hit me?" He Dong cursed and started fighting with Li Taiju. He Fu Gui and Lu Guanjun saw the fight and joined in. The other children around were so scared they backed away quickly. "Hey, what's going on here?" Teacher Xiao Wu hurried over. Stop fighting, stop fighting." Tu Bao was watching nearby and loved causing trouble. "Kick him in the leg, He Dong."
"Kick him."
"What? You can't move your foot? Then fight back." Yes, punch him, Teacher Xiao Wu." She was so angry she almost cried. Stop making a fuss. Move aside quickly. In the end, Sheni didn't expect that on her child's first day of school, she would be called to the principal's office. When she brought her son Xiaobao, the teacher's office was already a mess. Hidong, Li Taizhu, and others were all a bit injured. Li Taizhu looked the worst, with a blue and purple face, looking very disheveled. Only Tu Bao was unharmed. When he saw her, a guilty look flashed in his eyes, and he smiled at her in an apologetic way. Shen Yi felt relieved but also glared at him angrily. Meanwhile, Zhang Ailing and Wang Yan were arguing loudly. Everyone saw it. It was Hidong from your family who tried to hit Li Taizhu. Li Taizhu only fought back. It was clearly your Li Taizhu who started the fight. Trying to cheat? No way. Who's trying to cheat?
Huh.
Everyone can see that our Li Taizhu was hurt worse. I don't care. You have to give me an explanation. If you don't, I'll run into this wall and hurt myself, then run into it. If you don't, you're just a dog. Seeing the two about to fight, Teacher Wu quickly stepped in to stop them. However, the two were so caught up in their argument that they ignored her completely. Then Wang Yan saw Sheni arrive, and she pulled her over, pushing her in front of Zhang Ailing. Aren't you the best at scolding? Scold her. Her son hit your son. Sheni. Her son doesn't seem to have been hit, right? All right, let's hear the full story first. Sheni said. Yes, let's hear the full story. They finally quieted down. Teacher Wu quickly said, then looked at Li Taizhu and asked, Taizhu, I saw earlier that you hit He Weidong. Can you tell me why you did that? It was him trying to hit me, Li Taizhu insisted. So, I hit first. Nonsense. Which I saw me trying to hit you. I was actually trying to bring you in front of Airbao so he could hit you. Everyone. Is that what you mean by wanting to fight? They all looked at Airbao. Why did He Weidong drag Li Taizhu in front of you so you could hit him? Airbao quickly said, he wanted to hit me but he hesitated and didn't do it. Everyone. What is going on? I can't understand this at all. Dahua, who was studying in the classroom, saw his mother arrive through the window and then came to the office. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he politely knocked on the door. Teacher, I know what happened. Come in, Teacher Wu said quickly. Dahua calmly explained the full story. As soon as he finished, Sheni sneered, shutting the door to keep people out of the classroom, and then expecting Airbao to kneel and wipe your shoes. How impressive. More impressive than a landlord. Who knows how his parents taught him? Maybe their morals are all wrong. Wang Yan immediately agreed. From now on, let people teach him. When the word landlord and came up, Zhang Ailing's legs went weak, and she almost couldn't stand. This was a serious matter. If it was reported, the consequences would be severe. Zhang Ailing didn't dare to think about it. She softened her tone and said, Second sister-in-law, Wang Yan, this was just kids playing. Our iron pillar was a bit careless, but he didn't mean any harm. I will make him apologize to Airbao and Weidong. You adults shouldn't hold a grudge over small mistakes. Please, let him go. Iron Pillar, quickly apologize. Sheni and others didn't really want to report Li Taizhu, but they also didn't want him to apologize. Why should he apologize? Can it be eaten? So, claiming that the wounds on He Weidong and others and Airbao's emotional trauma were reasons, they asked Zhang Ailing to pay 20 yuan. Zhang Ailing was naturally reluctant. Li Taizhu was the one who was most seriously hurt, yet she had to pay? But since the evidence was in their hands, and Li Taizhu was the one who started the fight, Zhang Ailing had no choice but to swallow her anger and agree. She then tried to take Li Taizhu home. Li Taizhu lost face and dignity. He shouted angrily at Zhang Ailing and ran away. Zhang Ailing quickly chased after him. The matter was settled. Airbao wasn't seriously hurt. Sheni told him to go back to school with Dahua and reminded him, Airbao, be good and don't cause trouble everywhere. Do you understand? Yes. Airbao quickly replied. Little rascal. Sheni chuckled but still warned him, we don't go looking for trouble, but if trouble comes to us, we can fight back. If you can't win, run away. Go home and tell your parents. They will help you. Don't try to handle everything on your own. Do you understand? Got it, Bao said quickly. Then go back to class, Sheni said. Originally, Teacher Wu, who wanted to say a few words to Sheni, hesitated and then gave up. Seeing his older brothers leave, Bao also wanted to follow. Sheni quickly stopped him. Second brother has gone to school. We're going home now. I want to go to school too, Bao pouted. Be good. When Bao is a little older, Mother will send you to school, okay? Sheni comforted him. When will I be older? Bao asked innocently. When you're about the same age as your brothers, Sheni replied. Bao nodded as if he understood, but wasn't quite sure. Let's go home, Sheni said. As soon as they left the school gate, Wang Yan caught up and called out, Li Chen's wife, wait for me. Sheni turned to look and saw Wang Yan smiling happily. She smiled back. Your son was beaten and you're still so happy. It's not like my son was the most badly hurt, Wang Yan said proudly. She took 15 yuan from her pocket, 10 yuan to give to He Fugue and Lu Guanjuan's families, and 5 yuan for herself. Wang Yan pushed the 10 yuan back into her pocket, then took her 5 yuan, kissed it, and sighed. Thanks to you, I never thought she would pay so much money. Sheni was more concerned about another question. If your son gets beaten again, and you get 5 yuan, would you be willing? Really? Such a good thing. Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Sheni. She felt a little sorry for He Weidong for 2 seconds. Back home, Sheni was surprised to see Li Chen had returned. He was in the yard, fishing water out of the well. Dad. Little Bao was very excited to see his father and ran over to hug him. Li Chen picked him up and looked at his wife with a handsome face and a smile. Wife, where did you go? Guess, Sheni teased. Did you go to Qiangzi's house to find his wife? Li Chen guessed. No. Sheni shook her head. I went to school. Your son was called to the principal's office on his first day. Isn't that impressive? Li Chen. He already knew who it was without asking, this naughty kid. Because of a fight. Sheni nodded, then shook her head. Not exactly. Someone else started it and he was just making noise nearby. Li Chen, that only his second son could do something like that. After teasing her son, Sheni told little Bao to play with Lingya. Then she and Li Chen started preparing lunch. They made fish-flavored shredded pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the delicious smell wafted to the neighbor's house. Li Aria just went out chatting and came back, smelling the aroma, and her eyes lit up. Li Aria was so happy to smell the meat that she couldn't help but smile. She had gone to town early in the morning to buy meat for cooking. Her third sister-in-law really cared about her. She was right about her. Li Aria was so touched she almost cried tears of joy. She happily entered the house, walking lightly toward the kitchen and said, Third sister-in-law, what did you make? So fragrant. Before the words finished, I saw the sweet potato soup in the pot. Li Aria said nothing. Don't think about it. The neighbors, your second sister-in-law's family, are eating meat, Li's mother added.
Li Aria sikit.
Who still can't afford to eat. She immediately took out a 1 yuan coin and a meat coupon, handing them to Jiang Ailing. Third sister-in-law, go buy some meat. Tonight we will also eat meat. Oh, okay. Jiang Ailing was sad because she had lost 20 yuan for nothing, but she quickly stopped feeling sad. She ran to find Li Sanhong to buy meat in the county town. Tonight, they would eat meat. Li's mother wondered, does this daughter have some serious illness? Li Aria didn't have a serious illness. She had a quarrel with Sheni. When she learned that Dabo and Bao would take the grade-skipping exams, she also signed her son up. The grade-skipping exams were held a week after school started. The night before the exams, Bao started cramming. Late at night, he kept asking his mother, Mom, how do you pronounce this pinyin? Which tone is this? Mom, how do you solve this math problem? Sheni was both annoyed and amused. His father took him aside, and he sadly went to ask his older brother. Only Chinese and math were tested. The results came out within 3 days after the exam. Dabo, unsurprisingly, scored a perfect 100 and confidently became a second-grade student. Although Bao didn't like studying, he completed the tasks his mother gave him seriously, so he met the standards. He was so excited that he immediately ran home to share the good news with his mother. Mom, I passed the grade skipping. I scored 80 in Chinese and 85 in math. Xiao Bao took out his older brother's test paper and quietly added, Big brother got 200%. Then he was rewarded with a slap on the head by his second brother. If you took the test, you might not even get 60.
No, not even 10. Xiao Bao held his head sadly.
I haven't grown up yet. When I was your age, I could score 60, Bao said with a sideways glance at Xiao Bao, sounding very serious. Then his older brother also rewarded him with a slap. Lying without a draft and still dare to hit Xiao Bao, Bao ran away hurriedly. Of course, many children didn't succeed in skipping grades. Some older kids chose not to study anymore. Li Taizhu, who was in the middle age range, didn't want to study either, so he went home to hang out. Li's father wanted to say something, but now that the family is split, Zhang Ailing wouldn't let him manage anything. He felt powerless and decided to leave Li Taizhu to handle things. Additionally, Dahua, Wang Xi, and He Weidong and others also got into the second grade. Dahua is the oldest girl in the second grade. Su Jinchuan's father is a teacher. Although he didn't go to school before, he had learned in advance, so the tests weren't very hard, and he also entered the second grade. When Li's mother found out, she had a vague idea of what her daughter was thinking. Was she trying to compare herself to the second family? Her heart was too big. After Debao and Bao started school, Sheni stayed at home with Little Treasure. Every day, besides reading and playing with Little Treasure, she felt bored and spent a lot of effort on food. Because of this, Debao and Bao had plenty of tasty food after school, and sometimes Sheni would share some with their friends. Debao doesn't have many friends. Since starting school, he has become more introverted. His only friends are Bao and Wang Xi. Their teacher is Xiaowu. He even once asked Sheni if he suspected Debao had experienced some psychological trauma, saying he was too shy. Sheni was surprised because Debao was quite cheerful and lively at home. He liked discussing schoolwork with her, was very active in doing chores, and was strict when teaching Bao. She didn't see any signs of trauma. Was she too careless? Sheni couldn't help but wonder and observed him at home. She found that Debao still liked talking with her, so she asked him directly. He told her that he thought his classmates were too childish and didn't know how to play with others. Sheni, okay, so he's a smart kid. To distract Debao, Sheni started thinking about teaching him other things. So, Debao's daily tasks increased, practicing calligraphy and learning English. In comparison, Bao was much more lively and noisy. Since he started school, Sheni rarely saw him before mealtime. When asked what he was doing, he didn't do anything special. After school, he would carry a basket and go with He Weidong and others to cut pig grass. Even in the short time after school, he could earn 5 or 6 cents. He became closer to He Weidong and others. Once, Sheni even heard He Weidong call him Big Brother. Sheni. Teacher Xiaowu is very worried about him and came to find Sheni again. She said that Bao often leads the class in causing trouble, which makes other students join in the noise. She hopes Sheni can help manage him. Sheni gave her a suggestion. Make Bao the class monitor. Teacher Xiaowu actually tried her idea, and the result was, that evening, Bao proudly ran back and told Sheni, Mom, I became the class monitor. The discipline officer. Even Big Brother didn't get the position. Sheni was washing clothes and couldn't help but smile, saying, Oh, what does that involve? Keeping order, Bao said proudly. If anyone talks, I bang the table and they stop. Even the teacher praised me. Great job. Sheni gave him a thumbs up. Bao felt even more proud. Eating too much has its consequences. Sheni realized she had gained weight. Chen came home from work and saw her looking tired and lying on the bed. He was surprised. Wife, are you sick? Sheni looked at him without much energy. No. Then what's wrong? Chen touched her forehead, but didn't find anything unusual. He pressed it again and she wasn't running a fever. Sheni reached out her hand to him. Chen picked her up directly. She asked, Do you feel any change? No, Chen replied. Sheni touched her stomach, but still found it hard to believe. I do. Chen reached out his hand. Let me see. Sheni. After 10 minutes, Sheni looked at the man quietly. Aren't you done feeling? Li Chen smiled. It feels very good. Sheni silently pulled his hand away. He then took out a letter from his pocket. Mom sent this. Sheni took it and opened it. The couple leaned together to read. Shen's mother wrote a lot about daily matters. Overall, Sheni summarized 3 main points. First, her father's condition has improved. Second, Shen Yuxuan is now working at a machinery factory. These 2 things are both happy events, but the third one. Sheni smiled and said, Mom arranged a blind date for my older brother, asking him to come home and meet someone. But he refused, and Mom got upset. She asked me to write a letter to him, telling him to come home and go on the date. Your words are so effective? Li Chen raised an eyebrow. Not really. Maybe because my brother is about the same age as you, almost turning 30, and you already have 3 sons. My brother still doesn't have a partner, so Mom is worried. Sheni said with a smile. It's a bit of a desperate measure, and since my brother cares about me, he wants me to persuade him. Why doesn't he want to go on a blind date? Li Chen asked again. There's nothing to hide. Sheni explained. He used to have a childhood sweetheart who lived next door. They dated in high school. Everything was fine. But then my dad got sick, my mom lost her job, and her girlfriend married my brother's brother. My brother cared for her deeply, and he was hurt. Over the years, he's kept women at a distance. Li Chen was silent. But Mom's worries are unnecessary. My brother is now being pursued by a beautiful woman, Sheni said. How do you know? Li Chen asked curiously. Because he told me in a letter, she replied. Actually, that wasn't true. Her brother was being pursued, but he still couldn't get over his past and kept his distance from others. He wouldn't tell her such things. She knew this from her past life. After she returned home, her brother was already married to the daughter of a military district leader who had chased him for 3 years. Looking back, her sister-in-law had already started pursuing her brother around that time. Li Chen saw her trying to get out of his arms to write something, so he held her tighter. Are you going to write now? Hearing this, Sheni glanced at his face and answered vaguely. It's daytime, and Sha Bao is still napping next door. Li Chen pulled her back into his arms. Wife, I miss you. It had been almost a month since they last had intimacy. She hummed softly in response, silently agreeing. Seeing her silent consent, Li Chen leaned down and kissed her. Just as they were about to get closer, a sweet, calling voice came from the doorway. Mom. Suddenly, the romantic moment was interrupted. Both of them froze. Li Chen instinctively grabbed a blanket to cover his wife, and then slipped into the bed himself. He turned to look and saw that the door was closed. Li Chen and Sheni pushed Li Chen. Little Treasure is awake. Even Li Chen felt a bit annoyed at this moment. Why did he wake up now? Seeing how someone looked eager and unhappy, Sheni couldn't help but laugh. Hurry up and get up. He's only 3 years old. Li Chen could only get up. Sheni changed her clothes. When she saw him lying calmly on the bed, she secretly smiled. Li Chen noticed and looked at her with a dangerous gaze. Sheni quickly ran away. Li Chen got up to take a cold shower. Little Treasure just woke up and was whimpering, very clingy. Sheni poured water to wash his face. While she was in the kitchen making malt milk for Little Treasure, she heard Chen Chang's voice. Hey! Sheni carried the malt milk to the main room, let Little Treasure drink by himself, then went to open the door. Chen Chang was carrying an in and holding a fish. Sister-in-law, I just caught this fish. I caught 3. Here's one for you to eat. Harvesting in autumn is so hard. You can keep the fish for yourselves. You don't need to bring it here, Sheni said with a smile, but she didn't refuse. Sometimes, her family would give Chen Chang some of their produce, and Chen Chang would also bring some good things. There's no need to be too polite. Wait a moment. I recently made some cured meat. I'll bring some for you. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Brother Chen has also come back, Sheni added. Brother Chen is back. Chen Chang initially wanted to refuse, but when he heard that his brother was home, he carried an inside. Sheni went to get the cured meat. Li Chen had just finished washing and heard Chen Chang's voice. He came out. Seeing that his brother was taking a cold shower, Chen Chang immediately showed a knowing smile. Oh, trying to die, Li Chen joked with a smile, giving Chen Chong a light punch on the shoulder. Chen Chong kicked him in response. Li Chen looked back at him coldly. Chen Chong quickly withdrew his foot and admitted defeat. "Brother, I was wrong. Brother, please forgive me." While they were joking around, Little Treasure, who was drinking malt milk, saw an N in Chen Chong's arms. He immediately ran over and raised his hand. "Sister? Want to play with sister?" Chen Chong directly put Nen on the ground, letting her play with Little Treasure. Xiao Nen is almost 1 year old now. She is chubby and cute, with round cheeks. Xiao Bao is playing happily with her. When he sees Chen Chong preparing to take Xiao Nen home, he gets a bit anxious. "Sister, stay with us." "No, she's ours." Chen Chong teases him. "But I want her." Xiao Bao looks at him eagerly. Chen Chong glances at Li Chen with a mischievous smile. "You want her dad to have another one." Hearing this, Xiao Bao turns to his dad and pulls on his pants. "Dad, I want a sister." Li Chen glances at Chen Chong, who smirks proudly. Li Chen quickly reaches out and snatches her away. "If you make my son cry, I'll keep your daughter to comfort him." "Is this a thief?" Xiao Bao becomes anxious again. He shakes his head and emphasizes to his dad, "I want my sister, Li Chen." Chen Chong laughs out loud, enjoying the chaos. Yes, 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 tell your dad to have one for you." Maybe he already did. Li Chen shoots him a cold look. Chen Chong immediately shuts up, reclaims his daughter, and slips away. "Dad," Xiao Bao looks at his dad with pleading eyes. "No, sister," Li Chen says. "Having a sister can be mom's health." "Are you sure you want mom to have another?" "What does health mean?" Xiao Bao is confused. "It means it will be very painful," Li Chen explains. "Like when I fell during a game?" Xiao Bao asks, thinking that's the worst pain he knows. "Much more painful," Li Chen replies. Xiao Bao immediately gets worried. "Then I don't want mom to have another." Li Chen smiles kindly. "Dad, you have to have one. You're not afraid of pain." Xiao Bao steps forward and sincerely holds his dad's hand. Li Chen is stunned. Sheni just happens to come out and hears this, laughing so hard, she can't stop. Li Chen looks annoyed. "Go play with Lingya." Xiao Bao pouts and runs off to play with Lingya. "Honey, have you laughed enough?" Li Chen looks at his wife, Sheni. She nods, then shakes her head, still laughing uncontrollably. When she finally stops laughing, Li Chen takes out the chopping board. "Are we having fish today?" "Yes." Sheni, feeling bored, squats next to Li Chen and chats with him. "Brother Chen, do you really not want a daughter, or are you worried about my health?" Li Chen said. "Take the fish down." The fish was already dead, but the internal organs hadn't been removed yet. As he cut open the fish's belly, he said, "I really don't want this." A strong, fishy smell hit the air, and Sheni instinctively gagged. Li Chen immediately looked up at his wife. Sheni had already stood up, moving away from the fish smell, and felt a bit better. "Sweetheart," Li Chen dropped the fish and walked over to her. As he approached, Sheni felt sick again. "Don't come any closer. Go wash your hands first, it's too fishy." "Oh, okay." Li Chen looked a little nervous. He quickly went to wash his hands and grabbed some soap, but his eyes kept watching his wife. Sheni noticed his expression and started to suspect something. Her doubts grew stronger. Both of them seemed to think the same thing.
Li Chen struat tiktanat.
"Honey, how long has it been since your last visit?" "It's been about a month," Sheni replied. She didn't have painful periods, so she hadn't paid much attention. She didn't realize she was almost a month late. They looked at each other silently. Li Chen decided quickly, "Honey, we should go to the hospital." "Okay." Shani nodded. She immediately went inside to change clothes. Li Chen didn't want to change at first, but since he thought he might have gotten fish smell on his clothes, he went in to change again. Then, he took a piece of clothing and placed it on the back of the bicycle seat. In the yard, Xiao Bao was playing with Wolf Tooth. He pedaled over and asked, "Dad, come here." "Dad will take you to Grandma's," Li Chen said. "Why are we going to Grandma's?" Xiao Bao asked as he walked over. "Mom and Dad need to go to the county town," Li Chen explained. "Can I go with you?" Xiao Bao asked.
"No," Li Chen raplia.
"Oh." Xiao Bao pouted and obediently went with his dad to the next door. When Li Chen returned, Sheni had already changed her clothes. Chen went to push the cart. As his wife was about to get in the car, he pursed his lips. "Be careful, sweetheart." They then rode their bikes toward the county town. At the county hospital, they registered and, after finishing, sat on a long bench in the corridor. "You're pregnant." There was a moment of silence. Suddenly, Chen stood up, squatted in front of Sheni, and looked at her. "Honey." "Yes." Sheni looked at him. "Do you want to have a baby?" Chen asked. "Do you want to?" Sheni replied. Chen held her hand gently. "Wife, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I still let you get pregnant." Sheni paused. Although it was not the right time, she found his words strangely funny. She pressed her lips, which were curling up, and said, "It's not really your fault. We took precautions, but he still came. That means we are truly destined to be together." Sheni had been taking contraceptive pills from the space before. Later, Chen said he didn't want more children, so she went to the hospital to get a set. After he joined the transport team, she didn't take the pills anymore. Who would have thought that this would happen unexpectedly? "So, do you want to have a baby?" Chen asked carefully. "What do you mean?" Sheni pretended to be angry. "I'm already pregnant, and you still don't want to have the baby? Do you know that abortion is very bad for a woman's health?" "I want to have the baby," Chen quickly said. "But I want to respect your opinion. If you want to keep the baby, we will. If not, we won't. But no matter what, I will take good care of you and protect you. But just now at home, you said you didn't want to have more." Sheni reminded him of the past. Chen was momentarily speechless. He had never been so quickly caught off guard before. How could he not want the baby? He dreamed of having a daughter as gentle and sweet as her. But he truly didn't want her to take risks. He never expected that something like this would happen so suddenly. He could only beg softly, "Wife, I just don't want you to take any risks." Sheni couldn't help but smile. Chen always put her and the baby first, and he really knew how to make her happy. If they weren't outside right now, she would want to throw herself into his arms and give him a big kiss. Whether it was dangerous or not was secondary. Her body hadn't suffered from having 3 children. In fact, it was in the best condition. Having one more baby wasn't very risky for her. She didn't want to have more children before because she wanted to focus more love and energy on Chen and the children. But gradually, she realized they were independent individuals who didn't need her to watch over them all the time. They were family, and a family didn't need to worry about everything. As long as they were sincere with each other, that was enough. Especially after the older 2 went to school, she had more free time. Moreover, they also want a daughter or sister, so they decided to have one. "Don't worry, there won't be any danger. Look at how smoothly I had our 3 treasures, right?" Sheni comforted Chen. Yes, Chen thought about it and realized it was true. His wife had easy pregnancies every time, so he felt less worried. The 2 of them left the hospital. Sheni teased him, "So, you actually want a daughter too? It's best if we have a daughter. If not, it's okay. As long as she's born by you, I like her no matter what," Chen said happily. They already had 3 mischievous boys, so naturally, he wanted a girl. But whether it's a boy or a girl isn't decided by his wife, and he didn't want to pressure her. Sheni smiled slightly. After school, Dahua and Earthworm saw no one at home. They didn't find it strange because sometimes their mother took Xiaobao to play. They put down their school bags, picked up their baskets, and ran out to join He Weidong and others to gather pig grass. In the evening, after finishing gathering pig grass, Dahua and Earthworm returned home, but still didn't see their parents or Xiaobao. They decided to visit the neighbor to ask about their grandmother, and learned that she had gone to the private land with Xiaobao after work. Meanwhile, their parents hurried to the city. "Big brother, do you think Mom and Dad are in trouble?" the 2 brothers asked as they walked back home. "No, Mom and Dad won't get into trouble," Dahua said. Yes, they definitely won't," Earthworm agreed, then rubbed his stomach. "Big brother, I'm hungry." Wait a moment. Dahua took out a key from under his collar, opened a box hanging on the wall, which was filled with small snacks. He took out 2 pieces of egg cake and 2 cookies. Earthworm watched enviously from behind. "Big brother, why did Mom only give you the key and not me?" Dahua shot him a glance. Because I'm the big brother. Erbao, understanding, stopped bothering about the issue to avoid being scolded again. This small box was specially used by Sheni to store snacks. It was locked because Xiaobao loved snacks so much that without a lock, he would eat them all. Secondly, although Erbao wasn't a big eater, the temptation of snacks was greater than that of meals for him. If he ate too many, he wouldn't want to eat his regular food. But he was worried that one day she might not be home and leave them hungry, so he gave the keys to Dabo, who is much more patient than Erbao. The two brothers fed themselves until they were half full, but still no sign of their parents. Dabo rolled up his sleeves and said, "Let's cook." Then he washed the pot and rice and started cooking. Erbao looked at the fish on the ground that hadn't been cleaned yet. He rolled up his sleeves, squatted in front of the cutting board, and prepared to clean it. Dabo asked him, "You can do it. I saw Dad do it," Erbao said proudly, lifting his chin. Okay, Dabo didn't stop him. After steaming the rice, he went to bring a big cabbage to wash. The brothers started working together. Erbao didn't know how to clean the fish guts, so he threw them away and began chopping the fish into pieces of different sizes, but at least they could eat it. Dabo lit the fire, and Erbao cooked the food. Their stove was quite big, about a meter high. Erbao brought over a small stool to stand on. He remembered what his dad usually taught him. Put oil first, then salt, then the fish. But where was the fish? Erbao looked over to the other stove. "Big brother, quick, help me bring the fish." The oil splashed out. Ouch! It got on my hand. Dabo quickly stood up and poured the fish into the pot. Erbao let out a breath of relief and grabbed the big cabbage next to him, putting it in as well. "Why did you put the cabbage in?" Dabo asked. "Can I?" Erbao didn't understand. Dabo. He didn't know either. Suddenly, Erbao smelled something burning. He almost jumped. "It's burning. Water? Where's the water?" "Big brother, go get some water quickly," he shouted while stirring. Dabo hurried out to get water. Erbao took a scoop and poured it in. Looking at the half-full pot of water, Erbao exchanged a glance with his brother and waved his hand. "It's okay, big brother. Just turn up the fire and the water will be gone." Dabo was suspicious, and Erbao looked guilty. Dabo looked down at the fire, and Erbao covered the pot. After 30 seconds, he lifted the lid to check. Then again after another 30 seconds. After 15 minutes, he asked, "Why is there still so much water?" Erbao said, stirring with a spatula, finally staring at the mixture inside, which had turned into a mess of unknown stuff. The brothers looked at each other with wide eyes. Chen and Sheni returned to the village. It was already dark. From a distance, they saw smoke rising from their chimney. Sheni guessed that Dabo and Erbao were inside cooking. Although Chen had already taught Dabo and Erbao how to cook, he hadn't really made them do it yet. Cooking with open flames is quite dangerous, after all. Sheni was a bit worried and urged Chen to hurry up. When they got home and opened the door, a strong fishy smell hit them. Sheni almost felt like vomiting again. Dabo and Erbao heard the noise and came out quickly. Seeing their mother's reaction, they got worried. Erbao was still holding a spatula in his hand and ran over, asking, "Mom, what's wrong?" Erbao had been helping to clean and cook fish, so he smelled very strongly of fish. Sheni couldn't get close to him. Chen quickly pulled his second son away. Erbao looked confused and asked, "Dad, don't get too close to your mom first," Chen said with a look of dislike. "Dad, what's wrong with Mom?" Dabo asked anxiously. "Mom is going to have a baby," Chen said just as, "What?" came the voice of Li Mu. Turning around, they saw Li Mu smiling widely and pulling Xiaobao along quickly, looking excited as she looked at Sheni. "Are you pregnant?" "Yes." Sheni touched her belly and couldn't help but smile. Erbao understood and asked, "Mom, are we going to have a little sister?" Wow. Erbao was so happy he wanted to run over, but his dad picked him up into the air. He didn't mind and stomped his feet happily in the air. "Not necessarily a sister," Chen emphasized. "And I told you not to get too close to your mom first. Go take a bath, Mom." Dabo looked at her with bright eyes. Sheni patted his head, about to say something, when suddenly a loud, "Wow!" cry broke through the laughter. He ran over stumbling, crying out, No sister, boo-hoo, no sister, everyone was stunned. Sheni squatted down to wipe his tears and smiled in surprise. Don't cry, what's wrong? Weren't you always asking for a sister? But, Xiaobao cried breathlessly, hugging his mom's neck. It will hurt. Sheni looked at Li Chen and then at him. Li Chen nervously rubbed his nose. In fact, he didn't want Xiaobao to keep bothering his wife about wanting a sister. Who knew that in the end, the sister would really come? Mom, I don't want a sister anymore. Please don't have a sister, Xiaobao choked out. Sheni felt both amused and helpless. She gently patted Xiaobao's head and softened her heart. But I want to give birth. But it will hurt. It will hurt, Sheni patiently said. But when I gave birth to Xiaobao and your brothers, it also hurt. But compared to the love and happiness they bring me, the pain doesn't matter. Xiaobao and the brothers bring happiness to mommy, Xiaobao repeated, tears sparkling on his long eyelashes. Yes, they do. Dahua and Earthworm looked touched. Earthworm loudly said, and sister will also bring mommy happiness, okay? Sheni agreed. She wanted to say more but suddenly smelled something strange. What's that smell? Earthworm casually sniffed the air, then suddenly jumped 3 feet high. My fish. Dahua hurried over. Quick, help them deal with it, Sheni urged Li Chen. Go back to your room and rest first. I'll come later, Li Chen said as he left a message. Xiaobao, hold your mom. Mom, I'll support you, Xiaobao cheerfully said, reaching to hold her hand. Sheni. She was just pregnant, not fragile. But the fish smell outside was really unpleasant. Sheni was about to go back to her room when she saw Li Mu smiling at her. She chuckled. Mom, you should go back first. Then you rest well. If you need anything, just ask me, okay? Li Mu said. All right, Sheni replied. Of course, the fish Xiaobao made couldn't be eaten. He felt guilty and stubbornly said, it should still be okay to eat, right? Want to try it? Li Chen scooped a spoonful and looked at him. Xiaobao. He opened his mouth, then closed it. Finally, under his dad's teasing gaze, he made up his mind, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth. Li Chen watched his brave face and smiled slightly. He fed him a small bite. Ugh, Xiaobao instinctively wanted to. When he opened his eyes and saw his dad's face, he closed them again. His small face was scrunched like a bitter gourd, pretending to look very pleased. Good to eat. But his tone almost sounded like he was about to cry. Li Chen pushed the spoon into his hand. Finish eating, then go, Xiaobao. Maybe he's not really his son. Of course, Xiaobao wasn't that naive. He found an excuse and slipped away. Li Chen went back to the vegetable garden and pulled out 2 carrots. He made a carrot and pork rib soup and also quickly scrambled some eggs. By dinner time, it was already dark outside. When they returned from the county town, Sheni was hungry. Li Chen bought her a big bun from the state-run restaurant, so she wasn't very hungry. She scooped a bowl of pork rib soup and slowly sipped it. Now, the pork ribs had very little meat, but the small amount of meat left was very tasty. Li Chen picked out the ribs with meat for her. The older brothers, Dahua and Earthworm, imitated their father and put the meaty ribs into her bowl. Even the little foodie, Xiaobao, wanted to put what he thought was delicious into her bowl. Seeing the pile of ribs in her bowl, like a small mountain, Sheni thought. After washing up and returning to her room at night, the 3 brothers gathered around her belly and started talking about the baby inside her. Mom, is the sister inside your belly now? Yes, but it could also be a brother. Sheni thought it was important to clarify. Although she and Li Chen both hoped for a sister, since they already had many brothers at home. But if it's a brother, that's okay too. They are all her children, and she loves them all. However, Sanbao was different. They are still children and haven't fully developed their thinking. If they believe the baby inside her is a sister, but it turns out to be a brother, they might be very disappointed and could even start to dislike the brother. Also, she definitely wouldn't have another baby after this one. If they keep pestering her for a sister, she'd have a headache. Brother is good too. I don't want a brother, Xiaobao said. I hope it's a sister, Earthworm said, because I already have a brother. That's me. Xiaobao pointed at himself and giggled. Earthworm looked at him with disdain. A sister is cuter. Xiaobao pouted. Second brother is annoying. Big brother is better. He then turned around, hugged his big brother, and asked, Big brother, do you like me? No, Dabo said coldly, pushing him away. Haha, Erbao immediately felt proud. Big brother likes me. Xiaobao wasn't discouraged. He went back to hug his big brother again. Big brother, do you like me more than second brother? Dabo originally wanted to be fair and treat everyone equally, but seeing Erbao's mischievous look, he couldn't stand it.
Yes.
Xiaobao instantly felt proud and hugged his big brother, wanting to give him a kiss. Erbao. That hurts, big brother. I'm the one who's your twin. He turned to look at his mother, determined to win some attention back. Mom, who do you like best, big brother, Xiaobao, or me? Sheni, caught in the middle. But she didn't need to answer, because Chen never allowed anyone to make things hard for his wife, not even their sons. He glanced at Erbao. Are you asking for trouble? Erbao immediately quieted down and went to his mother for comfort. Sheni knew her second son was pretending, so she smiled and patted his head. All right, go listen to Journey to the West. The little one was quickly distracted and went off to listen. That night, after the radio broadcast ended, Sheni and Chen returned to their small room. After getting on the bed, Chen pulled his wife into his arms. His rough but warm hand rested gently on her belly. Sheni smiled softly. When a mother feels her unborn child being cared for so tenderly, it's impossible not to feel happy. Good night, my dear, Chen said, giving her a gentle kiss. Good night, Sheni replied, finding a comfortable position and slowly drifting towards sleep. The next morning, when Sheni got up, Debao and Erbao had already gone to school. Chen was still home, kneading dough in the kitchen. What are you doing?
Sheni asked.
I'm making some steamed buns, Chen said. If the boys get hungry, they can eat them. I don't want you to tire yourself out. Sheni laughed. I'm just pregnant. That's all. There are plenty of women in the village who still work in the fields even when they're about to give birth. I can't control what others do, Chen said with a smile, glancing back at her. But you're my wife, and I don't want you to work too hard. Sheni smiled again. Having steamed buns ready really did make things easier. If she got hungry, she could just warm them up. At noon, Chen went to work. That evening, he came home and said, Honey, I've switched to short-distance routes. I'll have more time at home now. The team already agreed? Sheni asked in surprise. That was fast. It was just a matter of asking, Chen said. With the new route, he wouldn't have to travel far, just a few days away at most, so he could spend more time with his family. Sheni nodded. Chen is well-liked in the transport team and has good relations with Liang Jun, so transferring to short-distance routes is not difficult for him. However, this situation still affected her, as Yu Hong came over to tell her. Chen applied for short-distance routes because she was pregnant. Yu Hong also learned about her pregnancy and took the time to visit her, bringing some nourishing supplements. This was her first time visiting Sheni's home. The walls were green, the tiles gray, clean and elegant. There was little decoration, but it had a unique charm. Yu Hong was surprised and said, It doesn't look like much, but it feels so comfortable. It makes me want to move in. It's just simple decoration, Sheni modestly replied. If you want to stay, you're always welcome. Yu Hong said this casually. Since she didn't have a place to stay, she laughed and changed the subject. Seeing the various supplements Yu Hong brought, like bird's nest, milk powder, and other nourishing items, Sheni chuckled and said, You're too kind. Why did you bring so much? It's not much. Pregnant women need good nourishment. We women shouldn't neglect ourselves, Yu Hong said. Sheni looked at her face, which, despite her age, still looked very good, and nodded in agreement. That's right. But in the early stages, you can eat more. Later on, don't eat so much, Yu Hong, with her experience, advised. Otherwise, the baby might get too big to deliver easily. Okay, Sheni said, looking like she had learned something. Yu Hong suddenly remembered that she had already had 3 children. She patted her head and said, with a teasing tone, You look so young that I keep thinking you're a beginner. I'm pretty much a beginner too, Sheni appreciated Yu Hong's advice. My first 2 pregnancies were a mess. I didn't know much. That's because you have a good man, Yu Hong lamented. As soon as he found out you were pregnant, he switched to short-distance routes. If he had kept doing long-distance for another 2 or 3 months, he would definitely have a chance to be promoted to team leader next year. Is it true that Brother Li can be promoted to team leader so soon? Sheni was a bit surprised. There were over 50 people in the entire transport team. Chen had been with the team for less than a year. Based on seniority, it seemed unlikely he would be promoted so quickly. Yu Hong smiled and said, since Chen joined the transport team this year, not only has her family's small savings increased rapidly, but even the orders for the transport team have gone up. When I asked her about her husband, I learned that all this was thanks to Chen. That's also why she came to see Sheni with so many valuable things. Thinking of this, Yu Hong suddenly felt a bit sad. Why did Chen overlook her niece back then? If only they could become a family, how wonderful that would be. Looking at Sheni's eyes, Yu Hong couldn't help but feel a bit envious, thinking, you're so lucky. Sheni covered her mouth and smiled. Brother Chen is truly excellent. However, she didn't feel much regret about Chen missing the position of squad leader because of her pregnancy. Chen chose family over career. She knew that Chen's move to the transport team was just a temporary solution. When policies relaxed in the future, he would naturally choose to go to a bigger stage to realize his ambitions, even without her urging. So, doing well in the transport team was good enough. Whether he achieved great results or not wasn't a big deal, since his abilities were evident there. Right now, she needed his company and didn't want to pretend to be gentle and let him focus on his career. Yu Hong saw what she meant and, feeling disappointed, said, the salary, the squad leader's salary is quite high. You already have 3 children, and if you have 1 more, that makes 4. Shouldn't you think about saving money? Sheni raised an eyebrow at her. Others might not know, but you do, Yu Hong. Alright, everyone in the transport team has their own little side business, especially someone as capable as Chen. He's not someone who lacks money. Yu Hong teased. You and your husband are really a perfect match. Thank you. Sheni lifted her chin proudly. Yu Hong, they really are a perfect match. When Dahua heard about Sheni's pregnancy, she came back especially, bringing a lot of things like red dates and brown sugar. They weren't expensive gifts from Yu Hong, but these were the best she could do within her means. Sheni was very grateful. Big sister, thank you. It's just some inexpensive things. If you don't mind, second sister-in-law, I'll make you some small clothes later. I'll choose neutral colors so they can be worn by both boys and girls. Thank you, big sister, I appreciate it. Sheni didn't refuse. Her sewing skills are not very good, but when someone offers to make clothes for her, she is happy. After the clothes are finished, she plans to return the favor with some other things. Dahua was thinking about how to thank Sheni for her kindness. She finally had a chance to do something useful, and she was very happy. Since Dahua had already given something, Area also wanted to show her gratitude. She brought 2 pig's feet and a can of milk powder. She thought these gifts looked more impressive than the red dates and brown sugar her sister had brought. Sheni should have looked at her more kindly, right? But just then, they ran into Chen Xiaoling and her sister. To repay Sheni's help, they brought gifts of similar or greater value, including quite a bit of beef. Area immediately felt embarrassed about her pig's feet and milk powder, her face looking upset. In the end, Sheni received many gifts. Over the past few days, He Weidong noticed that Bao had been especially busy. Usually, he would cut about 10 baskets of pig grass after school before going home, but recently, he only needed 5 or 6 baskets before heading back. He had promised to go up the mountain together to dig traps and catch rabbits, but he kept canceling. He Weidong found this strange and asked Bao about it. Bao, carrying a big basket of pig grass, proudly said, I'm going home to cook with my big brother. You're going home to cook? He Weidong and the others asked in unison. Why do you and your big brother need to cook? Actually, I don't have to cook with my big brother, Bao replied, starting to list everything he was doing, but I need to go home to prepare the rice, pick vegetables, wash vegetables, cut vegetables, wash the pot. Get everything ready, so when my dad comes back we can start cooking. Everyone was surprised. At home, they're usually spoiled and pampered. When it's time to eat, their family is grateful just to have a meal. They don't usually have to cook themselves. Suddenly, He Weidong and the others looked at Bao with a bit of pity. They used to envy Bao's family because they could eat meat every day, but now they realized their lives might not be so perfect. Are your parents treating you like this on purpose? He Weidong asked. What do you mean by mistreating? Bao was unhappy with the word and decided to teach them a lesson. Do you think my dad is strict? He Weidong immediately looked up with admiration. Second treasure, when will you call me dad? Let's go catch fish together, second treasure. Fish, 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 you just think about fish. After wasting a fish and being forced to taste it, second treasure remembered the taste and felt numb all over. He didn't want to eat fish anymore. He forcibly straightened the crooked building and said seriously, my dad said that to become as great as him, I need to learn the skills he has. My dad is very good at doing chores. I want to be as good as him, so I need to learn too. He Weidong and the others. You're really clever. Of course, there are other reasons, second treasure added. My dad needs to earn money to support the family. My older brother and I definitely have to share the chores. Then what about your mom? He Weidong asked. My mom is pregnant. Pregnant, so she doesn't have to work, He Weidong asked back. Of course, she can't work. Second treasure was surprised. Did your mom work when she was pregnant with you? Yes, my mom was pregnant with my younger brother. Besides going to work and coming home, she also did laundry and cooking, He Weidong said proudly. And she washes everyone's clothes in our family. No, second treasure waved his hand. My mom can't do those things. Why not? He Weidong found it strange. Why can't she do it? All the women in the village do it. Just, second treasure hadn't realized he was influenced by his dad. When asked for a reason, he couldn't give a clear answer. Subconsciously, he just felt his mom couldn't do it and said, anyway, my mom can't do it. Your mom is too delicate, He Weidong concluded. She can't do anything. Even going to catch fish would wash her away. What a pity for her excellent fishing skills. He Weidong sighed. My mom is very delicate, second treasure agreed. But it's okay. My dad, my older brother, and I will protect her. Then my mom is better, He Weidong said after hearing this. Although she talks a lot, looks a bit ugly, and is a bit strong, she's capable. Like a tigress. My dad says she can do the work of 2 men. He Weidong. Before He Weidong finished speaking, a fierce voice came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw his mom's fierce face, which made him shiver in fear. He ran away quickly. Wang Yan confidently and quickly caught up, as if the mountains and rivers were trembling with her steps. Suddenly, Bao patted his small chest in fear and said, nonsense, my mom is the best. He went home, cooked dinner and prepared tomatoes, eggs, and beef brought by Chen Shaoling and her sister. His father was about to arrive. Li Chen washed his hands and prepared to cook, telling Bao and Bao to watch nearby. Dad's work hours are not fixed, so I might not always be able to come home and cook. So, I'm leaving the cooking task to you too. Li Chen wanted to teach them both to take turns. But Bao patted his chest and stepped forward. Dad, I'll do it. Big brother can just light the fire. Are you sure you can do it? Li Chen raised an eyebrow, still remembering the fish he saw earlier. Bao also remembered the fish he cooked last time and looked a bit embarrassed. He snorted and said, Dad, isn't a real man supposed to get up after falling? Cooking is just a skill. I can learn it. Li Chen liked his attitude and praised him casually. Great job. Bao's eyes widened in excitement, and he grabbed his dad's arm. Dad, are you praising me? He was so happy that Li Chen almost spilled oil while filling the oil jar. He wanted to scold him, but saw how happy his second son was. He just nodded. Hee. Bao was very pleased. He looked at his older brother with a little mischievous smile, as if saying, Dad praised me, not you. Bao was a bit speechless but said, Dad, I also want to learn how to cook. Why do you want to learn to cook? Bao asked. Just light the fire for me. Bao looked expressionless. Because I don't trust you. That hurt Bao's feelings. He hummed unhappily and muttered, I will learn to cook for sure. Li Chen looked at Bao. As a father, he understood what Bao was thinking. Bao was competitive and wanted to be the best at everything. Bao seemed cold on the outside, but was actually caring inside. He knew Bao was already doing most of the chores actively, so he also wanted to help share the workload. But he wouldn't say these words out loud. His care was often shown through his actions rather than words. He was thoughtful and reserved, which was truly touching. After Chen finished applying the oil, he gently pinched Bao's small face. When he first put on the oil, some got on his hands. Bao wiped it off and looked up at his dad with a somewhat sad expression. "Smile a little," Chen teased him. Bao usually listened to his dad. Hearing this, he was about to smile. But Bao, the mischievous younger brother, started causing trouble nearby. "Dad, my big brother won't smile. I haven't seen him smile much at school," Bao. Because of Bao's interruption, he didn't want to smile or not smile. He just felt like hitting someone. But Bao didn't know how to behave. Not only did he offend his big brother, but he also went on to bother their dad. "You look just like Dad when you have no expression, like a face without feelings," Chen. In the next second, Sheni and Bao, who were listening to the radio inside, could hear Bao shouting loudly outside. Bao quickly crawled down from the bed, ran to the door to peek, then came back to report to his mother. "Mom, Dad and big brother are chasing and hitting Bao, Sheni." Her second son always liked to seek trouble. She just wanted to protect him, but she couldn't. She was about to tell Bao to come back to the bed and not worry, but Chen and Bao were careful. They wouldn't really hurt Bao. After Bao finished reporting, his eyes sparkled, and his short legs moved quickly. "I'm going to see what Bao is doing. Sheni, is he going to watch the fun?" As Bao grew older, his mischievous side started to show more and more. Sheni turned off the radio and followed him down from the bed. But by the time she came out, the fight outside was over. Chen was in the kitchen teaching Bao and Bao how to cook. "Zabao litsten sediosili, ya the bao was losing xiao." "Go away, don't stand here and get in the way. I just want to watch," Bao said angrily. "The kitchen is dangerous, do you know that?" Bao shouted. "Be careful if oil splashes out and you won't know how to dodge." "Who said I don't know?" Bao said stubbornly as Bao pushed him out of the way. "Second brother, you're underestimating me. I'm smart." "You're even brave enough to call yourself smart," Bao said with disdain.
"I'm smart," Bao muttered.
"Smarter than you, second brother. He really has no authority in this family anymore. His parents and older brother are fine, but now even little treasure dares to ignore him. He must teach him a lesson." Second brother, feeling angry, grabbed little treasure's collar, imitating how his father would lift him, and roughly pulled him up. Suddenly, little treasure was lifted into the air, startling him. Second brother stared fiercely at little treasure and spoke like their father. "Are you scared? If you're scared, get out quickly. Otherwise, I'll hit you later." Little treasure shouted in fear and immediately cowered. Okay, let go of me. I'll go out right away. "You can't come in anymore," second brother said sternly. "Do you understand your task is to keep your mother company?" This was their plan. Big brother and second brother would handle the chores, and little treasure's job was to keep his mother company and cheer her up. Yes, little treasure said with a flattering smile. "I'll go keep my mother company right now." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his mother come in. Second brother released little treasure and went to hold his mother's hand, nervously saying, "Mom, why did you come into the kitchen? It's too dangerous. Please go out." Little treasure also hurried over to hold her other hand, both looking at her with concern. "Dear wife," Chen heard the noise, turned around, and saw his wife entering the kitchen. He thought she was hungry and quickly said, "Honey, you go sit outside first. I'll be done soon." "Big brother, go prepare a bowl of malted milk for your mother." "Sheni, this is really exhausting. If this keeps up, she might think she's not pregnant, but seriously ill." "Don't make it anymore, I'm not hungry." Sheni stopped big brother from doing it. "You all do your things. I just came out for a walk." Then she took little treasure outside. They strolled in the yard, and they could still hear Chen teaching big brother and second brother how to cook from the kitchen. Chen, although working short shifts and spending more time at home, had an irregular schedule. Sometimes he finished early, sometimes he came back late at night. The cooking tasks were really assigned to Big Brother and Second Brother. Sometimes Second Brother cooked, sometimes Big Brother did. Lee Chun put effort into teaching them. Big Brother, being very smart, understood everything immediately. As for Second Brother, after his previous experience, he was very determined and worked hard to learn. So, even though their cooking skills are not as good as Lee Chun and Sheni's, the food is still tasty. Especially since Sheni always eats politely, which makes them very happy and motivates them to improve their cooking even more. Sheni has good health. Besides possibly feeling hormonal changes because she's pregnant and can't stand strong fishy smells, she has few pregnancy symptoms. She can eat and sleep well and feels great. However, even though she feels fine, Sheni plans to go for a pregnancy checkup. This is not only for her own safety, but also for the baby in her belly. The county hospital is small and can't do many tests, so she needs to go to the city hospital for the checkup. Sheni told Lee Chen about this. Lee Chen also had the same idea. How about we go the day after tomorrow? I'll ask my colleagues to switch shifts, and we can stay overnight in the city, so we won't be in such a rush. Sheni agreed. I won't take the third treasure with us. I'll talk to my mother and ask her to come here and help watch the kids. When Sheni told Li Mu, she was very nervous. Go to the hospital?
Why?
What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? No, Mom.
I'm fine.
I just want to get checked, see if the baby is okay, Sheni said with a mix of tears and smiles. Just to be safe, Li Mu relaxed at first, but then hesitated. There's nothing wrong, so why do you need a checkup? It was almost written on her face that she thought it was a waste of money. Sheni understood her mother's thinking. Most people, especially in the countryside, still give birth at home and rarely go for prenatal checkups. But even so, Sheni has the means and wants to give herself and her baby better conditions for pregnancy. In this era of limited medical resources, giving birth can be dangerous, and she no longer has the support of a system. She explained to her mother the benefits of prenatal checkups and the risks of not doing them. When she mentioned the consequences of skipping checkups, Li Mu spat twice and said, "That kind of talk isn't right. You and the baby will be fine." Yes, Sheni replied. In the end, although Li Mu still didn't agree with Sheni going for the checkup, she understood that Sheni wasn't asking for her opinion, just asking her to help watch the third treasure. She was against it, but it was no use. Not only would Sheni not listen to her, but Li Chen also wouldn't take her side. Moreover, she had already said she wouldn't get involved in the second child's affairs, so she said nothing more. Li's mother asked, "When are you going tomorrow?" "Probably at 7 a.m., Sheni replied. "Some tests need to be done on an empty stomach, so we have to go early." "All right," Li's mother said. "I'll come earlier." After confirming with Li's mother, Sheni went home. Li's mother turned around and saw Hi Zhaodi, who was heavily pregnant, looking at her hesitantly. Suddenly feeling a headache, she asked, "What? Do you also want to go for a checkup?" "Mom," Hi Zhaodi hesitated. "Is what my sister-in-law said about checking if the baby has any birth defects or complications true?" "That's not true," Li's mother quickly said. To prevent Hi Zhaodi from wanting to go for unnecessary tests and waste money, she added, "When I had Dabin and Manhwa, I never got checked. They are healthy, aren't they?" But Hi Zhaodi hesitated again. "My sister-in-law from my family side gave birth a few days ago, and her baby died." Li's mother choked, then calmly served a bowl of porridge and waved her hand, saying, "If you want to go, then go. But I want to be clear. Your father and I have no money left. If you want to get checked, you'll have to pay for it yourself." The second child's family pays for their own tests. Hearing about money, Hi Zhaodi suddenly sobered up. She had already spent a lot of money to get pregnant with the baby in her belly. Now life was tight, and she had no extra money left for tests. Li Chun and Sheni's plans for prenatal checkups were naturally not kept secret from San Bao. They also told him they would stay in the city for a night before returning. This time, Dahua and Bao happily let Li Chun and Sheni go, and Bao even boldly said, "Dad, Mom, I will take good care of the family. Don't worry, you can rest assured." As soon as he finished speaking, Dahua gently corrected him, "It's worry-free, Bao." He clearly remembered it was worry-free, so why did it suddenly become worry about? The older two had no problems, but the youngest was a bit troublesome. Mom, are you not taking me with you? Little Bao held his mother's hand and pouted. Please take me with you, okay? Sheni usually prefers soft things over ES, especially when it comes to her adorable, gentle little treasure. But Mom is going to handle some important matters, so I can't bring little treasure along. I can come along. I'm very good, little treasure said. Ask Dad if he can take you, Sheni said, passing the problem to Chen, who couldn't solve it. Please no, little treasure, small but clever, knew his dad wouldn't fall for his tricks. He pouted and hugged his mom, continuing to beg, as long as you agree. Dad will agree too. How could that be? Dad won't listen to Mom. Sheni tried to persuade him. Dad looks so fierce, he might even hit him. No, Dad will listen to Mom, and he won't hit her. Little treasure nodded confidently. He was no longer the child who believed his mom could fool his dad, and that he could only sadly eat one candy a day. As he grew older, he realized that his mom was really the boss of the family. His dad's words might not always work, but his mom's words definitely did. Sheni, your second brother doesn't even try to flatter you. Sheni felt both annoyed and amused. She pinched his chubby cheek. Have you become smarter now? Little treasure chuckled and kept pushing his luck. Mom, please. No. Sheni pushed him away. Be good. Mom and Dad are going to handle some important matters, not play. I can't take you. Wait until we go out to play, then I'll bring you. That little treasure pouted, knowing once his mom made a decision, he couldn't change it. He emphasized, next time, take me with you, okay? We'll take you next time we go out, Sheni said firmly, not falling into his trap. She knew his little mind too well, such a clever little ghost. Little treasure. That his mom is so smart. The next day, Sheni and Chen left at 7 in the morning. By around 10 o'clock, they arrived at the city hospital. They first checked some fasting-required tests. After finishing, it wasn't time for lunch yet. Chen went to the hospital cafeteria and gave 2 yuan to the cook to reheat the meals they brought from home. After eating, they continued with other tests, working until the afternoon before getting the results. There were no major issues, so they felt relieved. They found a guest house, entered the room, and Chen boiled some hot water for his wife to wash up. The fatigue finally eased a lot. That evening, the two of them didn't go anywhere special. Chen went to the state-run restaurant to pack dinner for takeout. Because they both went to bed early the night before, they woke up early the next day. They didn't rush to go back home. After a leisurely breakfast, they went to the city library to borrow some books to show to Bao. At noon, the two of them slowly got on the bus to return home. The autumn harvest was gradually coming to an end. The family was preparing to stockpile food for winter, and firewood was essential. Since September, whenever Chen finished his early shift and had nothing to do, he would borrow Chen Chong's car to go up the mountain and gather firewood. With his monthly days off, by November, they had collected enough firewood to last through the winter. Sheni planted another round of vegetables after finishing the first batch in spring. All the seeds were from her space, and it was a big harvest again. When the beans and cabbages ripened, Sheni wanted to pick them to make dried vegetables. So, she went to pick the beans and cabbages during the day. When Chen finished work and came back, she would bring the vegetables home, and the next day, she would turn them into dried vegetables. At first, Chen didn't agree. He wanted to take leave or switch shifts to do it himself, but Sheni didn't allow it. I'm not that delicate. It's just making some dried vegetables. I can do it, don't worry. I care about my health and the baby. I won't overexert myself. Plus, pregnant women need to stay active, right? I'll do it within my limits. Okay? If I keep doing nothing, I'll get weak. Let me do it, okay? Please? Sheni was acting cute just to get some work done. Chen usually couldn't stand her sweet and charming tone. Whenever she did this, he could only surrender and say, then do some light work. If you're tired, let Dahua and Bao do it. If they can't, I'll do it when I get back. Okay. Sheni was pleased and gave him a kiss. Chen hadn't touched her in 3 months. He was very flirtatious now. He couldn't resist. After a quick kiss, he guided her hand downward. Sheni. Her ears still echoed with his deep, hoarse breathing. It was truly maddening. Sheni got pregnant in August and only realized it in October. Now, in November, counting the days, it had only been about 3 months. She responded well in all aspects, and according to the doctor's advice, she could do so after 3 months. Li Chun did not cross any boundaries. When he truly couldn't bear it anymore, he found other ways to handle his feelings. In the following days, Sheni started drying vegetables at home, beginning with green beans. She wasn't showing yet, so she moved a small stool into the yard, took a large basin, filled it with water, and began washing the green beans. Little Bao saw his mother working and came over, saying, "Mom, I want to help you. Are you just playing with water?" Sheni looked at him. Hee hee, Little Bao grinned. Playing with water was just one part. Although he was only 3 years old, his father didn't expect him to help with chores like his older brothers. But he was clever and, from his father and brother's attitudes towards his mother, he guessed she was pregnant and shouldn't be tired out. So, he genuinely wanted to help his mother. However, he was too small, clumsy, and naturally playful, sometimes making things worse. Sometimes, Sheni would get annoyed by his clumsy actions, but whenever that happened, he would cuddle her and act spoiled, and she couldn't bring herself to scold him. Of course, Sheni was not someone who would make things difficult for herself. It took her more than half a month to finish drying that small amount of vegetables. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for their family to get through the winter. As for her mother's side, she decided not to send anything this year. There were still some radishes, cabbages, and potatoes left in the field. Sheni had planned to wait until Li Chun returned to harvest them. These items were heavy, and the narrow ridges made it impossible for Sheni to carry them. But Li Chun also didn't have time. After the harvest, the demand for grain transportation increased in the communes, and Li Chun became very busy, often returning home in the middle of the night. Sheni felt heartbroken and didn't want him to come home just to work more. When her mother heard this, she came over and asked, "How do you plan to bring back the cabbages and radishes from the field?" Asked Xiangzi for help. Sheni replied, "Xiangzi, the harvest is over, and we're all free now. I'll help you dig them out, and Dabin can help pull them back," her mother said. "We're family. Isn't it better to use each other than rely on Xiangzi?" Sheni had thought about her family. Her father and mother were not young anymore. After the autumn harvest, they finally had some rest, and Sheni didn't want to ask them for help. The third household definitely wouldn't consider it. As for the first household, although the harvest was over, everyone was busy stockpiling firewood for winter. Hi Zhaodi was pregnant, Sanhwa was back to studying, and Sheni wasn't sure if Li Dabin was free. At Chun Chong's house, Lin Daniu was handling chores, and they had a cart to bring firewood, which was better than Li Dabin's side. So, she thought of asking Chen Chong. "Don't you need to gather firewood?" Sheni asked. "We do, but your land is big, though not very wide. It can all be brought back in a day or two." "Gathering firewood isn't urgent," Li's mother replied. Sheni didn't refuse and went with Li's mother to pick cabbages in the field. Li's mother worked quickly, and Li Dabin was strong. Even under the hot sun, they kept working without stopping. Sheni couldn't compare to them. She went to cut cabbages in the morning, rested for a while, and when the sun was very hot at noon, she simply didn't go back. Li's mother knew Sheni was delicate and couldn't handle farm work, especially now that she was pregnant. So, she didn't ask her to work and went with Li Dabin to dig out the remaining potatoes and radishes. In one day, they managed to bring back everything Sheni had planted. Sheni felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to thank Li's mother and Li Dabin. Last year, when digging the well, Sheni paid them for their work because Chun Chong was there. But this time, since it was Li Chen's mother and brother, Sheni felt it was too formal to pay them again. She decided to give them some meat instead. There wasn't much meat at home anymore. To give meat to the main household, she needed to go to the city and process the meat stored in the space. So, the next day, Shun-Yi went to the city, leaving Little Bao at home. In the city, she visited the supply and marketing cooperative, then rode her bike past the meat factory. Her basket was already filled with many things she took from the space. She didn't plan to buy anything else and was about to head home. But as she passed through a small alley, suddenly she heard a noisy commotion. The loudest voice was shouting, "Stop right there!" Sheni looked up and saw many people frantically rushing out of the alley. Behind them, several young men with red markings on their arms were chasing after others. It was clear that the black market set up in the alley had been discovered, and Hong Xiuzhang was arresting people. Sheni didn't want to get involved in this mess. She planned to ride her bike quickly and leave. But there were too many people. At this moment, some things couldn't be explained clearly. Once she got involved, her innocence might also be questioned. So, even those not from the black market were panicking and running away. Fearing someone might bump into her belly, Sheni didn't dare to keep riding. She found a corner and decided to wait until the crowd dispersed before leaving. A person dressed in black, wrapped up tightly, was running too fast. They accidentally bumped into Sheni's parked bike in the corner. The bike fell over, and the person also fell, landing right in front of Sheni. Someone was chasing after him. In a panic, he saw a basket in front of him. Instinctively, he threw a bag of things into Sheni's basket and then got up, ready to run. Sheni watched as the person in black put something into her basket. She also glanced at the people chasing behind him, curled her lips slightly, and wondered if he was trying to drag her into trouble. She hadn't originally planned to bother about him knocking over her bike, but if he wanted to drag her into trouble. Sorry, she wasn't that generous. She grabbed a brick from the corner and swung it at his head. At the same time, the man looked up and Sheni saw his face. He saw her too. Without hesitation, Sheni's brick smashed into his head.
Ugh.
The man's head split open, blood flowing down. His head swelled into a big lump, and he gritted his teeth, shouting, "Sheni! Lin Jiadong!" Sheni sneered. She raised the stone again, hitting him even harder. "Are you crazy?" Lin Jiadong dodged, but his head was split open again. "Stop right there." Just as Lin Jiadong finished speaking, Hong Xiuzhang ran over from behind. Lin Jiadong didn't have time to argue with Sheni and ran away like he was fleeing for his life. Before leaving, he looked at Sheni's basket, hesitated for a moment, but didn't take anything out. Instead, he left a sentence. "You'd better run too. Take care of yourself." With that, if Sheni hadn't been in a bad mood and unwilling to argue at this moment, she would have definitely caught Lin Jiadong and handed him over to the people behind her. Of course, she wouldn't just let Lin Jiadong go. Holding a brick, she threw another one at his back. The sharp pain made Lin Jiadong stumble. He turned around and glared at Sheni. "You." Before he finished speaking, he saw the group of people approaching quickly, and he hurriedly ran away. Sheni also quickly used her mind to throw the things from her basket into her space. A few teenagers ran up, glaring fiercely at Sheni. They were about to ask her what her relationship was with the person who was running away. Sheni hurriedly spoke first. "He went east on the road. I already threw a few bricks at him. He's injured and can't run far. You guys need to chase him quickly and catch him. Wait, why are you stopping? Hurry up and chase him. That person is definitely a bad guy.
I really dislike people like that.
They dare to undermine socialism. If I weren't feeling unwell right now, I'd go catch him myself. Hey, I'm telling you, you guys are so useless. I've been holding him off for so long, and you only just caught up. And now you want to rest? Your stamina is even worse than mine. He's getting away. Hurry up and chase him." The group of teenagers, their fierce expressions instantly froze. They felt very ashamed under her contemptuous tone. They forgot what they wanted to say and instinctively ran in the direction Sheni pointed. One of the boys ran a few steps, then suddenly realized what was happening. He turned around fiercely, his gaze fixed on Sheni's basket, and was about to run back. Sheni accidentally tipped over her basket, causing the cloth covering it to fall off. The empty basket reflected in the boy's eyes. He paused, frowning in confusion. "Did I guess wrong?" Sheni's eyes widened, and she was about to say something. The boy remembered her righteous and contemptuous attitude about how useless they were. He shivered and quickly ran off to catch the person. He was definitely not useless. After their figures disappeared from sight, Sheni raised her eyebrows, hoping they would be more effective. It would be best if they caught Lin Jiadong. She slowly lifted her basket, mounted her bicycle, and headed home. Until she reached near the village entrance, Sheni put her things back into her basket. She also looked at what Lin Jiadong had thrown into her basket, surprisingly, a bag of gold and silver jewelry, including bracelets, a jade bracelet, a necklace, and a small yellow fish. Sheni knew these items were given to Lin Jiadong by his family before he went to the countryside. In her previous life, Lin Jiadong didn't use these items. Later, when he returned to the city, they became valuable and helped him start over. In this life, he had obtained them from the black market. Was he trying to exchange them for money? Shin-yi remembered Jiang Ailing's family, who had been like vampires draining Lin Jiadong's resources. It was easy to guess why Lin Jiadong would want to trade these items for money. What does this have to do with her? Since they ended up in her basket, they belong to her now. Shun-yi smiled slightly, tucked the items into her space, and headed home. When she arrived, she took a pound of fat meat and a pig's hoof to the neighbor's house. At the door, she met Li Dabian. Big brother, Shin-yi called him, handing over the meat and pig's hoof. Li Dabian had been advised by his mother. He knew Shun-yi wouldn't accept money, but she was giving him meat. Their family had been struggling financially for over half a year and hadn't eaten meat in a long time. It wasn't a big deal for him, but his wife was pregnant, so she needed good nutrition. Although a bit shy, he accepted the meat. "Thank you, little sister." Shun-yi smiled and exchanged some polite words before planning to go inside to find Xiaobao. Li's mother came out with Xiaobao, saw Li Dabian holding the pork and hoof, and exclaimed, "Oh, why did you bring so much meat?" Shun-yi didn't explain directly. She smiled and said, "I saw the meat was good, and since Brother Chen got his salary a few days ago, I thought I'd buy some to show respect to your parents. As for the pig's hoof, I bought it because my sister-in-law is pregnant, and I haven't had a chance to congratulate her yet." Although she said this, everyone could see Shun-yi was thanking Li's family for helping her with the harvest a few days ago. Since she said so, Li's mother didn't press further and happily accepted the gift. After Shun-yi returned home, she went to talk to Father Li, saying, "I was hoping to take this chance for the older brother to help out and make the family closer, but the second family is so clear about their boundaries. They even brought a piece of meat and a pig's trotter. Having clear boundaries is good. It reduces conflicts," Father Li said, taking a puff from his pipe. The pipe was a gift from Shin-yi, and he treasured it very much. "Being so clear makes us feel distant. It doesn't feel like one family," Mother Li muttered. Father Li glanced at her and tapped her head with his pipe. "The third family doesn't keep clear boundaries. Yesterday, they even took the firewood you collected back to the kitchen. Do you want a family like that?" Mother Li choked and suddenly felt that the second family's clear boundaries might actually be better. "P.S. I see everyone's concern. Honestly, I was so out of it that I didn't even realize Christmas Eve and Christmas had come. I only found out from the comments. I had a bad cough and rushed back to the village. Maybe the air there is clearer because my cough has eased. After resting for a couple of days, I'll pay back what I owe." Li Chen came home quite early today. Seeing the meat at home, he asked, "Wife, did you go to the city today?" Shun-yi replied, "Yes." Li Chen looked worried and pulled his wife to look around. "Are you okay?" Shun-yi was a bit confused by his actions. "What's wrong?" Today, a black market near the meat processing plant was discovered. Many people went in and some were injured, Li Chen said. "Did you encounter anything?" "I did, but I hid in a corner and left after the crowd dispersed," Shani reassured him. "Don't worry." Li Chen finally let out a breath of relief. At 9:30 p.m., Shani's family was getting ready to sleep when they heard a knocking at the door. "Who is it?" Shani frowned. "So late. Go to sleep first. I'll check outside," Li Chen said. After covering his wife with a quilt, he put on a coat, grabbed a flashlight, and went to open the door. Outside were Li Dabing, the couple from the third household, Jiang Wanru, and others. Father Li and Mother Li, wrapped in clothes, were standing at the old house door, clearly just out of bed. Mother Li rolled her eyes almost to the sky. Zhang Ailing saw Li Chen and the wolf Fong behind him, and she trembled instantly. She took a step back, watching the wolf Fong cautiously. The wolf Fong was very excited to see her, wagging its tail happily. Jiang Wanru looked worried and said, "Second brother Li, could you please help me with something?" "Help with what?" Li Chen asked calmly. Jiang Wanru wanted to say more but hesitated, remembering past grudges. She was afraid Li Chen wouldn't agree, so she tugged at Li Sanhong's sleeve and said, "Brother-in-law." Li Sanhong forced himself to speak. "Second brother, my sister's husband went to the county town during the day and hasn't come back yet. Can you go with me to look for him?" Li Chen found it strange that Lin Jiadong would come to find him after what happened. People didn't know about their past conflicts. Did Jiang Wanru forget? Is he someone who repays kindness with kindness?
Clearly not.
Li Chen's attitude was very cold. "No, I won't go." He was about to close the door. "Second brother Li," Jiang Wanru was also anxious. "Can you lend us your bicycle?" "No," Li Chen replied straightforwardly, with a sarcastic tone. "Do you think I'm happy that he got into trouble?" Jiang Wanru was speechless. Everyone didn't know about the feud between Li Chen and Lin Jiadong. They were surprised by his words and paused for a moment. His attitude of not helping in a crisis was too confident. Was he not afraid of being exposed? Li Chen was about to close the door again. "What's wrong?" Sheni came out. "Wife." Li Chen turned to look at her when he heard her voice. Jiang Wanru saw her and a flash of dislike crossed her eyes. Sheni noticed and slightly curled her lips. "Looking for Lin Jiadong? That's none of your business," Li Chen said, having just been rude. Jiang Wanru also knew that the couple wouldn't help her. She decided to be direct. She was about to tell Li Sanhong to go to the old village chief's house to see if they could borrow a bicycle to find him. "I know where he is," Sheni said again. "Probably at the police station." Jiang Wanru suddenly looked at her. Sheni then looked at Li's parents at the door of the old house and said, "Dad, Mom, today a black market was discovered on the street, and Lin Jiadong was there. I happened to pass by, and he threw a bag of things into my basket." "What?" Li's mother was alarmed. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Sheni said. "Those people already saw I was innocent. They only took away that bag and let me go." Li's mother finally relaxed and then said angrily, "That wicked person still wanted to drag you into trouble? He's got bad intentions. If he had been caught, it would be good. He should be beaten, thrown in jail, and shaved bald. Then his future sons wouldn't be so lucky." After cursing, Li's mother looked at Li Dabin and Li Sanhong. She wasn't happy about her son going out late at night to find people, but since they were relatives, she didn't say much. "Now everything is forbidden. Li Dabin, Li Sanhong, go home quickly. Don't go looking for anyone." Of course, Li Dabin listened to his mother and immediately went home. Li Sanhong hesitated, feeling troubled. "Mom, Dong is helping us a lot." Li's mother was furious. "All right, since he's helped you a lot, then go find him." After speaking, Li's mother looked at Sheni and Li Chen, her face suddenly becoming kind. "Second brother, second sister's family, you should also go home and rest." "Okay," Li Chen replied and closed the door. At the moment they closed the door, the old Li family's door also slammed shut. "Big sister, brother-in-law," Jiang Wanru almost cried, looking at Zhang Ailing and Li Sanhong, panicked. "What should we do?" Zhang Ailing, upon hearing that Lin Jiadong might have been caught, felt worried. Could this affect their family? She pretended to be calm and said, "Don't listen to Sheni. She just doesn't like us. Your brother-in-law might not have been caught. Then should we go see?" Jiang Wanru begged softly. Zhang Ailing felt uncomfortable. "It's late at night. We shouldn't go now. You go home and wait. Tomorrow morning, I'll ask your sister's husband to check in the city. Okay?" Li Sanhong and his wife also didn't dare go into the city alone at night. They agreed. "Yes, Wanru. You go home and rest well. Tomorrow at dawn, I'll find out." Since they said so, Jiang Wanru had no choice but to agree and go home. Zhang Ailing didn't say she would stay with her. She and Li Sanhong went home to sleep. After Sheni closed the door, Li Chen hugged her waist. As they walked back to the room, Chen asked, "Wife, why didn't you tell me about this?" Sheni glanced at him, trying to figure out if he was jealous because of Lin Jiadong or worried about her. Chen noticed her little look, stopped, and placed his other hand on her waist. "Wife, I'm not jealous." Sheni was a bit surprised. "You know what I'm thinking?" "Yes." Chen leaned in and whispered, "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want you to worry," Sheni said. "And everything is already settled. I even hit him a few times." She sounded proud of herself. Chen angrily bit her lip. Sheni let out a small cry, touched her lip, and looked at him with a scolding expression. "That hurts so much. That's your punishment. I'm your man, and you can't hide things just because you don't want me to worry," Chen said. He paused and added, "Now I know you don't like Lin Jiadong." Do you believe me now?" Sheni smiled and teased him. "So, who do I like now?" "Me," Chen said proudly. Sheni, her husbandly is really thick-skinned. Actually, he's just more confident now that he knows who she likes. "Is that right?" Chen couldn't help but ask for confirmation. "Yes," Sheni answered quickly, not wanting to leave any doubt in his mind. "What is it?" Chen asked, wanting her to say those 4 words. Sheni saw he was deliberately asking and pulled away from his hand. She pressed her lips into a smile and said, "It's just nothing." Chen caught up and, with a teasing tone, said, "What is it?" "Say it clearly." Sheni pretended not to understand. "What should I say?" Seeing her smile, Chen knew she was teasing him. He pouted slightly and said playfully, "Wife." Sheni almost couldn't hold back her laughter. They reached the door, and she pushed him gently. "Go check if Sanbao and the others have kicked off the blanket." Chen opened the door to the big room. It was a bit dark inside. He took out a flashlight, wrapped his arm around his wife's waist, and said, "Watch your step." They entered the room and saw, as expected, that the second baby had kicked off the blanket, sleeping in a crooked position, with one foot resting on the middle baby. Little Bao's sleeping position isn't much better. He used to sleep upright but somehow ended up sleeping on his side. Big Bao sleeps the most peacefully, lying on the far right, separated from his 2 younger brothers, as if he is in his own world. Compared to Big Bao, Chen and Sheni both find their younger brother's sleeping positions a bit amusing. Chen hands his wife the flashlight, adjusts the sleeping positions of the second and third brothers, and covers them with blankets. Sheni reminds him, "Be gentle. Don't wake them up. Like little piglets, they're not easy to wake." Chen mutters to himself. Sheni nudges him, defending her sons. "They are little piglets. What about you? Big pig?" "Oh no, big pigs can't be called little anymore." Chen. The 2 of them go outside. Chen says, "Honey, I am your man." "Of course you are my man," Sheni replies. Chen then asks, "Do I feel like you care more for Sanbao than for me?" Sheni looks at him in disbelief. "Are you jealous of Sanbao?" Chen. "Is my wife joking with me?" Well, they are both his sons and still young. Sharing her affection with them isn't wrong. "No," Chen quickly denies, changing the subject. "Honey, you haven't finished saying that sentence." "Which sentence?" Chen realizes that his wife is deliberately teasing him. But what can he do? He just wants her to say those 4 words. So he decides to go all in. "I like you. I love you." Almost as soon as Chen finishes, Sheni responds. At that moment, the couple just enters the house, and Chen is closing the door. When those 3 words reach him, his fingers curl slightly. He turns around, and even in the dark night, he can see the brightness in his eyes. "Honey." Sheni, moved by his emotion, smiles warmly and nudges him. "Hold me first." He is too tall for her to reach. Chen lifts her up, and Sheni leans close to his ear. "I said I love you, Chen." Chen's mood instantly explodes like fireworks in the night sky, bright and beautiful. Years of waiting and watching seem to have been for this moment. Chen is so excited he can't hold back. He hugs his wife and climbs onto the bed.
Then,
The next day, Chen woke up early. His wife was sleeping in his arms, and he gently kissed her on the forehead. He listened carefully and found that the 2 little rabbits, who should be getting up for school, were still asleep. Li Chen got up and went to the next room. Sure enough, they were still sleeping. The weather was getting colder, and they all didn't want to get up. Big brother, second brother. Li Chen called them to wake up. Dad. Second brother opened his sleepy eyes, saw his dad's face, mumbled something, turned over, and went back to sleep with the quilt. Big brother woke up, sat up, and looked sleepy. Get up and go to school. Li Chen threw their jackets onto the Kong, a traditional bed, and told Big brother, wake second brother, but don't wake little brother. Okay, Big brother replied, but he didn't move, as if he was restarting. Li Chen didn't bother him, and went to the kitchen. He took a few eggs, put them in a pot to boil, placed a steaming basket on top with some steamed buns and pickled vegetables, and filled the pot on the stove with water. When the eggs were cooked, he took them out and brought the buns and vegetables to the main hall. He also poured boiling water into a thermos, took 2 bowls, and prepared 2 glasses of malt milk. After finishing everything, Big brother and second brother had already dressed and washed up. Second brother was fully awake now. He jumped over and asked, Dad, what delicious food did you make? Steamed buns and eggs, Li Chen said. Then he remembered something and warned, eat the yolk too. If you throw it to your grandma, I'll scold you. Second brother didn't like eating the yolk of boiled eggs because it made him choke, but he didn't want to waste food. He originally wanted his older brother to eat it, but his brother disliked it. So he came up with a clever idea, To his grandma, eggs were a good thing, and since she loved him, she wouldn't refuse. Every time he ate a boiled egg, he secretly kept the yolk and took it next door to give to his grandma, claiming it was good for her health. This moved Li's mother so much. She thought her grandson was very filial and kept praising him. Second brother thought he had kept the secret very well, but one time, Li's mother accidentally mentioned it while chatting with Li Chen and Sheni. Second brother shrank his neck and muttered, I'm just being filial to my grandma. Li Chen looked at him and pointed to the eggs in the cabinet. I prepared 20 raw eggs for you. They're enough for you to honor your grandmother. But if you don't eat the yolks, I will really scold you. Such a strict parent. Bao pouted and said, I understand. Dad. Bao walked over with his school bag. Eat breakfast, Li Chen said, then reminded them, remember to wash your bowls before you leave. Okay, Bao replied obediently. Li Chen went back to his room, planning to hold his wife and sleep a little longer. Sheni was already awake. When she saw him come in, she remembered her face was red last night. Li Chen immediately knew what she was thinking. He got into bed and held her in his arms, teasing her. Wife, we have 4 children now. Why are you still so shy? Sheni's face turned even redder. She hit him and said, Who do you think has a thick skin like you? Clearly, when she just came back, he was so reserved. Wife, don't move around. Li Chen's voice suddenly sounded a bit strange. Sheni didn't dare to move anymore. Last night, he satisfied her. He endured a lot, but he didn't do anything else. She was afraid he might get too wild.
Li Chen suddenly shuklat sufli.
Sheni. He's teasing her again. After playing around for a while, Li Chen needed to get up. Sheni stayed with him. After they finished breakfast, Li Chen went to work. Not long after he left, Sheni heard a lively noise. Lin Jiadong was really caught. Lin Jiadong was caught, but he refused to admit guilt. Plus, his belongings were all thrown into Sheni's basket and no evidence was found on him. After being detained for a week, he was released. When he was released, he was covered in injuries, with one leg broken. He looked very weak, with no energy at all. Because they called the police and caused the villagers to be educated by the authorities, many people held grudges. Some took the opportunity to cause trouble. Even Uncle Neo didn't let Lin Jiadong ride on his ox cart. Jiang Wanru asked her sister and brother-in-law for help. Li Sanhong and Jiang Ailing felt it was embarrassing and didn't want to go during the day. They waited until evening before Li Sanhong carried him back. For many days afterward, Lin Jiadong did not leave the house and stayed there to recover from his injury. Although he didn't need to work at this time, sometimes there were chores in the village that needed doing. However, everyone assumed they weren't asked to help, so they naturally didn't earn any work points. Jiadong was an educated youth, and Zhang's family wouldn't help them. Li's family was even less likely to help. Even Zhang Ailing was afraid that being with them would cause her to be excluded. She rarely walked with them openly. Their situation in the village became more difficult. Once, Shun Yi met Jiang Wanru. Jiang Wanru looked at her with a very resentful expression. A dong is like this because of you. If you hadn't hurt him, he wouldn't have been caught. Then why don't you say he tried to drag me down with him? Shun Yi said, picking up a stone from the ground and holding it, looking at Jiang Wanru with a half-smile. Jiang Wanru was a bit afraid and took a step back, shouting, "You evil woman. One day, you'll get your punishment." Shun Yi pretended to throw the stone, and Jiang Wanru hurriedly ran away. Bang! Shun Yi threw the stone. Jiang Wanru, feeling very tense, screamed instinctively and tripped herself. When she looked back, she saw Shun Yi was just teasing her and was angry as she left. Shun Yi snorted and looked down. She saw Xiao Bao watching her with admiration, holding a handkerchief from his pocket. "Mom, wipe your hands." He liked to keep clean, so he often carried a handkerchief in his pocket. Shun Yi took his small handkerchief, wiped her hands, then pinched his little face and asked with a smile, "Who did you learn that from? Want to learn it?" Xiao Bao looked confused. Shun Yi raised an eyebrow. Her little Bao was naturally very perceptive. After paying the grain tax, it was time to distribute the grain. This year, Li Chun went to work at the transport team, so he didn't work and didn't earn any points. But usually Dahua and Erbao went to cut pig grass and earned some points. Also, Chen Jai owed Shun Yi 30 yuan before, which she paid back with work points. Chen Jai's situation in the village was not as difficult as Lin Jiadong or Jiang Wanru, but because of the drowning incident, she was in an awkward position. So this time, she surprisingly agreed quickly and said she would offset her debt with work points, and she really did so without hesitation. She even quietly apologized, saying, Can we make up? I am now completely disappointed in Lin Jiadong. They have ruined my reputation like this, and from now on they are my enemies. Sheni? Is this because of Lin Jiadong's current situation, and she's glad she didn't marry him? She still wants to reconcile with him, thinking that she and Lin Jiadong, Jiang Wanru, are enemies, and she wants to share their hatred, then get more benefits from her again. Unfortunately, she doesn't hate Lin Jiadong and Jiang Wanru. She just dislikes them. Shun Yi smiled faintly and said, Your plan will fail. Chen Jai froze but didn't look too surprised. She had expected this result. Shun Yi was no longer the same as before and was not so easy to fool. She just wanted to try if she could really reconcile with Shun Yi, then she wouldn't lose anything. That was my insistence, Chen Jai said, without arguing, and left quietly with the remaining food. Shun Yi. After so many things, Chen Jai's personality hasn't changed, but she has become more sensible. Although Chen Jai gave her some work points, it wasn't enough for their family of 5 to eat. Shun Yi bought another 150 yuan worth of fine grain, shocking the villagers. Her reason was still to send it to her mother and family, and no one said anything. Now everyone in the village knows her family is well off. Li Chen works in the transport team, so it's not surprising that she can spend so much on grain. But many others are jealous and gossiping with Li Mu, saying, I heard your second daughter-in-law's family doesn't support her anymore? If that's true, she's too focused on her family. Li Chun earns that little salary, and he still has to support a big family. Now she's pregnant too, and she'll need money in the future. As a mother-in-law, you should talk to her. This kind of provocation is very obvious. Li Mu felt a bit jealous when she learned Shun Yi was buying grain to take home. But she knew Shun Yi was confident and couldn't be controlled. So she always held back from arguing with Shun Yi, just whispering to her husband at home, not wanting to fall out with her. This time, she also wanted to talk to her husband about her family, but before she could, the instigators arrived. Someone wanted to sow discord between her and her second son's family. She immediately became very clear-headed and spat out. What do I want to say? In the past, I often helped my in-laws by giving them some support because I felt sorry for how hard their lives were. They are good children who are grateful, and now that they can earn money, they should repay me well. What's the big deal about giving some rice? Do you think everyone is like you? Heartless. I spit on that. It's just meddling in other people's business.
Get lost.
She then grabbed a broom and chased the person away. After sending the person away, Motherly reflected on her words. Well, I have to admit, she was right. My in-laws used to often help my second brother's family. Now, giving some rice isn't a big deal. Even if my second brother's family has spent all their wages, I wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Motherly convinced herself, and suddenly she felt less upset and even a bit happy. At this moment, Sheni just happened to come over. Motherly had heard the loud voice earlier and guessed someone was gossiping nearby. She wanted to check, but when she arrived, she didn't see anyone gossiping. Only Motherly herself happily smiling. She felt a bit amused and said, "Mom, what are you doing? Second brother's family? Why are you here?" Motherly saw Sheni coming and hurried over to support her. "Sheni, Mom?" Sheni asked cautiously. Why was she being supported? Motherly also realized and felt a bit awkward. She wasn't usually so servile, but after her second brother's wife got pregnant, whenever she went over, she kept hearing Chen and the children helping or reminding each other to help Sheni. Over time, she seemed to have been influenced by them, so when she saw the second brother's family, she instinctively wanted to help. But could she say that? Of course not. That would be too embarrassing. "Let me get it myself," Motherly said. "I can carry it." Sheni had seen Motherly's strength before and didn't object. When Motherly saw the food Sheni and brother Chen brought to show respect, she was a bit surprised. "All refined grains?" "Yes," Sheni replied. She knew that most of what they brought back today was coarse grain, with only a small amount of refined grain. And they didn't want to eat that small amount of refined grain. They planned to sell it to the supply and marketing cooperative. She added, "Mom, these are for you and Dad to show respect. Don't sell them. Keep them for yourselves. Refined grains taste better than coarse grains." After she finished, she saw Motherly look very touched. At this moment, Motherly was no longer upset. Who says the second family only cares about their own family? They also care about her and the old man, right? "Second family, you are really too kind to us, Sheni." Motherly looked very moved, making her unsure of what to say. She awkwardly smiled and said, "Mom, this is what we should do." Motherly shook her head and asked with concern, "How much did you give to your in-laws? Is it enough? Your dad and I also earned a lot of work points this year, and the grain we received is enough for us to eat. Maybe we should send the rest of the refined grain to her in-laws." Before she finished, Sheni pointed in a direction. Motherly looked where she was pointing and saw that the grain there was almost twice as much as theirs, which surprised her. At the same time, she swallowed her words and changed it to us, Sheni. She couldn't help but tease, "Mom, you're right next door, no need to send it, right? Haha." Motherly awkwardly laughed, nervously rubbing her hands. Although she had a good relationship with her in-laws, they had already given them so much. She thought she should keep some for herself. Sheni understood what Motherly meant and found it amusing. She pointed to one of the burlap bags. "I was thinking since you and Dad have already received quite a lot of grain, I didn't give as much. I bought 2 cans of malted milk powder and put them in the bag." "More malted milk powder?" Motherly was surprised again. "Yes," Sheni said. Her father and mother-in-law were her in-laws. Although they didn't live with her, she still wanted to show respect. As for the money for her parents, she didn't mention it. She just wanted to buy medicine for her father. She also gave quite a bit to her parents, but not to Mr. and Mrs. Lee. Everyone thought she was using money from her parents, and even if she had given it to Mr. and Mrs. Lee, they might not have felt comfortable accepting it, so she simply didn't give anything. Now everyone knows she is using Li Chen's money and openly bought a lot of food to send back to her parents. Naturally, she couldn't give her own parents less. "But this is for you and Dad. Just take it home and drink it.
Don't be stingy.
Your health is the most important. You and Dad work hard all year, so you should rest and recover. After you finish, I'll ask Brother Chen to buy more for you." Mrs. Lee hesitated. "Isn't that a bit too much to spend? This was bought with Brother Chen's salary," Sheni said. Mrs. Li immediately picked up the bag with malted milk powder. We understand your kindness, so I'll take these 2 cans back first. As for next time, there's no need to buy more. It's better to save this money for Sanbao and the baby in your belly. There will be many expenses in the future, right? After saying that, she happily carried the things back. Sheni thought her mother-in-law is quite adorable. Sheni did want to send some food back to her parents, but she didn't plan to send it from the village. Last year, she didn't realize that the food in her space was more nutritious than what was grown in the village. Now that she knew, she decided to replace it with food from her space. At this moment, Sheni was especially grateful for the space's telepathic exchange feature. Without it, she wouldn't be able to swap her food. She arranged for Li Chen's transport team to send the food to Beijing. Because Li Chen worked in the transport team, they didn't have to personally carry the food to the county this time. Li Chen's team drove the truck directly to the village, and the loud noise attracted many villagers' attention. When they learned that Li Chen was driving such a truck, everyone was very envious. After delivering the food, the weather grew colder, and Sheni rarely went out. A few days after the snow, Dahua and Earthworm finished their exams and had a holiday. On the day they received their results, Dahua and Earthworm went out early in the morning. When they returned, their noses and ears were red from the cold. Sheni prepared soup for them and called them over to drink. Earthworm, also frozen, picked up the soup and tried to drink it quickly, almost scalding himself. So hot. Be careful when drinking, Sheni quickly checked. Is it hot? No. Hee. Earthworm mischievously smiled, then puffed out his cheeks and blew to cool the drink. Sheni looked at her eldest son, who was calmly drinking soup nearby. The twins have very different personalities. How are the grades? Sheni asked. Show them to Mom. Hearing this, Dahua opened his school bag and took out his test paper. Sheni looked at it. The handwriting was neat, the paper was clean, and both subjects had full marks. Great job, Sheni praised. Dahua smiled. His handsome and cute face was warm and gentle, like spring breeze. Sheni couldn't help feeling proud. He's her son. Then she looked at Earthworm. Earthworm grinned. Mom, my grades aren't as good as big brother's. Sheni raised an eyebrow. How much? Let me see. Earthworm confidently took out his paper. Sheni saw that his Chinese score was 80, and math was a bit higher, 88. Sheni raised her eyebrows. The results were better than she expected. Although Earthworm didn't love studying, he usually completed the tasks Sheni assigned. He was also a discipline committee member, feeling he should set an example and not slack off in class, so he had to pay attention in lessons, which helped him do well. Of course, Earthworm still thought he was not very good, especially compared to his older brother, who had perfect scores. But he didn't mind. He was carefree and said, Mom, even though my grades aren't as good as big brother's, I have more strength. Neither of the 2 brothers can beat me. Dahua looked at him. Forget it. Give him some confidence. Yes, Sheni praised with a smile. Our Earthworm is also great. Earthworm felt proud. If he weren't dressed warmly now, he would show his muscles to his mom. Sheni asked casually, Earthworm, your big brother wants to go to a university for workers, farmers, and soldiers in the future. Have you thought about what you want to do? I want to be a soldier, Earthworm said excitedly. Sheni was a bit surprised. You want to be a soldier? Yes, Earthworm nodded firmly. Since watching a movie on his birthday, that idea had taken root in his mind. After punching his fists, he said passionately, I will beat all the enemies into pig heads. Sheni's eyes brightened slightly. Although she didn't care much about how much success the 3 children would achieve in the future, she thought it was very good if they all had their own goals. Joining the army is a good choice, but it is a bit hard. Sheni, as a mother, felt a little reluctant. However, when the second child talked about joining the army, his eyes shone brightly. Sheni didn't want to spoil his happiness with discouraging words. Since the second child is still young, Sheni thought that if he still wanted to join the army when he grew up, she would be a reasonable mother. Even if she felt reluctant, she wouldn't stop him. Of course, although she didn't pressure the second child to study, she still set study tasks for him during the winter break. The second child listened to her well. He played when he wanted but always completed his daily tasks. Soon, it was the end of 1974. After Lava Festival, the New Year atmosphere grew stronger. Sheni started preparing New Year goods, going into the city to bring back items from her space. But now, the outside was covered with thick snow. Chen was worried about her going out, so he asked a teammate to buy many goods from other places. Most of the goods bought through connections were good quality. Sheni was happy and relaxed at home, focusing on her pregnancy. At the end of the year, the transportation team was very busy. Major factories and supply stations kept increasing their shipments, and the team's orders kept growing. But no matter how busy, Chen always returned home after completing his tasks. Sometimes he came back very late at night. Usually, it was fine, but now, with the cold weather outside and the darkness making it hard to see the road, Sheni was very worried. She ordered him not to come back after dark and to sleep in the big bed at the transportation team. Chen felt helpless, but obediently listened to his wife. Even so, he usually didn't stay away from home for more than 3 days. Every time he returned, he brought some meat or dried goods to ensure the family's food supplies. When he had time, he also improved the cooking skills of the older and younger children. He would fetch water from the well and fill the water tank. He always tried to organize everything as best as he could. Sheni was deeply touched. Such a good man was truly a blessing she had found. Last year, Sheni wrote couplets for others. Not only were the characters beautiful, but the meanings were also very good. The commune held a contest for couplet evaluation, and 2 families even won awards. As a result, Sheni's reputation spread, and this year many people came to ask for couplets. Of course, because of Wolftooth, they didn't dare to knock on the door, only calling out from afar. Old Lee's family heard it too, and Mother Lee came out to ask, "What are you doing? What are you shouting for?" "Madam Lee, we're here to ask Sheni to write couplets," someone said politely. "Please tell her for us. She's too fierce, and we're too scared to go in." They also handed over a kilogram of rice. Mother Lee was given an important task and immediately felt more respected, smiling happily. But she kept a serious face and said, "All right, wait here. I'll go in and ask her. But she might not agree to write for you. If she doesn't, don't blame her. She's pregnant now and shouldn't be overworked." Then she went inside to ask Sheni. Sheni was being guarded by several men of her family, as if protecting her from thieves. She wanted to stretch her muscles, so she agreed easily. Mother Lee then brought people inside. However, after an hour, Mother Lee told everyone to leave. "All right, that's enough for today. Sorry, but our daughter-in-law is pregnant and needs to rest. Come back tomorrow, okay?" Not only the people waiting in line, but even Sheni was a bit surprised. Was her mother-in-law possessed by Chen and Sanbao? Probably yes, because Mother Lee took action and directly asked people to leave. The people who arrived later, though unhappy, couldn't do anything because Mother Lee was very polite and didn't say anything unpleasant. And Sheni was indeed pregnant, so she had to go home first. Sheni wrote for an hour, and her hand was a bit sore. Mother Lee told her to leave, and she didn't object. Mother Lee saw her off, then put down her brush, and was about to tidy up. Chen's wife, "Don't pack up yet. Since you wrote the couplets, I'll help you tidy up." Sheni thought everyone had left, but suddenly a sharp voice came from behind her, startling her. The person behind her was Wang Yan. She was just in line to write couplets, only 2 people ahead of her, but unexpectedly, Mother Lee asked everyone to leave. Of course, Wang Yan didn't want to stay. She had hidden when Mother Lee was sending people out. Wang Yan quickly held her and said nervously, "Did I scare you? Oh, be careful not to fall. You're so precious if you fall. I can't afford to pay for it." Sheni chuckled and scolded, "You're crazy. I'm not the crazy one." Wang Yan thought about what her son said last time. If her mother-in-law hadn't stopped him, he would have definitely given her son a hard time. She felt quite annoyed and sarcastic, saying, "Your family now treats you like a treasure, even making your son do the laundry and cooking. Now, even something simple like writing a couplet Your mother-in-law is worried you'll get tired. It's because you're so precious, right? If you fall and get hurt, won't they come after me? Sheni looked at her and pushed the red paper back into Wang Yan's arms. Then why are you asking me to write the couplet? Take it back quickly. If I get tired, not only my mother-in-law and son, but even my husband will be mad at you, Wang Yan. She just said that, but now she was panting. In the next second, she smiled happily and flattered. Li Chen's wife, I was just joking. You're not that fragile, right? Just help me write it. Look, I even brought you 2 eggs. 2 eggs to bribe me. Sheni raised an eyebrow. We don't lack eggs at home. Wang Yan was very thick-skinned and chuckled. Of course, 2 eggs are nothing. We're such good friends, just help me out. Who said we're close? Sheni refused to go along with her. She was bored and in a mischievous mood, so she called out to Li Mu at the door, who was sending someone off. Mom. Wei Dong's mom hasn't left yet. She still wants me to write a couplet for her. Li Mu turned around suddenly and saw Wang Yan lingering there. She immediately started muttering. Wei Dong's mom, why haven't you left yet?
Didn't I tell you?
Our daughter-in-law is pregnant. Your daughter-in-law is pregnant, so she should rest well. I understand. Wang Yan patted her thigh. Li Dajia, you've said that many times. I've remembered. Remember it and leave quickly. Li Mu pulled her and started to walk her out. Hey? Li Dajia, what are you doing? Wait, I haven't finished talking. Wang Yan shouted, but Li Mu didn't let go. She could only shout at Sheni, Li Chen's wife. You're so unreasonable. You let your mom kick me out, even though we're such good friends. I even brought you eggs. Come on, why are you just standing there? Are you really going to kick me out?
You are so unkind.
Sheni rubbed her ears. Mom, I feel my hands are so sore. When Li's mother heard this, she continued to pull Wang Yan away, still scolding. Wei Dong's mother, how can you be so thoughtless? Didn't I say that my daughter-in-law is tired and needs to rest? Since you have a good relationship with her, shouldn't you care more about her health and not let her get too tired? Okay, come back tomorrow to Q, alright? Li's mother kept talking without giving Wang Yan a chance to speak. When they reached the door, she pushed Wang Yan out and then closed the door. Seeing Wang Yan's resentful expression before the door closed, Sheni almost couldn't help but laugh. The next day, Wang Yan was the first to run over, happily trying to get close to Sheni. Sheni didn't tease her anymore. She wrote a couplet for her, but also remembered to take back the 2 eggs Wang Yan had tucked in her pocket, like a treasure. Wang Yan, that she was kicked out, and now she even had her eggs taken away. She thought she was stingy. Since the Lunar New Year, Sheni had been writing couplets for people every day, finishing just the day before New Year's Eve. That day, Li Chen finally got a holiday. This year, Sheni didn't go into the city much and didn't buy new clothes for the 3 children, but she told Li Chen to buy some. Li Chen bought not only clothes for the children but also a set for her, a long wool coat, thick cotton pants, and a pair of leather shoes. Sheni tried them on. She was 5 months pregnant now and her belly was showing. The clothes Li Chen bought fit her perfectly. The style might not look great from a future perspective, but for now it was quite good. She loved beauty. Since she couldn't dress up too much now, she put a lot of effort into skincare. Especially after pregnancy, Li Chen took good care of her. She looked fresh and rosy, and with her already outstanding features, she looked beautiful even in rough clothes, let alone in fashionable styles. Sheni noticed Li Chen sitting by the Kong, staring at her. After a while, she waved her hand in front of his eyes and teased, "Is my wife so beautiful that she has made you obsessed?" "Yes." Li Chen's eyes sparkled. Seeing her smile deepen, he immediately praised, "In my eyes, my wife is the most beautiful." Sheni was pleased by his straightforward compliment. After all, no woman dislikes being praised. Especially when the one praising her was her own husband. His words made her feel even more confident in her charm. She couldn't help but smile and teased, "You're such a smooth talker." Li Chen flirted back, "You don't really mean that." Sheni gave him a sharp look.
Who are you talking about?
"I meant me." "No, wait," Li Chen said instinctively, then quickly realized he had just complimented his wife. Without hesitation, he shifted the blame to their son.
I meant Sanbao.
Sheni couldn't hold back her laughter and playfully hit him. You're such a mischievous father. Chen laughed too. As long as he could make his wife happy, teasing the kids a little didn't matter at all. In the next room, where the children were happily changing into their new clothes, Sanbao suddenly sneezed. Erbao sniffled and said, It must be he weighed on talking about me again. I'll deal with him later. Dahua glanced at him calmly. Then who's talking about me and Xiaobao? It's not me, Erbao said quickly. He had just gotten his big brother's book dirty and was afraid Dahua would use this as an excuse to scold him, so he hurried to change the subject. Big brother, look. My new clothes look great, right? Xiaobao tugged at his second brother's hand and said seriously, Second brother, you should say that big brother's clothes look nice. Right, Erbao quickly agreed. Big brother, your clothes look even better than mine. Dahua ignored him, took off his new clothes, and decided to save them for the New Year celebration. This year's New Year's Eve dinner would be different. They wouldn't eat separately in their own homes, but would all gather at the old family house. When Sheni thought about Jiang Ailing's nosy and talkative nature, she didn't really want to go. So after breakfast, she stayed home and listened to the radio. Chen and the children cleaned the house and then went to the old house to help. Not long after they left, Li's mother came over. Mother, what brings you here? Sheni asked. I just came to tell you that your third brother's family won't be joining us for New Year's Eve dinner this year, Li's mother said. Sheni was puzzled. Her first thought was rather odd. Had Li's mother really come all this way just to tell her that? Li's mother gave her a firm nod. She knew that Sheni, like her, was annoyed with Jiang Ailing. When she saw Chen and Sanbao leave and didn't see Sheni, she knew she was hiding at home to relax. So, she decided to come over and talk to her. Sheni raised an eyebrow. All right then, Mom, you go back first. I'll change my clothes and come over. It's okay, I'll wait for you, Li's mother said. While Sheni was changing, she started complaining about the third branch. Only then did Sheni realize that this year, the third branch didn't join them for the New Year dinner. Besides the old grudge between Li's mother and Jiang Ailing, there was another reason. This year, Li Sanhong listened to Jiang Ailing and refused to give the grain they had agreed to share before splitting the family, claiming there wasn't enough food at home. If they were truly struggling and couldn't give any grain, that would be understandable. But this was their first year splitting the family, and they even shared 200 yuan during the process. Although they spent some on building a kitchen and paying debts, it was impossible that they couldn't give any grain to show respect to Li's parents. Li's mother used to love Li Sanhong and Li Taiju the most. Before the quarrel, she favored their branch the most. Now, they didn't even want to show respect to her and Li's father. How could Li's parents not be disappointed? This incident became a trigger, igniting the disappointment that had built up earlier when Li Sanhong protected Jiang Ailing and disobeyed them. There was no argument. Li's father and mother simply said that from now on, they would each live their own lives, as if Li Sanhong was no longer their son. It was a complete break. Li's mother started complaining and muttering about everything. Sheni couldn't respond. For her, this was actually a good thing, but Li's parents might not think so. She didn't want to seem too happy, so she just nodded and responded vaguely. Li's mother didn't need her to say anything. She just wanted someone to vent to. Family secrets shouldn't be shared outside. Her old man wasn't the type to gossip, so the best person to talk to was Sheni, who also disliked Jiang Ailing. They only stopped talking when they reached the old Li house. As Sheni entered, she saw Big Sister Li. The textile factory had a holiday during the New Year, so Big Sister Li had come home to stay. As for Second Sister Li's family, they had gone back to the county town after the school break. Dahua was talking to Hi Zhaodi. When she saw her come over, she was very happy. Second sister-in-law, big sister. Sheni greeted her with a smile. Second sister-in-law, Hi Zhaodi also greeted her. Sheni nodded. Her attitude was neither cold nor warm, but compared to Dahua's enthusiasm, she seemed a bit more distant. Hi Zhaodi pursed her lips and suddenly, holding her belly, walked over to her. Second sister-in-law, I want to say sorry about what happened before. I was really confused at the time and shouldn't have had those thoughts. Older sister-in-law, you don't need to apologize to me. Past things are over. Sheni glanced at her belly, implying something. Just don't think about those unnecessary things in the future. Hi Zhaodi's face turned pale. She understood that Sheni meant the matter was already in the past, but she was also warning her that if the baby in her belly was a girl, she shouldn't have any inappropriate thoughts. But she had already experienced Sheni's strong will once, and she dared not try again. Hi Zhaodi had seen how fierce Sheni could be. Even Madame Li didn't dare to confront her openly.
How could she?
She hurriedly said, "Second sister-in-law, don't worry. I absolutely won't have such thoughts." Sheni nodded and said nothing more. Seeing this, Dahua changed the subject and took her inside to see the small clothes and pants she had prepared. As she said, they were in neutral colors, made of very good and comfortable fabric. It had to be said that Dahua's sewing skills were excellent. Sheni was quite pleased. "Big sister, thank you. You're welcome." Dahua shyly smiled and said, "Second sister-in-law, should I help you take them to the next room?" "No need," Sheni replied. "After we finish the New Year's Eve dinner, let Brother Chen take them over." "That's fine too," Dahua said with a smile. The two of them then left. Li father and Li Dabin were busy pasting couplets with the children. Meanwhile, Chen was in the kitchen preparing tonight's New Year's Eve dinner. Cooking was traditionally considered a woman's job, something most families believed women should do. This was also true in the old Li family, but Chen was an exception. He had just come in and saw Madame Li busy in the kitchen. He took the initiative to step forward and help her with her chores. Li's mother noticed that Sheni hadn't come over and hurried to explain, leaving her work behind and going next door. When she returned, she wanted to take over, but Chen refused and told her to rest. Li's mother couldn't argue with him and had to go back to the main hall to warm herself. Just then, Dahua came out with Sheni. Seeing Chen busy in the kitchen alone, she rolled up her sleeves and said, "I'll go help second brother." But she was also refused. Li's mother asked her, "Why don't you help your second brother?" "He told me to come back and chat with you," Dahua replied helplessly. "This child," Li's mother chuckled, "he just said the same to me, that he can handle it. Let him do it himself," Shani said with a smile. "Brother Chen just wants you to rest. This has been the easiest year I've had," Li's mother sighed. "In previous years, I was busy in the kitchen all the time, with no moment to rest. Thinking about it, Li's mother looked at Sheni with admiration and happiness. If it had been before, she might still have old-fashioned ideas, thinking men shouldn't go into the kitchen and would take over the chores. She would even scold her daughter-in-law for being lazy and not understanding, upset that her husband was in the kitchen. But perhaps she realized she couldn't control Sheni anymore, especially after seeing how happy and fulfilled Chen and Sheni seemed to be living together. Her thoughts changed gradually. She began to understand that men and women could have a different way of getting along. Hi Zhaodi and Dahua also agreed. Dahua, in particular, didn't need to say, before her divorce, she did nothing but work in the Chen family. Li Dabin was also kind to Hi Zhaodi, but he rarely went into the kitchen. Seeing Chen cooking so skillfully and Sheni acting naturally, it was clear that Chen was used to cooking at home. Naturally, some envy arose in their hearts. As for Sheni, she didn't feel much. Before she returned home, Chen was the one cooking, though the food wasn't particularly fancy or delicious. When she first came back, she was the one in charge of cooking. Chen pampered her and consciously learned to cook. Once his skills improved, whenever he was at home, he usually cooked the meals. Although Chen was not very close to Li's parents, he naturally cared about them and wanted to help share their burdens. So, these women sat in the main hall, warming themselves by the fire, chatting and laughing, creating a very friendly atmosphere. Meanwhile, Zhang Ailing was busy preparing the New Year's Eve dinner with her two daughters. When she looked up and saw the happy women in the hall, while the men were working outside, she felt a bit uneasy. She glanced at Li Sanhong, who had already put up the couplets, and called out, "Sanhong, I'm kneading dough for dumplings. Can you clean the house a bit?" "Clean? Haven't I already cleaned it before?" Li Sanhong replied. Jiang Ailing said, then go fetch some water. But there's still half a bucket of water. That's enough. Why do I need to carry so much? He asked. Tomorrow is the first day of the new year. No work allowed, and we need enough water for tomorrow, Jiang Ailing answered. Later, maybe. There's someone singing at the village entrance. I want to go see, Li Sanhong said casually. After washing his hands, he quickly ran out. No one could stop him. Jiang Ailing almost got angry, seeing the women in the hall watching her like they were watching a show. She glared at them and continued working. Li's mother also rolled her eyes. Jiang Ailing remembered clearly that Li Sanhong was disrespectful to them, a grudge she couldn't forget. When they learned that the third household didn't have New Year's Eve food, Sheni brought over plenty of meat and vegetables, so they ate very happily. The children from the third household were so hungry they cried. Jiang Ailing tried to distract them while Li's mother and others ate, but they pretended not to see. After dinner, Sheni and her family went back to wash up and stay up to welcome the new year. The ground was a bit slippery. Sheni, supported by Li Chen, stepped outside and happened to meet Lin Jiadong, who was setting off firecrackers at the door. Since the last time he was caught, this was the first time Sheni saw him again. He saw Sheni and his hatred was so strong it almost burst out. He wanted to say something but was afraid of the man next to Sheni. His fists clenched tightly. Li Chen bent down, picked up a stone, and suddenly threw it at Lin Jiadong. Lin Jiadong didn't expect Li Chen to be so fierce. Just like Sheni, he immediately started throwing things back and quickly dodged. He stopped setting off firecrackers and ran back into the house. Sheni noticed Lin Jiadong walking with a limp and raised an eyebrow. Was Lin Jiadong's left leg injured? Previously, Lin Jiadong had a broken leg, but it was still possible to save it. The injury became a limp only because the treatment was delayed. The year 1974 passed and 1975 arrived. On the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, Hi Zhaodi gave birth at home to a son. Hi Zhaodi finally achieved her wish, and Mr. and Mrs. Li breathed a sigh of relief. If this baby had been a girl, Hi Zhaodi might have gone crazy. When Sheni was pregnant, Hi Zhaodi also sent over an egg and a pound of red sugar as a small gesture. After the new year, Li Chen went back to work. The older children, Dabo and Erbao, started school, while Sheni stayed at home to rest and take care of the baby. However, the baby was about to turn 4 and had become quite sensible. She no longer needed much care and could sometimes walk out with Lengia on her own. With Lengia around, Sheni was relaxed and enjoyed reading at home. In mid-March, spring plowing began, and the villagers resumed their daily work. Bored at home, Sheni wanted to plant some vegetables. When Li Chen, Dabo, and Erbao weren't home, she took A and prepared to work in the fields. To prevent Xiaobao from tattling, she tried to talk to him. Mommy is going to plant some vegetables in the field. Don't tell Dad or the brothers, okay? No, Xiaobao replied seriously with a small, serious face. Dad and the older brothers said that there might be a little brother or sister in Mommy's belly, so Mommy can't work. I have to watch over you. Sheni took out a big white rabbit milk candy from her pocket. Xiaobao's eyes lit up immediately, and he reached out to grab it. Sheni retracted her hand. Promise me first, and I'll give you one. Hearing this, Xiaobao's face suddenly became serious. He shook his head and said, No, I won't.
Sheni.
She couldn't win him over with just one candy. As expected, he was growing up. Sheni raised an eyebrow, but didn't get discouraged. For Xiaobao, a little foodie, there was no problem that a candy couldn't solve. If one wasn't enough, then 2.
Tajda.
Sheni magically pulled out another fruit candy from her pocket. Little Treasure instinctively swallowed and kept staring at the candy. He reached out, then pulled back, closed his eyes, and recited like a spell. Little Treasure is a principled child. Little Treasure won't be tempted by Mom. Don't look, can't look. Sheni took out another chocolate. Hearing the sound, Little Treasure secretly peeked through one eye, saw the chocolate, and immediately opened his eyes wide, quickly took the candy and put it in his pocket. Sheni almost laughed, pinched his chubby face and said, If you take the candy, You can't tell Dad or the brothers. Otherwise, Mom will take the candy back. Because of his weak willpower, little treasure felt a little shy. He cleared his throat and emphasized to his mom, "Only for a little while, okay?" Sheni said, then carried the to work in the field. That evening, Big Treasure and Second Treasure came back and asked their mom, "Mom, did you go to the field today?" Sheni looked at Little Treasure softly. Little Treasure's eyes flickered, afraid to look at his mom. He pulled his older brother and asked, "Big brother, what are we eating tonight?" Big Treasure looked at him. "We already ate." Little Treasure, "Already ate? Oh, I almost forgot." Haha. Sheni narrowed her eyes slightly. "Mom." Second Treasure suddenly snapped. Huh. Sheni felt a bit nervous, then remembered her role as his mom. How could she be nervous? She was about to stand her ground. The next second, Second Treasure started pacing anxiously beside her.
"No, Mom."
"How can you go to the field? You can't do any work now, do you know that? You're so disobedient." I'm so angry, so angry." Seeing her second son so angry, Sheni's composure instantly collapsed. She weakly explained, "I just wanted to plant some vegetables." "Just tell me if you want to plant vegetables," Second Treasure said angrily. "Do you think I would let you go without food?" Sheni. That tone sounded a bit bossy. "Can you now plant vegetables?" Sheni's eyes lit up, trying to distract Second Treasure. "I can't, but I can ask Dad to teach me," Second Treasure said confidently. Sheni looked at Big Treasure. Big Treasure noticed her pleading look and immediately frowned. "Mom, haven't you realized your mistake?" Sheni. "What mistake?" "No way. Has the world changed so much that a son dares to lecture his own mother now?" But when she saw Dabao and Bao's serious faces and Bao's expression that seemed to say, "Yes, I told on you, but it was for your own good, mother," Sheni decided to be sensible and admit her mistake. "All right, I was wrong." "That's better," Bao said, sounding disappointed but firm. "Mother, you just focus on resting and taking care of the baby. Tomorrow after school, I'll go work in the field and ask Father to teach me how to grow vegetables. Our family will never run out of food." Sheni was speechless. "All right, I'll leave it to you then." Feeling proud, Bao patted Bao's small shoulder in a very grown-up way.
"Good job."
Bao froze. "Second brother, why are you like this? You're acting all cool, but can't you see Mother is still looking at me?" Sheni said, "Bao, I gave you 3 candies this morning. From now on, you won't get any candy for a whole week. Wasn't it supposed to be 3 days? Why a whole week?"
Bao panicked.
"Because you told on me, you little traitor," Sheni said playfully, pinching his nose before heading back inside. Bao looked pitifully at his older brothers. "My candy is gone." "You've suffered," Dabao said casually, and went inside. Bao followed him, unconcerned. "It's all for Mother's health. A few days without candy is nothing. When I earn money, I'll buy you lots so you can eat as much as you want." Bao looked hopeful. "When will you have money?" "I don't know," Bao said confidently. Bao. The next day, after school, Bao didn't go to cut pig grass. Instead, he took and went to the field with his older brother. Sheni followed them and watched from the side. Suddenly, she heard a commotion. When she turned around, she saw 2 men carrying someone back. As they got closer, Sheni realized the person being carried was Lin Jiadong. He had fainted. Seeing Wang Yan nearby, Sheni asked curiously, "What happened?" Wang Yan looked annoyed. "What else?" That weak man hurt his leg, but still insisted on working hard. He didn't even rest at noon, and ended up fainting in the field. "Why is he working so hard?" Sheni asked. "Jiang Wanru is pregnant, and can't work now. If he doesn't work harder, how will he support her?" "Is Jiang Wanru pregnant?" Sheni was a bit surprised. Sheni was surprised and thought that, at this time, Jiang Wanru was pregnant, Lin Jiadong was still injured, and Jiang Ailing was drinking blood. It didn't seem like a good time. There might be more trouble ahead. But this had nothing to do with Sheni. She never intended to harm anyone. Even after returning this life, she wanted to stay away from the 2 main characters, the man and woman. The conflicts between them weren't started by her. It was more because of their own external circumstances. In this life, they lost the luck of the main characters and were no longer protected by the heavenly way. Sheni wasn't very empathetic, so she quickly forgot about Lin Jiadong and Jiang Wanru's situation. But unexpectedly, just a few days later, her premonition of what would happen next actually came true. One day, she was taking Little Treasure for a walk near the old house when Motherly pulled her inside to talk. Soon after, Jiang Wanru also came over, looking for Jiang Ailing. Sheni didn't pay much attention. Not long after, they heard a loud bang as a wooden bucket from Jiang Ailing's kitchen was thrown out. "Big sister, a dong is hurt, I'm pregnant, and you want me to carry 2 buckets of water? Is that so hard?" Jiang Wanru's voice was trembling, clearly trying to hide her anger. Jiang Ailing ran out and scolded. "What are you saying? How dare you yell at your sister now? Do you have no conscience? Don't you remember that after our parents died, I raised you with my own sweat and tears? Have I not repaid you over the years? I gave most of my salary to you. I bought clothes, shoes, and food for your children. The bride price for your marriage was also taken by you. A dong built 2 houses, one of which your son lives in. Last year, almost the whole year, we were supporting your son. But you? Afraid I would hold you back, you even kept your distance from me secretly. Now that I'm pregnant, and I ask you to help carry water, you refuse. Perhaps because of years of oppression from her sister." Jiang Wanru tearfully listed Jiang Ailing's sins one by one. You. Jiang Ailing was so angry her chest heaved, and suddenly, she had an idea. With a loud slap, she hit Jiang Wanru's face. Jiang Wanru finally stopped speaking and looked at Jiang Ailing in disbelief. You hit me?" After hitting her, Jiang Ailing immediately regretted it. She knew Jiang Wanru was very proud, and she feared that this slap would make her hate her even more. Jiang Wanru was indeed disappointed in Jiang Ailing. She nodded and said, "Fine. All the past grievances, plus the slap, I consider it repayment. Now, I want you to immediately have your son move out of my house. From now on, we go our separate ways, no debts between us." "Fine. You're really something. Let's just end it here." Jiang Ailing was furious. Maybe it was rare for her to feel shame, or maybe she truly wanted to get rid of her burdensome sister. She stormed over to Jiang Wanru's house and packed up her 2 sons' belongings. Jiang Wanru didn't stop her. It seemed she had also made up her mind to cut ties with Jiang Ailing. Both women were probably still angry and didn't notice Sheni and Li's mother, who had been forced to watch the scene. Sheni and Li's mother exchanged glances silently, understanding each other. The second child was serious about planting vegetables. After he and the eldest finished tilling the land, he kept pestering his father to teach him how to farm. But Chen was busy, so during his break after work, he decided to do it himself. He didn't let Sheni do it. Sheni's due date was at the end of April. In mid-April, Chen returned from a mission, washed his face, and then knocked on Liang Jun's door. "Come in," Liang Jun said. Seeing Chen, he immediately smiled and put his arm around him. "Oh, a guest. You actually came to see me?" Since Sheni was pregnant and Chen had been on short trips, Liang Jun only saw Chen when he was on a mission. Otherwise, he rarely saw him. Knowing Liang Jun, it was obvious he was busy at home with his wife and children. Director, Chen usually addressed Liang Jun formally at the transport team. The next moment, Liang Jun punched him in the chest. "Enough. No one's around here. What are you pretending for?" Chen gave him a cold look and returned the punch. "You." Liang Jun almost hurt himself from the punch and shouted, "Is this how you treat your leader?" "There's no one here." Chen glared at him. Chen accidentally hurt himself by lifting a heavy stone. He bitterly accepted this setback and asked, "What do you want?" "Just tell me. I want to take a leave." Liang Jun waved his hand. "Take leave? Things aren't busy right now. Just talk to Feng Tao directly. Feng Tao is the team leader of the 3rd small team where Chen works." Soon, Liang Jun looked serious again. "Is Feng Tao giving you a hard time? If he is, he has to have the ability to do so," Chen snorted softly. Jun hesitated. Now, the third small team listens more to Li Chen. If Feng Tao wants to make things difficult for him, he has to think carefully.
If not Feng Tao, then.
Tell me, do you want to take a week or 2 weeks off? Jun sipped his tea. Their transport team requires the station master's approval for leave of a week or more. Jun looked at Li Chen, as if he already saw through him. Li Chen said, 3 months. Huh? Jun spat out his tea in disbelief, and looked at Li Chen. 3 months? What are you planning to do? My wife is about to give birth. Your wife is giving birth, not you. Jun raised his voice. It's because my wife is giving birth that I need to take leave. But it doesn't have to be so long. Jun refused. 3 months? Whose family has a man taking 3 months off to care for a new baby? Li Chen replied, My family. Jun choked. He looked outside, then closed the door and leaned in close, speaking softly with a tone of disappointment. Do you know that your superiors have already noticed your potential? They want to promote you, to give you a higher position, but it has to go through the proper process. The main goal is to promote you to team leader. Last year, you missed a short-distance transfer, but they still considered promoting you later this year because of your good performance. But your 3-month leave now, no matter how excellent you are, they can't give you that position. The others are watching closely. Be careful. You're ruining your future. I don't care, Li Chen said. To me, my wife is more important than my career. A bright future can be earned again, but his wife is only one. Jun. He felt very tired. Why did he think about competing with a wife's daughter-in-law for someone? Jun has known Li Chen for a long time and understands him well. He knows that once Li Chen makes up his mind, he won't change it no matter what. But Jun still insists. All right, if you want to invite him, go ahead. But 3 months is too long. I can only give you 1 month. Actually, this is their transportation team's off-season. With the current workload, the team can handle it. Some people want to take 3 months off, which is not impossible, but Li Chen is very capable. Li Chen still needs to do business for them, so he can't be allowed to go back for so long. Li Chen. 2.5 months. Jun. 1.5 months. Li Chen. 2 months. He decided quickly, not giving Jun a chance to bargain. He looked at Jun suspiciously. Do you really want to invite him for 2 months? Yes, Li Chen said confidently, not blushing or feeling guilty even if his boss found out. Jun was so angry, he clenched his teeth. He decided to take revenge, secretly. The supply and marketing cooperative ordered some goods from the food factory. You go and bring them back now. I've already asked for leave, Li Chen reminded him. The leave starts tomorrow, Jun said coldly. Today is still your workday. Li Chen, happy to get what he wanted, didn't argue with him. He went to drive. When Li Chen got home, it was already late at night. The house was dark, very quiet. Li Chen took a flashlight and went inside. He saw his wife sleeping peacefully. He didn't wake her up. He went to the kitchen. There was hot water and food she left for him, and a fire was burning brightly in the stove. Li Chen felt warm inside. His wife's attitude had changed over the past 1.5 years. During this time, he went from doubting to trusting her. Every night when he came home late, seeing her thoughtful care with hot water and food always moved him deeply. This was the life he dreamed of when he first saw her and wanted to build a family with her. After dinner, he took a shower. Li Chen tiptoed back to his room, got into bed, and gently kissed her on the cheek before falling asleep peacefully. The next morning, Sheni woke up first. She could feel herself in a familiar embrace. She wanted to see him. The noise woke the man up. He thought she wanted to get up, so he rubbed his chin against her ear and mumbled, "Wife, sleep a little longer." Sheni didn't move. Since she was pregnant, she usually slept on her side at night, which made turning over difficult. His stubble was a bit rough, so she reached out and touched his face. "You should shave." Li Chen replied with his eyes closed. "Will you shave me later? If I do, I might cut you," Sheni said. "No, my wife is good with her hands." His sleepiness pulled him further down, his voice low and deep, so soft that it was hard to hear clearly. Sheni knew he was very tired, but Li Chen had been busy lately. She hadn't seen him in the mornings for a long time. She just wanted to talk to him, especially since she was well-rested and bored, so she reached up and gently scratched his chin. Chen opened his eyes, looked at her, and then gently kissed her hand before closing his eyes again. Wife, be good. I'm very tired. Let me sleep, and I'll play with you when I wake up. Sheni. Are you trying to coax a child? She smiled slightly. Okay, she was indeed being comforted. Chen slept for another half-hour before waking up. Seeing her playing with his fingers, he reached out and took her hand. Wife, I'm here to play with you. Sheni. Does that sound a bit funny? She hit his hand lightly. Speak properly, Chen chuckled. Sheni asked him, when are you going back to work today? She still didn't know he had taken leave. No more work. I won't go for the next 2 months, Chen said. Sheni turned to look at him. What do you mean? You took leave? For 2 months. Yes, Chen pulled her into his arms from behind. I can stay with you these 2 months. Are you happy? Yes. Sheni leaned close and hugged his arm. That's a reward for you. Chen was very happy. He knew his wife would be pleased. Then he remembered something and asked, there are only a few days left until the end of the month. Is Mom coming soon? Since Sheni was pregnant, she and Chen had written to Shen's family. Shen's mother was supposed to come, but Sheni persuaded her not to. Shen's mother said she would come when Sheni gave birth to help take care of her postpartum period. Sheni couldn't persuade her otherwise. Probably in the next couple of days, Sheni said. I'll go to the county town later, Chen said. Once Mom arrives, we'll go to the city hospital to give birth. Okay? Chen thought carefully, so Sheni didn't need to worry about anything. After breakfast, Chen rode his bike to the county town. Sheni stayed at home with little Treasure, and Lin Daniu came to visit. Why are you here? Sheni asked. Chen Chang's mother couldn't be left alone, and Lin Daniu usually took care of her, so she rarely left the house. Aren't you worried about your mother? Xiangzi is at home watching her. I came to see you, Lin Daniu said, bringing out 2 hats and a few pairs of socks. You're about to have the baby. I made these hats and socks for you. When you're resting after birth, you should wear them. If you don't, you might catch a cold and get sick. She had been caught in the rain herself and wanted to give Sheni an umbrella, even though she knew Chen would prepare everything for her. Hearing this, Sheni paused for a moment, but soon smiled again, taking the hats and socks. Then I won't refuse, Lin Daniu asked again. Do you have enough baby clothes? Yes, my older sister-in-law prepared a lot, Sheni replied. That's good, Lin Daniu nodded. After Sheni got pregnant, she had wanted to give her and Anne's baby clothes, but then she thought Sheni probably didn't need them, so she didn't bring them. Sheni gave Lin Daniu some scraps of cloth, all from Dahua. After making diapers, she still had quite a bit left. This was brought back by my older sister-in-law from the factory. She said it was employee welfare. They plan to make some paper diapers, but didn't use it all. You're good with your hands. See if you can make something with it. As Lin Daniu and Sheni interacted more, she understood Sheni's friendly nature. She didn't mind and accepted the fabric. They started chatting about family matters. Lin Daniu asked, is it happening at the end of the month? Are you going to the hospital to give birth? Brother Chen will take leave to go with you? Will your mother-in-law go too? Lin Daniu asked with concern. Yes, I'll go to the hospital. Brother Chen will take leave. My mother-in-law won't go. She'll stay at home to help take care of the 3 treasures. Lin Daniu frowned. Your mother-in-law isn't going? Can Brother Chen handle it alone? He'll also need to take care of the children. My mom is coming too, Sheni said. She'll go with us when the time comes. Lin Daniu took a deep breath and smiled, saying, That's good. I'll wait at home for your good news. Okay? Sheni responded happily. Sheni guessed correctly. Her mother arrived on the 3rd day. That day, Dahua and Erbao came home from school, finished their dinner, and before Chen returned, Sheni waited at the door. She saw Chen coming back with someone in the back seat. Sheni noticed the person in the back and smiled. As they approached, she went to greet them. Mom, oh, be careful, Shen's mother said quickly when she saw her walking over with a big belly. She jumped off her bicycle and scolded gently, You're so careless. Don't you know you're pregnant now, Mom? Sheni snuggled into her mother's arms. I missed you. You're already a mother, and you're still acting like a child. What's the point? Shen's mother said, though she was smiling widely and patted her back. Chen stopped his bicycle, smiling as he watched the mother and daughter. Actually, just watching his wife act cute. The mother and daughter shared a warm moment. After a while, the three treasures ran out of the house shouting, Grandma, hey? Shen's mother rushed into her grandson's arms. Soon, Shen's mother heard voices and came over, looking very happy. Mother-in-law, old friends? Shen's mother went to greet her, and the two women exchanged warm greetings. It was a lively scene. They only calmed down around 9 o'clock, when it was time to sleep. Shen's mother naturally slept with Sheni, while Chen slept with the three treasures in the big room. Sheni sorted through the big bags her mother brought. There were many small clothes, towels, diapers, bottles, formula, nutritional supplements for pregnant women, and some snacks for the three treasures. She felt both touched and a little worried. She massaged her mother's shoulders and said, You brought so many things from far away. You must be exhausted. I'm not tired. Shen's mother waved her hand. It's just a few things. Your mom isn't that delicate. Okay, no need to massage my shoulders. Rest well and don't overexert yourself. How tiring can a shoulder massage be? Sheni didn't let go, and Shen's mother just let her do it. They planned to go to the hospital on April 20th, which was the day after tomorrow. The next day, Mother Shen was preparing things for Sheni to go to the hospital. She found out that Chen had already packed everything and even checked to see if anything was missing. Surprisingly, everything was quite complete. Chen had been gradually asking friends to prepare many items for childbirth and the baby, and everything was already packed. As for the things Mother Shen brought, many were duplicates of what Chen had bought. She was not upset but very happy. At noon, Mu came back from work and stopped by. Are everything's ready? Do you need any help? Yes, everything is ready, Mother Shen said with a smile, pointing to two large bags in the corner. Chen packed all of this. He's quite careful. Mu smiled and said, Chen is very experienced in this. When was having her three treasures, he took care of everything himself. I couldn't help much. Mother Shen nodded happily. Seeing her daughter, she knew Chen loved her very much. Are you taking the ox cart tomorrow? Do you want me to bring some hay so it will be more comfortable to sit on? Mu asked. No need. Chen has borrowed a cart, Mother Shen replied. Someone will take us there. She was worried about the bumpy ride, especially with her daughter pregnant. She wanted to borrow a car from a friend of Shen's father, but Chen said it wasn't necessary. He had a way to borrow a car himself. Since he was now with the transportation team and knew many drivers, borrowing a vehicle wouldn't be difficult. Mother Shen didn't insist further. Mu didn't know that Chen was the one borrowing the car. She thought Mother Shen had borrowed it through her connections, so she didn't ask more. She said, I'll prepare some dry food for your trip. No need. I brought plenty of snacks, Mother Shen said. Chen also prepared a lot. Tomorrow morning I just need to make a few more buns. That works too, Mu said, feeling a little disappointed that she couldn't help much. In the evening, Chen still hadn't returned. Mother Shen and the two younger children were in the kitchen cooking. The second child proudly said, Grandma, I can make many dishes now. Really? What dishes can you make? Mother Shen asked happily. Tell Grandma. The second child listed several dish names confidently, making Mother Shen laugh so hard she almost couldn't stop. The second child, trying to prove himself, was stirring vegetables with a spatula carefully. Mother Shen was almost shocked. Later, she learned that most of the household chores at home were now done by Dahua and Earthworm. She looked at her daughter with a hint of blame. Sheni felt innocent and said, It's not that I don't want to do the chores, but they won't let me. After a pause, she quietly complained, If I do the chores, I get scolded. Shen's mother scolded, You still, with a look of grievance. Mom, why won't you give up? Before Shen's mother could finish, Earthworm interrupted her and scolded her, You've even learned to complain? I've told you many times I don't let you do the chores because I don't want you to get tired. Just rest well. The chores are done by me, Big Brother and Dad. We're not freeloaders. If you do all the work, what are Big Brother, Dad, and I supposed to do? After saying this, Erbao looked at Shen's mother angrily and said, Grandma, you need to talk to my mom. How can she be so disobedient? It's really worrying. Even my dad says she doesn't listen. Seeing her mother's surprised expression, Sheni couldn't help but laugh and gave her a look. Mom, don't doubt it. Everything you heard is true. Shen's mother glared at her angrily, but hadn't spoken yet. Erbao continued, Grandma, look. My mom even smiled. She actually smiled. She shows no sign of realizing she's wrong. No, I'm getting angry again. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Grandma will teach your mom a lesson soon, and she'll definitely make her listen. Shen's mother quickly comforted him. Erbao nodded confidently. Before leaving, he leaned close to Shen's mother and whispered, But Grandma, just a small lesson is enough. Don't be too harsh. My mom is quite delicate. If she gets too angry, I'm worried she might get sick. Shen's mother almost couldn't help but laugh, patting Erbao's head. Yes, Grandma knows. Erbao was satisfied and ran off to serve the food and set the table. Shen's mother watched his back, busy like a little bee. Big Brother was scrubbing the pots and washing dishes. Even little brother was helping. Her second son was serving the rice, and she was just carrying the dishes. She glanced at her daughter and said, Married to such a good man and having 3 obedient sons. I really don't know how many lifetimes it took you to have this blessing. Maybe 999 lifetimes. Sheni joked playfully, hugging her mother's arm, and that's not all. I have the best parents in the world. Mom, I love you so much. Shen's mother was pleased by her words and chuckled softly, gently pinching her daughter's ear. You weren't like this before. When did you learn to be so clingy? Why ask? Sheni teased her mom with some affection. Of course, I learned it from Brother Chen, Shen's mother. She rolled her eyes. She looked toward the door. When will Li Chen be back? Just then, a loud noise was heard. When she looked outside, she saw Li Chen returning in a small car. Shen's mother was a bit surprised. In this era, cars were rare. Most people who had cars were high-ranking officials. Borrowing a car was extremely difficult. So, Shen's mother thought Li Chen just meant he would send someone to pick them up. She didn't expect him to drive the car back himself. Her opinion of her son-in-law's abilities improved. When Sanbao learned that her father had come back in a car, she asked him to take them for a short drive. Li Chen only let them sit inside briefly but didn't take them for a ride, since it was his car. The next day, Li Chen woke up early to prepare breakfast. But Shen's mother woke even earlier, kneading dough to make buns. Mom, I can do it, Li Chen said quickly. It's okay, I'm almost done, Shen's mother replied. Or you can chop the meat. Li Chen started chopping the meat. Shen's mother had initially planned to make only buns, but with Li Chen's help, she had enough time and made a few more bowls of wontons. Soon, Sheni, Dahua, and Erbao also woke up. After breakfast, Dahua and Erbao had to leave early for school. Before leaving, Erbao pulled his older brother aside and seriously said, Dad, maybe you should take me and my brother with you. If not, at least take me. Don't cause trouble, Li Chen said annoyed. Stay at home and behave. We're not going out to play. We know you're not going out to play, Erbao argued, but I'm not causing trouble. I just want to watch over you. Watch over me? Are you worried your dad will be kidnapped? Erbao replied, We're just watching over you to make sure you don't make mistakes. Li Chen grew impatient. Don't waste my time. Be clear, Erbao hesitated, glancing at his older brother, hoping he would speak. Dahua didn't want to get involved, but since Erbao was so persistent, he finally said, Dad, if something unexpected happens, who would you save, Mom or the baby in her belly? He added. That's what Erbao wants to ask. I've already told him that Mom won't have any accidents. And you would definitely choose Mom. Erbao was stunned. What do you mean, he wants to ask? The next moment, Erbao was grabbed and thrown out the door. Asking such silly questions just invites trouble. Didn't you hear what your older brother said? Mom won't have any accidents. Go to school now. Erbao immediately grabbed his older brother and ran far away. When they saw their father wasn't chasing them, they finally relaxed. Erbao complained, Big brother, You're so unfair.
Why did you tell Dad I said that?
I almost got scolded. Do you want me to get scolded? Dahua looked at him. Dad won't scold you, Bao huffed. He only scolds me. Then why ask such a stupid question? Dahua asked. Because Wang Kai told me to ask. He said he experienced something similar when his sister was born, Bao said, feeling a bit guilty. Then you don't understand Dad at all, Dahua said.
Bao was right.
All right. Back at home, after Li Mu's mother arrived, Chen, Sheni, and Shen's mother set off. At the hospital, Chen went to handle Sheni's admission. The ward had 3 beds. Sheni was in the innermost bed, and the other 2 beds were occupied by pregnant women. When they entered, the others looked at them curiously. Seeing their bags and packages, they looked at them with envy, as if they were moving. Sheni and her group ignored them. They went to the beds and put their things into their lockers. Chen and Shen's mother helped tidy up. After finishing, Chen went to buy food. After eating, he took out a key. Mom, I got you a room at a guest house near the hospital. You can rest there tonight. You're running around all day, more tired than me. Why don't you rest tonight? I'll stay here with Yi, Shen's mother said. Mom, I only booked 1 room. I didn't plan to stay at the guest house, Chen replied. Then where will you sleep? The hospital bed was small and couldn't fit 2 people, especially since Sheni was pregnant. Chen said, I brought a camp bed. It doesn't take up much space and can be placed nearby for you to sleep on. Shen's mother had seen how much Chen cared for her daughter, so she didn't say anything further. After Shen's mother left for the guest house, Chen went to get hot water for Sheni. A chubby pregnant woman near the corridor spoke to Sheni. Comrade, is your husband and mother-in-law with you? Sheni glanced at her and saw that she looked unfriendly, so she ignored her. The pregnant woman, seeing she was ignored, pouted and said, It's no big deal. My husband and mother-in-law are with me too. I told them I wanted an apple, and they went to buy one for me. They take better care of me than your husband and mother-in-law do for you. Sheni still paid no attention. The pregnant woman, feeling a bit embarrassed, looked unhappy. Just then, her husband and mother-in-law returned. Her mother-in-law kindly washed an apple for her. The pregnant woman pretended to be cute and said, Mom, I want to eat it in small pieces. Her mother-in-law immediately replied, I'll cut it into small pieces for you. After cutting, she fed the pregnant woman piece by piece, and the pregnant woman looked at Sheni smugly while eating. Sheni continued to ignore her. The pregnant woman whispered something to her mother-in-law. The mother-in-law rolled her eyes at Sheni and then coaxed the pregnant woman gently. Sheni stayed silent the whole time. When Chen returned, she drank some water. He opened the camp bed and placed it in the aisle at the far end of her bed. Seeing him lie so big on the small camp bed, Sheni worried he might fall off and said, Maybe you should sleep at the guest house. This isn't comfortable. No need, Chen replied. I want to stay with you. Then hold my hand to prevent falling, Sheni said, reaching out. She was acting a bit childish, and Chen smiled, took her hand, and once she was asleep, he gently placed her hand back under the blanket. In the middle of the night, a loud cry woke Sheni. The pregnant woman in the middle bed was in labor. Hearing her painful cries, Sheni also started to feel nervous. Although she had given birth twice before, knowing she had a system made her feel safe and pain-free. When she was in the delivery room, she was carefree and didn't worry about pain. This time, she was truly giving birth. At that moment, a pair of big hands held her hands. Feeling something, Sheni looked down at the owner of the hands. Wife, Chen noticed her gaze and softly comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I'll stay with you. Sheni couldn't help but smile. She reached for a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his palm and teased, I think you're more nervous than I am. Chen looked a bit embarrassed. Thanks to Chen's distraction, Sheni felt less nervous. That evening, the pregnant woman in the middle bed gave birth to a son. The baby was born that night and left the hospital the next morning. Her in-laws and many relatives had not visited her since she was admitted for labor. Early in the morning, they all came in, asking about her and showing concern. They came in noisy and left in the same way. Everyone was very happy. The chubby pregnant woman looked quite happy too. She touched her belly proudly and said, "My baby must be a boy. If it's a girl." She paused, not finishing her sentence. Instead, she glanced at Sheni's belly, pretending to be caring but actually not. She said with a hint of mischief, "Your belly is very round, not as pointed as mine. I think it might be a girl." Sheni was reading a leadership quote book and didn't look up. The chubby pregnant woman seemed used to being ignored and didn't mind. She continued, "You should be careful. Your mother-in-law and husband are so nice to you now. They probably think you can give birth to a son. If you have a girl, I wonder how they'll treat you then. Better keep your mouth shut." Before Sheni could speak, Chen's voice appeared. He was holding a basin of water, with a pink towel draped over his shoulder, clearly meant for her to wash up. His tone was gentle and caring. But at this moment, his handsome face was expressionless. His narrow eyes showed a fierce look, and his presence was intimidating. It was clear that if she didn't follow his instructions, he might act. The chubby pregnant woman was a little scared. She pretended to be confident, but was actually timid, letting out a small, soft hum. Chen snorted softly, then walked to his wife's bed. His tone became gentle again. "Wife, do you want to wash your face?" "Yes." Sheni also found it amusing. Looking at her husband's firm jawline, she said, "Don't argue with her. She's ignorant and thinks everyone is as foolish as she is." "That's annoying," Chen replied. The couple didn't hold back from the overweight pregnant woman. Their voices were moderate, enough for her to hear. She nearly exploded with anger, constantly thinking it would be best if she had a daughter, so she could see if her husband still protected her. He looked so fierce, maybe he would even be abusive. Sheni stayed in the hospital for 5 days before giving birth. On the 5th night, just as she was about to sleep, she felt the mattress was a little wet. Although she hadn't truly experienced it before, she had some knowledge and realized her water had broken. She told Chen to call the doctor. The doctor arrived quickly, checked her, and said everything was normal while waiting for contractions to progress. It was very uncomfortable during this time. She rested her head on Chen's neck, tightly gripping his shirt, with cold sweat on her forehead. Chen held her, comforted her, wiped her sweat, and watched her suffer. His heart ached, and he softly said, "Wife, after you give birth, I will get sterilized." "Okay." Sheni was in so much pain she couldn't say more. She knew he was probably suffering just as much. She held his trembling hand to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. I can endure it." Chen kissed her on the top of her head. The overweight pregnant woman watched nearby, feeling a bit envious, but then huffed softly and turned to sleep on the other side. When Sheni was pushed into the delivery room, it was over 2 hours later. The doctor came and said she could deliver. Sheni's mother, who had been sleeping at the guest house, seemed to sense it and woke up. She immediately got out of bed and arrived just as Sheni was being taken into the delivery room. "Mom." Seeing her mother, Sheni finally showed a hint of vulnerability and fear. Her mother was heartbroken and quickly held her daughter's hand. "Don't be afraid. Mom is right outside. You'll be done soon, okay?" Sheni nodded. When the door to the delivery room closed, she looked at Chen one last time. She saw that he was also watching her, with tears in his eyes. The pain from contractions was tough, but during delivery, it wasn't as bad. Less than an hour later, Sheni had finished giving birth. But for Chen, this hour felt like a century. Outside the door, there was no sound. He was overwhelmed with worry, concern, tenderness, and fear. Even Shinmu, who was mainly worried about her daughter, couldn't help but pat his shoulder to comfort him. The delivery room door opened. A nurse came out. Chen hurriedly asked, "How is my wife?" "Mother and baby are safe," the nurse said. She was holding the baby and walking ahead, while Sheni was pushed behind by the doctor. The nurse carrying the baby walked straight toward Chen and Shinmu. Seeing them approach, she smiled and said, "Comrade, your daughter is very well-behaved." But then she saw the two of them walk past her, heading toward the woman inside the delivery room. "Wife," Chen grabbed his wife's hand. "Brother Chen, Mom. I'll rest for a bit." Sheni feeling a little exhausted, said she had stayed awake just to avoid worrying Chen and her mother. After saying this, she fell asleep. Chen gently brushed her damp hair from her forehead, feeling tender. The doctor, also a woman, rarely saw a man so caring about his wife after childbirth, especially since she had just given birth to a girl. Her heart softened. At first, she thought Chen wasn't a good person and started to judge him based on appearances. Feeling guilty, she carefully reminded Chen about postpartum care. Chen had already memorized these postpartum tips when Sheni had her 3 children, but he listened very carefully again. Shinmu followed a few steps behind, relieved to know her daughter was safe. Then she remembered the baby behind her and quickly smiled as she took the baby from the nurse. "Sorry, I almost forgot." "Thank you." The nurse looked at her in surprise. "You forgot? If it weren't for how tense they looked, I might think you're biased against boys. When I heard it's a girl, I was a bit disappointed. But then, Mom, is it a boy or a girl?" Chen, after returning his wife to the ward, finally remembered the baby. The nurse was speechless. "I just told you twice, and you didn't hear." She walked away, feeling both speechless and a bit mystified. Shinmu said, "It's a girl? Girl?" Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at the baby in his mother-in-law's arms. She was red, wrinkled, and not very pretty. But somehow, his mind suddenly pictured his wife as a tiny version, soft, adorable, sweet, and cute. His heart softened. He rubbed his hands nervously and asked, "Mom, can I have a hug?" Mother Shen saw his shy look and smiled. She handed him the child, saying, "Be careful." "Okay." Chen took the child, his movements practiced but a little stiff. His eyes were very gentle. Mother Shen tidied up the small blanket for the child. She wasn't sure if it was her sharp eyes that noticed how the child would look when grown, or if she just thought her own child was always the most beautiful. She smiled and said, "Honestly, this kid is really good-looking. That little mouth looks a lot like yours. Overall, he looks like my wife," Chen whispered, a smile on his lips. Mother Shen felt happy hearing her son-in-law talk about her daughter so often. Compared to her granddaughter, she loved her daughter more and naturally hoped her daughter's husband would always put her first. Looking at the sleeping child and adult, Chen smiled and said to Mother Shen, "Mom, you can go back and rest now. I'll watch over them. But could you come a little earlier tomorrow? I want to go to the market to buy some things to help my wife recover." "Of course," Mother Shen replied. "Or I can go instead." "You should stay here with them. I'm more familiar with the city," Chen said. "I'll go," Mother Shen agreed, since she wasn't very familiar with the area. After Mother Shen left, only the 3 of them remained in the hospital room. The pregnant woman, who was chubby, had started labor after Sheni gave birth. She was now in the delivery room. The bed in the middle was empty after that woman left. Someone had moved in briefly but left after 2 days, so the bed was now vacant. Chen didn't move his daughter to that bed. He kept her beside his wife, worried she might fall. He even turned his military cot upside down and placed it next to his wife. He took a towel and gently wiped her sweat, then kissed her on the forehead and softly said, "Wife, thank you." The next day, Mother Shen arrived at 6 in the morning. Chen drove to buy Crucian carp, tofu, some millet, and red dates, then returned to the guest house where Mother Shen was staying. He borrowed the kitchen and cooked fish tofu soup and a millet porridge with red dates. After parking his car at the hospital, he went around to the hospital cafeteria and bought fried rice noodles for Mother Shen and himself. He returned to the ward just in time for 8 o'clock. His wife and daughter are already awake. Mother Shen is holding her daughter and bending down to look at his wife. His wife's hand is on the swaddle, playing with the baby, smiling gently, and talking to Mother Shen. "Wife," Chen calls out, not caring if it might be rude to interrupt. Sheni turns her head and sees him, her bright eyes full of a smile. "Brother Chen." Chen also smiles and places a lunchbox on the table. "Are you hungry? Should I get you some fish and tofu soup?" "Yes," Sheni replies very obediently. Chen feels soft-hearted and scoops some soup for her, feeding her. Sheni happily enjoys his care. When she sees Mother Shin smiling kindly at them while holding the baby, her face flushes. Chen is quite thick-skinned. While feeding his wife, he says to Mother Shin, "Mom, I bought fried noodles. Once my wife is full, I'll bring the baby over. You should eat something to fill your stomach too, okay?" Mother Shin says happily. While Mother Shin eats, Chen picks up his daughter and immediately brings her in front of his wife, eagerly asking, "Wife, does she look like you?" Sheni looks at the little girl. She closes her eyes, neither crying nor fussing, very well behaved. She even yawns and makes tiny fists, seeming sleepy. Thinking she is his daughter, Sheni's heart softens instantly. When she gave birth to the third treasure, she showed strong resistance to the storyline, so she didn't carefully look at how the baby looked right after birth. Having this child also makes up for her regret. But she's still so small, she can't tell who she looks like.
How can you tell now?
Her nose, eyes, mouth, and eyebrows, all of it, Chen says, rattling off randomly. Sheni. She feels both annoyed and amused, but I also hope she looks like me. Although Chen is very handsome, the third treasure is almost a perfect copy of him. If she has a daughter and doesn't look like her, she might really cry herself to death. At this moment, the little girl starts to babble and reach out her tiny hands toward Sheni. Does she want me to hold her? Sheni wonders in surprise, trying to sit up with her hands. Wife, don't move. It might hurt later, Chen quickly says. It's okay, I want to hold her, Sheni insists. She had a very smooth delivery and isn't as weak as she imagined. Chen helplessly and carefully placed the baby in his wife's arms, keeping one hand on the back of the swaddle to lighten her load. The soft little one, Sheni held stiffly. She still remembered how every time she held Anan, she made him cry. But strangely, the tiny baby, who was babbling softly, clung tightly to her clothes after falling into her arms. He puckered his lips twice and softly nestled in her embrace. She's so well-behaved. Sheni was very happy and couldn't help but kiss the baby's forehead. Chen also leaned over to give her a gentle kiss. She's a girl. Let's call her Xiaobei. It sounds nice with Sanbao, like treasure, showing their siblings, Sheni said happily. Okay, Chen agreed without hesitation. He used his index finger to gently touch the baby's other hand, which the baby instinctively grasped. Chen, softly and kindly, said, Xiaobei, Xiaobei, open your eyes and see your parents, okay? Xiaobei. While they were comforting Xiaobei, suddenly, a moaning sound came from nearby. They looked over and saw the pregnant woman from last night, who had just given birth, was awake. Because the baby was very large, and she was also quite plump, her delivery was not as smooth as Sheni's. She only delivered the baby by dawn. It was a son. Due to the long labor, he almost suffocated and was taken to a special ward for care. The grandmother and man who had been comforting the pregnant woman earlier were now gathered around her son's ward, trying to soothe him. The pregnant woman was pushed back to her room, and neither her grandmother nor the man had looked at her. After giving birth, the pregnant woman fainted. She was still calling out to her grandmother and the man. Mom. Kun. She called several times but got no response. Instead, a nurse was called to help summon her grandmother and the man. In the end, only her grandmother came. Her attitude was very impatient, unlike before when she was caring and warm. She said, "What are you calling for? You're delaying me from seeing my precious grandson." The pregnant woman couldn't believe her grandmother's attitude. Before she could speak, her grandmother impatiently dismissed her, saying, "Enough. Stay here and wait. If you need anything, call the nurse. Don't bother me. I almost lost my precious grandson, and I haven't even had a chance to settle the score with you." After that, she left. The pregnant woman quickly called out, "Mom, I want to go to the bathroom." But she couldn't be called back anymore. The overweight pregnant woman almost fell because of her big movements, which hurt her wound. She took a deep breath and started crying softly, saying, "You can't blame me. Without me, where would you have a grandson to hold?" While crying, she noticed the people in the hospital room watching her, so she stopped crying and pitifully asked the nurse to help her go to the bathroom. The nurse looked a bit unhappy. After the overweight pregnant woman stopped crying, Sheni and the others ignored her. They played with little Bei for a while, and Sheni, feeling tired, went to sleep. Little Bei snuggled next to her and also fell asleep. Chen asked Shen's mother to watch over her, then took his wife's dirty clothes to wash. Little Bei was very well behaved. She only cried when she was hungry or needed to, or otherwise, she either slept quietly or stared around blankly. She especially loved her mother. If her father or grandmother held her, it was fine as long as she didn't get close to her mother. But if her mother got near, she would seem to smell her and reach out with her little hands toward her mother. If her mother didn't hold her, she would whimper and cry. Sheni held her, and the little girl would clutch her clothes on her chest and then close her eyes happily. She was so obedient that even Chen was a bit surprised. When their third child was little, she was very noisy, and her crying was loud enough to hurt your head. That's why he developed good skills in calming babies. But his daughter was so well behaved, it made him feel a bit useless as a father. He even wanted to show off a little to his wife, but she didn't get the chance to see his skills. Sheni stayed in the hospital for 5 more days. On the 11th day, they left to go home. Chen went to handle her discharge, Shen's mother packed her things, and Sheni played with little Bei. Watching them organize everything smoothly, the overweight pregnant woman looked at them with envy. In the past few days, her mother-in-law and husband hardly visited her. They only appeared during mealtimes to give the baby milk. The rest of the time, the overweight woman had to trouble the nurses. The nurse knew about her situation and helped out of sympathy, but she didn't expect her to take it for granted. Even small things like asking for water, she would call the nurse over to pour it. The nurse also had her own work to do. She politely told the overweight new mother twice, but the mother responded by saying, "Aren't you just here for this?" The nurse was speechless and reported the situation to her supervisor. The supervisor then went to talk with the new mother's mother-in-law and her husband. After that, her mother-in-law and husband occasionally came to check on her, but their attitude was very impatient and they kept criticizing the new mother verbally. To help her produce more milk, her mother-in-law gave her many nutritious foods, which her body couldn't handle after childbirth, causing her to have diarrhea. The new mother cried several times and even refused to call her mother-in-law and husband when she needed help. Once, she was upset about the food brought by her husband. After he left, she cried and asked Sheni, "Comrade Shen, why is my life so hard? Are these foods even fit for people? He's not even a real man. I gave birth to a big, healthy boy for him. How can he treat me like this?" Boo-hoo. Sheni glanced at her. Seeing this, the new mother thought Sheni felt pity for her and quickly said, "Comrade Shen, I don't want to eat the food he brings anymore. Could you please ask your husband to bring me a portion when he brings food?" No, Sheni refused. The new mother choked and didn't expect Sheni to refuse so firmly. She cried and after a while, sniffled, then I was forcing it. Sheni ignored her. She dismissed the previous verbal attacks and thought, since the new mother was postpartum and physically weak, if she ate something bad, it would be her own fault. She didn't trust the new mother's character, and they weren't familiar with each other. Seeing that pleading wouldn't work, the new mother stopped crying and, feeling embarrassed, asked Shen's mother, "Auntie, I need to go to the bathroom.
Can you help me?"
"Help me get there." "No, don't go. She can't hold it and will call someone herself," Sheni replied, directly refusing Shen's mother. The new mother was stunned. She looked both wronged and angry, then called the nurse. The nurse, hearing that she needed to go to the bathroom again, was very speechless. She asked if she had other relatives or friends who could come to take care of her, implying that her in-laws were unreliable and suggesting her family could come instead. The overweight new mother shook her head and said her family was in the countryside and couldn't come. The nurse wasn't stupid and directly said she would go call her husband and mother-in-law. She quickly left, but the overweight mother couldn't call out to her. Her mother-in-law then came over, furious, and scolded her again. After her mother-in-law left, she lay on the bed and cried quietly. When she noticed Li Chen had returned, she was afraid of upsetting him, so she stopped crying. At this time, Sheni and the others were preparing to leave. She looked at them and saw Li Chen covering Sheni with a cloth, guessing Sheni was feeding the baby. She didn't want to admit she was jealous, but she was indeed jealous. She couldn't understand why Sheni had a little girl, and her husband and mother-in-law treated her so well, beyond her understanding. And she had given birth to a son, yet before and after pregnancy, she faced two different attitudes. She couldn't think about it without crying again. The overweight mother simply stopped looking and pulled the blanket over her head, silently crying. After packing up, Shen's mother held little Bei. Li Chen supported Sheni and carried their things, heading to the parking lot. Finally, they could go home. Sheni felt quite happy. Thinking of the little ones at home, she was eager to return. Since her rebirth, she hadn't been away from them for long. She smiled and said, "I wonder how Sanbao and the others are doing at home." Li Chen chuckled softly. "Without us at home, they probably went wild." "Nonsense, Sanbao and the others are very well behaved," Sheni argued. "They must be missing us, especially little Bao. Maybe they're even crying." Li Chen. His rational mind told him it was best not to speak badly about the children when his wife was thinking of them. As for whether Sanbao was, as Sheni said. After Li Chen and Sheni left, little Bao woke up. When he learned his parents had already left, he pouted with a hurt look and asked his nanny, "Nanny, why didn't my parents wait for me to wake up before leaving?" "Of course, it was because they didn't want you to cry." Li's mother smiled. "Because they wanted little Bao to sleep a little longer, but I don't want to sleep more. I want to see my parents off." Little Bao mumbled, then asked his nanny, "When will they come back?" "Once they have their little brother or sister, they will come back." Mother Li continued to comfort him. This was also what he asked his parents, and they brushed him off. Xiaobao knew he couldn't get much more out of them, so he sat under the eaves, holding his chubby face with a sad expression. Mother Li went to serve him breakfast. Dahua and Bao didn't have much trouble during the day. They went to school, studied, played, cut grass for pigs, cooked, and washed up. All was well. But at night, when they turned on the radio and listened to the Journey to the West, it didn't feel as fun anymore, and they felt a little sad. "I wonder how Mom and Dad are doing," Bao said. "Has Mom given birth yet? How could it be so quick?" Dahua replied calmly. "It probably still takes a few days. I'm not sure if it's a brother or sister," Bao continued. "Could be either," Dahua said. "Mom must be in a lot of pain." Bao suddenly felt down. "It would be nice if she didn't hurt. Mom is so afraid of pain, or I could take her pain." "I'm not afraid of pain." Dahua looked at him sharply. "Be realistic, that's impossible." "I know, but I feel sorry for Mom," Bao asked. "Don't you feel sorry for her too?" Dahua nodded. "Yes, I do. I feel sorry for her too," Xiaobao said with a pout, looking very upset. Dahua and Bao looked at him, and the three brothers fell silent. "Hey, take this," Sun Wukong's staff. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their sadness. They looked over and saw Mother Li, who was imitating Sun Wukong's speech, laughing happily. "Wow, how funny Sun Monkey's words are. Haha, I can't stop laughing." The three brothers. Their sadness disappeared, and they listened carefully to the Journey to the West. In the following days, Dahua and Bao were fine. They were older and had many siblings, and they had to go to school. They didn't think their mother would show too many emotions. But Xiaobao, being young, was always taken care of by his mother. Of course, he missed her. Plus, he remembered his father's words about how painful childbirth was. So, when Mother Li wasn't paying attention, he secretly held his wolf Fong and cried. Just then, Dahua and Bao came back and saw him. At noon, they took him straight to school. Nowadays, many children went to school with their younger siblings. There were fewer in the lower grades, but some still did. Xiaobao sat in the classroom. He didn't understand much and couldn't sit still. He kept whispering to his second brother. But Bao is the discipline officer, having learned the valuable advice from teacher Xiao Wu last semester from Sheni. He has deeply understood the secret to managing a class. If you control Bao, you control the whole class. As for how to control Bao, The answer is to make him the discipline officer and praise him again and again. Li Yankai, today in class you kept the classmates quiet when they were talking and maintained good discipline. This allowed the teacher to teach peacefully. Well done. I want to praise you. You're great. From now on, the discipline of our class depends on you. I believe you can do it. Li Yankai, I thought no one would raise their hand to answer this question, but you did, and got it right. When I was your age, I probably couldn't have answered it. You're so amazing. It would be great if you stay this active in the future. Li Yankai, you are a smart, sensible, lively little friend. Not only are you diligent and capable, doing your own things, but you also help other children. I am really proud of you. Because of this, after being tricked by his dad and deceived by his mom, Erbao got lost again in his mom's and teacher Xiaowu's praise. Not only did he keep good discipline in class, but he was also very attentive during lessons. At this moment, little Bao was talking to him, but he just gently hid his hand and said, "Be quiet, listen to the lesson, little Bao." Feeling wronged, he didn't understand. Big Bao took a piece of candy out of his pocket and gave it to him. Little Bao held his older brother's hand and said, "Big brother, you're so kind." "Shut up," Erbao scolded him. "Sit properly. No talking in class, or I'll send you back." Little Bao, though unhappy, was very sensible. Afraid that his second brother would really send him back, he finally stopped moving, holding the candy. This semester, Big Bao and Erbao sit together. This was mainly because teacher Xiaowu noticed that Erbao sometimes played too much and couldn't be brought back on track. Big Bao could help her manage Erbao, so she arranged for them to sit together.
Right now, little Bao sat between them.
Teacher Xiaowu looked at the three adorable, handsome boys with similar faces on the stage and was instantly melted. What kind of person would have to grow up to have three such sons? Well, someone like Chen and Sheni. Teacher Xiaowu, who doesn't even have a boyfriend yet, was very envious. After school, Dahua went to the fields to pick vegetables, Erbao went to cut pig grass, and little Bao was also taken along, together with He Weidong and others. Halfway through, older students came to trouble He Weidong for no good reason. After He Weidong fought with Erbao and lost, he called Erbao big brother a few times. He Weidong treats Erbao like a brother and listens to him. Although he didn't say it directly, it was clear that Erbao was the boss among them. He Weidong was provoked, and Erbao naturally saw it as a challenge. He immediately stepped forward, and a conflict broke out. There were 5 of them on the other side. On Erbao's side, besides little Bao who couldn't fight, there were only 4. Erbao was outnumbered 2-1. The 2 older boys were 3 or 4 years older than him. He struggled to handle them and was accidentally hit, causing a bump on his forehead. And then, little Bao got angry. He was upset and found a stone, handing it to his big brother, learning from their parents. Erbao took the stone and hit the other person's head, splitting it open and causing blood. The other side was so scared they froze. In the end, the solution was simple. All the children in the area who were cutting pig grass saw what happened and knew it was the older students who started the trouble. Erbao also had He Weidong and He Fugue, the nephews of the village leader, with him. With witnesses and the village leader present, the other family had no choice but to accept it. Erbao's reputation among the children was now completely established. Because little Bao handed his brother a stone, he gained his brother's favor and followed him around for a few days. But by evening they still felt a bit down. Motherly noticed this, and initially thought the 3 brothers missed their parents after being away so long. But when she asked, she found out they were worried about their mother's safety during childbirth and whether it hurt. Although new ideas were spreading fast in the big city, most rural folks still held old beliefs. Having many children was a blessing, and the more, the better. Even if they were poor, they still had 7 or 8 kids, which was common. Especially someone like Mother Li, who is older, her thoughts were deeply rooted. She believed that giving birth was a natural duty for women. The words, danger, and pain never crossed her mind. At that moment, Li's mother felt a mix of emotions. But I have to say, Chen and Sheni did a good job teaching them. At least, they don't have to worry about them growing up to be ungrateful. On the 6th day, which was the 2nd day after Sheni gave birth, Chen found some free time. He called the transport team and asked Zhao Yuliang to help inform Li's parents and the 3 children in Shuangshui village that his wife had a baby girl and about his return date. When they heard that their daughter was safe and that they had a new sister, the 3 children were so happy they almost jumped for joy. From that day on, they eagerly looked forward to their parents and sister coming back. That day happened to be the weekend, so there was no school. Even Erbao, who usually loved to go out and play, stayed quietly at home. Chen drove carefully, avoiding bumps, so he didn't drive fast. His driving skills were good, so the trip back was smooth. Sheni, wrapped in a blanket, dozed off for a while. She then chatted with her mother-in-law. Xiaobei woke up and was fed once. Soon, they were almost back in the county town. "We're almost home," Sheni said happily, gently patting Xiaobei to burp her and teasing her. "Little one, we're about to arrive home. Your 3 brothers are waiting for you. They've been looking forward to seeing you. They will be very happy when they see you. Are you happy? Smile for your mom, okay?" The little girl didn't understand at all. After burping, she waved her tiny hands randomly and then pressed her face against her chest. Her mother-in-law chuckled. "She's so young now, she can't understand what you're saying." Sheni also smiled. "She'll understand more as she gets older." Finally, they reached the house. Chen parked the car, and Sheni handed the baby to her mother-in-law. Chen came around from the driver's seat to help her. The car was quite loud. Inside, the 3 children were having lunch with their grandmother. When they heard the noise, they immediately stopped what they were doing. Erbao asked, "Is that the sound of the car?" "Has Mom come back?" Xiaobao's eyes lit up. Debao put down his bowl and chopsticks. "Let's go see. Big brother, wait for me." Erbao ran after him. Xiaobao quickly followed with his short legs, and their grandmother happily trotted behind them. "Mom," when Debao opened the door, Erbao saw that their parents had returned. Their voices arrived before they even saw them, and they were very happy. "Dad." "Hey," Sheni quickly responded. Erbao rushed over, and as usual, he was lifted up by his father again. Chen said, "Didn't you see your mother looks weak?" Originally, Xiaobao, who was following behind Erbao and about to jump into his mother's arms, suddenly stopped, almost falling, and was caught by his older brother. "Mom." Sheni felt warm inside. "Missed Mom?" "Yes," the 3 children said together. "Good." Sheni patted their heads. "Aren't you supposed to see your sister?" "She's in Grandma's arms." "Go take a look." While the 3 children talked to Sheni, Li's mother moved closer to Shen's mother to look at her granddaughter, who was being playful. "Wow, she's really pretty, just like her mother, like they were made from the same mold, just like her mom." Erbao was happy. He tugged at his grandma's clothes. "Grandma, I want to see my sister." Coming. Shen's mother crouched down. The 3 children hurried over, chattering. Erbao, "She's so tiny." Xiaobao, "She's red." Debao, "When she grows up, she won't be red anymore." "My sister was like that when she was little." Erbao, "Huh?" She opened her eyes and looked at us. "Sister, I'm your second brother." Xiaobao followed quickly. "Sister, I'm your little brother." Debao, "I'm your big brother." "I'm your grandma," Li's mother said proudly. Everyone. They couldn't help but laugh. Fearing she might catch a cold, Chen helped Sheni back inside. Soon the 3 children also came in. Compared to their unfamiliar sister, they clearly cared more about their mother. They chattered about whether she was in pain, if she was comfortable, if she wanted water, and so on, which made Sheni feel very warm. She asked about their recent days. When she learned that Erbao had fought with someone and was hit on the head, she was surprised. She touched his head. "Are you dizzy?" "No, I'm not," Erbao said proudly. "I just got hit once, and then I hit back with a stone." "That stone was from me," Xiaobao said, coming forward to take credit. Sheni. Suddenly, she felt she needed to rethink her way of teaching. After a while, she started feeling sleepy. The 3 brothers were asked to leave by Chen. Since they couldn't play with their mother, they went to find their sister to play. Little Bei was already asleep, but Mother Shen saw Sanbao and the others talking to Sheni in the room. She gently carried Little Bei to the big room to sleep and went outside to chat with Motherly. The 3 brothers returned to the big room and climbed onto the bed, curious to look at their sister. Second brother, feeling playful, poked her little face. "Don't move her," big brother whispered sternly. "Big brother, she's so soft," second brother said in surprise. "Try it." Little brother couldn't resist and also poked her, making a small face like his older brother's. "Really?" Big brother couldn't hold back either and joined in. The brothers were excited, like they had found a new toy. They poked here and there, which woke little Bae from her deep sleep. She cried out loudly. The brothers were startled and a little panicked. "Why is she crying?" second brother asked anxiously, questioning little brother, who was poking her nose. "Did you press too hard?" Little brother thought he had pressed too hard and felt guilty and shy. "I'm sorry." Big brother wiped little Bae's tears. "Don't cry, little sister. Don't cry," but little Bae kept crying. Second brother said, "We should pick her up." Big brother was about to do that when outside, Chen, who was washing diapers, heard the crying and hurriedly washed his hands and came in. He quickly picked up his daughter to prevent disturbing Sheni, who was sleeping nearby. When he touched her bottom, he knew she had wet her diaper. He took a new diaper and changed her. Little Bae seemed to realize someone understood her needs and finally stopped crying. After changing her diaper, she leaned against her father's chest as if searching for something. Chen didn't wake his wife. He held his daughter and prepared to make milk. During this time, Sanbao looked guilty, hanging his head and following behind. When Chen was about to pour hot water for the milk, second brother eagerly took the kettle, trying to be helpful. "Dad, it's inconvenient for you to hold your sister." "Let me do it." Chen glanced at him, and second brother dared not meet his father's eyes. Chen placed the bottle nearby. "I'll stop immediately when I say so." "Okay." Second brother was very obedient now. He poured the hot water, mixed the milk powder, and checked the temperature. When it was just right, Chen put the in his daughter's mouth, and she started drinking happily. Chen then looked at the three brothers, who hung their heads and patted the front of their shirts, seeming to wait for his criticism. "Chen, tell me, what mistake did you make?" Sanbao hesitantly explained that they had poked their sister's face. Chen looked at his daughter's face. "The little girl's skin is very tender now. Besides the red marks that haven't faded yet, there are no new marks, showing that they didn't press hard when poking her." "Dad, we were wrong." Second Bao lowered his head and whispered, "You can scold us." Big Bao and Little Bao also looked guilty. Chen snorted. "Just don't do it again." "Go play." Second Bao looked up in surprise. "Dad, you're not going to scold us." "Do you want me to scold you? I thought you might hit us, but second Bao isn't stupid." He quickly denied it. No, no, no. Of course, he didn't want that. Chen saw through his thoughts and sneered, pointing at the laundry in the yard that he hadn't finished washing. "Then I'll help you. Go wash your sister's diaper." Second Bao. "Dad, I don't want to." "You want to," Chen said. "Go now." Second Bao. "Why can't I keep my mouth shut?" He sadly went to wash the diaper. "Dad, I'll wash the dishes," Big Bao said wisely. Chen. Little Bao, also good at reading the situation, said, "Dad, I'll sweep the floor." Chen, "Make sure it's clean." "Okay." Little Bao ran off to get the broom. Chen didn't look up. Xiao Bei had finished her milk. Chen patted her to burp her while comforting her. "Smile for Dad, Xiao Bei. "Smile, Sanbao, busy with his own task, said. "Is he really so gentle? Is he their dad? No way, right? No way, right?" The three brothers were confused. A few days later, news spread that Sheni had given birth to a girl. People who knew Sheni came to visit one after another. It was quite lively. Before long, 10 days had passed. Xiao Bei needed to nurse, so she naturally slept with Sheni. Chen took the initiative to tell Shen's mother to come and sleep with the three brothers. He stayed in the small house to take care of his wife and Xiao Bei. Thanks to Chen's insistence, Shen's mother agreed. Chen really took good care of Sheni and Xiao Bei. Usually, if Xiao Bei was hungry at night, Sheni would feed her, and Chen would carry Xiao Bei to soothe her while Sheni continued to sleep. Sometimes, when Sheni was sleeping soundly, Chen didn't call her. Instead, he directly gave Xiao Bei milk. When Xiao Bei wet himself, there was even less reason to disturb her. Several times, Shen's mother heard the noise, came to knock on the door, and offered to take Xiaobei so Li Chen could rest. But he refused, telling her to go back and rest. Shen's mother had come to help her daughter during her postpartum period, but she never expected she hadn't been much help at all. Li Chen knew that Shen's mother had left her sick husband at home to care for his wife. He was very grateful. On the 10th day after his wife gave birth, he expressed his thanks to Shen's mother and assured her he would take good care of Sheni, so she could go back home with peace of mind. Shen's mother had seen how well he was caring for their daughter and felt reassured. Since the family needed her at home, she decided to leave. Li Chen tried to give her money, but she refused, saying she had enough from before. Li Chen and Shen Yi couldn't persuade her, so they secretly slipped 500 yuan into her luggage. Li Chen took Shen's mother to the county town and arranged for a brother who transported goods to the city to help her get to the train station. On the way back, he saw his wife writing something at the desk. "Sweetheart, why not wear an extra coat?" Li Chen asked. "Bring it to me," Shen Yi replied without turning around. Li Chen took a blanket and draped it over her. Then he looked at what she was writing. "Are you writing a letter to your big brother?" "Yes," Shen Yi smiled. "It's from Mom, right? Yesterday, she kept complaining about how my big brother, at his age, still doesn't have a partner. She asked me to write to him and tell him to go on a blind date." Shen Yi felt a bit helpless. She often communicated with her big brother after her rebirth, but their relationship was a taboo for him, and he wouldn't usually talk about this openly. She wasn't the type to interfere in others' affairs, thinking that her brother would eventually find a wife, so she never asked him about it. But seeing Shen's mother so anxious, she couldn't bear it and decided to talk to her brother. Hearing this, Li Chen said nothing more. Instead, he looked at their daughter on the bed. "How long has Xiaobei been sleeping?" "Not long," Sheni replied. "Be quiet." She then buried herself in her writing. After a while, she noticed Li Chen hadn't left and asked, "Are you done with your work? Want me to do something?" Li Chen raised an eyebrow, sensing her thoughts. Shen Yi chuckled softly and took a drawing out of the drawer. "I want to make a baby crib for Xiaobei. Can you see if it's possible to make it?" Li Chen looked at the drawing and nodded. "Yes, it can be done." "Great." Shen Yi gave him a big thumbs up.
Li Chen playfully nudget her nose.
"I'm going to find some wood. Go ahead," Shen Yi said. After Li Chen left, she focused on her own work, finished it, and put it in an envelope. She planned to give it to her older brother when Li Chen went to the county town tomorrow to mail it. A few days later, Shen's mother returned home. While tidying up, she found money in her luggage. She felt both annoyed and amused. She said to Shen's father, "I told them not to give money, but they still did." Shen's father glanced at her and snorted. "Keep it for now. Next time, you can return it. Why are you still upset?" Shen's mother said helplessly. "Didn't our daughter already explain everything? She married Li Chen because of a plan. If not for him, it would have been that young man from the Lin family." Shen's father looked a bit guilty and didn't say anything more. Shen's mother also noticed he was unhappy that Li Chen married her little girl, especially since he hadn't met Li Chen yet. She then told Shen's father all about how Li Chen had been kind to Sheni, describing it in detail. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Li Chen and Sheni planned to have a family dinner on Xiaobei's 1-month celebration, but excluding the third branch. As for Li Area, last year, Li Area had dinner with Jiang Ailing and others. Earlier this year, she returned and found that Jiang Ailing had a falling out with Li's mother. Although Li Area was close to Jiang Ailing, she knew her mother was her real family. When it mattered, she naturally sided with her mother and immediately decided to come back and eat with Li's family. Li's mother guessed that Li Area's return and stay with them probably involved last year's dinner with Jiang Ailing, which was related to her rivalry with Sheni and Jiang Ailing's secret efforts to persuade Li Area to buy meat, costing her quite a bit. Li Area had her flaws, but she was still Li's mother's daughter. Naturally, she wouldn't be turned away. However, Li Area was picky and often found fault with everything. Li's mother didn't indulge her and had scolded her several times until she cried. Li Area then went to cry to Su Jiming. Being transferred here to teach, Su Jiming felt helpless. He was worried that the Li family thought he was not capable and only sent him back because of that. When he heard his wife's crying, he felt that old Li's family looked down on him because he was no longer as capable as before, and that's why they were mistreating his wife. He immediately applied to the school to get a dormitory so that Li area and their son could live there. The school was still quite considerate. Last year, since the school was new and lacked many facilities, teachers from the city had to share rooms. Now, after a few months, most facilities were improved, and they also considered the needs of teachers coming from the county. After Su Ziming submitted his request, the school assigned him a dormitory which required paying rent, 2 yuan a month. Su Ziming rented the room, and Li area immediately moved out of old Li's house to live there. However, Li area didn't have a serious argument with her family. The conflict with her mother was just about some daily habits, not a big problem. Li area wasn't really upset with her mother. After a month or two of cold treatment, they grew distant. When her mother couldn't see her bad habits, and she couldn't hear her mother's nagging, they reconciled. This time, when Li Chen and Sheni invited her to dinner, her mother also called Li area. Li area had a few misunderstandings with Sheni and felt that Shen looked down on her. She was angry and tried to show off a bit in front of Shen. When her mother called her this time, she thought Sheni asked her mother to do so. She arrogantly refused, saying she was busy and needed to go back to the county to see her mother-in-law. Unbeknownst to her, Sheni had no idea about this. After N's full moon celebration, Chen Chang's family also invited them. Naturally, Li Chen and Sheni had to return the invitation to Chen Chang's family. Li Dia heard about this and specially took a day off to come back. She also brought someone unexpected with her. Li's father and mother were in the yard when they saw their daughter return, followed by a man carrying big bags. As soon as he entered, he smiled at them. The scene looked just like a daughter bringing her boyfriend home to meet the family. They were so surprised they stood up immediately.
Lidya didn't notice her parents' expressions.
She carried a bag and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, I'm back. Where are second brother and his wife?" "I'll go in and take a look," Lidya said as she was about to enter. Li's mother tried to stop her. "Dia, wait. Who is this?" "My name is Zhou Fengshou." Before Lidya could speak, Zhou Fengshou quickly interrupted. Seeing Zhou Fengshou introduce himself, Lidya took her things and went inside to find Sheni. He was left alone with Zhou Fengshou. Li's father and mother began to wonder if they were overthinking. Zhou Fengshou put down his big and small bags and said to Li's mother, "Are you Dia's mother? You look very young. I thought you were her older sister." "Oh my," Li's mother said happily, almost smiling from ear to ear. "Young man, you really know how to flatter. That's a bit much." "Haha, I'm not exaggerating," Zhou Fengshou said confidently. "I never tell lies. Women like to hear compliments about their youth, and Li's mother was no exception." She looked at Zhou Fengshou with a bit more happiness. Li's father looked unhappy. He cleared his throat loudly to get attention. Zhou Fengshou immediately looked at him and continued smiling. "Uncle, I can tell you're Dia's father. You both look very much alike." Li's father didn't fall for his flattery and was about to say something. Suddenly, Zhou Fengshou took out some tobacco from his big bag and said casually, "Uncle, I heard you like smoking. This is some fine tobacco my friend brought back from Haishur. I brought it especially for you to try. Take a look." Li's father was amazed and fixated on the tobacco. Seeing this, Zhou Fengshou took Li's father's pipe, filled it with tobacco, lit it, and held it to his lips. Li's father took a puff, squinting his eyes. It was indeed good quality. Smoking it felt like divine pleasure. Soon, Li's father was also captivated by Zhou Fengshou. They looked at him like a son-in-law, growing more fond and satisfied the more they looked. Of course, Li's father didn't show it openly, but Li's mother did. However, Li's mother hesitated when she looked at Zhou Fengshou's age. Just as she was about to say something, a voice called out, "Old Zhou," interrupting her thoughts. Li Chen came out of the house, saw Zhou Fengshou frowning, and asked, "Why are you here?" He hadn't invited Zhou Fengshou. Are they no longer brothers? While saying this, he reached out to pat Li Chen's shoulder. Li Chen quickly moved away, giving him a cold look. We're just having a meal together. Why are you bothering us? Is Qiangzi also here? Zhou Fengshou pointed at Qin Chong, who just entered, looking surprised. So, in your mind, Qiangzi is more important than me. Of course he's more important. Brother Chen and I grew up together, Qin Chong said with a look of disdain, as if to say, you just arrived and want to compare your place in Brother Chen's heart? He patted Zhou Fengshou on the chest. Have some self-awareness. Zhou Fengshou exaggeratedly covered his chest, looking at Li Chen in disbelief. Brother Chen, is this true? Li Chen was speechless and muttered with a smile. Get lost. Wait a moment. Li's mother felt her mind wasn't working well and looked at Zhou Fengshou. So, you're our second son's friend, not our eldest daughter's wife. Li's father interrupted her in time. If she asked openly and Zhou Fengshou said no, it wouldn't matter if they lost face. But what mattered was that Li Dahua would also lose face. However, Li's father looked at Zhou Fengshou with narrowed eyes. He had praised his wife extravagantly and was trying to please him. If it was just because Zhou Fengshou was the second son's friend, he felt it was too unbelievable. Zhou Fengshou noticed Li's father's gaze and felt guilty. He quickly hugged Qin Chong and said he was going to see Xiao Bei. Li's father grew more suspicious and asked Li's mother to find Li Dahua to check the situation. Li's mother, being more thoughtful and delicate, naturally thought of this too. She initially wanted to find Li Dahua but accidentally saw Zhou Fengshou greeting Sheni, who seemed familiar with him. Shen's mother thought Sheni was very smart, kind to Li Dahua, and knew Zhou Fengshou. She thought she was the best person to confide in. She found Sheni and told her suspicions alone. After hearing this, Sheni was surprised. Zhou Fengshou and Li Dahua. She had never thought these two would become a couple. Not only because Li Dahua was 6 years older than Zhou Fengshou, but also because their personalities were completely different. Sheni shook her head and analyzed. If it's really as you described, Mother, it doesn't necessarily mean Zhou Fengshou is interested in Big Sister, but there's definitely something suspicious. After all, if he was just coming to celebrate the full moon, he wouldn't need to bring gifts for you and Dad. Mother Li initially found it strange, but couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. After Sheni's explanation, she suddenly understood. Yes, coming to celebrate the full moon and bringing gifts for the baby and the parents is normal, but giving gifts to the grandparents, what's that about? Mother Li didn't believe Zhou Fengshou, with his clever mouth, wouldn't understand the hidden meaning. So, isn't he clearly up to something else? As for what he's planning, Mother Li also knew that Sheni, though leaving some room for doubt, was thinking the same thing. Zhou Fengshou is interested in Big Sister. Mother Li felt validated by Sheni's words, straightening her back and feeling more confident. Since Big Sister Li's divorce, Mother Li had been planning for her to find a good partner. In fact, she had already found a suitable man in his 40s, a widower. He was from a good family, a butcher with 5 daughters and a young son. His eldest 2 daughters were married and had jobs in the city. In Mother Li's eyes, this was a very good match. The other 3 daughters were all grown up and would marry sooner or later. If Big Sister Li married him, it would be best if she could have a son. Even if she couldn't have children or only had daughters, it didn't matter. The young son in the butcher's family was still small, and over time, they would grow closer. Her plans were so detailed that she even asked a matchmaker to make arrangements. Once the butcher agreed, she was ready to talk to Big Sister Li. But just when everything was about to happen, Father Li found out and scolded her. Mother Li was scolded and felt wronged. She had no bad intentions. She wasn't after the butcher's good conditions. She was doing it for Big Sister Li's sake. She held traditional ideas, believing women should marry, have children, and follow their husbands. To her, Big Sister Li's divorce was already a big breach of tradition. Now that she had a job, but if she couldn't find a husband soon, people would gossip about her. Even if she ignores others' gossip, after the old man passes away, only Li Dahua will be left alone. Who will take care of her and see her off? Li's mother worries a lot, but she knows she is not as clever as Li's father. In the end, she listens to him and stops insisting on talking to Li Dahua about others. She says she hasn't said anything, but inside, she feels anxious all the time. Now, there's finally someone who might be interested in Lee Dahua. How can Lee's mother not be happy? But soon, she hesitates again. Zhou Fengshou is about the same age as the second son, right? And Dahua is much younger. Is that suitable? Dahua has been divorced. Would he dislike her? Where is his family from? If his mother knew about Daya's situation, she probably wouldn't agree to let her join the family. Wait, if he's about the same age as the second son, why isn't he married yet? Could he have some hidden health issue? Before Lee's mother is sure whether Zhou Fengshou is really interested in Lee Dahua, she starts to overthink on her own. Sheni laughs and says, "Mom, we haven't confirmed anything yet. I'll ask Brother Chen to find out." Lee's mother worries again. Would it be rude to ask like that? If he says no, then he might have gone out and that wouldn't be good for Dahua. Sheni replies, "I'll talk to Brother Chen first. He knows Zhou Fengshou well, and he can ask without overstepping." Okay, Lee's mother agrees. She knows she has to ask eventually. Constant guessing isn't helpful. Sheni adds, "But, Mom, even if he does like Dahua, you shouldn't get too excited." Whether Dahua likes him back is still uncertain. Lee's mother laughs and says, "If a young man like Zhou Fengshou likes her and she still refuses. That's funny." She then ponders, someone who can be friends with the second son probably has good character. Look at how he brought home those big and small packages. His family must be quite well off. But Dahua isn't picky about conditions. As long as he doesn't have any hidden health issues and his family doesn't mind her, that would be good. Shen Yi remains silent. Lee's mother looks at Shen Yi expectantly and says, "Your family is the second son's. You should know Zhou Fengshou too. Do you know about his family? Or can you tell me?" Shen Yi hesitates and says, "Mom, I'm not really sure. Maybe we should wait until we confirm if Zhou Fengshou likes Dahua before talking about it." Yes, I understand. I need to confirm first, or everything will be just talk." Lee's mother nodded quickly, looking anxious, and asked with a shy smile, "Maybe you should go talk to the second brother now and see what he says." Shen Yi went to find Li Chen and told him what Lee's mother said directly. Li Chen clenched his fist, a bit in disbelief, and asked, "What?" "I suspect Zhou likes the older sister," Shen Yi said. "I'll go find him," Li Chen said, standing up to leave. At this moment, Zhou Fengshou was with Dahua. She was lowering her head, playing with little Bei, with a gentle smile on her face, radiating a motherly glow. She had been divorced for 1.5 years. The most obvious change in her during this time was her appearance, completely different from when she was divorced, looking worn out then. Her face became whiter, her cheeks gained some flesh, her eyes shone with life, and her clothes were stylish. Even if she didn't smile, you could feel her optimistic attitude toward the future. She was calm and gentle, showing the peace and strength that come with age and experience. Looking at Zhou Fengshou, he was also playing with little Bei. He was much taller than Dahua and younger than her, but not by much. He looked like a family of 3. But what was most important was that, when Zhou Fengshou was playing with little Bei, he kept glancing at Dahua. That shy, spring-like expression, Li Chen understood everything now. "Zhou Fengshou," Li Chen said calmly, with no emotion in his voice. "Come here." Chen Chong, standing next to Zhou Fengshou, clearly heard something unusual and shot him a worried look. But Zhou Fengshou didn't catch his signal. He happily ran over. "Brother Chen, you called me." "Hey, what are you doing?" "I want to ask what you're doing," Li Chen sneered, grabbing Zhou Fengshou by the collar and pulling him toward the backyard. "Slow down. I dropped my shoe." "Let me pick it up first." Zhou Fengshou staggered. "Oh, I won't pick it up." "Brother Chen, let me go. I think I twisted my ankle." Their noise was a bit loud. Dahua looked over curiously, seeing Li Chen with a cold face, and was a little worried. "Old Zhou, is something wrong?" Shen Yi didn't know, and she had also come to Dahua's side. She took little Bei and, with an unintentional smile, asked, "I heard from my parents that you just came back with Zhou. It's not like we came back together. When I left the factory, I happened to meet him. We talked briefly, and I learned that little Bei's first month was coming up. He said he wanted to come," Li Dahua explained. "He invited me to ride his bicycle, but I was worried that people who don't know the situation might gossip and think badly of him, so I took the ox cart home." We happened to meet again at the door, so we went in together. So many coincidences. Are you sure it wasn't all planned long ago? Sheni asked again. How did you meet him? Second brother introduced us, Dahua answered openly. Maybe he thought I was alone in the county town, and worried I might get into trouble without help, so he asked Lao Zhou to check on me now and then help me move things or change light bulbs. Sheni, that if you say Chen introduced you and told you to ask Zhou Fengshou for help with things, I believe it, but if you say Chen asked Zhou Fengshou to help you move things or change light bulbs, that's just nonsense. Chen wouldn't be so careless, knowing that Dahua is now a sensitive, divorced, single woman, and still letting Zhou Fengshou come and go from her home. That's just asking for gossip. If they were dating, it might be understandable, but if Zhou Fengshou and Dahua end up not together, people around would be talking so much that Dahua might drown in their words. Sheni frowned. Zhou Fengshou's intentions were obvious, but what he did was a bit unfair. Dahua was also not young anymore, and was very sensitive to rumors. Seeing Sheni frown, she knew what she was thinking and smiled. Second sister-in-law. It's not what you think. I told the people in the yard that he's my cousin, Sheni. It seems Dahua has no feelings for Zhou Fengshou at all. Poor Zhou Fengshou. Sheni's mind couldn't help but picture Zhou Fengshou carefully arranging chance encounters, busy running around, caring for her, only to end up being just a cousin. She couldn't help but smile. But she didn't say anything more. Her attitude toward love was much more open than in this era. Even if she found it strange that Zhou Fengshou and Dahua seemed to be a couple, she could accept it, as long as it was what both of them wanted. In the backyard, Chen threw Zhou Fengshou onto the ground. Zhou Fengshou was furious. Anyone would be upset being treated unfairly without reason. He was about to curse when Chen's next word stunned him into silence. Do you like my sister? Zhou Fengshou. His rising anger suddenly deflated like a popped balloon. Bang. And he wilted. I consider you a brother, and you want to be my brother-in-law?
Chen Shunapun.
Zhou Fengshou dodged nervously, trying to explain. I just like her. We're both single, unmarried. I can like her just because she's your sister, right?
Ah, careful.
That hurts.
Chen,
Brother Chen, stop. You're my real brother.
Don't hit me.
Chen finally stopped, kicking the man who was pretending to be dead on the ground. Did I hurt my sister? Zhou Fengshou hugged himself, tears almost in his eyes, shouting, if I had a chance, I'd do something to her. Dahua had always thought his attentiveness was because Chen asked him to, treating him like a little brother. When he moved furniture, and someone saw, they said he was her cousin. When he tried to give her something, he used an excuse and returned something else. He had no room for fantasies. He didn't have the chance to do anything to her. And besides, Chen was there. Even if he had bad intentions, he wouldn't dare. If he dared to lay a finger on Dahua, Chen would make sure he paid the price. Thinking of this, Zhou Fengshou felt even more miserable. How did he end up falling for Chen's sister? Wasn't that asking for trouble? Chen snorted, found a piece of wood, and sat down, lost in thought. After a while, he finally spoke. Are you serious? Right, I am. Zhou Fengshou snapped. Given his relationship with Chen, even if he was bored and wanted to tease someone, he wouldn't go after Dahua, unless he was tired of living. Then go after her. No way. I told you, I like her, I love her, and once I do, I won't, what? Zhou Fengshou looked up in shock. Chen looked at his face and felt uncomfortable. He changed his mind. Forget I said anything. No, you said it. Zhou Fengshou jumped up from the ground, afraid Chen might change his mind. You said I should go after her. Chen sneered. If you dare to bully my sister. No, I absolutely won't. Zhou Fengshou almost swore. Before she agrees, I won't even touch a single hair on her. God knows, he wanted to pursue her before but didn't dare. Mainly because Dahua had just divorced and wasn't ready to jump into another relationship so quickly. He was also worried that Chen would oppose, which might ruin their friendship. Unexpectedly, Chen agreed so easily. Zhou Fengshou was overwhelmed with gratitude. After talking to Zhou Fengshou, Chen left. In the yard, Chen Chong saw Li Chen return but didn't see Zhou Fengshou. Worried that Li Chen might have hurt him badly, he hurried over. Seeing Zhou Fengshou looking so battered, Chen Chong was shocked and quickly helped him up. Old Zhou, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital?
Ha! Wow, you hit hard.
What did you do to offend Brother Chen? I'm fine, really. Zhou Fengshou pushed Chen Chong away, grinning mischievously. He patted Chen Chong's chest and boasted, Qiangzi, let me tell you, even though you grew up with Brother Chen, honestly, I mean a lot more to him than you do. Chen Chong. What do you mean? Zhou Fengshou proudly explained. Even his sister is willing to entrust to me. You see, I must be more important than you. Are you sure Brother Chen isn't just trusting you because his sister needed someone to keep her company and he didn't want you causing trouble in front of him? Chen Chong asked. Zhou Fengshou suddenly realized but refused to admit it. Anyway, he trusts me. Chen Chong was speechless. And he just gave you a chance. Whether you can win him over is another story. Ha! Zhou Fengshou glared at him confidently. You're jealous, Chen Chong. He kicked this crazy guy and walked away. Zhou Fengshou winced in pain, muttering, he must be jealous. If Chen Chong heard that, he would definitely come back and give Zhou Fengshou a good beating. Li Mu kept watching the backyard after Li Chen dragged Zhou Fengshou there. When she saw Li Chen return, she couldn't hold back and immediately followed to ask what happened. Li Chen simply responded with an, Li Mu was overjoyed and took a few steps back. Then, Li Chen could see her thoughts clearly and said, Mother, whether Big Sister and Lao Zhou are together is their own choice. Don't interfere. Just as she was about to tell Li Daya to seize the opportunity, Li Mu hesitated. If the old man told her not to interfere, she could argue a little, but if it was Li Chen... Okay, I understand. Li Father's passing by happened to be at that moment. When Li Daya saw Zhou Fengshou's injury, she was surprised. What happened to you? It's nothing, I fell, Zhou Fengshou said with a grin. Li Daya saw Li Chen dragging Zhou Fengshou to the backyard, and she knew the injury couldn't have been caused by a fall. Zhou Fengshou didn't say anything and she didn't ask, thinking they had some disagreement and fought. Zhou Fengshou had helped her many times, and she was grateful. She went to get some medicine for him. When Zhou Fengshou took the medicine, he looked at Li Daya with a slightly intense gaze. After confessing to Li Chen, he decided not to hide his feelings anymore. Li Daya sensed it, but thought it might be her imagination. She didn't think much, and went to find Sheni. Sheni was chatting with Lin Daniu inside the house. Lin Daniu was taking care of her mother-in-law. When Chen Chan came earlier, she didn't come down. Just as she was about to start eating, Sheni asked Wang Kai to call her down. Lin Daniu finished her conversation with Sheni and secretly took 4 yuan out of her pocket, giving it to Sheni. Sheni was surprised. Your gift doesn't have to be so direct. Qiangzi already brought a can of malted milk. You should take it back. Last time at An's full moon celebration, Sheni and Li Chen gave a can of malted milk and some white rabbit candies. She thought Lin Daniu was giving money because she felt she didn't give enough. It's not that, Lin Daniu said with a mix of laughter and tears. This 4 yuan isn't for the gift. It's for something else. What is the other money for? Sheni asked. It's because you gave me a bag of torn cloth before. I used it to make a hairpin, and when Qiangzi saw it, he asked where I bought it. I said I made it myself, and he, Lin Daniu, looked outside, then leaned close to Sheni's ear and whispered, he asked me to make a few more and sell them on the black market. I sold each for 10 cents. It turned out to be pretty easy to sell, and I sold them all quickly. I used all the torn cloth to make hairpins and earned 7 yuan. 7 yuan. Sheni raised an eyebrow and asked her, how long did you take to make those hair accessories? Less than 2 days. During that time, I also did housework, took care of An and looked after my mother-in-law. Besides these, it probably took about a day, Lin Daniu said excitedly. The cost of the scraps is about 1 yuan, and the profit is 6 yuan. In a month, I could earn around 180 yuan. Even if Lin Daniu spends time doing housework, taking care of An and looking after her mother-in-law, she would still earn about 90 yuan a month. In a time when the average wage is 30 yuan, that's quite good. Even Shani was a bit surprised. That's a really good business. But since I already gave you the scraps, and you made the hair accessories and Shuangzi sold them, I can't take this money. No, you must take it, Lin Daniu insisted. You gave me those scraps. If I use them myself, that's one thing, but Her words trailed off and both of them understood what she meant. Anyway, you must take this money, Lin Daniu said. Then, according to your words, those scraps were also given to me by my eldest sister-in-law. Should I also give her the money? Sheni asked back. That's your business, Lin Daniu replied. But in any case, I want you to take the money. Sheni felt helpless and was about to say something when Li Daya came in. Both Sheni and Lin Daniu quickly changed the subject. Sheni asked, Did you make your clothes yourself? The stitching is so even. Yes. If they look nice, I'll make one for you next time, Lin Daniu said. Okay. Sheni smiled. She looked at Li Daya, about to ask if she had something to say, but the next second, Li Daya asked anxiously, Second sister-in-law, are you short of money? No, Li Daya had already overheard outside the door. If you're not short of money, how could you go to that kind of place? If you get caught, it would be very bad. Second sister-in-law, if you really need money, just tell me. I still have some. I'll go get it for you later. My monthly salary is 34 yuan and from now on, I'll give you 20 yuan each month. Don't do such things. Sheni was both amused and touched. She couldn't pretend anymore and helplessly said, Big sister, I really didn't go, and I'm not short of money. You should keep your money. When she first returned, she took 2 risky trips to the black market, got to know Zhou Fengshou, and pretended to be old He to work with Li Chen. After that, she never went again. The danger was one reason, but another was because she no longer needed money. In the past 2 years, Li Chen and her earnings totaled nearly 150,000 yuan. This amount was quite a lot at this time. It was enough to start investing and make money in the future. Now it was May 1975, less than 2 years before she returned to the city. There would be many chances to earn money then, so there was no need to take risks now when the situation was so tight. She didn't want to risk herself, nor did she want Li Chen to take risks. On one hand, she used the example of Lin Jiadong being caught to warn Li Chen. On the other hand, as old He, she had stopped providing Li Chen with supplies. Li Chen knew she was worried about him. To comfort her, and because he had earned a lot of money in the past 2 years, he knew they had enough to live well for several years. So this year, he hardly did any more risky work. Previously, Zhou Fengshou and Chen Chong sold goods in the black market that Li Chen had brought back from outside. Since Li Chen stopped, they had nothing to sell. Of course, these two no longer needed to worry about money either. But they seemed to enjoy the thrill of adventure. Even though they did less money-making, they still went for small risky jobs now, and then like this recent incident with the headpiece. Lin Daniu heard Li Daya talking to Sheni and, trusting Sheni, started to believe Li Daya a little more. She admitted it was us. Li Daya was momentarily at a loss for words. She didn't know her well enough to just lend her money to dissuade her from going to the black market. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Just be careful. Not only Lin Daniu, but Sheni also smiled. Lin Daniu nodded happily, okay. Since Li Daya already knew, Sheni handed her the 4 yuan that Lin Daniu had given her. Li Daya felt uncomfortable accepting money earned at the risk of life. Seeing Lin Daniu insist, she took a cost of 1 yuan and pushed the rest back into Lin Daniu's hand. I only need the cost. Seeing Li Daya's insistence, Lin Daniu knew that her sister-in-law and her wouldn't take her money. She could only take the money back. Later, Li Daya, out of respect for Sheni, gave Lin Daniu several pieces of torn cloth. Lin Daniu was grateful and bought her torn cloth at twice the usual price each time. The torn cloth in their factory could be used internally. They accepted money instead of tickets as a kind of employee benefit, so it was legal and proper. Over time, Li Daya started to see some benefits. For the next 2 years, she gave Lin Daniu 2 or 3 pieces of torn cloth each month, earning an extra 4 or 5 yuan every month. Lin Daniu also earned about 10 to 20 yuan each month, which was a good income. On the day of Shabei's full moon celebration, in a military dormitory area in Jiang province, Shen Yuheng was practicing drills. After announcing the end, He was about to go back to his dorm when he saw a graceful figure holding a lunchbox downstairs. He turned to leave. Coincidentally, a few new soldiers under his command happened to pass by and saw the scene. Because Shen Yuheng was usually quiet and strict, he had trained his soldiers hard today. They didn't dare to challenge him directly and were feeling resentful. But now, seeing someone who could control him, they didn't want to miss the chance. They shouted, "Lieutenant Shen." The woman heard the shout and turned around happily. When she saw his actions, she called out angrily, "Shen Yuheng, you're hiding from me again." Shen Yuheng hesitated. The young soldiers grinned mischievously and ran away quickly. Shen Yuheng. It seems an extra hour of training still isn't enough. He reluctantly turned around and asked seriously, "Comrade Wu, is there something you need?" Wu Xiaoman pushed the lunchbox into his arms. "I know you're training, so you probably don't have time to eat. I brought you food. Eat quickly, don't let yourself get too hungry." "Comrade Wu, this isn't appropriate," Shen Yuheng said, placing the lunchbox back into her hand. After a moment of hesitation, he added, "Comrade Wu, I remember I told you last time that we shouldn't." "Not appropriate," Wu Xiaoman interrupted. "You've said that 100 times already. Then why do you keep insisting?" Shen Yuheng forcibly ignored a secret feeling of happiness in his heart and pinched his brow in frustration. He knew he liked her a little, but he didn't want to settle down for now, and he didn't want to delay her. So, he could only refuse her. Wu Xiaoman looked at his furrowed brow and felt both cold and wronged. She wondered what was wrong with her that made him avoid her so much. This wasn't the first time she felt this way. Feeling upset, Wu Xiaoman handed him her lunchbox. "Since I made this for you, you can handle it yourself." After saying that, she tried to leave. She walked quite a distance but didn't hear him call her back. Feeling stubborn, she decided to leave completely, but then remembered something. She hurried to the stairs, picked up a package from the ground, and placed it in front of Shen Yuheng. She also took out a letter from her pocket, looking serious. "I don't know who sent this to you, but I brought it here." Shen Yuheng looked at the address, and his expression softened a lot. Wu Xiaoman immediately noticed this and felt a warning bell ring. She remembered that he often received letters from that address. She hadn't paid attention before because the sender's last name was the same as Shen Yuheng's. She thought it was from a relative or someone close. But she seemed to overlook that sharing the same last name doesn't necessarily mean they are related. Also, Shen Yuheng always looked happy when he received letters.
Could it be?
A sense of danger hit her. Wu Xiaoman tentatively asked, "Is it from someone you care about, not from Beijing?" "No," Shen Yuheng blurted out, then quickly realized he was too eager. He cleared his throat. "It's from my sister." Wu Xiaoman's mood instantly improved. She looked at him with a bright smile. "Okay, I understand." Shen Yuheng always felt like Wu Xiaoman's words had hidden meanings. Wu Xiaoman casually asked, "You have a good relationship with your sister?" "Yes." Shen Yuheng thought of Shen Yi and a faint smile appeared. "She's the only girl in our generation and the most loved child in our family. Everyone in our family likes her very much." Wu Xiaoman raised an eyebrow. She thought that someone like Shen Yuheng, who is indifferent to women, probably only had his mother around women. She didn't expect he had a sister. It seemed he was quite fond of her. Curious, Wu Xiaoman asked, "What kind of person is she?" When Shen Yuheng mentioned Shen Yi, he was no longer so distant from Wu Xiaoman. His aura softened considerably. He thought about his sister, and then frowned with dislike. "She's a troublemaker." "What?" Wu Xiaoman was surprised. "What kind of sudden change?" "She is very stubborn," Shen Yuheng said. "She liked a man who didn't like her back. She kept it a secret from us and went to the countryside to work. In the end, she married a local man, had several children, and couldn't return to the city. She even told us she was living well, which made us worry so much." Shen Yuheng became angrier as he spoke. He only found out about his sister's marriage 2 years ago. When he first heard the news, he couldn't believe it. His sister, who always followed him around, was already married. Her husband wasn't Lin Jiadong, but someone else. Shen Yuheng loved Shen Yi the most since childhood. He knew how much she liked Lin Jiadong. In his mind, if his sister didn't marry Lin Jiadong, she must have been wronged. Otherwise, with her personality, she wouldn't give up Lin Jiadong so easily. Wu Xiaoman couldn't tell if this story was true or if Shen Yuheng made it up to stop her from bothering him, telling her that loving someone who doesn't love you back ends badly. Wu Xiaoman thought for a moment, then came up with an idea. She patted Shen Yuheng's lunchbox. Remember to finish it. No wasting. Then she ran away. Shen Yuheng was a bit surprised to see her back. He didn't expect her to leave so easily. Without thinking much, he picked up his bag and went back to his dorm. He opened a letter first. His sister said she had another daughter, and he smiled affectionately. Then he kept reading. When he saw her asking about his love life and saying that the past was over, urging him to cherish the present, his mind flashed with Wu Xiaoman's image. He paused silently. Finally, he took out paper and started writing a reply. After finishing the letter, he finally opened the package. More than half a month later, Chen went to the city to buy meat and also stopped by the post office. He brought back 2 letters. 2 letters? Shen Yi was a bit surprised. They came from the same address, but with different names. One is from your brother and the other is, Chen read, Wu Xiaoman. Do you know her? My sister-in-law. Shen Yi blurted out. She took the letter and explained to Chen, she's the girl who is chasing after my brother. Why do you call her sister-in-law? Chen asked. Aren't they not together yet? Shen Yi became interested and pulled Chen, saying, how about we make a bet? I bet my brother will be with Wu Xiaoman. If I win, you'll listen to me from now on. When have I not listened to you? Chen asked back. Shen Yi whispered, what do you think? Wife. Chen's eyes darkened as he hugged her waist, his meaning clear. Shen Yi coughed softly, feeling guilty. Since she found out she was pregnant, he had only touched her once. That time, she was the one who took the initiative because she couldn't bear it anymore, but he only satisfied his craving briefly and didn't feel fully satisfied. She gave birth to Xiao Bei over 40 days ago, and he still hadn't touched her again. Sometimes, especially at night, she could feel his hungry, green gaze fixed on her. She worried that if he felt better someday, her waist might not be able to handle it. But despite her worries, Shen Yi blinked her eyes and added fuel to the fire. If I lose, she leaned close to his ear and said something. As she spoke, she felt a bit shy and blushed. Chen held her tighter, visibly excited, his voice a little hoarse. Really? Really? Shen Yi nodded, then said something that almost made Chen lose control. Maybe we can do it now. She even made a move to kiss him. Chen. If he still couldn't see that she was flirting with him, he was too slow. She was teasing him, making him unsure whether to act or not, but he was also worried. In the end, Chen's rationality still won. He pulled his wife back, his deep voice filled with frustration from unmet desire. Wife, wait a little longer. Aren't you uncomfortable? Shen Yi asked. The doctor said it's best to wait 60 days. Chen held her hand. Shen Yi felt sorry for him. Maybe we should wait a bit more. Chen's breathing was heavy as he comforted her, acting as if she couldn't wait any longer. Shen Yi. Fine. Afterward, Shen Yi finally opened her older brother's letter. As expected, his older brother didn't tell her the full truth, only telling her to take good care of herself and that he would come to see her when he had free time. Just keep talking tough. Shen Yi snorted softly. I'm waiting to see the day you get your comeuppance in love. She knew very well that in her previous life, Wu Xiaoman had chased him for 3 years. When Wu Xiaoman finally gave up and decided to find someone new, he, who had been firmly saying he didn't like Wu Xiaoman, almost went crazy when he saw her talking about marriage with another man. He regretted everything and chased after Wu Xiaoman again. Wu Xiaoman had already given up on him back then. If it hadn't been for a mission where she misunderstood that he had sacrificed himself, crying her heart out, and then re-evaluated her feelings, they would never have been together. Thinking of this, Shen Yi opened Wu Xiaoman's letter again. Wu Xiaoman's letter was very straightforward. She said she was her brother's pursuer, but her brother kept rejecting her. So she wanted to try a different approach, asking if Sheni could help her. She also openly introduced her family background and life experiences, swearing she had no intention of playing tricks. If her approach was too sudden, she asked Sheni to ignore her letter. Sheni smiled a little. Her sister-in-law was truly as charming as ever. Thinking of this, Sheni's eyes flickered. Since that was the case, why not help her brother and sister-in-law a little? She picked up a pen and wrote a reply to Wu Xiaoman. Days passed peacefully and warmly. Little Bei was changing every day. The redness faded, and her features became more and more beautiful. Honestly, although some parts of her looked like Li Chen, overall she resembled Sheni quite a bit. Her skin was white and tender, with thick, curly eyelashes. Her grape-like eyes were bright and clear. When she didn't smile, she looked innocent and adorable. When she cried, she looked pitiful and lovable. She had also learned to smile, and her clear, sweet voice melted hearts. Li Chen told his wife, "You must have been just as cute when you were little." Compared to Li Chen, who had never had a photo taken as a child, Sheni's family was well off and had taken photos of her from childhood to now, sticking them on her room wall. So Sheni had seen her own childhood photos. While Little Bei didn't look exactly like her at that age, they probably looked about 60 to 70% alike. Having his wife's approval, Li Chen grew more fond of Xiao Bei and almost always agreed to her requests. Seeing Xiao Bei's face resembling his wife's, he simply couldn't bring himself to refuse. Xiao Bei was very attached to her mother. Every time she saw her, she would smile. Sometimes her father would hold her, and she would wave her little hands, babbling happily, even though her movements were uncoordinated. Li Chen knew she was trying to reach for her mother. As long as Sheni was not sleeping, Li Chen would hold Xiao Bei and follow her around like two little followers. For example, when Sheni was brushing her teeth and washing her face, he would hold Xiao Bei nearby and chat. "Mom is brushing her teeth and washing her face." "Yeah. Xiao Bei wants to be held by Mom? Wait until she finishes brushing her teeth. Then she can hold Xiao Bei, okay? But not for too long. Xiao Bei is growing up now, and Mom's little arms and legs will get tired. Xiao Bei should understand to be gentle with Mom. Do you understand? Yeah. Does Xiao Bei also think Mom is very pretty? Dad thinks so too. Yeah. Suddenly, Sheni couldn't hold back and spat out her mouthwash, laughing and crying at the same time, looking at Li Chen. "What exactly are you saying to her?" Li Chen looked serious. "Is there anything wrong with what I said, Sheni?" She suspected that Sanbao had been like this when he was a child too. After quickly finishing her teeth brushing and face washing, she handed the toothbrush and cup to Li Chen, then took Xiao Bei from his arms. She gently rubbed the soft little face and said, "Don't listen to your dad. Xiao Bei is still very small. Mom can carry her." While our little Xiao Bei is so well-behaved, Li Chen could only helplessly take the toothbrush and cup, put them away in the room. Next time, it would be the same. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Li Chen's holiday was over, and he was going back to work. Sheni saw him off in the morning. He held her and sighed. "If I had known, I would have asked for 2 more months." Sheni chuckled. In the novel, Li Chen was a true workaholic, which was why he quickly gained enough capital to oppose the Lin family. Who would have thought that in this life, he was so unambitious about his career? Of course, Li Chen only showed this kind of attachment in front of her. Outside, he was still the stern and cold Li Chen. When Xiaobao was born, she went to school with her 2 older brothers. It was like she saw a new world. She happily followed her brothers to school for a while. Actually, she wanted to go exploring outside with her second brother. After Li Chen started working, she didn't go out with them anymore. Instead, she stayed at home to help her mother take care of her sister. Of course, after school in the afternoon, her older brother would come back to take her place, and she would go out exploring with her second brother again. A few days later, elementary school also started vacation, and Dahua and Erbao's summer break began. On the first day, when Xiao Bei cried for the first time, Sheni was awakened. She got up, picked up Xiao Bei, and prepared to feed her. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Sheni opened it and saw Dahua and Erbao standing outside. "Mom, you worked hard taking care of your sister last night. Now, we will take care of her. You can go back to sleep. Sheni looked at the prepared milk powder in Dabao's hand and the diaper in Erbao's hand. She couldn't help but ask, "Did your dad teach you that?" "Yes," Erbao said happily. "Dad said that after he goes to work, we will take care of sister. Otherwise, you would be too tired, Mom. Mom, let us take care of her. Dad has already taught us many times. We can take good care of her," Erbao said as he skillfully picked up Xiaobei. The brothers are already 8 years old. They inherited genes from Chen and Sheni, and with Sheni's careful nurturing, they have grown to about 1.5 meters tall, much taller than other children their age. Especially Erbao, because he has been working and practicing martial arts, he looks much stronger than Dabao. Holding Xiaobei is easy for them. Erbao checked her diaper, saw she had peed, and skillfully changed it. Then he handed her to his older brother. Dabao took Xiaobei and started feeding her milk. The whole process was smooth and natural. Sheni couldn't help but ask, "When did your dad teach you that?" "Every morning at 6, Dabao and Erbao said. He's been teaching us for a month. Xiaobei usually wakes up around 6 every morning. When Chen was on vacation before, he would get up to change her diaper and feed her, while Sheni continued to sleep. During this time, she was teaching Dabao and Erbao how to take care of Xiaobei. It really was Chen's style. Sheni, however, Daba and Erbao are only 8 years old. Sheni doesn't feel comfortable leaving them alone to take care of Xiaobei, so she often stays with them. But overall, during the summer vacation, having her 2 older boys around made Sheni feel very relaxed. Her daily routine mainly involved taking care of Xiaobei, watering the plants, or teaching the 3 children to read and recognize characters. Yes, Sheni also started teaching Xiaobao to read and recognize characters. She mainly did this because she saw how much Xiaobao enjoyed going out and playing with his second older brother. She was worried he might become the second child in the family who doesn't like reading or learning characters. By then, Xiaobao wouldn't be as easy to persuade as Erbao. This little guy is more delicate than his older brothers and more cunning too. Sheni wants to develop good reading habits in him before his personality fully forms. She would teach him simple math, common characters, and recite ancient poems. As for Erbao, Sheni taught him according to what he was learning at school. For example, during this summer, she planned to teach him the content for the next semester. When school starts, she would review it with him based on his progress. Even if he didn't study or review regularly, as long as he listened carefully in class, he could review the lessons a 3rd time during class. This way, he wouldn't become illiterate. As for Daba, he is the most special and the child Sheni spends the most effort on in her studies. Daba is smart, hardworking, quick to learn, and broad in knowledge. So Sheni didn't limit his learning to just textbooks. Besides teaching him calligraphy and English, she also asked Chen to borrow books from the city library when he was delivering goods through the city. The books she borrowed weren't limited to any specific category. Sheni wanted Daba to find his favorite type among the many books to help determine his future direction. At first, Daba could calmly read any book for a while, but Sheni noticed something carefully. He spent the most time reading and rereading books about medicine. Since then, besides asking Chen to borrow books from the city library, Sheni also became a regular customer at the old abandoned station in the county. At this time, many ancient medical books and classics were discarded and burned, causing many valuable medical recipes to be lost. Sheni was not afraid of getting dirty, so she found many valuable books and brought them home to show Dabao. Without Sheni's guidance, Dabao learned more slowly in this area, but luckily, he was smart. He gradually understood things through careful thinking. Soon, the school started again. Dabao and Erbao officially became 3rd grade students. Chen took a 2-month leave. When he returned, Liangjun was eager to recover the losses from his leave. After working hard for nearly 2 months, Liangjun finally had a conscience and granted him a 1-week holiday. Chen went to the city. Meanwhile, in a military district in Jiang province, the new soldiers had been going through tough times lately. They trained during the day and practiced more at night. When caught making mistakes, they were punished with running, push-ups, frog jumps, duck walks, and standing at attention. Nothing was spared. The rebellious new soldiers, who had just joined, had their edges smoothed out. They obeyed orders strictly, and their discipline was firm. They hoped that their strict drill Sergeant Shin would see their progress and be less harsh.
But
Sergeant Shin didn't seem to notice. Instead, he became even more strict each day. His sharp eyes caught every mistake. If they didn't report when he saw them scratching, they were punished with collective standing. Finally, when the training ended, everyone loudly shouted their unit slogan as they left the training ground in order. Only then did they dare to whisper quietly, "Sergeant Shun is really getting more strict. If he keeps this up, I'm afraid I might die at his hands." I wish I hadn't yelled at Comrade Wu that day. Who knew he'd hold a grudge? You really think it was just that one time we yelled? You're so stupid. I know he's strict, but the new soldiers last year weren't as miserable as us. Have you noticed? Comrade Wu hasn't come to see him lately. Because of Comrade Wu? No way. He doesn't like her, right? He rejected her so many times. Hey, there's a saying, love without knowing it. I think it's possible. The last time we yelled that loud was 3 months ago. Back then, he wasn't so strict.
truly,
Hey, why are you pushing me? The person cursed softly and continued, when the devil rose. It was 2 months ago when Comrade Wu was walking with the instructor. He spoke more quietly, clearly noticing the hopeless looks everyone was giving him behind his back. Feeling a bad premonition, he instinctively turned his head and saw the person behind him. His body reflexively straightened into a perfect military stance. Company commander, about when Comrade Wu was walking with the instructor, Shen Yuheng sneered, and then, the man looked like he was about to cry, but dared not say anything. 5 kilometers, Shen Yuheng said coldly. Any objections? No. Everyone shouted, not daring to argue. Talking back about the officer was a serious mistake. After they all lined up to run as punishment, Shen Yuheng went straight back to the dormitory. He didn't see the figure he wanted outside the building, so he paused, then turned to the cafeteria and finally saw the person he was looking for. Wu Xiaoman saw him too, but only gave a faint glance before turning her head and chatting happily with the person opposite her. Shen Yuheng then noticed the person opposite her, their platoon instructor, Zheng Guiqiang. His face darkened without realizing it, and went to get food. He arrived late and there wasn't much left, only some leftovers. The squad leader said he could fry some vegetables for him, but he declined and started eating directly. As people finished eating and left one after another, Wu Xiaoman and Zheng Guiqiang stayed. Whether they were talking too happily or the cafeteria was empty, their voices grew louder, and Wu Xiaoman's laughter never stopped. Shen Yuheng lost his appetite, but didn't want to waste food, so he forced himself to eat. After finishing, he was about to leave when suddenly he heard Wu Xiaoman say, "Why don't you come home with me on Saturday to meet my parents? Then we can discuss the wedding date." Wedding date? Are you getting married? Before Zheng Guiqiang could finish speaking, a voice interrupted him. He turned to see Shen Yuheng looking at him with disbelief. "Yes," Wu Xiaoman replied. "You've only been together for 2 months," Shen Yuheng said with difficulty. "And you're getting married so soon. If it's right, we can get married in a day. If not, even after more than a year of chasing, I still can't get married," Wu Xiaoman said provocatively, directly holding Zheng Guiqiang's hand and straightforwardly saying, "Captain Shen, didn't you say you didn't like me? Does it matter to you whether I get married or not?" Shen Yuheng choked and looked at their clasped hands, feeling it was a bit too glaring. But Wu Xiaoman was right. It wasn't his business. He had already refused her long ago. Shen Yuheng turned to leave, but his steps looked a little unsteady. Zheng Guiqiang noticed and raised an eyebrow at Wu Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman smugly raised her eyebrows. Zheng Guiqiang rolled his eyes. "Come on, cousin." The word cousin was said with a bit of emphasis, teasing. "How did you come up with this idea? What's wrong with my brain? Why can't I be the one to think of it?" Wu Xiaoman glared at him. "If you could think of this idea, you wouldn't have chased him for over a year and still not succeeded," Zheng Guiqiang snorted. "No one gave you advice, so how could your brain be so sharp?" Wu Xiaoman was so angry she felt itchy and huffed. "Fine, it's not my idea. It was my sister-in-law's idea." "Sister-in-law?" Zheng Guiqiang was momentarily confused. "Who? My husband Shin Lian's sister, Wu Xiaoman said impatiently. Isn't her sister-in-law just her husband's sister? Zheng Guoqiang reminded her. Shin Lian is not your family yet. Not yet, but soon, Wu Xiaoman said proudly. 2 months ago, she wouldn't have dared to say this with such confidence. But in these 2 months, she had carefully observed Shen Yuheng's emotional ups and downs because of her, and was shocked to realize he really liked her. This discovery made her both happy and surprised. But this person was as stiff as a piece of wood. 2 months had passed. She had eaten a lot of vinegar, but he hadn't made a move. She was worried he was holding it all in and would eventually hurt himself. Thinking of Shen Yi's words, she became excited again and said to Zheng Guoqiang, "Don't forget our plan for Saturday, okay?" Zheng Guoqiang was happy to support her. In the blink of an eye, Saturday arrived. Zheng Guoqiang carried a lot of bags, and Wu Xiaoman linked her arm with his as they returned home. The man who had been pacing at the window suddenly moved closer, watching Zheng Guoqiang enter Wu's house. Wu's parents didn't show their faces, but Zheng Guoqiang seemed to be smiling and greeting them from inside. Wu Xiaoman closed the door behind her, smiling happily, then suddenly looked over at him. Shen Yuheng's heart suddenly pounded hard, thinking she had discovered his feelings. He shyly looked away. In the next moment, he realized that the lights in her house were off, making it a bit dark inside, and the window was closed, so he couldn't see inside. He looked up again and saw the girl, who was usually cheerful and smiling, now looking at his window with sadness in her eyes. Shen Yuheng's heart started racing even faster. He realized she still liked him. The gloomy world that had been filled with darkness for days seemed to brighten at this moment. He decided he must go and explain everything to her. At this moment, Shen Yuheng was very clear in his mind. He couldn't lose her. He rushed out. Her door just happened to be closing, so he ran even faster. Wu Xiaoman was definitely still behind the door. As soon as he knocked, she opened it. When she saw him, he instinctively stepped inside and was pushed back against the door. "Shen Yuheng, you're here." Wu Xiaoman looked at him. "Yes," Shen Yuheng replied instinctively. He was still a bit confused, not knowing how things had turned into this. "Then why did you come?" Wu Xiaoman asked, adding, "This is the last time I will ask you. I like you and don't want you to marry someone else," Shen Yuheng immediately said, afraid that if he hesitated, he would miss his chance with her. Wu Xiaoman smiled happily, looking very proud. "Then let's be together, okay?" Shen Yuheng responded. Wu Xiaoman was so happy she leaned in to kiss him. Shen Yuheng was so captivated by her smile that he almost lost his mind. When she stepped on tiptoe and kissed him, his heart fluttered even more. Just as he was about to hold her waist, he suddenly realized where he was and quickly pulled away from Wu Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman just kissed and pushed back. "It's not good if your parents see us," Shen Yuheng said as he straightened his clothes and looked inside. He didn't see her parents or Zheng Guoqiang. He asked, "Where are your parents?" "Not at home." Shen Yuheng was surprised. "Aren't they supposed to meet the parents?" he asked again. And Zheng Guoqiang, the instructor, was no longer called. "I told my cousin to come in through the back door after he arrived," she replied. Shen Yuheng caught the key point and realized something. "Are you lying to me? You're still refusing me now." "I'm not lying." Wu Xiaoman looked at him dangerously. "Or is it because I lied to you that you don't like me anymore?"
"No," Shen Yuheng instinctively denied.
He was happy that Wu Xiaoman went to so much trouble for him. "But who taught you that, Wu Xiaoman? Can't it just be my own idea?" Wu Xiaoman was subtly hurt, but this time she didn't struggle and admitted, "Your sister, Shen Yuheng." When he found out that everything was a trick his sister played on Wu Xiaoman, Shen Yuheng almost spat blood. "So, the sad look you had just now was also taught by my sister." "Yes." Wu Xiaoman carefully looked up at him. "Actually, I was holding back my laughter at the time." Shen Yuheng. In the yard, Shen Yi and Little Bao were playing with Little Bei, while Dahua and Bao were picking beans. Shen Yi suddenly sneezed a few times. Dahua worriedly asked, "Mom, do you have a cold?" Bao, hearing this, hurried back to the main room to get water for her. "No." Shen Yi joked, "I think someone might be scolding me." Bao immediately looked up, clenched his fists. "Who dares to scold my mom? I'll go teach him a lesson." Shen Yi, Be good, Shun-yi patted his head. Don't keep shouting, beat him up all the time. She was genuinely worried that this kid might grow up to be a troublemaker. Hee, Erbao chuckled. If you don't like hearing that, I won't say it in front of you anymore. Playing tricks, Shani glared at him. Just as she was about to say more, a young female voice came from outside the door. Is Li Yanqing and Li Yankai's guardian home? It's Teacher Xiao Wu, Dahua said. I'll go open the door. Erbao stood up and ran to open it. Sheni held little Bei and stood up, smiling. Teacher Xiao Wu is here. Hello, Teacher Xiao Wu responded with a smile. I'm here for a home visit. Please sit, Teacher Xiao Wu. Sheni set out a long bench. Teacher Xiao Wu replied and sat down. She casually looked around at the simple yet elegant courtyard, which had a unique charm, and found nothing strange. Although Teacher Xiao Wu was sent from the county to work in the village, Li Chen and Sheni's family are considered a well-known family in the village. Naturally, Teacher Xiao Wu had heard of them. She also knew about Sheni's background, which made her look at Sheni with a hint of regret and complicated feelings. With Sheni's appearance and family background, she could have lived a better life, but unfortunately. While thinking this, Teacher Xiao Wu saw little Bao carefully bringing over a glass of water. She thought it was for her and reached out to take it. However, little Bao handed it to his mother instead. Mom, I have a cold, so I need to drink water. Mom isn't sick, but thank you, little Bao, Sheni said softly as she took the water. Go pour a glass for Teacher Xiao Wu, okay? Little Bao happily replied, with a childish tone. Teacher Xiao Wu, wait a moment. I'll go pour water for you right now. All right, thank you, little Bao, Teacher Xiao Wu said with a smile. She watched his back and admired. Little Bao is a very obedient child. They chatted about everyday things. Sheni keenly noticed that Teacher Xiao Wu hadn't gotten to the main topic yet, probably because Dahua and Erbao were present. She then asked Dahua and Erbao to leave, telling Dahua to take Xiao Bei out for a walk, while Erbao and little Bao prepared lunch. Seeing how skillful they were at working, Teacher Xiao Wu was a bit surprised. Are they like this at home? Yes. Sheni smiled.
They are very well behaved.
They always rush to do chores at home. I can't really help much. If another parent said this, Teacher Xiao Wu might think they were just trying to praise their children in front of the teacher to leave a good impression. But with Sheni, Teacher Xiao Wu's gaze fell on Sheni's fair, smooth, slender fingers. It was obvious they weren't used for chores. She then looked at her face. Having given birth to 4 children, she was around 26 or 27 years old, but her face was delicate and firm, looking only about 19 or 20. Some even believed she was Li Yanqing and Li Yang's older sister. Teacher Xiao Wu felt even more admiration. In today's world, being able to live so freely, having a loving man and raising such sensible and adorable children was already better than most people. Teacher Xiao Wu. Sheni saw Xiao Wu staring into space and waved her hand. Teacher Xiao Wu snapped out of her thoughts and smiled shyly. She then got to the main point, saying, Sorry to bother you. Actually, I came today because I have something I want to talk to you about. Is our family's Yan Kai too mischievous? Sheni asked, not surprised she first thought of Erbao. Mainly because she couldn't think of anything about Dahua that would require a home visit from the teacher. However, Teacher Xiao was really here for Dahua. When Sheni heard this, her first thought was, could it be because Dahua is too well-behaved? Too good at studying? So Teacher Xiao Wu came specially to praise him? Sheni found herself amused by her own thoughts. Of course, that wasn't the case. Teacher Xiao Wu looked a bit embarrassed and hesitated before saying, Yanqing Yang, I want to ask you, are you planning to train Yanqing to become a barefoot doctor? Sheni was surprised to hear this was the reason. She asked, Why do you say that? Because this semester I've noticed Yanqing isn't paying much attention in class. He's holding a book about pharmacology and reading it. Teacher Xiao Wu frowned. In her eyes, Dahua was an excellent student, quiet and always giving off a cool, distant vibe, unlike Erbao, who was lively. She didn't know how to get closer to him. Plus, in this classroom, just teaching the textbook well was already a big achievement. So Teacher Xiao Wu didn't try to teach more advanced knowledge. She didn't realize that Dahua had already finished all the elementary school lessons. He could score a perfect 100 simply because the test was only worth 100 points. And Dahua had been studying according to the schedule his mother set for him. Sheni didn't want Dahua to grow up too fast or be pushed too hard. Last school year, he mainly focused on English and calligraphy. Because English is sensitive now, Sheni only taught him at home and told him not to bring his books to school. At school, Dahua often practiced calligraphy during class, sometimes lifting his head while writing. Teacher Xiao Wu thought he was taking notes, which made it seem like Dahua was paying close attention. Students who pretend to listen carefully are often favored by teachers. So this semester, when she saw Dahua not paying attention in class and reading a book about herbal formulas, she naturally thought more about it. She couldn't understand the real reason. In her view, under the current situation, rural people who study medicine mainly want to take exams and become barefoot doctors. Most people now believe that studying is useless and that working to earn points and support their families is the right way. This made them think more and more that Chen and Sheni wanted to train Dahua to become a barefoot doctor. So she went to talk to Sheni, saying, Yanqing's mother, you don't need to worry so much. As long as Yanqing studies seriously, he can get into high school. Being recommended to a workers', peasants', and soldiers' university is also possible. Wait a moment, Sheni said with a mix of laughter and tears, stopping Xiao Wu. I understand what you mean, but we don't plan for Yanqing to become a barefoot doctor. He just likes reading those books himself. Is it possible that? Xiao Wu's thoughts wandered, and he thought of another possibility. Yanqing wants to help lighten your burden and become a barefoot doctor? Sheni couldn't help but laugh. But she couldn't tell Xiao Wu about the future college entrance exam being restored, nor could she talk too much about Dahua's learning progress. At this time, talented people not only lacked resources, but also faced many troubles, like gossip. Although these rumors might not always be malicious and could even be praise, sometimes praise can be a double-edged sword. Sheni didn't want Dahua to be in such a situation. That's why, even though Dahua had already finished elementary school, she didn't let him skip grades. His good grades would eventually be known, but as long as she kept control of the situation, it would be a good thing. She said, Xiao Wu, I understand what you're saying. I will talk to Yanqing later. She paused and then used a sympathetic tone, but children his age are very rebellious. Yanqing is a smart and independent kid. I'm worried that if I control him too much, he might rebel, and that wouldn't be good. So if he insists on reading those books, I can only respect his choice. So I want to ask Xiao Wu, please don't interfere too much when the time comes. Is that okay? After all, those books aren't bad, are they? Of course, Teacher Xiao Wu. You can rest assured that I will supervise his studies. I will never let his grades drop. After all, I also help them with their homework at home. This heartfelt speech brought to mind the image of a caring mother who loves her children deeply. It moved Teacher Xiao Wu so much that she almost had tears in her eyes. No wonder her children are so well-behaved. With such a thoughtful mother, how could they not be? Teacher Xiao Wu fully believes what Sheni says. Not only because she thinks Sheni's words make sense, but also because she trusts her. After all, there was the example of the second child earlier. She listened to Sheni and was able to handle the second child well. She immediately promised, okay, I understand. Yanqing's mother, don't worry. As long as it helps Yanqing become better, I won't interfere too much. Yes, Sheni nodded firmly and said gratefully, thank you for your understanding, Teacher Xiao Wu. Oh, it's nothing, Teacher Xiao Wu said modestly, feeling proud but humble. It's all for the children. Yanqing's mother, since everything is fine now, I should head back first. Stay and have dinner at home before leaving, Sheni suggested. Yan Kai is already cooking, it will be ready soon. No, Teacher Xiao Wu quickly refused, politely insisting on leaving. Next time Teacher Xiao Wu comes to visit, Sheni saw her to the door. All right, got it, Teacher Xiao Wu replied. After walking a few meters and making sure Sheni had gone back inside, she touched her stomach and muttered, the conditions at the Li family's second house are really good. They even make meat. The smell is so delicious, I almost couldn't resist. Oh, I'm starving. But Yan Kai is really good at cooking, she added with admiration. A child's talent is largely influenced by how their parents educate them. Meanwhile, Sheni thought teacher Xiao was quite good at convincing people. She smiled as she closed the door and turned around to see Dahua. Just now, Xiao Bei had fallen asleep. Dahua had carried her back. Seeing his mother talking to teacher Xiao Wu, he didn't disturb them but instead carried Xiao Bei into the house. Sheni and teacher Xiao were sitting close to the room where the children were sleeping, so Dahua had overheard some of what his mother and teacher Xiao were saying. He truly believed it and hesitated, saying, "Mom, if you don't want me to read those books at school, I can wait until I get home. I won't feel rebellious." "That's not true," Sheni interrupted him softly. "The reason I said that is because teacher Xiao Wu doesn't know you finished the elementary school curriculum, and explaining it to her is too complicated. So I made an excuse to avoid the issue."
Don't worry about it.
"I know what you're like, so if you want to read, just read. I brought back so many books just for you." Also, if he didn't read at school, he would have to wait until after school to read at home in the evening. Although she didn't mind using a flashlight or candlelight, the lighting at night wasn't as good as during the day. It's best to read during daylight hours at school. Dahua understood his mother's meaning and nodded seriously. "I understand, Mom." "Good," Shun-Yi said gently. From then on, Dahua started bringing books to school to read. Because of their height, he and Bao sat in the back row. During class, not many people paid attention to what he was reading. But since it was a public place, people naturally noticed if he was reading medical books. Dahua pretended to pay attention in class, so he never wore glasses to school. He only wore them when reading at home. Now that he was bringing books to school, he naturally wore his glasses. Nowadays, very few people are nearsighted, and glasses are rare among children in the countryside. When people saw Dahua wearing glasses, it caused quite a stir. If Dahua's usually cold impression hadn't been so strong, and if he hadn't had a bully brother nearby, people might have come over to study or asked to borrow his glasses. In an era without widespread TV, computers, or smartphones, gossip was the biggest entertainment after meals. Soon, news about Dahua reading medical books and wearing glasses spread throughout the village. Dahua became a celebrity in the village. Like teacher Xiao Wu, many people thought Dahua wanted to become a barefoot doctor. Barefoot doctors are now a popular profession, but they require passing exams. In the villagers' view, that was a very difficult test. However, Dahua scored full marks on every exam last school year. His reading medical books and wearing glasses became well known, just like his academic achievements. Most people believed Dahua was smart. Except for a few jealous ones, most thought he would succeed in passing the exams. Everyone says that her mother was a knowledgeable young woman from the countryside. People talk about how Chen and Sheni are forward-thinking, giving Dahua a good path at such a young age. Some people pretend to understand and say that with Sheni's background, Dahua might be able to use connections to become a doctor at the county hospital someday. Everyone feels a bit jealous, thinking this is the best future they can imagine with their current outlook. Sheni expected this and stayed calm. She rarely goes out, and with Wolf Tooth at home, even if others gossip, they can't really gossip about her. Dahua often gets asked questions. He answers politely and briefly, following his mother's advice, and sometimes just brushes off the questions. But others see this as him agreeing or accepting what they say. Lee's mother works in the fields every day and spends a lot of time with villagers. She feels very happy when people praise her grandson in different ways. However, her ambitions, influenced by Lee's father, are bigger than the villagers. She wants Dahua to take the entrance exam for the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. She specifically came to ask Sheni, the second family Dahua is so smart. Why not go to the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university? Shun-Yi replied, "It depends on Dahua's own wishes." Lee's mother felt a bit regretful. Like the villagers, she thought Dahua wanted to be a barefoot doctor after reading those books. But being a barefoot doctor is also good, better than farming. Lee's mother comforted herself and quickly accepted the situation. More than half a month later, Sheni received 2 letters from a military district in a border province, sent by her older brother and Wu Xiaoman. She first read Wu Xiaoman's letter. As she expected, Wu Xiaoman was with her older brother. Reading the letter, Sheni could feel Wu Xiaoman's excitement. Then she opened her older brother's letter. She thought he would be furious about her setting up Wu Xiaoman, but he wasn't. His letter was full of thanks to her. Sheni almost laughed out loud. It was obvious Wu Xiaoman made him write that. If her brother had written it himself, he might not have scolded her, but he would definitely have questioned her. Shen Yuheng and Wu Xiaoman decided to start dating and get married a year and a half earlier because of Sheni's actions. In mid-September, after they confirmed their feelings, Shen Yuheng sent a letter to his mother. His mother was very happy and asked directly when they would get married in her reply. It took about a month for the back-and-forth letters. Shen Yuheng responsibly told his love story, and everyone in the camp knew about his relationship with Wu Xiaoman. Wu Xiaoman's father is the camp commander, so he naturally knew about it. However, he liked Shen Yuheng and, after learning about their relationship, called them over to discuss marriage. Both Shen Yuheng and Wu Xiaoman are not young anymore. Shen Yuheng is 29, and Wu Xiaoman is 27, about the same age as Sheni. At this age, it's understandable that their parents are eager for them to marry. So, the marriage was quickly arranged. The wedding banquet was held at the military district. After the marriage was confirmed, Shen Yuheng's mother set off for the border province. Shen Yi couldn't attend, but she was happy. She planned to visit the city later, pick up some wedding supplies from her space, and send them to her older brother and sister-in-law, then started writing a letter. Erbao finished cooking and knocked on her door, saying, "Mom, dinner is ready." "Coming," Shen Yi replied, placing the already written letter into an envelope. Erbao saw it and asked curiously, "Mom, are you writing to Grandma?" "No, I'm writing to your uncle," Shen Yi said. "Uncle?" Erbao's eyes lit up. He had always wanted to join the army, and when he found out his uncle was a soldier, he admired him very much. "Mom, I want to say a few words to Uncle too," Erbao said eagerly, leaning in with hope. Shen Yi took out the paper and smiled. "You can't read yet, so I'll write for you. You can write your message yourself." "Okay." Erbao was very excited. He sat at the desk, rubbing his hands, and started to write, "Dear Uncle, I am Erbao. You might not know me yet. Let me introduce myself. I am my mother's second son. Oh, and my mother's your sister, Sheni." Erbao didn't notice her slightly speechless expression and continued talking nonsense. "Dear Uncle, I heard you are a soldier. Can you hold a gun? I saw in movies that when the gun goes bang, the bad guys die. Is this really true? Are guns really that powerful? Uncle, have you ever used a gun to defeat many enemies? Uncle, I want to ask you for something. If you have an extra gun, could you send me one? I also want to learn. I am very smart. I will learn quickly. When I grow up, I want to be a soldier like you, using a gun to defeat more enemies." This is one of the few times Erbao is writing with such a serious expression. Sheni has a new view on Erbao's desire to join the army. Seeing that they're taking too long, Dahua also comes over and calls out, "Mom, dinner is ready. The food will get cold soon." "Coming," Sheni replies, then calls Erbao, "Eat first, then right after dinner." "Mom, I'll be done soon. You go ahead and eat," Erbao says. Sheni thinks he should be almost finished, so she doesn't stop him. In the main room, Dahua has already served the food, and Xiaobao is setting the chairs. Sheni eats while asking, "Has Xiaobei gone to sleep?" "Yes," Dahua answers. "She fell asleep after drinking milk." Sheni nods. Now it's late December, and Dahua and Erbao are on holiday, taking over the care of Xiaobei again. During summer vacation, she was worried that Dahua and Erbao, both only 8 years old, might make mistakes even if Chen taught them well, so she often stayed with them. But whether during summer or on regular weekends, whenever Dahua and Erbao took care of Xiaobei, there had never been any accidents caused by neglect. So now Sheni feels confident leaving Xiaobei in their care. She says, "Later I want to go to the county town. Can you and Erbao take care of Xiaobei for me? Are you going to buy books?" Dahua asks. "No, Uncle is getting married. I want to buy some things for his wedding and send them to him," Sheni explains. "Okay," Dahua asks with concern, But Mom, it's very cold outside now and it's snowing. You're afraid of the cold, so dress warmly. Be careful riding your bike. After you buy the things for Uncle, come back quickly. Don't buy books now. I still have several books to finish reading. Yes, yes. Sheni nods obediently. Xiao Bao, who is focused on eating, swallows his food and says, "It would be great if Dad were here." Dad isn't afraid of the cold. He could go buy things for Uncle. Sheni gently tapped his little head.
Don't say that.
Your father works very hard too. You should understand him. He was just going to buy some things. Mom is fine with it, because it was the end of the year. The transport team started to get busy again. Chen was working non-stop. He came home very late every day after work. In winter, Sheni didn't allow him to walk home in the dark, so he hadn't returned for 5 days. Little Bao looked innocent. That's what Dad said. He said he's a man, strong and healthy, so he should do more work. Being strong doesn't mean he's made of iron. Sheni said. All right, Little Bao surrendered. From now on, Big Brother and Second Brother will help Dad more. Sheni. She no longer wanted to argue. She could also help share the work. What about you? Sheni asked. When I grow up, I will help Dad too, Little Bao immediately said. Little rascal, Sheni said with a smile. She turned around but didn't see Second Bao coming out. When she entered the house, she saw Second Bao still writing, and he was writing even more than she was. He had run out of paper, so he took new paper to write on. Sheni. In the end, Second Bao wrote 2 more pages than she did. After finishing, he carefully arranged the letter, put it into an envelope, and handed it to his mother. Sheni held the thick envelope, feeling complicated. Second Bao was still seriously reminding her, Mom, you have to hold it carefully. Don't lose it. I wrote everything I said to Uncle in there. Got it, Sheni said impatiently, patting his head. Hurry up and eat. Mom reheated the food in the pot. Go quickly. Okay, Second Bao grinned and ran off to eat. Sheni then set out with the envelope. Because Chen had gone to work and taken his bicycle, he didn't come back. Sheni took the ox cart of old Neo to the town. After arriving in the county, she headed straight to the post office. Last night, it snowed heavily. There was a thick layer of snow on the trees and ground. Her breath turned into white frost. Sheni is sensitive to the cold. When she went out, she wore a warm shirt, a sweater, a coat, a hat, and a scarf. She also wore thick cotton pants and boots, wrapping herself up tightly. To make things easier, she carried a basket. She planned to use her mind to take items out of her space and put them into the basket. When she reached the post office, she could just send everything directly. People passing by were in a hurry, and Sheni was the same. She didn't pay much attention to others and went straight into the post office. She didn't notice 2 tall men standing under a tree not far from the post office. It was Chen and Zhou Fengshou. Chen had been busy for almost a week and finally had a day off after an early shift. He was planning to go home, but on the way, he met Dahua, who was already on vacation and heading home. Before leaving, she wanted to stop by the post office to see her friend. Chen decided to wait for her. Zhou Fengshou wanted to flatter Dahua and came over using Chen's name. Zhou Fengshou looked frustrated. Your sister already knows I like her. She's avoiding me very much. Every time I try to see her, she makes excuses or ignores me. I haven't spoken a full word to her in a month. Brother Chen, give me some advice. Maybe you can share how you courted your wife.
Chen frowned.
Still denying it, Zhou Fengshou said disdainfully. I heard that your wife didn't like you at first. Now she's so loyal to you. Isn't it because your way of chasing girls is really good? Zhou Fengshou wasn't from Shui village. Most of his interactions with Chen were in the county town, so he didn't know what had happened between Chen and Sheni. The only things he knew came from Chen Chong. Chen Chong, trying to protect Chen, only told him bits and pieces, so Zhou Fengshou only knew half the story.
Chen.
What a fool. Zhou Fengshou kept chattering on. Chen leaned against the tree, not really listening to what Zhou Fengshou was saying. Suddenly, he looked up and saw a familiar figure. His eyes lit up. He was about to chase after her, but was stopped by Zhou Fengshou. Zhou Fengshou still wanted to talk. "Brother Chen, please help me." Before he could finish, Li Chen pushed him aside roughly.
Get lost.
"Find your own way." Then she quickly walked toward the post office, her back showing a hint of happiness. This kind of joy was common when she was around Sheni, but unfortunately, Zhou Fengshou only had 2 chances to be with Li Chen and Sheni. The first time was when he came to tell Li Chen about the watch, and Sheni was called inside by Xiao Bao. The second time was during Xiao Bei's full moon celebration. At that moment, he was focused on Li Dahua and didn't notice Li Chen's gaze on Sheni. So now, when Zhou Fengshou saw a woman being chased, he didn't recognize her as Sheni because he couldn't see her face clearly. He was surprised and quickly followed. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that Brother Chen has fallen for someone else? No, I need to check." Dahua is inside, and she likes her younger sister-in-law so much. If Dahua sees her brother betraying her sister-in-law, she might cause trouble. Should I help Brother Chen or Dahua then? As soon as Sheni entered the post office, she headed toward the mailing area. There weren't many people now, so she didn't need to wait in line. The staff asked her to take out what she wanted to send, and she did. She told the 3 treasures that she was preparing gifts, but actually, she didn't need to prepare much. Since both sets of parents were present for the wedding, they would have already prepared the necessary gifts. So, she just wanted to give some small presents to show her sincerity. But what exactly to give? Nowadays, giving gold or jewelry isn't appropriate. Her older brother and sister-in-law's environment isn't suitable for wearing such things. Earlier at home, Sheni searched in her space and decided to give a set of black sandalwood combs and mirror, along with a pair of happy-themed ceramic cups. The black sandalwood combs are known for their health benefits. The happy cups are made of ceramic. Nowadays, many people use enamel cups for drinking water. Sheni chose a pair of ceramic cups with the character happiness on them. Festive, beautiful, and quite novel. Mainly, these items are usually sold in Haisher or Xiangjiang, not inland. Her sister-in-law is quite simple and innocent, so these new and interesting things would definitely suit her taste. Sheni wrapped the gifts in a cloth bag, placed them on the counter, and took the receipt from the staff. Just as she was about to fill it out, she heard a joyful voice say, "Second sister-in-law, you're here too." When Sheni turned around, she saw Li Dahua, who looked a bit surprised and said, "My older brother is getting married. I sent some gifts to him and his bride as a wedding present." "Sister, why are you here too?" "I'm on vacation and planning to go back to the village. I left some vegetables uneaten and wanted to tell my older sister, who works here since we live in the same yard," Li Dahua explained. At this moment, the staff took out a gift box containing a comb and cups from a cloth bag without asking Sheni. The top of the gift box with the cups was transparent, so the cups inside could be seen. Li Dahua saw this and praised, "Such beautiful cups. Are they only available in Haisher or Xiangjiang? Did your second brother bring them back from Haisher?" "Yes," Sheni lied smoothly, without blushing or feeling guilty. She had no other explanation besides this. But she didn't expect her lie to be caught on the spot by the person involved. A familiar voice came from behind, making Sheni freeze. She instinctively said, "Ah," and turned around. Sure enough, she saw her man's familiar face, with a hint of complicated emotion in his eyes as he looked at her. "Sheni." Li Dahua saw Li Chen and smiled again. "Second brother, did you buy this in Haisher?" Li Chen glanced at Sheni. She coughed nervously, just as the staff asked her for the receipt. She turned to write something down. Seeing her guilty look, Li Chen's eyes darkened, as if thinking about something. But when he looked at Li Dahua, his expression returned to normal. He nodded and helped his wife cover her lie. "Yes." "Is it expensive?" Li Dahua asked. "Are there more?" "Only this set," Li Chen replied. Li Dahua looked a bit disappointed, but didn't press further. "All right then." Dahua, as Zhou Fengshou entered, saw Li Chen and Li Dahua in a tense standoff, and behind Li Dahua, she noticed the woman she had just seen. Thinking her suspicion was confirmed, her heart pounded in her chest. She hurriedly shouted, "Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. Zhou Fengshou stepped in front of Li Daya, trying to comfort her. Daya, things aren't what you think. That woman has nothing to do with Brother Chen. They're just friends, I swear. Brother Chen. He is truly in love with his wife. He didn't finish saying true love because Sheni turned her head away. Seeing Sheni's face, Zhou Fengshou suddenly felt his words catch in his throat, and he was stunned. How could it be his wife? Li Daya didn't understand what he was talking about and asked confusedly, which woman? Ah?
Oh, that.
Nothing. Zhou Fengshou looked awkward and embarrassed, unable to explain himself clearly. That woman? Which woman? Sheni handed the documents to the staff and turned back to ask, her suspicious gaze sweeping over Li Chen and Zhou Fengshou. Her eyes finally settled on Li Chen, narrowing slightly. Brother Chen. Li Chen also realized what was happening, but unlike Sheni, he was serious. He looked at his wife and quickly clarified, of course not, wife. I don't know any other woman, and I definitely am not just friends with any woman. Not only did he not know what Zhou Fengshou was talking about, even he himself was confused. Thinking about it, he got angry and kicked Zhou Fengshou in the hurry up and explain to your sister-in-law. What woman? What are you talking about? Zhou Fengshou rubbed his sore behind, feeling helpless and about to cry. He said that it was true, but if Sheni saw it from her perspective, she wouldn't believe him either. That woman I mentioned is actually my sister-in-law. Who are you fooling? Before Sheni could speak, Li Daya cut in angrily. Usually gentle, she was now upset. You must be helping him hide because he's your brother. You're colluding. Zhou Fengshou weakly said. It's true. I was outside talking with Brother Chen. When he saw his wife come in, he chased after her. I didn't recognize her and thought she was some other woman, so I misunderstood. Fine, all my fault. But, sister-in-law, this has nothing to do with Brother Chen. Please don't cause trouble. Otherwise, he might lose his life. Her excuse still sounded weak, and Li Daya wanted to say more. Li Chen didn't pay attention to his sister, only looked at his wife with a serious expression. Wife, do you believe me? Sheni. She held back, but couldn't help smiling slightly. She already trusted him. Just now, she was thinking about how to explain her lie, and Zhou Fengshou's words gave her a good excuse to change the subject, so she went along with what he said. Seeing her husband's nervous look, she felt a bit soft-hearted. Zhou Fengshou and Li Daya looked at her. Were they so surprised? Li Chen, who knew her well, relaxed his expression, knowing she believed him. Meanwhile, the staff had finished weighing the goods and was ready to take payment. Li Chen stepped forward to pay, then tried to take his wife's basket. Wife, I can carry it. It's okay, not heavy, Sheni said. You still need to ride your bike later. As they spoke, the couple left the post office, leaving Zhou Fengshou and Li Daya looking confused. They quickly followed. When Li Chen thought about riding his bike, he remembered he had planned to go back with his sister. But since his wife was here, he couldn't just leave her behind. He said to Li Daya and Zhou Fengshou behind him, Sister, you can take old Zhou's bike home later, okay? Zhou Fengshou was happy to agree. Of course. Li Chen shot him a cold look. He knew he would settle the score with him sooner or later. Zhou Fengshou felt a chill and hurriedly hid behind Li Daya. Li Daya was still thinking about what just happened. She frowned and looked at Sheni. Second sister-in-law, are you afraid of him? Tell me, it's okay. You don't have to suffer in silence. No matter how fierce or strict he is, Li Daya wanted to say she would control Li Chen, but she knew that when Li Chen was really angry, he wouldn't listen to her. She also couldn't beat her brother, so she hesitated. I'll get Dad and Mom to handle him. Li Chen, no matter how fierce, wouldn't hit his parents, right? Li Chen, this is his real sister, not his wife's sister, right? Sheni couldn't help but smile. Sister, I trust Brother Chen. He won't betray me. Since she said that, Li Daya could only give up. She frowned tightly, looked at her brother, and suddenly said seriously, Second brother, you must treat your second sister-in-law well. She's a good woman. Don't let her down. Li Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yes, I know. Zhou Fengshou smartly rode over on his bike. Hey, big girl, hop on. I'll take you back. When Li Daya heard, big girl, she felt uncomfortable again. In the past, Zhou Fengshou always called her Big Sister Dahua, but at some point, he started calling her just Big Girl. She didn't notice at first. It was only when he clarified his feelings that she realized. When she found out Zhou Fengshou liked her, Dahua was very surprised. She didn't think she had anything special that he would like, especially since she was much older and had been married before. So, she instinctively wanted to avoid him, worried she might hold him back. She shook her head and said, "No need. Uncle Nio's cart probably hasn't gone back yet. I'll just take the ox cart home later." "That won't do," Zhou Fengshou said eagerly, taking advantage of Chen and Shani not paying attention. He whispered, "Don't worry, others won't misunderstand. I already visited Brother Chen's house last time. If someone asks, just say I'm a friend of Brother Chen's. Or even say I'm your cousin." He paused, then added, "Originally, Brother Chen wanted to take you home, but his wife came along. If he takes you, he can't take his wife. If he takes his wife, he can't take you. Do you want his wife to be put in an awkward position?" Dahua was speechless. Truly, he hit her weakness. Gritting her teeth, she finally sat in Zhou Fengshou's back seat. P.S. No more making false promises. Dog head Dahua got into Zhou Fengshou's car, and Sheni also got into Chen's car. Chen turned his head and asked, "Wife, do you need to buy anything else?" Sheni looked at his broad back, hesitated, then said, "Maybe we should go to the meat factory. We don't have much meat at home. Let's buy some." Chen nodded in agreement and said to Zhou Fengshou, "I'm going to the meat factory with my wife. You go get the luggage from my sister first. We'll meet at the village entrance later." "Okay," Zhou Fengshou replied, turning around with Dahua to pick up her luggage from her rented place. Chen and Sheni headed toward the meat factory. The cold wind was biting, and Sheni leaned her head close to Chen's back. Chen slightly tilted his head and asked, "Wife, are you cold?" "Yes," Sheni replied. "Then come closer to me," Chen said. "Okay," Sheni answered. They didn't speak anymore. They sat in the same car, and although there were many people on the road, it felt like they were alone together. Earlier, Zhou Fengshou had interrupted her about her lie. Now, only the two of them were left, and that matter suddenly came to mind for both of them. They were both waiting for the other to speak, but no one did. An unspoken, tense atmosphere filled the space. Sheni felt that Chen wanted to ask her something. He was hesitating, unsure whether to ask. She had a secret, and he had already sensed it. That was why, when she lied earlier and he caught her, she wasn't afraid of him exposing her lie. She knew he would help her cover it up. But should she say anything now? Things were different from when she first returned. Back then, she wanted to make up for Chen and the children. She trusted them, but out of her own reasons, she chose not to tell Chen about the situation. Now, more than 2 years had passed. She knew how Chen felt about her and had thought about finding the right time to talk to him, but she never found it. Maybe now is the right time? "Wife, I thought you didn't trust me earlier and was really angry." Chen suddenly spoke, his tone playful. Sheni didn't expect him to break the silence first, especially about something unrelated to her secret. She was momentarily stunned, feeling complicated again. Perhaps he saw that she was hesitant to speak and didn't want to pressure her. With a man like him, what was there to hide? Brother Chen, actually. Sheni wanted to say something. Suddenly, a loud gunshot rang out, startling Sheni. Chen immediately stopped the car. They looked ahead and saw chaos. Police officers in uniform holding guns, chasing and blocking a group of civilians dressed like ordinary people but clearly skilled. Because there were many people, the chase covered a wide area. The gunfire caused screams and panic, with people running in all directions. The street was in chaos. Chen and Sheni didn't continue forward. Instead, they turned back with the crowd. The gunfire grew quieter, and people relaxed their guard, starting to talk loudly and excitedly. "I'm so scared. Why are there gunshots? And so many police officers are here. What kind of criminal is this?" Apparently, someone whispered, "An enemy agent." What? Many people were startled and, realizing the seriousness, didn't dare to discuss further. They hurriedly dispersed. The crowd gradually dispersed, but Sheni frowned, feeling something was wrong. Thinking from their perspective, if they were enemy agents, when discovered, they would probably run into the crowd first. That way, the police and ordinary people wouldn't dare to shoot. Moreover, since there were so many of them, splitting up and running away would be the best choice. But the group of people just now didn't run in their direction. They seemed to be protecting someone, using themselves as bait to distract the police, while the person they were protecting followed the crowd in this direction. Chen also sensed something was off. The two exchanged glances. With their understanding, they both knew what the other was thinking, going to the police station. Neither of them wanted to be heroes and try to catch the enemy themselves. After all, those people had guns, which was very dangerous. Sheni didn't want Chen to take risks, and Chen didn't want to put his wife in danger. But sharing information was okay. Sheni said to Chen, "Brother Chen, let's not buy meat anymore. Let's go home."
Okay, Chen replied.
He got on his bicycle and started heading home, actually heading toward the police station. However, despite their caution, they were still noticed. Two people in the crowd looked at Chen for a few moments, exchanged glances, and then followed on bicycles. Because of the gunfire earlier, many people were frightened, and there were hardly any pedestrians on the street. The houses on both sides had their doors tightly shut, with only a few people rushing home. As they passed through an alley, Sheni sensed something and looked back. She saw a bicycle following behind them. The rider was a sturdy man with a beard on his chin. When he noticed her looking, he pulled his hat down to hide his face. Sheni's eyes sharpened slightly. She quietly whispered to Chen, "Brother Chen, someone is following us." Chen looked ahead at a tall, slim man also riding a bicycle, his hands tightening slightly. Although they wanted to report to the police station, they didn't say so out loud. The road they took wasn't only to the police station, so they wondered why the others were following them alone. Chen remembered something and understood the situation. With a calm expression and steady speed, he lowered his voice and said, "Honey, they probably came to seek revenge on me. There's a small fork ahead. I will stop there, you go ahead, and I will talk to them." Sheni was initially confused about why these people were following them. They had just escaped from the police, so escaping was the most important thing. When she heard Chen say they came to seek revenge, she understood. When Chen was young, he had helped the police catch a dangerous gang in Yun province. These people probably knew the gang members there. After understanding, Sheni made her plan. She knew she couldn't leave first, but now wasn't the time to argue with Chen. She responded briefly and kept watching the men ahead and behind. It seemed the others noticed their intentions. The man in front suddenly braked and blocked their way. The motorcycle behind also stopped. Chen stopped the car, glanced back, and wrapped an arm around Sheni's waist. She got out of the car and stood behind him. Two men, one tall and thin, and the other with a beard, left their bikes and approached them. The tall, thin man stared at Chen and said sharply, "Big brother, it's really him. The brat who caused us a lot of trouble 10 years ago." The bearded man sneered. "Recognized him? It's like finding something after searching everywhere. Today, I want to avenge our fallen brothers. 10 years ago, a dozen of us fell in my hands. Now, you too want to take revenge." Chen's face was cold, and his eyes were sharp with sarcasm, as if mocking their overconfidence. This angered the tall, thin man. He rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. Chen kicked the bike in front of him aside. The tall, thin man tried to block with his hand, but the force was too strong. He staggered back a few steps, which made him even angrier. He rushed at Chen again. While protecting his wife, Chen fought him off. Finally, he grabbed the tall, thin man's arm and threw him over his shoulder. The tall, thin man was thrown forcefully to the ground. Ignoring the pain, he struggled to stand up. Chen stepped on his back. He grunted and fell back, hitting his teeth and nose. Blood everywhere. Chen grabbed his arm. Seeing that the tall, thin man was defeated, the bearded man quickly took out a gun and shouted, "Stop!" Chen looked up at him with a cold smile. "You dare to shoot? Are you afraid the police will come? Do you think you can escape then?" The bearded man hesitated, instinctively reaching for his bag behind him, where they kept important stolen information. While he hesitated, Li Chen moved quickly. He twisted sharply, causing the tall, thin man to scream in pain. His arm was twisted into a strange position, and he howled from the pain. The bearded man didn't expect Li Chen to do this even while threatening him with a gun.
His face changed.
He clenched his gun tightly, wanting to shoot but afraid to. His eyes quickly looked at Sheni, who was behind Li Chen, protecting him. Yi had been watching him. When she saw his gaze, she smiled slightly. This was clearly a provocation. The bearded man couldn't stand it. He quickly stepped forward, trying to take her hostage. Yi suddenly threw a large stone at the bearded man. He dodged the attack, moving quickly out of the way. Li Chen took the chance to kick the tall, thin man's head. Then he stepped on his face and charged at the bearded man. The tall, thin man fainted from the attack. Li Chen and the bearded man started fighting. As the leader of the gang, the bearded man was skilled, but still not as good as Li Chen. Li Chen was cautious because he was holding a gun and didn't want to shoot. He held back a little. The bearded man also knew his last card was the gun, so he clenched it tightly. He noticed and shouted, "Brother Chen, his gun is empty." "Nonsense." The bearded man struggled to respond. He was trying to hold back from shooting to call the police. Hearing Yi provoke him, he almost lost his breath. Was she mocking him? Afraid Li Chen would hear her, he quickly said, "Don't listen to her. This woman has bad intentions. She wants you to get killed." Li Chen only heard the words, "this woman," and thought, is she calling my wife a bad woman? The subordinates became more aggressive. Sheni's words didn't affect Li Chen, but they did influence the bearded man. The bearded man was punched the shoulder, took 2 steps back, and was furious. He raised his gun and aimed it at Li Chen's head, shouting, "Are you going to play with a gun that has no bullets?" "Brother Chen, trust me," Sheni quickly said. The bearded man thought Li Chen would hesitate, but he didn't. As soon as Sheni finished speaking, Li Chen grabbed his hand, no longer afraid of his gun. He really believed that woman's words and even risked his life. The bearded man cursed inside. He might as well fulfill his wish. He couldn't let down his love. The bearded man decided to kill. He couldn't beat Li Chen, and if Li Chen caught him, he would die. But if he shot now, even though it would alert the police, he might still escape before they arrived. His hand was grabbed by Li Chen, but the gun's barrel was pointed at his stomach as he struggled. Without hesitation, the bearded man pulled the trigger, a slight smile appearing on his lips. But in the next second, he froze. He kept pulling the trigger, but no gunshot sounded. His gun really had no bullets. "No way. There should be bullets." Before the bearded man finished speaking, Li Chen kicked him to the ground, grabbed his arm, twisted it painfully, and a scream of pain rang out. Sheni timely handed over a rope. The rope was a sturdy rope. When they were at the post office earlier, she took everything out of her basket but didn't cover it. Li Chen wanted to carry her basket, so he saw it was empty inside. So, this rope seemed to appear out of nowhere. But Li Chen didn't ask questions and took it to tie up the bearded man. The bearded man was still thinking about why there were no bullets in the gun. While Li Chen and the bearded man were fighting, the tall, thin man, who had fainted on the ground earlier, suddenly woke up. He struggled and pulled a gun from his waist. He carefully checked the chamber. It was fully loaded. He relaxed and loaded the gun, aiming it at Sheni. He didn't aim at Li Chen because he wasn't sure of his own condition or Li Chen's skills, and whether he could shoot Li Chen dead in one shot. Also, he had just seen how much Li Chen cared about Sheni and wanted to make Li Chen suffer. It seemed certain that Sheni was doomed this time. He chuckled strangely and said, "Go to." At the same time, Li Chen and Sheni turned their heads. They saw a dark gun aimed at his wife. Li Chen's heart almost stopped. He rushed forward to block the gun. The tall, thin man pulled the trigger. P. A dull sound was heard. The gun smoked, but no bullet came out. The tall, thin man didn't believe it. He kept pulling the trigger. This time, there was no sound at all. He was in disbelief. He opened the chamber and saw it was empty. His eyes widened instantly as he looked at Li Chen and Sheni. Li Chen looked deeply at his wife, then turned and walked to the tall, thin man. He kicked the gun out of his hand and pressed his foot on his chest. The tall, thin man clenched his teeth tightly. Blood seeped from his mouth. Finally, he turned his head and fainted. Li Chen looked back and asked, "Wife, can you give me another rope?" Sheni hesitated, then walked over. She used her mind to take a rope from her space and handed it to Li Chen. Li Chen took it, squatted down, and the tall, thin man. He then asked his wife, "Wife, do you have water?" "I'm thirsty." Sheni, feeling hopeless, took out a bottle of mineral water from her space. The label was still intact. She handed it to him. Li Chen finished tying the man, took the water, looked at the label, then glanced at his wife. Sheni looked up at the sky innocently. Li Chen was really thirsty. He drank a few big sips. Since everything was already exposed, Sheni didn't care anymore. She took out a tissue and wiped the blood off his face. Li Chen glanced at the tissue in her hand and commented, "So white. Most tissues on the market are pink now." Sheni handed him the tissue, annoyed, and said, "Wipe yourself." Li Chen didn't mind. He took the tissue and wiped his face. Afterward, he simply stuffed the dirty tissue into his pocket. Such tissues are not to be discarded carelessly. Sheni went over to the bearded man, picked up the man she had tied earlier, and threw him into a nearby bag without checking. The information that could cause so many people to sacrifice themselves to protect it is probably a state secret. Li Chen and Sheni would not open it without permission. After Li Chen he was lying face down on the ground. Although his face wasn't visible, it was clear that his bag had been picked up. The bearded man was a bit excited. "That's mine. If you give it back to me and let me go, I can pay you a lot of money." Li Chen walked over and kicked him, causing him to faint. "Should we call the police?" Sheni asked. "Yes," Li Chen replied. He stepped out of the alley, called a passerby, didn't explain what was happening, gave him a dime, and asked for help to call the police station. Eventually, 2 police officers arrived. When they learned that Li Chen and Sheni had caught 2 enemy agents, including their leader, they took the matter seriously and immediately took the suspects to the police station. Li Chen and Sheni were also taken to the police station to give statements, each separately. The tall, thin man and the bearded man were awakened using some unusual methods. When the tall man woke up, he was terrified and said that his gun was loaded, but no bullets came out when he fired. He claimed Li Chen and Sheni were evil spirits and that someone should catch them. The bearded man, after being by Li Chen, didn't see the tall man open the magazine and check for bullets because he was lying face down. Naturally, he didn't think they were evil spirits either. He just believed that a subordinate who disobeyed him had betrayed him and secretly removed the bullets from his gun. As for Li Chen and Sheni, by the time the police arrived, they had already given their statements. Sheni said she discovered the bearded man accidentally pulled the trigger during the fight with Li Chen and the bearded man, realizing his gun was empty. Everything else was truthful. Because Li Chen had beaten the tall, thin man so badly that he was bleeding and the doctor said he had a concussion, no one believed his claim of being an evil spirit. They thought he was crazy. Li Chen, Sheni, and the bearded man's stories made sense. Plus, the police learned that the bearded man and the tall, thin man were seeking revenge on Li Chen, which made the police very friendly and polite to them. At the police station, Li Chen and Sheni received hero-like treatment. To thank them, they were awarded a bonus of 300 yuan. When Li Chen and Sheni left the police station, it was already evening. Zhou Fengshou and Li Dahua were waiting outside. At noon, they finished their luggage and waited at the street corner for someone. However, they waited a long time without seeing anyone. When they learned that there was chaos on the way to the meat processing plant, both of them became very worried and hurried over. By then, the chaos had calmed down. They asked the crowd if there were any injuries or casualties. When they heard there were, they quickly went to the hospital but still couldn't find the person. Li Dahua almost went crazy with worry. It was Zhou Fengshou who suggested they check at the police station, and finally, they found Li Chen and Sheni. When they saw them come out, they hurried over. "Second brother, second sister-in-law, are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Brother Chen was a little injured, but just some scrapes on the skin. "Nothing serious," Sheni reassured her. Zhou Fengshou and Li Dahua finally relaxed. "You two are so brave." They didn't know that Li Chen's enemies had come after him. They just thought Li Chen and Sheni were helping the police. Li Dahua couldn't help but say, "Second brother, did you force your wife to go with you? Don't blame me for saying this, but you really were too reckless this time. You're good at fighting, but your wife is a fragile woman who can't defend herself. The bad guys have knives and guns, and they won't hesitate. Next time, you can't do this." Li Chen looked at his wife, and Sheni looked at him innocently. But neither of them planned to explain. Li Dahua's understanding was better than telling her it was enemies coming after them. Otherwise, she might overthink because of her personality. Seeing they didn't speak, Li Dahua thought they agreed and wanted to say more. Zhou Fengshou, knowing his brother well, understood there was more to the story. He interrupted Li Dahua and pushed her onto her bicycle. All right, stop talking. It's getting late, and we need to go back quickly." Li Dahua finally gave up. The four of them prepared to leave. Li Chen and Sheni's bicycle, which Li Chen had just kicked like a weapon, was still strong. Although some paint was scratched, it was mostly fine. Zhou Fengshou and Li Dahua rode ahead, while Li Chen carried Sheni behind. Once again, it was just the two of them alone. Sheni was waiting for Li Chen to ask her something. Li Chen did ask, but it was only, "Wife, do you have anything warm to wear? I feel a little cold." Sheni. She took a hot water bag from the space and pressed it against Li Chen's back. Li Chen felt the warmth and said to her, "Wife, come closer. Aren't you cold?" Sheni hugged the hot water bag around his waist and couldn't help asking, "Brother Chen, do you have anything you want to ask me?" "I don't have anything I want to ask," Li Chen said innocently, as if he truly had no questions. Sheni. She couldn't help but reach into his cotton coat and pinch his waist. "Are you still playing around?" Sheni still used some force. Li Chen let out a small cry and begged, "Wife, that hurts. That hurts, you big." Sheni said, not letting go but gently massaging him. "I told you I only give you one chance. If you don't ask, I won't tell you anything in the future." Li Chen put on a serious look, trying to be sincere. "Wife, I'm just afraid you don't want to tell me. If you don't want to tell me, then you won't ask," Sheni replied. "Yes," Li Chen said. Sheni. She was touched. This annoying man was really too good to her. Li Chen then said, "But I want to ask you for something." "What is it?" She was surprised he used the word ask. "Li Chen, please don't erase my memories. I don't want to forget anything about you." Sheni. She couldn't believe it. "Do you think I'm a ghost or something?" "No," Li Chen said. "I think you're an immortal." Sheni. She couldn't help but say, "After the founding of the country, no more turning into a spirit. Then can you do magic?" Li Chen asked back. "Do you think I can do magic?" Sheni frowned. "Yes," Li Chen answered confidently. Sheni. Well, the space's ability to move objects with thought is actually not much different from magic. It's not a good idea to explain outside now. "I'll show you tonight when we go back," Sheni said. "Okay." Li Chen smiled slightly. He only focused on one thing. She was willing to share her incredible secret with him. Sheni then asked, "Have you already guessed that I have a secret?" "Yes," Li Chen replied. "When did you find out?" 2 years ago, you said you wanted to live a good life with me. Didn't I realize that shortly after she just returned?" Sheni always knew that Li Chen would notice her unusual behavior. After all, Li Chen is so smart, and they spend every day together, sharing a bed. He definitely wouldn't miss it. She also wouldn't stop using her space items just to hide from Li Chen. She even relied on his love for her, sometimes taking out things from her space even when she knew it was risky. Sheni asked curiously, "So, after more than 2 years, you thought I was a divine being? Did you ever think I might be a demon?" Actually, Sheni couldn't see his face, but she could hear the teasing in his voice. "I did think about it." Sheni was surprised. "Really? Are you afraid?" she asked again. "Only if I thought you were not you," Li Chen replied. But I quickly dismissed that idea.
Why?
Because you've never hurt anyone. But if I were a divine being, I wouldn't have saved others either, Sheni said. Chen said, yes, you have.
Who? Sheni asked.
Me, Chen answered. Sheni was speechless. Forget it, I won't argue about this. My man is always love-struck. When they got home, Dahua went back to the old house, and Zhou Fengshou had to return to the county before dark. Meanwhile, Sheni's family was opening the door. Little Bao was at the door, looking out excitedly when he saw his parents return. He shouted, Mom and Dad are back, and ran over happily to see them. Bao also came out holding Xiao Bei. Seeing his mother and father return, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over. Mom, you finally came back. Worried sick, right? Sheni jumped off her bike and apologized. Sorry, I was delayed by something.
Is your Bao cooking?
She smelled the delicious aroma from the kitchen. Yes, Bao said, glancing at his father's blood-stained clothes with concern. Dad's fine, Chen said. Bring Xiao Bei back first. It's too cold outside. Bao knew his parents wouldn't tell him the details, but as long as they were safe, that was enough. He took Xiao Bei back inside. Sheni and Chen went to the kitchen. Seeing the two little ones busy cooking and preparing food, Sheni sat down to light the stove while Chen went to get hot water for a bath. Chen also felt he was too dirty and didn't refuse. He took the hot water to wash up. By the time he finished, the meal was ready. Dinner was a bit late today. After eating, the small radio broadcast started. Today was the finale of Journey to the West. Wang Kai also wanted to listen, so the three treasures took the radio to Chen Chong's house. Only Chen, Sheni, and Little Bei were left at home. Sheni went to wash up, and Chen played with Little Bei. When Sheni finished washing, Little Bei was already asleep on her small bed. Chen was reading a book she left on the bedside table. Noticing his wife entering, Chen looked over at her. Sheni remained calm. She took out a bottle of a famous brand serum from her space, sat at the table, and started applying it. After finishing, she took the serum and got onto the bed, gently removing the book from Chen's hands, then sat on his lap. She carefully applied the serum to his face. I've wanted to give this to you for a long time. Such a handsome face shouldn't age too quickly. Otherwise, in 10 years, I'll still look in my 20s, but you might have wrinkles. People might say you're too young to be with someone so youthful. Chen hugged her waist. He didn't want to apply anything himself. He thought men didn't need such things. But after hearing his wife's words, he stopped and asked with a frown, If I get wrinkles, will you stop loving me? Of course not. Shani lifted her eyelids and looked at him. Suddenly, she said something random. I came back in this life just for you. Chen looked at his wife, clearly asking what she meant. Do you believe that a book can actually be a whole world? Shani pointed to the book Chen was reading, while applying the serum. After finishing, she put the serum back into her space, then took out a bottle of lotion and continued applying it. Chen was too focused on her words to ask why she was using so many products. He knew his wife was sharing her secret with him. He nodded along with her words. But it really is like that, Sheni said, starting to explain. She said that this world is actually a novel, and she was originally a quick transmigration worker. She came here on a mission and became a villainous female supporting character. He was the main antagonist. Lin Jiadong and Jiang Wanru are the male and female leads. She achieved her goal and planned to retire, but when she saw Sanbao in jail for her and him risking their lives for her, she made a deal with the system. She took a space filled with billions of resources and returned here. She rambled on. Sheni didn't care if he understood or not. She just poured everything out. After finishing, she also finished applying her makeup.
Lishen listanat, silin.
If someone else heard this, they would think she was crazy. But she was his wife. So it was real. After Shani finished, she looked at Chen, wondering if he knew how badly she and Sanbao had suffered because of her, and whether he regretted loving her so much. So, Chen frowned and asked in her gaze, Did you come back here because of me and Sanbao? Yes. So, you never liked Lin Jiadong? Then no, Li Chen looked at her, then suddenly smiled widely. He pulled her into his arms. Wife, thank you. He seemed very happy, holding her tightly, then pressed her down on the bed and kissed her. The passion was so intense that Sheni almost couldn't handle it. Wait, Sheni held his head. Is that all? You don't want anything else? What else would I want? I once abandoned you all, Sheni reminded him. You died because of me, and Sanbao went to jail because of me. That was because you were on a mission, Li Chen said. As long as it wasn't something you wanted to do, neither I nor Sanbao would blame you. Even during the mission, she was conscious. She watched helplessly as their suffering happened. Let me put it this way, Li Chen looked at her. In my past life, I was gambling, betting my life on your return. You came back, gave up many things others dream of, and didn't let my past self lose. Sheni bit her lip, feeling like crying. Wife, I know you're also gambling in this life. Li Chen's deep gaze looked at her, gentle yet firm. I will never let you lose either. From this point on, there was no need for words. Sheni hugged Li Chen's neck and kissed him. Next. When the three treasures went to Chen Chong's house, Sheni said it was snowing and the road was too slippery for them to come back alone, so their father would pick them up later. However, the three brothers stayed at Chen's house for a long time, and their father didn't come to pick them up. In the end, Chen Chong took them home. When they heard the knocking at the door, Li Chen and Sheni remembered. Li Chen told his wife to keep sleeping, then put on a coat and went to open the door. As soon as he opened it, the second treasure's resentful voice sounded. Dad, are you asleep? That's why you forgot to pick us up? Uncle Chong already brought you back, didn't he? Li Chen said calmly, stop talking nonsense and go back to sleep. Second treasure snorted and turned to Chen Chong. Thank you, Uncle Chong, for bringing us back. Chen Chong replied, go back and sleep now. After the three brothers left, Chen Chong looked at Li Chen with a playful expression. Suddenly, he reached out, pulled open Li Chen's collar, and said, that's a bit intense. Get lost, Li Chen said, pulling his collar back and jokingly scolding, then closed the door. The year 1976 arrived. Li Chen only got a day off before New Year's Eve. This year, they didn't need to buy New Year's goods specially. After talking about the space, Sheni found it very easy to get things from there, so they didn't have to go to the county town to buy supplies. If anyone asked, she just said Li Chen brought it back. Since Li Chen often went out, people didn't know what he brought back, and with his fierce look, no one dared to ask him. This year's New Year's Eve dinner was still at the old house. After cleaning the house and putting up couplets, the family went to the old house. Li Chen and Daba Bao and Erbao went to the kitchen to cook, while Shabao followed their uncle and cousins to paste couplets, pay respects, and worship the ancestors. Sheni took Xiaobei and sat with Li's mother and others in the main hall, chatting by the fire. It looked like a well-organized, lively, warm family gathering, but in reality, there was a lot of arguing. Zhang Ailing was scolding Li Sanhong. Zhang Ailing was angry because she saw Li Chun and Li Dabin busy with the children, while Sheni and the other women didn't have to do anything. She was the opposite. She wanted to do everything, while Li Sanhong did nothing, which made her feel very upset. By scolding Li Sanhong, she also wanted to annoy Sheni and others sitting in the main room. Honestly, Zhang Ailing succeeded. Her insults filled Sheni, Li's mother, and others' ears. Her good mood during the new year was ruined by her scolding. Li's mother, with a dark face, retorted, "Stop scolding. Do you know you're disturbing others? What's wrong? Can I scold too?" Zhang Ailing was furious. She didn't care if Li's mother was her mother-in-law. They had long since argued. You, as a mother, don't care for your son, and you won't let me, as a wife, take care of my husband. Shut up. Do you think life is too easy? Originally, Li Sanhong, who had been silent and not fighting back but not working either, finally came out after hearing Zhang Ailing and her mother argue. He scolded Zhang Ailing, "Go to your chores. You're telling me to shut up?" Zhang Ailing couldn't believe it. "You don't work and you tell me to shut up? Your mother is insulting me for no reason, and you want me to shut up? Li Sanhong, do you have any conscience?" "Me? Have no conscience? I have no conscience, but I still argue with my parents because of you." Why did I become like this? It's all because of you. Lee Sanhong also got angry. His long-held resentment finally exploded. He was a bit lazy, but since marrying Jiang Ailing, he did everything he was supposed to do. However, 2 years ago, after he defended Jiang Ailing and hurt his parents' feelings, his relationship with them worsened day by day. Last year, he believed Jiang Ailing when she said there wasn't enough grain at home and that he didn't need to respect his parents by giving them grain. She said his parents loved him so much they would understand. He didn't give his parents grain. This caused his parents to cut ties with him. Seeing his parents, who had loved him since he was young, become strangers and cold toward him, Lee Sanhong felt very sad. Later, he also argued with the Lin family couple, Zhang Wanyu and Jiang Wanyu, and no one helped them anymore. The burden of food and clothing for their family of 6 fell almost entirely on him. He, who had been spoiled by his parents since childhood, couldn't bear it. Gradually, he developed a rebellious attitude. He didn't want to work anymore. He used to earn about 8 cents a day, but now he earned only 6 cents and didn't want to work at all. He would just go back home and lie down. This year, they didn't have enough food for their family. They even had to buy more food with their money, which made their savings run out and life become harder. Lee Sanhong felt even more annoyed. He didn't think he was at fault. He believed that Jiang Ailing was the cause of his problems, and his resentment towards her grew stronger. Blame me? Lee Sanhong, I've done so much for you. How can you say that? Jiang Ailing exploded, pointing at Lee's mother. You and your parents argued with us because you saw we were poor and wanted to get rid of us. Lee's mother didn't like hearing this. Jiang Ailing. Smack. Lee Sanhong stepped forward and slapped Jiang Ailing, making her head tilt to the side. If I hear you trying to turn me against my parents again, we will. His face darkened with anger, and he firmly said, get a divorce. Jiang Ailing, who had just been slapped and was about to fight back, froze in shock at the word, divorce, staring at Lee Sanhong in disbelief. Lee Sanhong looked at her coldly, then turned and left the house. After he left, Jiang Ailing shouted loudly and sat down on the ground, crying and crying desperately. Lee's mother was annoyed. Shut up, but she kept crying even louder. Why is my life so hard? Boo-hoo. I've sacrificed so much for him and this family. Everyone can bully me, everyone can hurt me, and now they want to divorce me. Boo-hoo. Lee's mother's temples throbbed with frustration. She couldn't just shut her mouth. Sheni was annoyed by the noise. Her 8-month-old baby, Xiaobei, heard someone crying and pouted, wanting to cry too. Sheni comforted her twice, but couldn't stop her from crying. Xiaobei then leaned against her neck and whined softly. Sheni's face darkened. She looked at Jiang Ailing for a long time. Jiang Ailing noticed her gaze and, on purpose, cried even louder. Sheni sneered and carried Xiaobei out of the old house. Jiang Ailing saw her leave and felt proud. They didn't want her to have a good life, and she wouldn't let them have one either. Just as she was thinking this, she saw Sheni come back. Curious, Jiang Ailing thought her crying had quieted down and wanted to cry even louder. But then she saw the wolf Fong behind Sheni. Wolf Fong's sharp eyes fixed on her, and with a long tongue sticking out, he excitedly barked once and suddenly lunged forward.
Ah! Ah!
Ah! Jiang Ailing's scream turned into a cry of terror. She scrambled to get up, fear making her slip and slide, and she quickly ran back into the house, slammed the door, locked it, done in one smooth motion.
Woo!
Woo! Wolf Fong barked twice at the closed door, as if inviting her to come out and play. Block her door. If she dares to scream again, when she comes out, we'll bite her, Sheni said to Wolf Fong.
Woo!
Woo! Wolf Fong responded, then sat down right outside Jiang Ailing's door, looking proud like a victorious dog general returning from battle. Inside, Jiang Ailing didn't dare to scream anymore. She didn't dare to come out. Her 2 daughters, Chunhua and Chunfeng, looked at each other nervously. They glanced timidly at Sheni and then at Wolf Fong guarding the door. They didn't dare ask if their mother still needed to cook. Of course, they also didn't dare to cook, afraid they might do it badly or make it taste bad, wasting food. Then they'd get scolded. Finally, Everything quieted down. Sheni took little Bei back to the main hall to continue warming herself by the fire. Motherly Li Dahua and Hi Zhaodi looked at Wolf Fong sitting by Jiang Ailing's door, then at Sheni. They waited until Sheni sat down before they sat as well. Sheni placed little Bei on her lap. Little Bei was no longer crying and was playing with a small doll her father had bought for her. Seeing her mother look over, she thought her mother wanted it, so she handed it to her, offering it for her to play with. Sheni took it and kissed her face with the small doll.
Little Bei giggled happily.
Then she reached out and tried to take the doll back, wanting to mimic what her mother had done to her, but she wasn't good at controlling her strength. She accidentally pressed the doll against her mother's face, then kept offering it again. Sheni continued to kiss her face several times with the doll, making little Bei laugh even more. They played like this for a while. Sheni finally took the doll and played with it herself. Meanwhile, on the ground, Shurtu, Hi Zhaodi's 4-month-older son, saw the small doll in little Bei's hand. He also wanted to play, pointing at the doll and looking at his mother play. Hi Zhaodi always doted on this hard-to-come-by little son. Usually, if Shurtu wanted something, she would give it to him immediately. But this was little Bei's toy. She wasn't afraid of little Bei, but she was afraid of Sheni. Having seen too many of Sheni's past mistakes, Hi Zhaodi didn't dare ask questions. This was also because she had a conflict with Sheni before and was afraid of annoying her, as she thought Sheni had a bad temper. She said to Shurtu, "That's my sister's thing. If Shurtu wants it, I'll buy it for you next time." No, Shurtu refused, starting to cry. He just wanted Xiao Bei's small toy. Hi Zhaodi felt both sad and embarrassed. She was about to pick up Shurtu and leave. At this moment, Xiao Bei heard Shurtu crying and realized he wanted her small toy. She generously handed the toy to Shurtu. Hi Zhaodi looked at Sheni, saw that Sheni's expression was calm, and then took the toy. "Thank you, Xiao Bei. She is so well-behaved and generous," Li Dahua praised Xiao Bei. "She has been good since she was little. I've never seen such a well-behaved child," Li Mu added. "Don't be fooled by her 3 older brothers now. She was quite lively when she was young." Xiao Bei probably knew they were praising her and felt a little shy. She touched her belly and smiled at her mother. Sheni kissed her little face. "Are you hungry?" Xiao Bei said. "Milk." She was 8 months old, could crawl and sit, and although she couldn't talk yet, she could make some simple sounds, like calling Sheni, Liang, and Sanbao, Gua. Sheni took some prepared milk powder from her bag and handed it to her. Xiao Bei, with her chubby little hands, held the bottle and drank happily, very well behaved. Li Mu was happy to hear Xiao Bei say milk and came over to tease her. "Xiao Bei, I'm your grandma. Call me grandma." Xiao Bei, while drinking milk, looked at Li Mu innocently. "She is Xiao Bei's grandma. Call her grandma." Shun-Yi comforted her. Xiao Bei spat out opened her mouth, and made 2 sounds, then continued drinking.
"So gute, Li Dahua was meldet bei Xiao Bei."
She clapped her hands. "Xiao Bei, come to Auntie's place, okay?" Xiao Bei pulled her hand out of the bottle and grabbed her mother's sleeve, silently refusing. Sheni was amused and softly said, "Can Annie hold Xiao Bei?" Xiao Bei looked up at her mother in confusion. Not to mention, even Sheni, her biological mother, was charmed by her and held her close, reluctant to let go. Listeners praised Xiao Bei, and Hi Zhaodi looked up with mixed feelings. She glanced at the fair, cleanly dressed young girl, then looked down at her small, thin son, feeling complicated. She looked at Sheni and suddenly asked, "Second sister-in-law, has Xiao Bei always been drinking formula? She looks so fair and tender." Sheni looked up at her and replied, "No, she also drinks milk, but as Xiao Bei grew, she mostly drank formula now. At 8 months, she can start eating some solid food, right?" Li Dahua asked curiously, as she had no children of her own. "Yes," Sheni answered, "like some mashed fruits and meat." Li Dahua nodded understandingly. Hi Zhaodi listened with a bitter feeling. No wonder her son was so thin. She was malnourished, rarely breastfed, and only fed rice soup. No wonder he was so skinny. But she couldn't afford formula, fruits, or meat. Li's mother saw her worry and frowned. She knew her daughter-in-law was sensitive and often overthought. She worried that a single word might upset her. She had hoped that having a son would improve things, but instead, her son was spoiled too much. Seeing others' daughters living better made her feel sad and self-pitying. Lee's mother looked thoughtfully at Shirtu and the small toy in his hand. She thought Shirtu should stay with her for a few years to raise him properly, or he might become like Taiju someday. Since then, Lee's mother rarely went to work outside. She stayed home to cook and take care of Shirtu, only letting him go back to sleep with Hi Zhaodi at night. Hi Zhaodi didn't know her mother-in-law's thoughts, but she was happy that Lee's mother helped take care of the children and did chores. She was younger than Lee's mother and wanted to work more to earn more points, so her son could have a better life. After the New Year's Eve dinner, Sheni's family went back to wash up. Only then did Jiang Ailing let Wolf Tooth come back inside. It was already dark. No dinner was prepared. Li Taiju and Li Gooden came back playing, saw there was no food, and scolded Jiang Ailing. Then Li Sihong also returned, saw no dinner, and slammed the door shut. Jiang Ailing scolded her two daughters. They cried while helping her prepare the New Year's Eve meal. This year has been full of turmoil. On the night before a storm, everything is usually very quiet. Shen Yi asked Li Chen to remind him to stay away from the black market, especially with close friends like Chen Chong and Zhou Fingshou, because this year the situation was very tense. Although they didn't fully understand, they trusted Li Chen and indeed avoided the black market. After some major events, they felt grateful for listening to Li Chen and also admired his foresight. In March, the transportation team held a selection for new leaders. Li Chen was finally promoted to the position of squad leader. Li Chen is truly very capable. After becoming a squad leader, the performance of his fifth small team improved quickly, jumping from last place to first in just 1 month. Besides his strong ability to attract business, he is also very good at understanding people and using their strengths. This is why, even though he should be the busiest, he is actually the most relaxed among all the team leaders, even more relaxed than when he was a team member. He no longer works until midnight every day. Half of the month, he can leave early, and for 7 or 8 days, he doesn't need to work at all. This makes others very jealous, but they can't do anything about it. Li Chen spends more time at home, which makes Shen Yi very happy. She said, "If I had known it was so easy, I should have let you become a squad leader earlier." Li Chen also felt a little regretful. Taking leave isn't a problem. Just taking on a few more orders can make up for it. Now that you're a squad leader, it's the same. Shen Yi comforted him. If Liang Jun heard this conversation between the couple, he might be so angry he would feel like vomiting blood. In May, Shen Yi received a letter from Xin Yuheng, saying that Wu Xiaoman was 2 months pregnant. Shen Yi sent some nutritious supplements suitable for pregnant women. In July, the older and younger children went on summer vacation. The older child's grades were naturally perfect in both subjects. The younger child's grades were also good, with 90 in Chinese and 96 in math. This was because at the end of last year, he wrote a letter to his uncle, and his mother, with a mischievous idea, added a few more words, telling his uncle to encourage him to study hard. His uncle really did call him, and said that being in the army also requires education, which motivated him even more. The younger child, who admired his uncle, became even more diligent in studying. Besides the extra lessons his mother gave him, he listened carefully in class and didn't just think about playing after school. He spent more time studying. If he didn't understand something, he would ask his mother or his older brother. Both of them were very patient with his questions. As their grades steadily improved, the second child gained more confidence in studying and gradually became interested in learning. Next year, the college entrance exam will be reinstated. The eldest, Shen Yi, had new plans for the eldest child's future and discussed it with him, asking, "Would you like to skip a grade?" "Skip a grade?" Both the eldest and the second child looked surprised. "Yes," Shen Yi nodded. "You've already finished middle school knowledge. I want you to skip a grade." "Mom, do you want me to go to middle school?" the eldest asked. "Or high school?" "No." Shen Yi shook her head. "You can go to middle school, high school, or just skip 1 grade and stay in 5th grade, as long as you can start middle school by September next year." The eldest and the second child looked at each other.
The second asked, "Mom, what about me?
Can I skip a grade too and go with my brother? Last semester, I already taught you some 4th grade lessons."
"If you want to skip a grade, you can go to 5th grade," Sheni said.
Last semester, because the second child studied more seriously, she didn't need to review previous lessons with him all the time and taught him some 4th grade material. Shani added, "But with your current level, it might be a bit difficult for you to go to 5th grade. If you skip a grade, you'll need to study hard this summer." She was actually trying to discourage the second child from skipping grades. She didn't want him to be like his older brother, since their situations are different. The second child finally started to study more seriously. If he kept things the way they were, his grades wouldn't be bad, and he would become more confident in learning. But if he skipped a grade, it would definitely be more difficult for him academically. Of course, if he's willing, it's okay to find it hard. But Sheni was worried that his grades might drop, he might lose confidence, and he might stop loving to study. The second child only cared about one thing. "Mom, if I skip a grade, can I join the army earlier?" Of course, joining the army has age requirements. For boys, it's 18 years old. The second child is only 9 now, so he still has at least 9 years to go. Currently, elementary school lasts 5 years, and middle and high school are both 2 years each. If the second child continues at his current pace and finishes 4th grade, he still has 2 years of elementary school left. When he reaches middle school, it will still be 2 years, but by the time he gets to high school, it will be 3 years. If he finishes high school and then joins the army, he would be only 17. Additionally, Sheni hopes that the second child will finish college before going, which means a total of 11 years, including 4 years of college. "Yes," Sheni replied honestly. "Then I want to skip a grade too." The second child immediately said, "Skip to 5th grade, but you haven't finished the knowledge for 4th grade," Sheni reminded him. "If you skip a grade, you can't go fishing in the river, go hunting in the mountains, or hang out with your brothers this summer." "It's okay," the second child said confidently. "Those things can be played anytime. My brothers will definitely understand me. But he can't delay his military service." Sheni raised an eyebrow. She thought about it and decided. "All right, but you have to keep your promise," Sheni said. "You know that skipping a grade requires an exam. If you don't pass, I can't help you. I will definitely keep my promise," the second child said proudly, patting his chest. "Mom, don't worry, I will definitely pass to 5th grade." "Yes, yes," Sheni encouraged him with shining eyes. "I knew our second child is the best." The second child was praised and felt very proud. "Just passing 5th grade? That's no problem." Sheni then looked at the eldest. "And you, Dabo?" The second child hugged his older brother's neck. "Big brother, come with me to 5th grade. I'll look after you then." He casually pushed his arm away. "Get lost." The second child pouted. "With your weak and fragile look, you might get bullied in the new class. Don't come crying to me when that happens, asking me to teach them a lesson." Big Brothers had hurt from hearing this. He endured it but couldn't hold back. He kicked the second child in the... The second child almost flew out from the kick, annoyed. He tried to kick back, but his foot stopped midair when he saw his brother's cold gaze. He then withdrew, feeling wronged, covering his. "If you weren't my older brother, I'd beat you up." Big Brother made a move to kick again, but the second child quickly ran away, clutching his. Big Brother snorted softly, then turned to see his mother smiling at them. Feeling a bit shy, he said, "Mom, second child wants to skip to 5th grade. What about you?" Shani asked him. "I'll also read 5th grade," Debeo said with a look of dislike. "I'm not going to teach him. With his intelligence, he might only get 2 duck eggs if he tries 5th grade." Shani's smile deepened. So, this summer Debeo and Erbao started studying hard. As he said, Erbao was very serious. He not only finished the tasks his mother gave him, but did them very well. By the end of summer, she even had extra time to teach him 5th grade lessons. Meanwhile, Shuni had already started teaching Debeo high school topics. She also taught Xiaobao, but his lessons were simpler, just basic character recognition. Their radio had a recording function. Xin-Yi recorded a few poems, then let Xiaobao read them aloud by himself. She didn't restrict Xiaobao, but he was influenced by his two brothers studying atmosphere and memorized quickly. Once he memorized a poem, he couldn't wait to recite it to his mother. After finishing, he wanted her to praise him, then happily ran off. Xiaobei was very obedient. Li Chen loved her very much. Whenever he saw a toy outside, he bought it for her. She could play with her small toys for a long time, if only she could see her mother and brothers when she looked up. When she was hungry, needed to, or had other needs, she would call out a couple of times, waiting for her mother or brother to help her. But Erbao was patient. His brother couldn't wait. After several days of staying at home during the holiday, he came to Sheni's house to find Erbao. Because of Lengia, they didn't dare to get too close, only calling out from afar, "Erbao, Li Yankai." Erbao, who was reciting poetry, heard this, quickly stood up, ran to open the door, and saw He Weidong and others standing far away. "What's up? What are you doing at home? Come out and play," He Weidong called out. Seeing that his brothers had come to find him, Erbao felt that as the big brother, he shouldn't seem rude, so he hesitated. Debao called from behind, "Skip grades, join the army." Erbao immediately made up his mind, shook his head, and said, "No, if you don't go, what are you doing at home?" He Weidong said loudly. "Just staying at home, whining all day. I want to study and skip grades," Erbao said. "If you keep calling it whining, I'll beat you to death." He Weidong was far away and not worried at all. When Erbao said he was reading a book, he couldn't help but laugh. He naturally understood what kind of person his big brother was. He softened and said, "Is it your parents forcing you to read?" "I'll tell you, adults like..." "No," Erbao interrupted and said, "I'm going back to read. Don't you want to join the army too? Hurry up and study hard for the exam, or I won't wait for you." Then he slammed the door shut. He Weidong and the others looked at each other, still not understanding how reading and joining the army were related. But they didn't believe Bao wanted to read. They knew him well, he hated reading the most. Usually, making him read was already enough to annoy him. Now that summer vacation was here, he just wanted to play. His parents probably forced him to stay home and read. So, Bao's brothers decided to help him escape. While Sheni was out picking vegetables, they climbed over Sheni's wall, but were chased away by wolves, making them run in fear. They swore never to go to Sheni's house again. This summer was hot and lively. Sheni didn't go out much, and didn't realize her family had become the gossip of the village. It all started because the village kids, during summer break, usually went to cut pig grass and gather cow manure. Older kids even worked in the fields to earn some extra points. But Sheni's family's children suddenly disappeared, and the gossipers couldn't help but talk. When the villagers found out that Bao and the others were at home reading, they explained that they were just studying, and the villagers finally understood the truth. Jealous people felt bitter and envious. Li Mu, who was not easy to deal with, responded firmly to their teasing. Of course, most people in the village were simple and kind-hearted. They envied, but they didn't have bad intentions. They admired Li Chen's success in the transport team and thought Sheni's family was impressive. They believed her children wouldn't end up as poor as others. Li Mu was very happy when she heard others say her grandson was promising. She became even kinder to Sheni. Now she was in charge of cooking and taking care of Shirtu at home. Seeing how hard Sheni worked to teach the three children, she suggested that Xiaobei could be brought to the old house to be looked after. Li Mu also had to cook and do chores at home with Shirtu, which was not easy. Besides washing clothes, she also had to tend to her own land. Sheni didn't want to add to Li Mu's burden, nor did she want Xiaobei to be outside in the sun every day with Li Mu. Besides, Xiaobei was so well-behaved that he didn't need much care, so she refused Li Mu's request. Li Mu gave up then. Soon, summer vacation ended. When school started, Sheni took Bao and Bao to see their teacher and discuss their grade skipping. At that time, skipping grades was quite simple. The teacher gave them a 4th grade test on the spot. If they scored at least 80 points, they could skip a grade. Bao scored full marks and Bao scored 86 in Chinese and 90 in math. Both officially became 5th grade students. Last year, Learia looked for a job in the county town, but didn't find one. She got pregnant again at the end of the year and gave birth to a daughter in August. Now she was at home in the county, resting and not attending elementary school. Su Jiming was there. When he returned, he told Learia, who was surprised. Did they skip grades again? Yes, Su Jiming replied. By the way, your second brother's twins are really smart, especially the older one. They say he doesn't usually listen in class and even reads medical books, but he always scores full marks in exams. It's well known among our teachers. Learia felt a bit jealous.
Of course they're smart.
Their mother was a young worker, so they don't have to do much work and have plenty of time to learn. Hearing his wife sound a bit jealous, Su Jiming frowned. The only person he admired in the Li family was the second wife. He had wanted to make friends with her and even brought gifts, but she didn't seem interested. Su Jiming felt uncomfortable inside. Learia suddenly asked, "Can Xian skip a grade?" Su Jiming frowned. That might be difficult. Su Jinxian was younger than Dahua and Bao. He had already skipped a grade in first grade. The difficulty of fourth grade was much higher than first grade, so it would be very hard for Su Jinxian to pass. Then you should teach him more this year so he can go directly to middle school next year, Learia said. Xian is so smart. He shouldn't be worse than Sheni's two sons, Su Jiming nodded. He was proud and felt that Li Chen and Sheni looked down on him. Naturally, he wanted to prove himself. This semester, 5-year-old Xiaobao also became a first-grade student. Meanwhile, there was still a year before the college entrance exam was restored. Sheni spent more time reviewing her studies daily. However, she had been studying for more than 2 years and had experienced it once before, so she was not very nervous. The year 1976 was full of twists and turns, but Sheni's family lived a peaceful life. Soon, it was the end of 1976. Because of a certain group's efforts, the New Year celebration was especially lively and joyful. It must be said that when Li's father stepped down from acting as village head and let the team leader, He Herong, take over, it was a very good decision. He Herong was very suitable for this role. Under his leadership, there were hardly any big disputes in Qingshui village this year, and the harvest had increased again. At the end of the year, grain was distributed. Besides getting grain, each member also received some money. Not only was the country doing well, but the village was also improving. For the villagers of Qingshui, this was very good news. He Herong decided to slaughter 3 more pigs at the end of the year, so 5 pigs would be divided among the villagers. Everyone was happy and looking forward to celebrating the new year. Sheni's family had no laborers working in the fields. This year, Dahua and Bao had heavy study tasks, and the work points from cutting pig grass and collecting cow manure were few, so they didn't get much pork. But Sheni had money. Even if she just joined in the fun, she still wanted to participate. After eating a lot of pork from the space, she also wanted to try different flavors. The pigs now weren't like the feed pigs of later generations. They ate mostly green grass, so the meat was fresh and fragrant. Seeing her arrive, He Herong was very happy. In previous years, Sheni would ask for pig offal, and He Herong thought she would do the same this year, so he put it in a basin for her, filling 2 large plates. He proudly said, "Li Chen's wife, I kept some pig offal for you. If you want it all, I'll give you a discount. 2 large plates for 14 yuan. His words sounded as if Sheni was getting a good deal. 5 big pigs with pig offal would weigh at least 150 jin. 14 yuan divided by the weight meant less than 1 mao per jin. In previous years, Sheni bought it at 1 mao per jin, so it was really cheap. But Sheni looked at him with a half-smile and said, "The team leader's words are really artistic." Pig offal was usually a second choice for others because no one, like Sheni, was willing to add seasonings. In previous years, only Sheni would ask for it. Others, especially larger families with fewer work points, would take pig offal because they didn't get enough pork to eat. This year, there was more pig offal, but also more pork, so naturally, no one wanted the offal anymore. The pig offal became a slow-selling item. It was definitely cheap, but when the team leader added, "I'll take all of it," it was clear he was trying to trick Sheni. Seeing through this, He Hairong chuckled awkwardly. Then I'll lower the price a bit, 12 yuan. All yours. Sheni shook her head. We don't want pig offal this year. The team leader thought Sheni realized no one wanted the offal and was bargaining with him indirectly. He secretly cursed her for being clever and said, all right, 10 yuan. No more bargaining. It's only 5 or 6 cents per pound. Even if it's pig offal, it's still meat. This price is already very cheap. Sheni smiled softly. Team leader, I'm not bargaining with you. I really don't want any this year. Pig offal is hard to prepare. In previous years, buying just 10 or 20 pounds took several hours. Buying over 100 pounds would be even more difficult. Moreover, Sheni wasn't trying to be lazy or avoid work. Even if she worked hard to prepare so much pig offal, her family wouldn't have enough people to eat it all. Seeing that Sheni truly didn't want it, He Hairong became anxious. How about buying a little? No, really, I don't want any. Sheni shook her head. This year, she mainly wanted to buy some pig bones to make soup for the children to help them stay healthy. He Hairong was speechless. Save it for the children in the village to eat, Sheni suggested. Noticing He Hairong was struggling with what to do with all the leftover pig offal. Without seasoning, it'll be too strong in flavor for them to eat, He Hairong said. No need for seasoning. Sheni offered a solution. This year, the pigs had a lot of fat. Save some for making lard, cook it with the pig offal, add more chili, and cover up the strong smell. The children will definitely love it. He Hairong's eyes lit up. That was indeed a good idea. Anyway, the money from selling it would be shared among everyone, but in reality, they wouldn't earn much, and everyone wouldn't get much either. Feeding it to the children would have a bigger positive effect. Thinking this way, He Hairong immediately cut off a piece of fat and set it aside. Nowadays, fat was very popular. Normally, the villagers wouldn't be willing to part with it, but hearing Sheni and He Hairong talk, the queue of people behind them understood. Now, every household had children. If the food was prepared for their own kids, no one would complain. Having solved the problem of pig offal, He Hairong felt very happy. Before he could speak, Sheni looked at the pig bones and said, I want 30 jin of bone and meat, a set of ribs, and 4 pig trotters. She asked for a lot, but she wanted to make soup to help Chen and the children. Since it was winter, she wasn't worried about it spoiling. He Hairong thought Sheni wouldn't want pig offal or bones this year, as she usually didn't like eating things with little meat. He was worried about how to handle it, since he couldn't give pig offal or bones to children. To his surprise, Sheni actually wanted pig bones. He was very happy and quickly weighed out what she asked for. Also, I want 20 jin of pork, Sheni added. Pork was plentiful this year, and anyone could buy as much as they wanted. Plus, Sheni had helped with many pig bones. Without hesitation, He Hairong immediately weighed out 20 jin of pork for her. Everyone watched Sheni buy so much meat without blinking. She didn't seem to mind spending so much money, but they started to feel sad about it. Money, all that money spent. They looked at Sheni and her group leaving after buying the meat, feeling both envy and pity. They whispered, her sewing skills are really impressive. With a man who eats government grain and a wealthy family, if it were you, wouldn't your sewing be big? The person who said Sheni's sewing was big didn't speak again. But on the other hand, sometimes she feels quite distant, but other times she's really good at socializing. How so? Someone asked with interest. Didn't you notice? When the team leader asked her if she wanted pig offal, she said no. The team leader's face darkened, but she immediately eased the situation, making sure he wasn't embarrassed. Then, she bought a lot of pig bones, which made the team leader not upset with her. Instead, he became even more friendly. Everyone nodded. Their voices weren't loud, but He Hairong heard them and nodded in agreement. Sheni was not very down-to-earth, but sometimes she was really good at handling social situations. If Sheni knew what they were thinking, she would probably laugh or cry. She didn't want pig offal, but wanted pig bones. She truly wanted the bones and wasn't trying to flatter He Hairong. She gave him advice just because she thought he was sincerely trying to help the village, so she said it casually. Sheni and her family returned home carrying pork bones. Sheni took 3 large bone sticks and also retrieved 2 white radishes from the cellar. She added green onions and goji berries, then cooked a pot of bone and radish soup. The soup was fresh, sweet, and nourishing. In this cold winter, a bowl of it made everyone feel warm. Sheni asked the second baby to call Fatherly over to drink. Soon, the second baby came back and said, "Grandma and Grandpa said they will come later." Sheni nodded and heard cheerful laughter from the next door. Curious, she asked, "Who is laughing next door?" "The matchmaker from the neighboring village," the second baby happily replied while drinking the soup. Sheni raised an eyebrow. "Are you talking about your eldest sister's marriage?" "Mom, how do you know?" The second baby looked surprised, as if in awe of her cleverness. Sheni replied, "Because only your eldest sister is of marriageable age, and she has already come here more than once." "Actually, you're wrong," the second baby corrected. "Big sister is also almost of marriage age." Sheni frowned. "Who told you that?" "No one told me. When I went to call Grandma and Grandpa for soup, I overheard the eldest uncle's wife asking the matchmaker if there was anyone suitable for Big Sister. She said Big Sister will be 16 after the new year, and in 2 years, she can get married. They might even arrange a match first, the second baby said seriously. Hearing this, Shun-yi remembered that in her previous life, the Big Flower was married at 18. But she didn't expect that Big Flower started looking for a match at 16. Although many people in the countryside married early, 16 seemed too rushed. And Shun-yi also remembered that the man she married in her past life was someone she met herself, not someone she was set up with. She thought about how Big Flower had borrowed money from her to study, and the shining hope in her eyes for changing her life. She felt a bit regretful. However, she, as the second aunt, had no right to say anything. She changed the subject back to Dahua. Dahua had been on holiday for the past 2 days and was at home. Curious, she asked, when the matchmaker talked about your eldest sister's marriage, what was her expression? Big sister was a bit embarrassed, the second baby said. But Grandma was very happy. Shun-yi nodded understandingly. Dahua didn't know, but this wasn't the first time a matchmaker had come to propose marriage to her this year. In fact, more than 10 people had come to ask for her hand. Some were widowers with children, some were older men who had been too poor to marry when they were young, and surprisingly, even younger men who were not married and younger than Dahua had sent matchmakers to propose. Normally, as a divorced rural woman, Dahua wouldn't be so popular. But the main reason was that Dahua now had a steady job in the city. Having a formal job and being able to buy food with grain was considered a big deal in the countryside. Dahua had these strong advantages, and since she had no children from her first marriage, and her health was checked and found good, she was hardworking and capable. Many people wanted to marry her. The reason more matchmakers came this year was because, in her first year after divorce, Shun-yi had publicly said that Dahua's job was only temporary, and she had just divorced, looking very worn out, so few people paid attention. Last year was her second year after divorce. When people learned she had become a permanent employee and looked better, more matchmakers started to come. However, her mother hoped for Zhou Fengshou, so she refused all the matchmakers. Her mother also didn't know much about Dahua's relationship with Zhou Fengshou because Li Chun had warned her not to interfere. As time went on, no signs of progress appeared between them, and her mother gradually lost hope for Zhou Fengshou. She became more enthusiastic about other matchmakers. More and more matchmakers came because of this. Sometimes, her mother would find a good candidate and bring Dahua back to town for a meeting. At first, her father also tried to stop her, but her mother explained a lot, and whether her approach was right or not, she was right about one thing: they couldn't stay with Dahua forever. She was still young and needed a partner. Her father gradually agreed. Dahua appreciated her parents' efforts, but she was still very resistant to meeting suitors. After her mother tricked her once or twice, she would find excuses not to go when her mother called her back. Dahua was unwilling to visit, and Li's mother had no choice but to accept it. Finally, the end of the year arrived. After a long wait, Dahua was on vacation and returning home. Li's mother couldn't miss this chance. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly heard Wang Ya bark. Sheni looked up and saw that when Erbao had just returned, he hadn't closed the door properly. Li Daya came in directly. The intelligent Wang Ya barked again without waiting for permission from its owner. Li Daya didn't dare to go further, and stood awkwardly in place. Wang Ya, Sheni called. Wang Ya, following the command, stopped paying attention to Li Daya. Only then did she come inside. Big sister, why are you here? Sheni asked. Just came to see you, Li Daya replied, but her expression showed a hint of sadness. Sheni could tell what she was worried about without asking. She said, I made a pot of bone and radish soup. It's quite tasty. Would you like some? Over the past 2 years, Li Daya had become more familiar with Sheni. She often brought fabric or clothes to Sheni and the children at the factory. Sheni also brought her some food and supplies from her space. Their relationship was no longer as formal as before, so Li Daya didn't refuse. Sheni asked Erbao to serve her a bowl of soup. Li Daya took a sip and smiled. I could smell it as soon as I came in. It's really delicious, but her smile looked a little forced. Clearly her mind was elsewhere. If you like it, drink more, Sheni said while feeding Xiaobei. I cooked quite a lot. Li Daya silently drank a bowl of soup, then watched Sheni feed Xiaobei. After a while, Sheni finished feeding Xiaobei and coaxed her. Want to go play with Big Brother? Mom, I'm taking my sister out to play, Erbao said first. Recently, he loved taking Xiaobei out because she was very cute, with bright, lively eyes that melted people's hearts. She was also well-groomed by her mother. Compared to the dirty children growing up freely in the countryside, Xiaobei was like a walking piece of scenery, attracting many looks whenever they went out. Especially children around Erbao's age were very curious about such a cute, fair-skinned little sister. Erbao liked to proudly say, "This is my sister," when others gathered around, and then enjoy the admiration from others. It was such a proud moment. No way, Dahua firmly refused.
It's so cold outside now.
What if Xiaobei gets sick if she goes out with you? How could she get sick? Erbao muttered. I've never been sick before. Do you think your sister is as tough as you? Dahua teased him. He patted his chest strongly and emphasized, tough skin and strong muscles make a real man. Is my sister a man? Dahua argued. At this moment, Erbao's attention was no longer on his sister. He looked at his muscles, then at his older brothers and asked off-topic, Big brother, you should train more. Otherwise, if I go to the army someday and someone bullies you, who will protect you? Then he pulled Xiaobei away. Xiaobei is now 1.5 years old. She can walk now, but not very steadily. Sometimes she wobbles and drifts off in different directions, so she needs someone to hold her. Erbao followed behind them, constantly urging his big brother to train with him, saying he would teach him. Sheni found this amusing and turned to look at Li Daya. To her surprise, Li Daya was still lost in thought. She cleared her throat and called out, Sister. Li Daya finally snapped out of her daze. She looked at Sheni with a shy smile. Second sister-in-law, sorry, I was lost in thought. Sheni felt a bit helpless. She didn't want to interfere, but seeing Li Daya hesitate, wanting to talk but afraid of bothering her, she couldn't help but say, Big sister, if you have any worries, you can tell me. Li Daya instinctively wanted to say she had nothing to say, but when her eyes met Sheni's bright, clear gaze, she hesitated again. She had come to talk to Sheni. In her heart, Sheni was a very understanding and smart person. Just like when she decided to divorce, if it hadn't been for Sheni, she might not have been able to make such a quick decision. In fact, during the 3 years since her divorce, she had never regretted it. But now that she was here, she didn't know how to start. Sheni patiently waited for her. After a while, Li Daya finally spoke. Second sister-in-law, my parents want me to find someone to rely on for the rest of my life. When you got divorced before, I told you that society now considers women to be equal to men. If you just want someone to rely on, you can depend on yourself, Sheni said. I think the same way, Li Daya replied. But my parents don't see it that way. They don't see it that way because their generation isn't like this. Times have changed, but their thinking is still deep-rooted, Sheni explained. You can understand their thoughts, but it's better not to agree with their actions because the times are different now. If you want to get married, it should be because you want to, not just because your parents want you to. Dahua opened her mouth. I understand. Second sister-in-law. That's good, Sheni said, thinking Dahua had understood. She was about to get up and check on Sanbao and the others, but unexpectedly, she looked up and saw Dahua still frowning. She hesitated and suddenly said something that was quite a jump from the previous topic and surprised Sheni. Second sister-in-law, what do you think of Zhou Fengshou? Why did she suddenly bring up Zhou Fengshou? Sheni quietly observed Dahua. So, her worries aren't about the matchmaker's arrangements, but about Zhou Fengshou? Zhou Fengshou had been pursuing Dahua for 2 years and finally succeeded? Sheni raised her eyebrows. She didn't know why Dahua suddenly changed her attitude, but she kept her expression calm. After a moment of thought, she replied, I don't really know much about Zhou Lao. You should ask Brother Chen. Dahua nodded but didn't say anything, lost in her thoughts. Sheni thought for a moment. She figured Dahua probably wouldn't ask Chen, so she added, but I think if Zhou Lao isn't trustworthy, Brother Chen wouldn't let him pursue you. But then Dahua tapped her fingers and said, I like him so much, and I've been divorced. I don't think I'm suitable for him. Sheni was surprised. She wondered if this was about feelings. She asked straightforwardly, Big sister, do you like Zhou Fengshou? Dahua's fingertips trembled as she looked up at Sheni. Sheni simply looked at her. This process was Dahua analyzing her own feelings. After a while, she finally nodded. Her yes sounded like a mosquito buzz, as if she was feeling ashamed of herself for being so shameless, liking someone who wasn't a good match for her. Big sister, there's no need to feel inferior. You deserve Zhou Fengshou, Sheni said. But I'm much older than him, and I've been divorced, Dahua kept saying, which was her main source of insecurity. She had worked in the county town for 3 years. She was more confident than before her divorce and had become more indifferent about many things. But she was still a person, and when it came to someone she liked, she couldn't be completely calm. Plus, she was no longer young, so she naturally thought more carefully. Sheni didn't try to tell her that it was nothing to worry about. Dahua was also born in this era and was bound to be influenced by the ideas of her time. She simply asked, the matchmaker just came to see you. How is that man? His name is Zhao Yong, 30 years old, single, from the neighboring village. He works as a scorekeeper in their brigade. Dahua recited mechanically, repeating what the matchmaker and her mother had been saying in her ear. It was a lucky coincidence. Sheni raised her eyebrows and asked, So, what if you're older? So, what if you've been divorced? Dahua was confused. Sheni continued, Is Zhao Yong's condition better than Zhou Fengshou's? Dahua thought for a moment. Zhou Fengshou didn't have a proper job. He did some odd jobs and also engaged in some illegal trades in the black market. He's a year older than Zhao Yong. So, in every way, Zhao Yong's conditions are better than Zhou Fengshou's. Zhao Yong, who has better conditions than Zhou Fengshou, is interested in you. And before you knew about it, many other unmarried men have also proposed to you. If what you say is true, that you're so unworthy, why would these good men be interested in you? Dahua replied, but they probably just like my work. She was aware of her own limitations. Your work is one of your strengths, but if that's the only reason, and you're really as old, lazy, and unattractive as you say, who else would come to propose to you? Sheni's words left Dahua a bit stunned. She looked at her blankly. Sheni patted her shoulder. So, big sister, you don't need to feel so inferior. You actually have many good qualities too. Dahua listened to Sheni's words, feeling both touched and close to tears. Second sister-in-law, thank you. Sheni handed her a handkerchief, waiting for her to calm down. Just as she was about to ask why she suddenly understood, the door opened again. Sheni thought it was Li father and Li mother coming to have soup, so she turned to look. Instead, she saw Li Chen returning. Brother Chen, Sheni greeted him. Are you on holiday? Yes, I finished early this year, Li Chen replied. Sheni didn't ask why. Since Li Chen became the squad leader, his schedule was much freer. She was about to say something when a head suddenly appeared behind the door. It's Zhou Fengshou. Zhou Fengshou smiled happily and called out, "Sister-in-law, old Zhou." Shen Yi responded cheerfully, then glanced at Li Daya. Li Daya saw Zhou Fengshou and took a step forward. Zhou Fengshou noticed Li Daya was there too. Unlike before, he didn't greet her warmly or smile as much. Instead, he nodded and said, "Big Sister Daya." Hearing this, Li Daya looked a bit awkward and called out, "Old Zhou," then told Shen Yi, "Second sister-in-law, I'll head back now." Without another look at Shen Yi, she hurriedly left. Just as the matchmaker had not yet left, she found an excuse to go next door, making Li's mother feel both embarrassed and angry. After sending off the matchmaker, Li's mother saw Li Daya return and couldn't help but sneer, saying sarcastically, "You really know how to manage your time. As soon as someone leaves, you come back. Do you know another matchmaker is coming later? Better hide out quickly." Although Li's mother often arranged blind dates for her without her consent, Li Daya knew she was doing it for her own good. At her age, she had become more peaceful about many things. Even when Li's mother mocked her for not listening and criticizing her for choosing suitors, she could stay calm and comfort her mother. Li's mother thought that after her sarcastic remark, Li Daya would come over to comfort her like before. But she didn't. Instead, she looked a bit disappointed and went back to her room. "Is she possessed?" Li's mother frowned, worried. She went over to look and saw her sitting on the Kong, lost in thought. Li's mother's brows furrowed even deeper. Was she feeling wronged? But who would make her feel wronged? Li's mother remembered that Li Daya had just gone to the neighbor's house. The neighbor's? Isn't that the second family's house? Could it be the second family's? Thinking of this, Li's mother felt uneasy and hurriedly went to the neighbor's house. She wondered if Daya had said or done something she shouldn't have, angered the second family, and then got scolded by Daya. Li's mother imagined Shen Yi's furious expressions and her reactions after getting angry, feeling very anxious. Over here, Shen Yi. Zhou Fengshou came and Li Daya left. Zhou Fengshou seemed to have no big reaction, but when Li Daya brushed past him with her back to him, he still turned his head to look at her briefly, then quickly looked away with a self-deprecating smile. Shen Yi raised her eyebrows. Is this like in a TV drama where the heroine thinks, "I love you, but I'm not good enough for you," and the hero also thinks, "I love you, but you don't love me," leading to a misunderstanding? And the result of such a plot is usually harmony. Shen Yi was amused by her own imagination. "Hubby." Li Chen saw her smiling at Zhou Fengshou and called out. Shen Yi looked up and saw that Li Chen's gaze on Zhou Fengshou was a bit dangerous. Zhou Fengshou felt a chill down his neck. "What are you doing?" Shen Yi playfully hit Li Chen's arm. "That jealous streak." "Then why are you smiling at him?"
Li Chen's quinta.
"Shen Yi, that's because of something else." The two exchanged looks and playful glances for a while. Zhou Fengshou, who was left aside, thought, does he just have a broken heart? No, he hasn't even been in love, so it doesn't count as heartbreak. Finally, Li Chen gave in first. Shen Yi raised her eyebrows at him and said, "Are you cold? I made some bone and radish soup. Want a bowl to warm up?" Yes, Li Chen enjoyed his wife's caring gesture. "Old Zhou, have a bowl too," Shen Yi said. "It's very fresh and sweet." "Thank you, sister-in-law," Zhou Fengshou hurriedly replied. Second family. Just as Shen Yi was about to serve them soup, she heard Li's mother hurriedly calling. She turned her head and saw Li's mother rushing over, looking a bit anxious. "Mother, be careful," Shen Yi said. "Is something urgent?" Mother Li spoke, then suddenly realized that Shen Yi didn't look angry. She hesitated and swallowed her words. Didn't big sister just go back? Shen Yi thought Mother Li was here to see Li Daya. She hasn't gone back. Nearby, Zhou Fengshou immediately looked over with some worry. He had noticed her strange expression earlier. Had something happened? "She did go back," Mother Li said, hesitating a moment, "but I think she's a bit upset." Hearing this, Shen Yi glanced at Zhou Fengshou. Mother Li followed her gaze and saw Zhou Fengshou looking disappointed.
Could it be?
Mother Li, being experienced, suddenly smiled. "I'll go see her later," Shen Yi said. "Mom, I made some radish and bone soup. Should I serve you a bowl?" "Yes, yes." Motherly said happily, almost unable to close her mouth. Sheni asked, Dad isn't coming? He's not hungry, no need to bother him, Motherly replied. Sheni went to serve the soup. Zhou Fengshou saw Motherly and felt a bit awkward, so he greeted her. Motherly responded warmly. Zhou Fengshou felt even more awkward. Li Chen ignored them. He wanted to help his wife serve the soup but saw his mother sneaking behind her, seeming to want to say something. He carried the soup and went to find his daughter. Second child's family, Motherly whispered, is big sister and Zhou Fengshou. I'm not sure either, Sheni said, though she was somewhat clear now, it was still just her guess, so she didn't share it with Motherly. Motherly stared at her, not believing. Sheni looked up. If she didn't believe it, she wouldn't say anything. Motherly was still not convinced. Sheni was smart, not afraid of Li Chen, and had a good relationship with Dahua. If she could get Sheni to join her side, it would be very helpful in bringing Zhou Fengshou and Dahua closer. I don't think you don't understand, Motherly said. What do I understand? Sheni asked. Second child's family, you're so smart. Don't pretend to be naive, Motherly insisted. You must have figured it out. Mom, have some soup, Sheni said, refusing to continue. Motherly, holding her bowl of soup, gave up. She took 2 sips of the soup, thinking about how to help Sheni bring Zhou Fengshou and Li Dahua closer together. After thinking for a while without any idea, she suddenly remembered that last year she came over and happened to see Sheni writing letters. She saw her write 2 letters and asked if they were for her mother. At that time, Sheni said they were for her sister-in-law. But Li's mother clearly remembered that when she talked with Shen's mother, she learned that her eldest son was not married and, because of heartbreak, he kept women at a distance. If he wasn't married, where would the sister-in-law come from? Li's mother was curious and asked, though Sheni spoke briefly. She guessed and inferred a little. Thinking about it, Li's mother had an idea. She looked at Sheni with a slightly eager gaze, rubbed her hands nervously, and said, Second brother's family. Sheni looked up at her. Mom, what's wrong? Can you help me call Dahua over? Li's mother said kindly. Based on Daya's recent mood, if she went herself, she might not be able to get her over, but if Sheni went, Dahua would definitely come. Thinking of this, Li's mother felt a bit jealous. She was Daya's biological mother, but in front of Dahua, even Sheni, her younger sister-in-law, was more effective in talking. Sheni raised an eyebrow. In TV dramas, misunderstandings between the main characters always involve supporting characters helping out. So, was Li's mother that supporting character? Li's mother had already called, so Sheni naturally didn't refuse and went over. Li's mother then brought out a bowl of soup. Outside, Zhou Fengshou was playing with Xiaobao. Seeing Li's mother bring the soup, Zhou Fengshou quickly stood up and took it. Fengshou, our second family's cooking is very good. This soup was made by her. It's incredibly delicious. Try it, Li's mother said kindly. Of course, my sister-in-law's cooking is excellent, Zhou Fengshou replied politely, feeling a bit uncomfortable under Li's mother's gaze, and forced himself to take a sip. Seeing Li's mother still watching him, he hurriedly said, It's delicious. Then drink more, Li's mother said, and then sent Xiaobao away. Because of Dahua, Zhou Fengshou's usually clever mouth became awkward. He didn't know what to say, and could only lower his head and drink the soup. Chatting casually is something Li's mother is good at. She talks about many things, and Zhou Fengshou finally relaxes. Then Li's mother asks Zhou Fengshou, Fengshou, about our eldest daughter. Madam, about our eldest daughter. Zhou Fengshou remembers how Li Dahua refused him a month ago. He still feels a sharp pain in his heart. He has been chasing her for over 2 years. Before, she refused him with reasons like, she doesn't like him, or they're not suitable. He always thought that if he kept trying, someday she might be moved by his persistence. But this time, she said, she wanted him to leave her alone. Zhou Fengshou is thick-skinned, but hearing this kind of words, even if he suspects she's just pretending to push him away to make him give up, he can't keep chasing her anymore. At this moment, Li's mother asks about him. He originally called her Dahua, but then quickly changes the subject. Madam, I am friends with Brother Chen. Dahua is brother Chen's sister, so she is also my sister. This means he and Lee Dahua are no longer possible to be together. Lee's mother hears this and thinks, that's true. But she pretends to look disappointed, glancing outside the house. She then smiles and says, Fengshu, you are a good boy. It's just that our Dahua isn't lucky enough to be with you. But there are many good girls out there. Recently, I've met many matchmakers. Would you like me to introduce someone? Zhou Fengshu laughs bitterly. Madam, no need, yes. Before he can finish, Lee's mother suddenly remembers something, pats her thigh, and exclaims, I just remembered. My maternal niece is also looking for someone recently. She's a bit younger than you, very hardworking, looks good, and she just finished high school. She's working in the county town now. Oh. Lee's mother gets more excited as she talks. This would be a good match for you. I'll introduce you to her later so you can meet. Zhou Fengshu. Madam, really? I don't need that. Oh, yes, you do, Lee's mother says. Fengshu, I think you're a reliable person. That's why I want to introduce my niece to you. Of course, don't worry. I won't push you into marriage. I'm just helping you two meet, chat, see if you like each other. If it's a good match, then great. If not, then forget it. Mother Lee was worried that Zhou Fengshu might refuse, so she looked at Zhou Fengshu with affection. She said, You are about the same age as our Li Chun. Our Li Chun is already married with children. You're still alone, with no family around. It's so sad. Auntie really likes you, and genuinely cares about you. Why not go meet her once? Zhou Fengshu hesitated and wanted to refuse, but he caught sight of someone at the door. He paused for a moment. Suddenly, he changed his mind and nodded, saying, All right, Auntie, please arrange it for me. Great. Mother Lee was happy that her plan worked. She was very pleased, but she kept watching the door carefully. At the door, Sheni and Lee Dahua were standing there. Mother Lee had intentionally said those words loud enough for Lee Dahua to hear, so Sheni also heard them. She glanced at Lee Dahua's expression. When she heard Zhou Fengshu agree to meet, her face turned pale instantly. Sheni looked at Mother Lee again. Seeing her look, Mother Lee gave her a sly smile, as if her plan had succeeded. Sheni chuckled softly. She didn't realize that Mother Lee got her idea from her own experience of helping Wu Xiaomen plan to win over her older brother. She thought Mother Lee wanted Lee Dahua to come over and have a good talk with Zhou Fengshu. She didn't expect Mother Lee to have this trick. But for now, it seemed to be working well. Lee Dahua looked distracted, as if her mind was elsewhere. She didn't even have time to think about whether her niece, mentioned by her mother, really existed. All she could think about was Zhou Fengshu going to meet her. Seeing her approach, Zhou Fengshu's relaxed mood sank again. He finished the soup in his bowl, set the bowl down, and said, Annie, sister-in-law, I have some things to do. I'll go back first. Please tell Brother Lee for me. Okay. Mother Lee nodded, noticing Lee Dahua's expression. Zhou Fengshu put on his hat, took a big step, and left. When he passed Lee Dahua, he paused slightly, but quickly walked past her. Lee Dahua couldn't help but turn her head to watch him. She saw him riding his bicycle farther and farther away. Suddenly, she looked at Sheni. Sheni pointed at her family's bicycle and said, You can still catch up if you go now. Yes. Mother Lee, who had been watching Lee Dahua closely, immediately responded, You still have time. Lee Dahua suddenly made up her mind. She quickly went over, pushed her bicycle, and then rode after the figure of the bicycle, chasing after him. Watching Lee Dahua walk away, Mother Lee couldn't stop smiling, even drinking 2 more bowls of soup. After finishing, she didn't rush home but ran over to play with Sanbao and Xiaobei. In the end, Lee Dahua was brought back by Zhou Fengshu. They looked at each other affectionately, acting shy like young couples in their teens or 20s. They each rode a bicycle, but their speed was so slow it was almost like a snail. Sheni saw Lee Dahua and Zhou Fengshu from afar and pulled her out to watch. Mother Lee smiled like a flower. She looked just like a fan of romantic couples and stories. Second sister's family, when do you think they will get married? Mother Lee asked Sheni. Mom, why don't you just ask them directly? Sheni replied. Good idea. Mother Lee immediately agreed, eager for her to ask. As Zhou Fengshu and Lee Dahua approached, they saw Mother Lee and Sheni standing at the door. Li Daya felt a little shy, stopped her bike, and called out, "Mom, second sister-in-law." "Hey." Mother Li smiled warmly. Sheni told her to ask directly. So she did. "Are you two seeing each other?" Even Zhou Fengshou was a bit embarrassed by Mother Li's straightforwardness. Just earlier, he had said Li Daya would be his sister someday. He was thinking about how to answer when suddenly Li Daya took his hand. She smiled, but her eyes shone with determination. "Yes, Mom, I'm dating Zhou." Not only Mother Li but Zhou Fengshou and Shen Yi were surprised by how direct Li Daya was. After all, she had been hesitant about being with Zhou Fengshou for 2 years. What they didn't know was that Li Daya was actually influenced by Shen Yi. She hesitated to accept Zhou Fengshou's feelings because her background and upbringing made her cling to old-fashioned ideas. Before her divorce, she was just like her mother, stuck in traditional rural thinking. Even after suffering a lot in her marriage, she never thought of divorce. It was Shen Yi's words that woke her up. With Shen Yi's help, she saw a different way of life. So, she felt a kind of admiration for Shen Yi. In her view, Shen Yi is different from most women today. She considers Shen Yi a role model for all women to learn from. So, when she is around Shen Yi, she unconsciously tries to imitate her. Now, her way of doing things shows Shen Yi's influence. Shen Yi's attitude toward love is decisive once she accepts someone. Li Daya is the same. After saying this, Li Daya looked at Shen Yi. Shen Yi admired Li Daya's confident attitude and nodded in approval. Li Daya felt a bit happy and smiled softly. Zhou Fengshou noticed this and looked back and forth between Shen Yi and Li Daya twice. Was it just his imagination? Why does it seem like his new partner looks a little shy when she looks at her sister-in-law? Did she just say that her partner is him? Not her sister-in-law. No, it definitely isn't. Zhou Fengshou took Li Daya's hand and said nervously, "Uncle, Aunt, I will treat Daya well. Please rest assured." Li's mother was very happy and said several times, "That means you're getting married next." By the way, Fengshou, do you have any elders on your side who can help plan this? Li Daya was surprised by Li mother's quick pace. They just confirmed their relationship, and now they're talking about marriage? She was about to say something when Zhou Fengshou said, "There are a few distant relatives, but we haven't contacted them in a long time. Maybe we shouldn't bother them. But don't worry, Aunt. I will do everything properly and won't let Daya be wronged." Most people present knew about Zhou Fengshou's family situation. Although Li mother was warned by Li Chen not to ask about Li Daya and Zhou Fengshou, she couldn't help but be curious about Zhou Fengshou's background. Learning that Zhou Fengshou's parents had passed away early, and his grandmother who raised him was also gone, leaving him alone now, she felt a bit guilty, but also liked Zhou Fengshou's family background. The failure of Li Daya's previous marriage was partly due to her in-laws' influence. That's why, even though Li mother thought Li Daya had a better financial situation because she had a steady job, while Zhou Fengshou did not, she still very much wanted Zhou Fengshou to be her son-in-law. People can be poor, as long as the couple's hearts are united and they are willing to live peacefully, they can always make a good life. Li Daya also knew about Zhou Fengshou's situation. She initially thought there was no need to rush, but after hearing him speak, she felt a bit sympathetic. Then she thought, although they just got together, they have known each other for quite some time. Since there was no need to rush, she kept that thought to herself. The marriage was decided just like that. Zhou Fengshou was very serious about Li Daya. When he went back, he found a fortune teller and they set the wedding date before the new year, March 23rd. Now it was the small new year, and there was about a month left. This speed. Even Sheni was a bit surprised, but she thought it was a good thing. After the date was fixed, the atmosphere at old Li's house became even more joyful. Li's mother didn't say much, but every time Sheni saw her, she was always smiling. Even Li's father, Sheni, often heard him humming a little tune with his hands behind his back. This year, the New Year celebration at old Li's house was especially grand. On the first day of the new year, Zhou Fengshou came to pay respects, carrying big and small bags. Many villagers knew about Zhou Fengshou and Li Daya. They knew Zhou Fengshou was from the city, and they were surprised that Li Daya, who had been divorced, could still marry a city person. When they found out Zhou Fengshou was from the city, but didn't have a formal job, many people mocked him. Some said Zhou Fengshou only liked Li Daya's job and was just living off her, while Li's mother and Li Daya were just after Zhou Fengshou's youth and strength. There were all kinds of harsh words. Li's mother wanted to argue back, but people didn't say it openly. Since she couldn't find any fault with them, she felt upset and went to complain to Sheni, saying, "The people outside say Zhou Fengshou is living off our Daya." Sheni, what good is it to complain to her about what others say? Can she stop others from talking? Mom, others also say Brother Chen is living off someone, Sheni replied. Li's mother choked and looked at Sheni with a suddenly guilty expression. Although Li Chen now had a job, Sheni said she was using Li Chen's money. But in Li's mother's mind, Li Chen really was living off others before. Sheni understood this. Mom, do you really think so? Sheni asked her in surprise. That's in the past. Let's not talk about it, Li's mother said, worried about saying too much. Sheni looked down on Li Chen. Li Chen just happened to come in holding his daughter. He looked around and then left the room. P.S. Happy New Year, everyone. Wishing you good luck and success. Sheni was silent. Although her mother-in-law misunderstood her, she was fair in this matter. Sheni felt both amused and helpless. She decided not to explain, since Li Chen's activities in the black market were hard to clarify, and it might even scare her mother-in-law. So she said, "Mother, words come from others' mouths. We can't stop people from talking. As long as they don't say it to our faces, we just ignore it. How the older sister and old Zhou are doing depends on them, not just a few words from others. Just like Brother Chen's job. He earned it with his own strength. But some people say he got it through my family's connections."
Why?
Because they're jealous. A few bitter words make them feel better. Let them be jealous. After all, it doesn't affect us. We're doing even better, right? Sheni paused and then smiled. Mother, don't you think it's funny how they're jealous but can't do anything about us? It's kind of satisfying, isn't it? Li's mother looked as if she agreed. Li's mother was convinced by Sheni and happily left. After the Spring Festival in 1977, Li Daya's wedding took place. Zhou Fengshou had been working with Li Chen for years, so he was not short of money. He had at least 3,000 or 4,000 yuan in his bank account. His neighbors knew he made a living doing odd jobs. Although he left early and returned late, no one doubted him. Zhou Fengshou was a clever man and others thought he was just working part-time. They even said he was very hardworking. So he didn't have to hide his spending like Chen Chong, who was afraid to spend money openly because he had no clear source of income. He valued Li Daya a lot. He prepared a generous bride price, 3 gold rings and a loud gift, and also gave her 100 yuan. Of course, this 100 yuan was not openly displayed. Nowadays, giving 3 gold rings and a loud gift is already considered generous. If people found out Zhou Fengshou also gave 100 yuan, some might become suspicious. Even with just this 100 yuan, Mother Li was so excited that she rushed to find Sheni. Second brother's family gave me 100 yuan. Is it for your older sister's bride price? Sheni asked. Just accept it. It shows he values your sister. No, Mother Li said happily and worriedly. Where did he get so much money?
Could it be
something bad? Sheni was surprised. She could guess roughly how much Zhou Fengshou had saved, so she didn't think the 100 yuan was too much. She understood that in the countryside, 20 or 30 yuan, or a few bags of rice, could be enough for a bride price. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Mom, don't think badly. Zhou is working in a county town, so it's not strange for him to have some savings." Hearing this, Mother Li was happy that Zhou Fengshou was so generous. It showed he truly cared about Li Daya. But soon she frowned. He's too generous. He barely saved some money, and now he's giving us so much. He and Daya are about to get married. If he doesn't save some for future days, how will they manage? Then just take the money and give it back to them as a dowry, Sheni suggested.
Mother Li thought about it.
Now, for her, Li Daya had already been married once. This time, she just hoped her daughter would be happy and didn't expect to get anything from her. Giving it all back isn't good. Maybe I should return half, 50 yuan. As for the 3 items, we don't need them. Just give everything to Dahua. What do you think, second brother's family? Mom, I think that works. Sheni agreed. Mother Li continued chatting. As for the dowry, your dad and I don't have much money. But Dahua has been kind and helped us with some money over the years. Neither of us used it, so it adds up to over 170 yuan. We plan to use about 70 for her dowry, and the rest, all of it, will return to her. Sheni nodded. She didn't understand much about these things, so she just listened to Mother Li. That settled it. Of course, besides the money from Mother Li and Father Li, Dahua's brothers would also give her gifts. Chen and Sheni gave her a hot water kettle and arranged for someone to make a wardrobe. The eldest brother's family didn't have much money, so Hi Zhaodi made a pair of shoes for Zhou Fengshou and Dahua herself. As for the third family, they didn't give anything. No one expected them to give anything. When Zhou Fengshou brought the bride price, many people noticed. When they learned that Zhou Fengshou's bride price for the Li family was 3 turns and 1 sound, some envied. Others still felt jealous. Rumors about the situation reached Li's mother, and she actually smiled. Li's father looked at her smile and asked, "Are you cursed?" "You're the one cursed." Li's mother replied unhappily. "Then why are you smiling?" Li's mother glanced at Li's father and imitated Sheni's tone and expression. "Don't you think it's great that they're jealous of us, but can't do anything about it?" Was this her simple-minded wife, who often got angry easily? Li's father remembered something and asked, "Have you been getting along well with the second family lately?" He hadn't heard her complain about the second family recently. "Are you hoping we're having a hard time?" Li's mother couldn't believe it. Does he really want them to struggle? He's just worried that her quick temper might cause trouble. If she suddenly explodes, the second family wouldn't be the type to suffer quietly, and everyone would be unhappy. They've been married for many years, and Li's father didn't want to argue. "I mean, has the second family done anything recently to upset you? If you're unhappy, don't keep it inside. It's not good to hold it in. The second family is fine." "If you ask me if I'm unhappy with them," Li's mother said impatiently, "you might as well ask if I'm unhappy with you." Li's father. Forget it, no more questions. In these times, life was hard, and many people didn't like holding banquets, especially for second marriages. Families with daughters in second marriages felt ashamed and preferred to keep it quiet. But Zhou Fengshou couldn't bear to see Li's eldest daughter suffer. Since he had no close relatives or friends, he discussed with the Li family. He paid for a few tables of food and invited close friends and family to witness the event. The Li family agreed. When the news spread, villagers started talking again, marveling at how Li's eldest daughter was lucky to find such a young and generous man like Zhou Fengshou for her second marriage. The day before the banquet, Chen, Li Dabing, and Zhou Fengshou went shopping for food, bought a lot of meat, and the family worked busily. The smell of meat wafted far away. The invited relatives and friends were amazed. This was the most lavish feast they had ever seen. Thus, Dahua got married amid many blessings.